Hunger. The fire crackled, sending sparks dancing into the night sky. Around it, our small group huddled close, more for comfort than warmth. It was July in the Boundary Waters, but tonight, a chill hung in the air that had nothing to do with the temperature. Old Joe cleared his throat, his weathered hands clasping a tin mug of coffee that had long since gone cold. His eyes, rheumy with age but still sharp, scanned our faces before settling on mine. "You asked about the strangest thing I've seen out here," he said, his voice gravelly from years of smoking hand-rolled cigarettes. "You sure you want to know?" I nodded, trying to hide my excitement. Joe was a legend among us guides, been trapping and fishing these waters for nigh on 60 years. If anyone had stories to tell, it was him. He sighed, set down his mug, and leaned forward. The firelight cast deep shadows across his face, making him look older than his 70-odd years. "'Twas a winter of '69, he began. "Coldest damn winter I can remember. The kind of cold that freezes the air in your lungs and makes the trees crack like gunshots in the night." I settled in, knowing we were in for a long one. Joe's stories were never short, but they were always worth the listen. I was just a kid then, 22 and full of piss and vinegar. I thought I knew everything there was to know about these woods. Boy, was I wrong. He paused, his gaze distant, lost in memory. I'd set up my trap line about 20 miles north of here, way out in the back country. No roads, no trails, just wilderness as far as the eye could see. I'd been out there for about a week, checking my traps when a blizzard hit. Joe shook his head. Never seen nothing like that. Snow was falling so thick and fast couldn't see my hand in front of my face. I knew I had to find shelter, and fast, or I'd be dead afore morning. I leaned in, caught up in the story despite myself. Around the fire, the others were just as enthralled. I managed to make it to an old trapper's cabin I knew of. Hadn't been used in years, but it was still standing. Got a fire going in the rusty old stove, and settled in to wait out the storm. Joe paused again, reaching for his mug. His hand was shaking slightly as he took a sip. Everything was going all right, till I heard it. First, I thought it was just the wind, but when it came again, a sound like nothing I'd ever heard before. It was a scream, but not human, not animal neither. It was hunger. Pure, ravenous hunger given a voice. A shiver ran down my spine. I tried to tell myself it was nothing, just a storm playing tricks. But that's when I saw it. Joe's voice had dropped to barely above a whisper. We all leaned in, straining to hear. Through the cabin's one grimy window, I saw a shape moving out there in the blizzard. Tall, Christ, it must have been 9-10 feet high, thin as a rake, but moving in a way that wasn't right, like its joints were all wrong. He swallowed hard. And its face. God help me, its face. Just empty white eyes, and a mouth full of teeth like icicles. One of the younger guides scoffed. "Come on, Joe, you expect us to believe you saw a wendigo?" Joe's eyes snapped to the kid, suddenly sharp as flint. "Believe what you want, boy, I'm just telling you what I saw." He turned back to the fire, his voice low and intense. It came closer to the cabin, moving in fits and starts. I could hear it sniffing, searching, hunting. I knew deep in my bones that if it found me, I was dead. Worse than dead. Joe's hands were shaking in earnest now. I had a feeling he was not putting this on for effect. I doused the fire, tried to make myself as small and quiet as possible. But it knew I was there. It started circling the cabin, scraping at the walls with claws that sounded like knives on wood. He closed his eyes, lost in the memory. Went on for hours. Sometimes it'd go quiet, and I'd think maybe it had gone, but then I'd hear it again. That awful screaming hunger right outside the walls. Joe opened his eyes, looking at each of us in turn. You've got to understand, I wasn't some greenhorn. I'd faced down wolves, bears, even a mountain lion a couple times, but this? No, this was different. It was evil, pure and simple. He took another sip of his coffee, grimacing at the cold liquid. As the night wore on, it got bolder, started throwing itself against the walls, trying to break in. The whole cabin shook. I was sure the roof would cave in at any moment. Joe's voice had taken on a distant quality, like he was reliving it all over again. I don't know how long it went on. Felt like days. I was starting to think I'd gone mad. Maybe I'd died out there in that storm and this was my hell. He shook his head, coming back to the present. But then, just as sudden as it started, it stopped. Storm broke, and with it, that thing disappeared. Joe fell silent, staring into the fire. We all sat there, hardly daring to breathe, waiting for him to continue. Finally, one of the other guides spoke up. What happened then, Joe? He looked up, seeming surprised to see us all there. What happened? I got the hell out of there, that's what happened. Packed up my gear, didn't stop moving till I hit civilization. Told myself it was just exhaustion. Cold playing tricks on my mind. Joe sighed suddenly, looking every one of his years. But I knew. Deep down, I knew what I'd seen. Took me years before I could come back to these woods. And even now, all these years later, I still hear that scream sometimes in my dreams. He leaned back, his piece said. The silence stretched, broken only by the crackling of the fire and the distant call of a loon. Finally, I couldn't help myself. Do you think it's still out there? Joe looked at me, his eyes unreadable in the flickering light. These woods are old, kid. Older than any of us can imagine. They've got secrets we can't begin to understand. All's I know, there's some parts of this wilderness I won't go into. Not for any amount of money. He stood up slowly. Y'all best get some sleep. Long day of guiding tomorrow. As he shuffled off to his tent, the spell broke. The other guides started talking amongst themselves, nervous laughter punctuating their conversation, as they tried to shake off the chill of old Joe's story. But I sat there, staring into the dying embers of the fire. I thought about the vast wilderness around us, the dark spaces between trees where anything could be hiding. And I wondered, not for the first time, if maybe there were things out there that defied explanation. Things that lived in the shadows, feeding on fear and desperation. I shook my head, trying to clear it of such thoughts. It was just a story, after all. The kind of tale old-timers loved to tell to spook the youngsters. But as I finally crawled into my tent that night, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me from the darkness beyond our little circle of light. And in the wind that came through the pines, I could almost hear the echo of a scream. a sound of hunger that would never be satisfied. Prior to 2016, I lived in Palmdale, California. My sister, who we'll call Honey, and my youngest daughter lived with my mother in a rented townhouse apartment in Oxnard, about 2 hours away. Each week or two, I made the long drive to take them shopping and clean their house because they were both disabled. My mother was my heart, and my sweet sister helped raise me, so anything they needed, I was there for them. On the first floor, the kitchen was in the back with a door that opened to the backyard, then a big open space, and then the living room and the front door. On the right, the bathroom and my mother's bedroom. On the left, the stairs with a half-wall railing going up to the first landing. My mom was sitting in her lift recliner, on the right, facing the base of the stairs. One night, we were all sitting in the living room, watching a show with the lights on. My daughter was upstairs in her room. We were laughing at something that we saw on TV, when I saw something on the stairs. It darted down the steps really quickly, peeking up at me, then ducked down behind the railing, followed by a cold chill that entered the living room. At the same time, my mother commented that it was cold and pulled her robe together. At first, I thought it was my daughter playing tricks on me, but when she didn't pop up, I felt concerned. I said, "Mama, did you see something?" Because she had full sight if there was anything there. She said, "No, dear. I thought I did, but there's nothing there." That's when it hit me, and instinctively I knew what it was and where it had come from. I ran up the stairs and burst into my daughter's room. "What did you do?" I said. She looked at me with her eyes wide. She knew exactly what I was referring to and started apologizing. I told her to tell me what she had done to bring it into the house. She proceeded to tell me that when her girlfriends were there, they thought it would be fun to try to summon a spirit. Then they tried to reach out to the father of one of her friends, who had passed away 2 years prior. But she said that something else came through, and it scared them, so they stopped, and her friends ran home without even saying goodbye. I was furious. "How dare you play with something you don't understand?" I told her. I told her that I knew she was just trying to help a friend, but that I had warned her for years to never go messing around with things she didn't understand and had no control over. I was thinking that not only do I constantly have to worry about my family's health now, but I'll have to worry about this as well. I knew they'd been playing with a Ouija board, so I asked if she had at least closed the session. She just looked at me with a blank stare. Obviously, she did not. She said they'd made the board out of paper, and when they were done, they just ripped it up and threw it away. "That door had to be closed," I said. We gathered the pieces and she called her friends. 2 of them were too scared to come back, so we had to perform the closing without them. But in the back of my head, I knew that it didn't work, and that whatever had decided to come through that portal was still there, hiding. At that point, there was nothing I could have done, viewing the circumstances at the time. Fast forward to 2016. I had an opportunity waiting for me in Washington State, so I begged and pleaded for my mother and sister to go with me. But my sister Honey was fanatically scared of change, and although my mother desperately wanted to go with me, she couldn't leave my sister's side. I wish now that I had been more persistent. So I moved, reluctantly leaving them with my daughter and her now husband to take over their care. Within those 2 years, my eldest sister Honey's health severely declined, and my mother shared with me 8 months after I moved that she was diagnosed with stage 4 cancer. I flew and drove back and forth to be with them, and every time I showed them pretty pictures of my new life, our beautiful green surroundings, and I begged them to return with me. And every time, Honey would say that she was too apprehensive to leave and said no. In 2018, they both passed away. My mother from cancer and my sister from an existing illness, taking a big part of my heart and soul with them. My daughter and her husband moved out, leaving all of my mother and sister's things there. Somebody had to put their stuff in storage, and of course it had to be me. Even though I was the youngest of 6, I felt it was my duty. I drove there with my 2 grandchildren, 8 and 4, because at the time, there was no one available to watch them for that long of a period of time. When we arrived, the place was in shambles. Dirty dishes, moldy food lined the counters, and the sink was piled up. It looked like there was soot all over the floor. Mom and Honey's personal belongings were strewn around the house, and in my mother's room, a barricade of trash piled all the way up to her door. In the middle of the floor, in an open space, was a full-length mirror I had never seen before, hanging off of a wooden ladder. I just stood there and cried. I set up a clean spot in the living room for my grandson to play on his tablet, and my granddaughter wanted to help. As I was bagging things up in the kitchen, I noticed her standing there and staring into the mirror. I didn't really think anything of it, but she just kept standing there. Then I heard her say, while not looking away from the mirror, "Nana, can you get rid of this mirror?" I thought she wanted me to just move it, but she was adamant that it be removed from the house. I asked her why. Why did she look so scared? She told me that while she was looking into the mirror, she was standing alone. She couldn't see anything in the reflection around or behind her. Just darkness all around, and something was coming. I looked at the mirror myself, and it did look very dark. Say no more. Not only did I take it outside, I smashed it into little pieces and threw it in the trash can. We decided to sleep in the living room, and it took days to even come close to being done. This was the last night, and we were alone. I just mopped downstairs, so I locked the doors and all the windows in the whole house, and we slept upstairs in the bedroom, across from my daughter's old room. We hunkered down on some mattresses on the floor. I always left a light on in the hall. I'm reading a book online. My granddaughter had fallen asleep next to me, and my grandson was on his tablet at the end of the bed. I was getting sleepy, and my grandson started to yawn. He looked up from his tablet, and his eyes got super big. Then he ran to the door shouting, "Spooky! Spooky!" and slammed it, running back. He quickly got under the covers and got as close to me as he could. All this made me feel very uneasy. I could see movement in the hall, dimming the light around and under the door, making swirling, strange shapes, as if somebody were pacing, followed by surges of blackness and wisps of cool air coming from the space under the door. That night was long, and I felt on guard, until I finally fell asleep as well. But I woke up hours later and I had to go to the bathroom. But honestly, I was too scared. I was waiting for daybreak, but I just couldn't wait any longer. I slowly opened the door, fearing what was waiting me on the other side. There was nothing, but also I knew that there was. I could feel it. I tried to be as fast as I could, and I left the bathroom door open so that I could hear the kids. Then I ran back, hearing a swoosh behind me. I slammed the door and laid holding the kids until daybreak. I received a call from my sister later that morning. She couldn't understand how we'd been able to stay in that house. When I asked her why, she told me that when she was there grabbing some boxes of pictures, she heard noises coming from my daughter's room upstairs. She said it was loud and she felt an evil presence, and everything inside told her to leave, so she did. She also told me something that I didn't know at the time, that my son-in-law was practicing black magic and intentionally summoning dark energy in that room. Not cool. Late that afternoon, everything was done. The kids were in the car and the car was packed. I just wanted to look at my mother's bedroom one last time, where she used to sleep. These walls had so many memories. I felt like if I looked hard enough, I would see her laying where the bed had been. And in my mind, I was telling myself not to cry. As I stood in the doorway, a chill went up my spine. The hairs on the back of my neck and arms started to raise, and I could feel something closing in on me. In my ear, I felt a warm breath, and I heard one loud word. Run. I ran out of the house so fast, not even locking the door. As we were driving off, my granddaughter asks me, "Nana, who's that person standing in the window upstairs?" Something walked into our circle that night. By Anonymous. So this happened when I was 15 at a summer camp in northern Arizona, somewhere between Flagstaff and the Navajo Nation border. Camp Ponderosa Pine, we'll call it. It was one of those Christian camps where your parents send you to build character and get away from video games for 2 weeks. I wasn't particularly religious, but my mom thought the outdoor experience would be good for me. The camp sat on about 200 acres of mixed pine and juniper forest. Pretty standard setup. Dining hall, chapel, cabins scattered around a central fire pit area. What made it different was the location. We were maybe 20 miles from the nearest town, and the staff made it clear that the surrounding land belonged to various Native American tribes. They gave us the usual spiel about respecting the land and staying within camp boundaries. Our counselor was this guy named Jake, maybe 22, who'd been coming to this camp since he was a kid. He knew all the local stories. The Navajo staff who worked in the kitchen would sometimes share bits of their culture with us, but they always got quiet when anyone brought up certain topics. Looking back, I think they were trying to warn us without directly saying anything. The incident happened on our second to last night. We'd been having what they called a night of reflection, basically sitting around the main fire pit and sharing stories and talking about our experiences at camp. There were maybe 30 of us total, ages 13 to 17, plus 4 counselors. The fire was dying down, and most of the younger kids had already gone to their cabins. I was sitting with my bunkmates, Alex, who was from Phoenix, and Marcus, who lived up in Sedona. We were talking about hiking the next day when Jake mentioned that he'd seen some unusual tracks earlier near the eastern boundary of the camp. Said they looked like a mix between human and something else, but deeper than normal footprints. That's when Maria, one of the kitchen staff, spoke up. She was Navajo, probably in her 50s, and usually pretty quiet around the campers. She said something in her language that I didn't understand, but something in her tone made everyone stop talking. Then she looked directly at Jake and said, "You shouldn't talk about things you don't understand out here." Jake tried to laugh it off, but Maria wasn't having it. She stood up and started walking toward the kitchen, and then stopped and turned back. "Some things are better left alone," she said, "especially when they're testing boundaries." After she left, the mood shifted. A few of the counselors kind of tried to get everybody back to the regular program, but it was obvious something had changed. The younger kids were pretty spooked, and honestly, so were some of the older ones. We wrapped up the fire circle earlier than usual, and that's when things got weird. I was in my cabin with Alex and DeMarcus, just talking and trying to wind down for the night. Our cabin was one of the outer ones, maybe 50 yards from the main fire pit area. It was probably about 11 p.m. when we heard it, someone calling out names from the forest. At first we thought it was another camper playing a prank. The voice was calling, "Jake! Jake!" from somewhere in the trees behind our cabin. But there was something off about it. The tone was too flat, like someone reading from a script, and it kept repeating the same cadence over and over. Alex went to the window and looked out. "I can't see anyone," he whispered. The calling continued for maybe 5 minutes and then stopped completely. We were just starting to relax when it started up again. But this time, it was calling, "Marcus, Marcus," in that same weird monotone. Marcus went pale. He said it sounded like his mom's voice, but not quite right, like someone doing a bad impression of her. The voice moved. It started from behind our cabin, and then shifted to the left side, and then the front, always staying in the tree line, never coming into the open areas where the cabins were. And it kept cycling through names: Jake, Marcus, Alex, and then some we didn't recognize. We decided to go find Jake. His cabin was closer to the main area, and we figured he would know what to do. The three of us stepped out of our cabin and started walking toward the center of camp. And that's when we saw it. There was something standing at the edge of the fire pit area, maybe 30 feet away from us. At first glance, it looked like a person. Tall, thin, wearing what looked like camp clothes. But the proportions were wrong. The arms were too long, hanging down past where the knees should be, and it was standing perfectly still, facing the dying embers of the fire. We froze. The thing turned its head toward us, and that's when I knew something was seriously wrong. The movement was too fluid, like its neck could rotate farther than it should. Even in the dim light, I could tell the face wasn't right. The features were there, eyes, nose, mouth, but they looked like they'd been rearranged by someone who'd only heard faces described to them. It opened its mouth and called out, "Jake," in that same flat tone we'd been hearing. But now we could see that the mouth movements didn't match the voice. The sound was coming from somewhere else, like a ventriloquist dummy. Marcus grabbed my arm. "We need to get back to the cabin," he whispered. But as we started to back away, the thing turned its whole body toward us. It kind of glided, keeping its feet in contact with the ground, but moving too smoothly. We ran. We straight up ran back to our cabin and locked the door. The thing didn't follow us directly, but we could hear it moving around outside. Sometimes it would call out names, and sometimes it would make other sounds, clicking noises, or what sounded like branches snapping, but in a very purposeful rhythm. Around 2 a.m., Jake came to our cabin. He looked shaken up, and he had 2 of the other counselors with him. They said several campers had reported seeing someone or something moving around the camp, and they'd decided to do a security check. Jake asked us what we'd seen, and we told him everything. He nodded like he'd expected it, and then he said something that stuck with me. The kitchen staff warned us this might happen. They said the land has been restless lately. The counselors stayed with us for the rest of the night, taking shifts watching the windows. Nothing else happened, but none of us slept. When morning came, Jake told us they'd found tracks around the camp, the same ones he'd mentioned the day before, but these were fresh, and they formed a rough circle around the main camp area. We packed up and left that morning, a day early. The official story was that there'd been a family emergency for one of the staff members, but I think everybody knew that wasn't the real reason. Maria gave me a small bundle of sage as we were loading the buses. She said it was for protection, and that I should keep it with me. The drive home was quiet. Most of the kids were tired from the sleepless night, but there was an underlying tension that lasted the whole 4-hour trip back to Phoenix. Alex and Marcus and I stayed in touch afterward, but we didn't talk about that night for a very long time. I still have the sage Maria gave me. I looked into some of the stories after I got home, and what I found made me glad we'd left when we did. The camp closed permanently 2 years later. The official reason was funding issues, but I heard from Jake that there had been other incidents after we left. I don't know what we saw that night. I've read about skinwalkers and other similar stories, but I've also read that it's not appropriate for outsiders to discuss those beliefs in detail or something. But what I do know is that something was testing the boundaries of that camp, and it was learning. The way it moved, the way it called out names, the way it seemed to be studying us. It felt like it was figuring out how to be more human. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if we had stayed another night. The reason that I'm writing this now and not before is because I was only reminded of this the other day. I was driving to the store with my son, and he wanted me to listen to a song. I don't even remember the words. I just remember that the tune brought me back to a place that I had tucked away in my memory in hopes of forgetting. Now, I can't get that old lady's mouth out of my head. This happened in 1987. I'm sure about the date because of the Whittier earthquake. It just so happens that at that very moment I was painting a wall in the dining room a different color. That's when it hit. I ended up streaking paint across the wall as I ran over to hold our overly large fish tank from falling off of this stupidly flimsy stand we had it on. This took place in Hacienda Heights, California. My boyfriend at the time wasn't really welcome at my mother's house because she couldn't shake this bad feeling about him. So, being young and dumb, I moved out of her house and into a place that I found down the street with him. I wish I had listened to her. It was a small one-bedroom bungalow. At first, we were getting along just fine, but it seemed like things changed as the months passed and we started fighting more and more. I thought it was odd that I, Susie Homemaker, didn't even want to make that house a home. It was just a weird vibe, and it got darker the longer we stayed. As you walk in the partial glass front door, on the left, there were 2 white window pane doors on the built-in bookcases on both sides of a fireplace, then the dining room, and in the back was the kitchen. The bedroom was on the right. We couldn't afford a bed frame, so our full-size mattress was on the floor, under the window, and that was the only thing there besides the clock. There was an uneasiness in that bedroom that I couldn't put my finger on. I felt very depressed in there. Oh, little things happened throughout the house from the moment we moved in, but we just laughed it off, until it was no longer funny. It seemed like when we were at odds with each other, it intensified in a dark way. Oftentimes, my boyfriend would just leave and I was alone, sometimes for days, and I thought that he did it on purpose because he knew that I was scared to be there alone. At first, I was fine, not scared of anything, until one of those nights. I was sleeping and I was jolted up by an extremely loud bang that left my ears ringing. I jumped up, and at first I looked out the front window, thinking that it was something outside, but the streets were still. I checked the house, but there was nothing out of place. The next night it happened again, louder than before. Only this time I glanced at the clock before checking the house. It was 5:00 a.m. on the dot, and my room was freezing. I tried to get back to sleep, but I heard muffled wails of a woman. I literally had to lift my head from the pillow to listen, but nobody was around. The next day, my boyfriend came home, and with a few words and some hand-picked flowers, all was stupidly forgiven. I told him what had happened, but he shrugged it off, telling me that it could have been a backfire or the pipes, and I bought it. One early evening after dinner, we were going to watch TV on the couch in the living room, and I excused myself to go to the bathroom. I kept hearing him yelling out things to me, but I couldn't really make out what he was saying. I opened the door and looked at him. He turned absolutely pale, and he was crawling backwards on the couch with wide eyes. Then he leaped up and ran into the kitchen, looking around and checking the back door. He came out, saying that the door was locked from the inside. After he calmed down and I could understand him, he told me that he was talking to me in the kitchen. He asked me why I was putting a granny house dress on and was asking for snacks, and he was getting a bit upset that I didn't answer him. I had no answers. There had been a few times where we both saw what looked like a teenaged boy sitting on the front stoop, sometimes holding his head in his hands, but when we approached him, it was like he was never there. I pointed out faces in the glass panes of the bookcase that looked like they were talking to us while we were watching TV. They were just reflections, but they were reflections of something that wasn't in the room. Their features were outlined by the flickering light from the TV. But after a while, the faces became more defined. In the beginning, my boyfriend thought I was making it all up, until he saw it for himself. We heard banging on the bathroom door, like somebody was banging with their fist, even when we weren't in there, and an older guy's voice saying, "Ah, come on," sending us running outside a couple of times. Then feeling stupid sitting outside, so we went in and stayed spooked for the rest of the day. I called the landlord to ask him if something had happened there, or if he could make it stop. But before I could even open my mouth, he was asking if I was calling to complain about something he had no control over. In the background, I heard his wife say, "Is that the young couple? They want to move, do they? Well, there goes another one." It sounded like this had happened to them a lot before, and that really got my blood boiling. Why would they rent this place to us without even a heads up? Realizing that they would be of no immediate help, I just hung up on him. I couldn't move. I had no money, and my mother for sure wouldn't let me move back in as long as I was with my boyfriend. We lived there for at least 4 months when our relationship started to spin out of control. He was being forceful and demanding and drinking a lot more. One night, he asked me to pick him up, so I did, and somehow I ended up with a broken arm because I didn't want him to drive my car drunk. I had to beg him to shift gears so that I could drive to the ER because he was tired, and after the hospital, I was exhausted and I just wanted to sleep. So I went to the bedroom while he opted to lay on the couch and watch TV. The next thing I know, he's grabbing his stuff, saying that he's not staying there anymore, and walking out, leaving me there alone with a broken arm. Wow. I remember that it was a warm night, but it was raining, so I laid on the couch with only the screen door closed so that I could hear the rain. The lights went out, which freaked me out even more, so I put candles on the coffee table and one on the bookcase and sat back down on the couch. I was too afraid to sleep in the bedroom. I sat there and saw those faces, and one was an old lady. She was frowning, and her mouth was moving like she was trying to over-enunciate to tell me something or yell at me. Her face got bigger, like she was coming closer to the glass, and then back. She kept waving her finger at me. Her gray hair was straight and put back with a headband. Her mouth was just going on, opening and closing, and the candlelight glistened on her bottom teeth. Her teeth looked a little, I don't know, long and old, if that makes any sense. Then there was a middle-aged man who didn't look directly at me. He looked aggravated, but not at me, more like at everything and everyone. And then a crying teenager. His face was so full of despair. I could make out the words, "please," and "no, no, no." And then he put his hand on his face. Looking at him brought tears to my eyes, and my heart felt so very heavy. It dawned on me that this was the kid on our doorstep. I must have sat there for hours with the blankets up to my nose until the lights came back on and I finally fell asleep. The next morning, I walked down to the corner store and I called my mother, who was happy to find out that I was ready to come home. Before I handed the keys over, My mother had some words with the landlord. He told her that he had the place blessed before I moved in, and that he was really hoping that it had worked. He also told my mom that he bought the place already haunted. All he knew from digging was that it was 2 bungalows together, but one burnt down. But the one that I was renting was the one where an old lady lived, whose grown son had come upon hard times due to his alcoholism. He lost his wife and couldn't keep a job, so he and his teenage son moved into her place with her. His son was so unstable that he found a gun in the house and ended up shooting himself in the bedroom. His grandmother had died from a heart attack not long after. He didn't know what happened to the man. Talk about a roundabout. I don't know why that tune, or maybe the light reflecting off the rain on my windshield, made me think about that old lady's mouth, but it did. Now I understand a little more as to why I hate reflective things in my home. The Lights Beneath Us by Henrik G. I worked trawlers through the North Sea for 23 years. You stop being impressed by the ocean after the first 5. It's just water, weather, and work that ruins your back. The sea is not romantic at 3 a.m. when the deck is slick with fish and diesel. It's stubborn and mechanical, like a machine pretending to be a landscape. Still, I saw things out there that I can't file away as a misread radar or fatigue. This one happened back in the winter of 2010, on a vessel called Orn, running out of Bergen, Norway. We were hauling full-time that season, a crew of 8, 50-ton hold, working the same patch about 140 nautical miles southwest of Stavanger. Conditions were steady for 3 days straight. Cold and quiet, almost no swell, which is rare for the North Sea. We'd drag nets overnight, haul in at sunrise. Around midnight on the 3rd night, I was on rotation in the wheelhouse with Jensen, our navigator. The radar showed a single, faint contact about a half-mile off port. Small, no transponder signal. We figured maybe debris or a drifting buoy. The radar didn't show any vessels nearby. I went out to deck to check with binoculars. Clear night, no moon, bits of glow on the horizon from oil rigs way out east. That faint light far left caught my eye. Not high like a ship's mast, but low, moving just under the surface. At first, I thought it was phosphorescence from current, the plankton glow that happens when water moves fast. But this wasn't spread out. It was clean, geometric, almost rectangular, like a faint green beam tracing parallel to us under the waterline. It stayed at the same pace as the boat. I yelled down to Anders at the deck pump controls to kill the stern lights. Once the top deck went dark, I saw it better. Something running the entire length of our hull, about 50 meters out, shadowing us. Then another glow appeared on the opposite side. Same shape, same distance, but now flanking us like runway lights. The first word Jensen said when I shouted up was submarine. But by then I already knew that wasn't possible. Military subs don't burn light. They don't cruise that shallow, and they don't run twin. The captain came up not long after and started out over the rail next to me. He looked old and small in that light, hands stiff from cold. After a few seconds, he muttered, "They'll stall soon." I asked what he meant, but he didn't answer. We kept moving another 10 minutes before the glow started pulsing, slow, rhythmic, as if in communication. It lit the waves upward instead of downward. You could see faint, shifting gradients in the beams, Not transparent, but pulsing through something semi-solid. The water around them didn't move like normal current. Ripples bent toward the glow instead of away. Then the onboard sonar went nuts. High-pitched squeal, numbers freezing at 10 meters, 0, then blank screen. Jensen slapped the monitor like that would fix physics. The boat slowed on its own. No engine issue, just drag, like the sea thickened around us. And this is where memory doesn't fit the timeline anymore. I know what I did, but the sequence blurs. I remember grabbing the railing, waiting for a wave, except waves stopped existing. The white noise of the water dulled. Every sound tightened to one flat hum under the deck. I swear for about 30 seconds, the horizon folded. Folded, like distance retracted. The glow expanded from under us until it was all blue-green light swallowing the whole from beneath. The sky above it mirrored hard white, turning reflection into depth. Everything flipped orientation. I couldn't tell sea from air for a breath. And then it cut out. When everything slammed back into place, it was too loud again. Engine noise and metal strain and water slap. The vessel rocked hard, once. All the systems rebooted on their own. Sonar, radar, even cabin lights flickering back to normal brightness. We two on deck were fine, but below, 4 of the crew were out cold in their bunks. One guy's wristwatch read 2:11. Mine said 3:47. None of us remembered anything after the moment the ship slowed. At least not accurately. The captain didn't want to file it officially. He said whatever happened messed with the instruments but not the equipment. No reason to complicate insurance. That morning, while offloading the net to check for ribs, I noticed something. There was no sign of seaweed or plankton dusting or anything. Any crew knows nets stay slimy after a deep trawl, but ours were clean, bone dry. That evening, over coffee, Jensen showed me his notebook. He always logged time and coordinates by hand. The entries jumped from 1:58 to 4:02 with nothing in between. No scribble, no skipped line, just gone. The onboard chart data did the same. Blank recording gap in GPS, depth, pressure, everything. We made port 3 days later. None of us really talked about it with outsiders. The company had a habit of mocking superstitions, and no one wanted a reputation. 2 months later, a friend from another trawler mentioned seeing a grid of lights under the water, north of the Shetlands. Same soft green tint, same parallel formation. His captain logged a sonar malfunction at that exact timestamp that the orange systems flared out. It bothered me enough that I started mapping. There's this archive site that keeps public AIS traffic data and oceanic radar overlap zones. When I lined them up, there was a dead strip, no vessel data at all for roughly 140 nautical miles, crossing the coordinates where both our ships had been. The void section wasn't square, but hourglass-shaped. I've since heard stories from other seamen calling it the ladder, some echoing joke on how the pattern rises and retracts. The superstitious claim it's old sonar tech from the Cold War buried under the silt. But sonar doesn't move that fast, and it doesn't crawl alongside boats. Here's the detail that never leaves me. A few weeks after the Orne returned, one of the crew, Anders, the guy who had killed the deck lights, checked himself into a hospital in Bergen for severe vertigo. He said the ground under him would shift like deck roll, even in bed. Doctors blamed inner ear damage from engine noise. 2 days after discharge, he went back to sea with another company. That ship sank 2 months later in calm weather. Only one survivor. They said it went down fast. No mayday, no distress signal. I wanted to believe in coincidence. Trust me, I did. And then last winter, I was driving near the harbor during a whiteout storm. Visibility maybe 10 meters tops. Every boat light along the docks blurred in horizontal lines through the snow. Between the gusts, one pair of them stayed unnaturally steady. 2 faint green beams running parallel, pointing straight into the black of the fjord. The same muffled hush hit, thick as it had mid-sea. No wind sound or seagull screech. Nothing. I blinked, and they cut out. Maybe there's logic buried in geology, or pressure waves, or magnetic interference, or something scientific I don't have language for. But I still dream in that hue. Green bleeding through dark water, folding distance into itself, leaving old coordinates behind. The ocean remembers every shape it's taken. I just didn't think it would try to show me all of them at once. The Lights Off Asetig Island by Derek P. I went camping on Asetig Island in late September last year with 2 friends from college. For those who don't know, Asetig is a barrier island that sits between Maryland and Virginia, known mostly for the wild horses that live there. The Maryland side has a national seashore with backcountry camping sites right on the beach. You have to hike in about 4 miles from the parking area, and the sites are primitive. No facilities or fresh water, just sand and ocean. We got there on a Thursday afternoon, trying to avoid the weekend crowds. The weather forecast was clear. Temps in the low 60s during the day and mid-40s at night. Perfect conditions. We set up camp at Site 7, which is tucked into the dunes about 75 yards back from the waterline. By the time we had everything sorted, it was getting dark, maybe 7:30 or so. My buddy Jason wanted to walk down to the beach and check out the stars, since there's 0 light pollution out there. Kevin and I stayed at camp to get the food situation figured out. We were cooking dinner when we heard Jason yelling from the beach. He came running back up through the dunes, saying we needed to come see something. We followed him back down to the water. He pointed south along the shoreline and said to watch. At first, I didn't see anything. Then, I noticed lights out over the ocean, maybe a mile offshore. 3 of them arranged in a triangle pattern. They were bright white, steady, hovering maybe 100 feet above the water's surface. My immediate thought was Coast Guard helicopters, but there was no sound. The ocean was relatively calm, and we could hear the waves clearly. There was no engine noise or rotor wash. The lights just sat there, stationary for a good 2 minutes. Then they started moving north in formation, parallel to the shoreline. Slow. They traveled maybe half a mile and then stopped again. Kevin pulled out his phone to record them, but his battery was dead, even though he'd charged it in the car. Jason tried his phone, and the same thing happened. Mine was back at camp, so I ran to get it. When I got back to the beach, maybe 3 minutes later, the lights were gone. Jason and Kevin said they had just disappeared. They just switched off simultaneously, like somebody turning out the lights. We stood there debating what we'd seen for probably 20 minutes. Kevin was convinced it was a military aircraft from the base at Wallops Island, doing some kind of exercise. Jason thought maybe it was boats with searchlights. I had no explanation that made sense given the lack of sound and the way they'd moved. We went back to camp and ate dinner. The conversation kept circling back to the lights. Around 10 p.m., we heard splashing sounds coming from the beach. Heavy, rhythmic splashing, like something large moving through shallow water. We grabbed flashlights and went to investigate. The tide was going out, so there was a wide stretch of wet sand between the dunes and the waterline. We scanned the beach with our flashlights, but didn't see anything. The splashing had stopped. We walked south about 100 yards, checking the water's edge. Nothing. Then Kevin stopped and told us to kill the lights. It took a second for my eyes to adjust, but once they did, I could see what he was pointing at. There were things in the water. Dark shapes, maybe 8 to 10 of them, moving parallel to shore, about 50 yards out. They'd surface briefly and then go back under. Too big to be dolphins, too coordinated to be random debris. We watched them for several minutes. They seemed to be pacing back and forth along the same stretch of beach, right in front of our campsite. Every now and then, one would come closer to shore, near enough that I could see it disturbing the water, creating a wake. But I never got a clear look at what they actually were. The moon was only a sliver, and the visibility was awful. Jason wanted to get closer. He started walking toward the water, and immediately the shapes moved farther out. He stopped, and they stopped. He took another step, and they moved again, maintaining the same distance. It reminded me of how wild animals behave when they're wary but curious, keeping their space but not running off completely. We went back to camp at around 11:30. I was exhausted from the hike and ready to sleep. But Jason and Kevin wanted to stay up and keep watch. I crawled into my tent and crashed. I woke up sometime around 3 a.m. to the sound of singing. That's the only way I can describe it. It was coming from the ocean, a vocalization that sounded almost human, but not quite. Multiple voices overlapping, creating this weird harmony. The pitch would rise and fall in waves. It went on for maybe 5 minutes, and then stopped abruptly. I unzipped my tent and looked outside. Jason and Kevin were both awake, sitting by the dead fire pit, staring toward the beach. I asked if they'd heard it, and they both nodded. Kevin's face looked strange in the moonlight. He seemed shaken. We sat there for another hour in complete silence. The singing didn't start again, but we could hear movement in the water. Splashing, sometimes close to shore and sometimes farther out. Around 4:30, the sky started to lighten, and the sounds stopped completely. When it was fully light, we walked the beach looking for tracks or any evidence of what had been in the water. The sand was smooth. High tide had come in around 2 a.m. and erased everything. We did find something weird, though. About 50 yards south of our camp, there was a perfect circle of small shells arranged in the sand above the high tide line, maybe 6 feet in diameter. The shells were all the same type. Tiny white ones placed in concentric rings. The pattern was too deliberate to be natural. Jason took photos of it before we left. We packed up camp that morning instead of staying the second night like we'd planned. Nobody said it explicitly, but we were all ready to get off the island. On the hike back to the parking area, we ran into a ranger doing trail maintenance. Kevin asked him if there had been any reports of unusual activity in the area. The ranger got this look on his face and asked why we wanted to know. Kevin mentioned the lights and the sounds. The ranger was quiet for a few seconds, and then said people report strange things on Asetig pretty regularly. Lights over the water, sounds from the ocean at night. horses acting spooked for no apparent reason. He said the official explanation is usually atmospheric conditions, causing visual distortions, or marine mammals like pilot whales passing through. But he'd been working on the island for 12 years and had seen some things that even he couldn't explain. He told us that watermen who worked the bayside sometimes refused to come in to certain areas after dark. He wouldn't elaborate beyond that. I've been thinking about going back, maybe trying to capture better evidence of whatever is out there. But every time I seriously consider it, I remember that singing. The way it sounded like it was trying to form words but couldn't quite manage it. How it seemed to be coming from multiple points in the water at once. And I don't think I will go. The fog. This happened last April, and I'm still not sure quite what to make of it. I was doing a section hike on the Appalachian Trail through the Smokies, planning to knock out about 30 miles over 3 days. I was on a solo trip, which I know some people say is stupid, but I've been hiking alone for over a decade, and I've never had any real major issues. I'd started at Newfound Gap and was heading northeast toward Charlie's Bunyan. Day 1 went pretty smooth. The weather was nice, and it was moderate crowd size. It was a weekday after all. I camped at Icewater Springs Shelter and had a really good night's sleep. Although there was some jerk that set up way too close and played music until almost midnight, but jerks aside, I had a pretty good night. On day 2, things started out great. Clear skies, 60 degrees, crisp mountain air. Exactly why I wanted to be out there. I broke camp early, and I was making good time toward the Boulevard Trail junction. The plan was to hit Charlie's Bunyan for the views, and then continue on to Peck's Corner Shelter for the night. I was, 2 miles out from the shelter, when I noticed the fog starting to roll in from the east. It's not unusual for the Smokies. They don't call them the Smoky Mountains for nothing, after all. These ridges generate their own weather systems, and fog can appear out of nowhere, even on clear days. But this fog was weird from the beginning. First off, it was moving wrong. Normal fog either drifts with the wind or settles into the valleys. This stuff was flowing uphill against a light breeze, threading between trees like it had a mind of its own. It was thick and gray-white, and if I didn't know any better, I would have said it was moving with a purpose. I stopped to watch it approach, figuring I would wait a few minutes to see if it would pass by. Instead, it surrounded me in about 30 seconds flat. One moment, I could see 100 yards in every direction. The next, I could barely make out the trail blazes on the nearest trees. The temperature dropped at least 15 degrees instantly, not the gradual cooling you get with normal fog. This was like stepping into a freezer. My breath started fogging even though it had been perfectly comfortable seconds before. And that's when I realized how quiet everything had gotten. The forest sounds, birds, insects, even the distant hum of traffic from the valley were all gone. It was just this muffled silence, like being wrapped in thick blankets or having earmuffs on. Even my footsteps sounded weird. I pulled out my headlamp, even though it was only mid-afternoon. The beam barely penetrated 10 feet into the fog before getting scattered back at me. But I could still make out the white blazes marking the ATs, so I kept moving. I figured I'd push through to higher ground where the fog might thin out. Except the trail just didn't feel right. I know this section of the AT pretty well. I've done it, 6 times over the years. The trail from Icewater Spring to the Boulevard Junction is straightforward, mostly level ridge walking with a few minor ups and downs, but nothing complicated. but I kept hitting turns and switchbacks that should not have been there. Sharp bends to the left where the trail should have curved right. Steep climbs where the path should have been flat. I would check my compass and GPS, but both of them were acting up. The compass needle kept swinging wildly, and my GPS could not get a signal lock. The blazes were still there, though. Standard white rectangles painted on trees, exactly like they should be. So I kept following them, figuring that my memory was playing tricks on me, or maybe there had been some trail relocations since my last visit. After about an hour of walking through this soup, I started to get the weirdest sensation. It felt like something was walking alongside me, just outside my vision in the fog. Not following me, but like walking with me, keeping pace. When I would stop, it would stop. When I would speed up, it would match my pace. I called out a few times, thinking maybe another hiker was nearby, but I never got a response. But the feeling of companionship remained. I wouldn't call it threatening, but present, like having a hiking partner who wasn't interested in conversation. The really weird part was how the fog almost seemed to guide me around obstacles that I couldn't see. I'd be walking along and then suddenly feel the urge to step left or right, just in time to avoid a fallen tree or a rock that I couldn't have spotted until I was right on top of it. It happened so smoothly I almost didn't notice it until later. At one point, I came to what felt like a major trail junction. Multiple paths branching off in different directions, all with proper blazes. This definitely wasn't right. There should not be any significant junctions in this section. I stood there trying to figure out which way to go. And in that moment, I felt a gentle pressure on my left shoulder, like somebody placing their hand there to guide me. It wasn't forceful, nobody was shoving me. It was more like a suggestion. I looked, but I didn't see anything except the fog. The pressure remained until I started down the leftmost path, and then it faded. This kept happening. Whenever I would hesitate or seem uncertain, I would feel that light touch, guiding me one direction or another. It was always gentle, kind of like having a patient friend show you the way without speaking. I walked for what felt like hours through that fog. I should have reached the Boulevard Trail junction long ago, but the blazes kept leading me forward through terrain that did not match my mental map at all. I started to worry that I had somehow gotten completely turned around. Maybe I'd ended up on a side trail or an old logging road. And then, as suddenly as it had first appeared, the fog lifted. It didn't dissipate gradually either, like normal fog does. It withdrew, like a curtain. Within minutes, I was standing in brilliant afternoon sunlight on a perfectly familiar section of trail. I was at Charlie's Bunyan. Not near it, I was standing right at the overlook, with that incredible view of the Tennessee Valley spread out below. The problem was I should have been at least 3 miles away from this spot based on where I'd started and how long I'd been walking. And I had approached from totally the wrong direction. My GPS fired right back up and showed my location as clear as day. According to the track log, I had somehow covered almost 8 miles in the time I thought I'd walked maybe 3. But the weird part was the route it showed. A straight line through areas where there's no trail at all. I spent another hour or so at the overlook, trying to make sense of what had just happened. I checked my watch and my GPS. I even called my wife to confirm what time it was. Everything matched up except for the completely impossible distance I'd covered and the route that I had supposedly taken. The fog was completely gone by then. It was normal spring weather, with a light breeze and scattered clouds. I ended up hiking back to Newfound Gap that evening, instead of continuing to Peck's Corner. I didn't feel like spending another night on the trail after whatever that was. The return hike was totally normal. Familiar trail, normal weather. I've been back to the Smokies a couple of times since then, and I have been back to that same section of trail, but I have never experienced anything like that again. Sometimes I wonder if I got heat exhaustion or altitude sickness and imagined the whole thing. But my GPS didn't get that, and I sure as hell didn't imagine covering 8 miles of non-existent trail. So I did some research, and there are some strange experiences out there in the Smokies. It turns out there's a very long history of people reporting helpful spirits or guides in the mountains. Cherokee stories about forest beings who help lost travelers find their way. Some of the old-timers call them trail angels, but not the human kind. Maybe that's what happened. Maybe I got lost in that fog and something helped me find my way to safety. Or maybe the fog itself was the guide, steering me away from some danger that I never saw, but would have. All I know is that for 3 hours I was not alone on that trail. Something was looking out for me, making sure that I ended up where I needed to be. And you know, it's not the worst paranormal story that could ever happen to a solo hiker in the middle of nowhere. I know this story is probably the most cliché horror movie plot sounding thing in the world, but I assure you that it's 100% real. For reference, this happened in 2013. There's this family that I babysit for. They go to church with my folks and are truly the nicest people I've ever met. They're devout, non-denominational Christians, and they don't believe in ghosts or spirits or even demons, really, just as a background. They also live in the boondocks of suburban Georgia. I mean, they're not too far away from civilization, maybe 5 minutes to the nearest 7-Eleven, but they're far enough removed from society that you can't see their house from the nearest paved road. The dad's a contractor. He bought the land and built the place himself. It's actually really nice, but it's in the middle of the forest, which makes the place creepy from the get-go. But I digress. The house itself is a 1-story ranch style. The front door opens into the living area, and the bedrooms are off down a hall to your left. The kitchen and dining area is to your right, and beyond that, the garage. The first and only time I stepped foot into the place was August of 2013. Like I said, we live in Georgia, so it feels like Satan's armpit outside, but the house is freezing. Not air conditioning cold either. It's that unnerving, bone-chilly kind of cold that no amount of blankets can rectify. I actually checked the thermostat a few times during my stay, and it was set on 76. My teeth shouldn't have been chattering. Something else that's weird, and I feel like it ought to be mentioned before we get started proper, it's dark in the house. Even with the lights on, it's hard to see into the next room. And that's in broad daylight. At night, it's even worse. I never really understood how they lived there. I'm not one for sunny days, but I do like to see where I'm going. Anyway, so the parents leave for wherever they were headed, and the kids, a boy about 6 and a girl about 3, are fed, washed, and in bed by 8:30. Now I'm left to my own devices, and I end up channel surfing. For a while, maybe an hour, everything is hunky-dory. And then I hear the garage door open. A minute later, I hear the back door, the door that leads from the kitchen into the garage, open and shut, and footsteps wander around the kitchen. The kitchen floor is made of stonework, so it has a pretty distinct sound when it's trod upon, especially by dress shoes. My first thought was, oh, they're home early, fantastic. So I turned the TV off, straightened up the couch where I had been lounging, and prepared to greet them. But I looked down the hallway, and it's dark. All the lights are off at that end of the house. Now, if you look down the hallway, you can see into the kitchen, but you're looking directly at the door that leads to the garage. There's nobody there. Nobody opened the garage door, and nobody is in the kitchen. Meaning that nobody just made a hell of a lot of noise that I can't explain. So I'm freaked, but I do the thing that everybody does. I go to check it out just to make sure. Except that I flipped on light switches because I've seen enough horror movies to know that wandering around in the pitch darkness is no bueno. I checked everything out. Nada. Door's still locked, garage hasn't budged. Now I know I heard what I heard. I'm pretty sure it wasn't something in the show that I was watching. I legitimately thought the parents were home. Whatever. I shake it off and settle back down again. Maybe my mind is playing tricks on me. Isn't that what everybody says the first time something weird happens? Another 15 minutes go by, and I'm engrossed in one of the Harry Potter movies, when, during a lull in the film, I hear it again. Garage door, back door opening and shutting, footsteps in the kitchen. Only this time, it's accompanied by voices. I mute Harry and look over the back of the couch, fully expecting to see Ma and Pa strolling into the living room. Of course, there's nothing there. After maybe a minute, the voices disappear. I couldn't make out what they were saying, but there were definitely at least two, and one of them was definitely male. Once again, I get up and go look in the kitchen, flicking on lights as I go. This time, I'm greeted by something new. The refrigerator door is standing wide open. They have one of those fancy stainless steel gizmos, and the thing's swinging back and forth like a leaf in the wind. Now this is Haunting 101, right? Every ghost learns to stomp around noisily and open doors on their first day, I guess. But this thing had a child-proof locking mechanism on it. Great. So now ghosts can not only open doors, they can solve complex tasks to accomplish the feat. I shut the fridge and wander back down the hallway again. But I don't get into the living area good before it sounds like all hell's broken loose in the kitchen. It's kind of hard to describe the loudness of this noise. It was as if every piece of china these people owned had been taken out of the cupboards and hurled to the ground simultaneously, ceramic shattering against stone. Well, great, now I'm in trouble. Casper's gone and destroyed the flatware, and I'm going to be blamed for it. I run back down the hallway, but the kitchen is in order. Not the remotest sign of damage. The noise wakes up the kids. They come out of their rooms rubbing their eyes, asking me what's happened. My skin is crawling, but I don't want to upset them. So I lie, and I tell them that I'm sorry, but it was just something on TV, and that the noise got a little louder than I expected. The boy buys the fib. He toddles off back to bed like a good little soldier, but the girl isn't so convinced. In fact, she looks directly past me, down the hallway to the kitchen, as if she knows exactly what it was that woke her up. She sees that I've muted the Chamber of Secrets and asks if she can stay with me for a while, just until she feels like she can go back to sleep. I'm freaked out enough at this point to agree. Having a 3-year-old for company is better than none at all, right? So together we settle back on the couch. She ends up curling up right next to me and nodding off in a matter of minutes. For a while, things are peaceful. The movie ends, and I'm sitting there watching the credits scroll and listening to the theme music, when, for no apparent reason, the fireplace next to the TV bursts into flames. Reminder: these people live in the woods. They don't have any newfangled, fancy-pants gas fireplace that you would expect to see in a house in a subdivision. They use actual wood and kindling and actual matches. So while there's always the possibility that they had lit a fire and just didn't put it out all the way, please also remember that we're in Georgia in August. Nobody in their right mind burns a fire in the dog days of summer in the South. It just doesn't happen. But here I am, staring at the roaring, cozy-looking fire, and about that time, I hear the garage door again. This time, however, it's actually the parents. They come traipsing in, jangling keys and dropping their crap on the counter, turning on lights and calling out for me. Dad makes his way into the living room and notices the fire. "If you were cold, you could have just adjusted the thermostat," he says. Curious, but not upset that I've apparently decided to set up camp in his living room. I tell him that I didn't start it, and that it started all on its own. He just kind of looks at me funny and mentions that they haven't used the fireplace since the winter before, so there shouldn't be any reason for it to be lit, which I already knew, but ultimately just sort of brushes it off. I figure, whatever, he's obviously got bigger balls than I do if that doesn't freak him out. The mother comes in and picks up the little girl to take her back to bed. She's still half asleep, and I can hear her tell her mom, "The old man lit the fire again." Now I know she's half asleep and could very well have just been dream talking, but I somehow doubt that, and I can guarantee you that there was no old man in that house with me, at least not one that I could see. I don't stick around to answer any questions about why the girl was out of bed or who the old man was that she was talking about. The dad pays for my time, and I dip out as quickly as I can while still being polite about it. I never went back there to babysit the kids, and just 4 months after my experience, they moved out of the house that the father had built from the ground up. They said it was something to do with his business, taking him into another town. Funny though, they sold it to another couple in the church, who also moved out within 3 months of moving in. They wouldn't talk about why, just made vague excuses when my parents asked about it. I don't know who lives there now, if anyone.
Whispers in the Redwoods by Forest Explorer 92. I've always been drawn to the woods. There's something about the quiet rustling of leaves, the smell of damp earth, and the filtered sunlight that speaks to my soul. But after what happened last month in the Northern California wilderness, I'm not sure I can ever look at forests the same way again. I'm an experienced hiker. I've tackled trails all over this country. This particular trip was supposed to be a solo adventure. Just me, my backpack, and 5 days in the Shasta Trinity National Forest. I had my route planned out. My supplies were carefully packed, and my emergency beacon was ready, just in case. What I wasn't prepared for was the series of completely inexplicable events that would leave me questioning everything I thought I knew about the natural world. Day 1 started off perfectly normal. I hit the trailhead early, the morning mist still clinging to the massive redwoods as I made my way deeper into the forest. The first few hours were uneventful, just the steady rhythm of my boots on the path and the occasional bird call punctuating the silence. It was late afternoon when I noticed something odd. I had stopped to consult my map and take a water break when I realized the forest had gone completely silent. No birds, nothing, not even an insect. It was like somebody just hit mute on the track that had been the entire sound of the woods. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end, and I felt like I was being watched. I scanned the trees around me, but I didn't see anything out of the ordinary. After a few minutes, the usual forest sounds slowly faded back in. I chalked it up to my imagination or a bear or something and continued on. I made camp that night in a small clearing, feeling a little bit unsettled but trying to shake it off. As I was gathering firewood, I stumbled upon something that made me freeze. There, nestled at the base of a massive redwood, was a crude structure made of sticks and bones. It almost looked like a tiny house, like some kind of grotesque playhouse, about 2 feet tall, with a thatched roof of pine needles. The bones appeared to be from small animals, rabbits or squirrels maybe. I told myself it was probably just some kid's art project, but deep down I knew that didn't make any sense, especially this far into the backcountry. I slept fitfully that night, waking up several times to strange noises just beyond the glow of my dying campfire. Soft whispers that sounded almost, but not quite, like words. The snap of a twig, something that might have been footsteps if they hadn't been so impossibly light. Day 2 dawned bright and clear, and in the cheerful morning light I almost convinced myself I'd imagined the whole thing. I broke camp and hit the trail, determined to put some miles between me and whatever had spooked me the night before. Around midday, I came to a small stream cutting across the path. As I bent to refill my water bottle, movement caught my eye. There, reflected in the clear water, was the unmistakable shape of a person standing directly behind me. I whirled around, heart pounding out of my chest, but there was no one there. Just trees and brush as far as I could see. I stood frozen for several long moments, straining my eyes and ears for any sign of another human presence. Nothing. With shaking hands, I finished filling my bottle and hurried on. The rest of the day passed without incident, but I couldn't shake the feeling of unease that had settled over me like a dark cloud. That night, I made sure to set up camp in a wide-open area with clear sightlines in all directions. I barely slept. Day 3 is when things got really odd. I woke to find my backpack had been emptied out sometime in the night, its contents strewn across the ground. Nothing was missing, just rearranged. Some of my food had been sampled, not by animals, but as if someone had taken small, delicate bites out of various items. My map had strange symbols drawn on it in what looked like charcoal. And yes, my food was up very high in a tree. Something had taken it down. I was seriously freaked out at this point. I tried to rationalize it, and maybe I'd been sleepwalking. But I knew that wasn't it. I was perfectly clean. Everything I slept in looked like I hadn't left my tent all night, because I hadn't. I thought about triggering my emergency beacon, but then I calmed down. I wasn't in any immediate danger that I knew of. I was just scared and confused. I took a deep breath, packed up quickly, and set off at a brisk pace, my eyes constantly scanning the trees around me. And that's when I started noticing the symbols, carved into tree trunks, arranged in pebbles on the ground, woven into grass and left along the trail. They matched the ones that had appeared on my map. I had no idea what they meant, but they were clearly not random. Someone, or something, was trying to communicate. As the day wore on, the symbols became more frequent. I also started finding small gifts left in my path. Intricately woven grass bracelets, polished stones arranged in patterns, delicate structures made of twigs and leaves. It was beautiful and terrifying all at once. That night, I didn't even bother trying to sleep. I sat with my back against a tree, flashlight in hand, jumping at every little sound. The whispers came again, closer this time, just on the edge of comprehension, like a language I once knew but had forgotten and couldn't quite grasp. Day 4 brought the most intense experiences yet. I had completely given up on following my planned route and was just trying to make it back to civilization as quickly as possible. But the forest seemed to have other ideas. Trails that should have been there according to my map simply weren't. Landmarks I was sure I recognized appeared in impossible places. It was as if the landscape itself was shifting around me. And then there were the glimpses, quick flashes of movement, just at the corner of my vision. A face peering out from behind a tree, there 1 second, gone the next. Small, child-sized figures darting between the underbrush. Once, I could have sworn I saw a woman, with long, tangled hair, standing in a clearing ahead of me. But when I blinked, she was gone. The symbols were absolutely everywhere now. Carved, arranged, woven, painted. Some as small as my thumbnail, others large enough to cover entire tree trunks. I felt like I was losing my mind. Had I eaten something poisonous without realizing it? That night was the worst. The whispers were constant, and now they were accompanied by soft laughter and what sounded like singing. I huddled in my tent, hands pressed over my ears, praying for daylight. When dawn finally broke on day 5, I made a run for it. I abandoned most of my gear, keeping only water, some food, and my emergency beacon. I no longer cared about following trails. I just picked a direction and went, pushing through underbrush, scrambling over fallen logs, wading through streams. The forest seemed to come alive around me. The whispers rose to an absolute fever pitch. Shadows danced at the edges of my vision. The symbols appeared faster than should have been possible, as if they were being carved into trees even as I passed them. Just when I thought I couldn't take it anymore, I burst out of the tree line and onto a road. I have never been so happy to see asphalt in all of my life. A startled couple in a passing car took one look at my wild-eyed, disheveled state, pulled over, and offered me a ride to the nearest ranger station. Typically, I wouldn't get in cars with strangers, but after what I had just been through, this elderly couple was the least of my worries. I told the rangers a sanitized version of events, that I'd gotten lost and disoriented. They were understanding and helped me retrieve my abandoned gear. I didn't mention the symbols, the whispers, or any of the truly strange occurrences. I was afraid they'd think I was nuts or on substances or something. It's been a couple of months now, and I still don't know what to make of what happened. I don't know if I believe in ghosts or fairies or forest spirits or whatever you want to call them, but I know what I experienced out there was real, even if I don't know what it was. To anyone planning a solo hike in Northern California, be prepared for anything. And if you start seeing symbols carved into the trees, well, maybe it's time to turn back.
Something Followed Me Back from the Salton Sea by Derek P. 3 weeks ago, my girlfriend and I drove out to the Salton Sea. I'm a photographer, and I had been wanting to shoot the abandoned areas around there for years. Bombay Beach, the old resorts, all those weird art installations people have put up in the middle of nowhere. Sarah came along because she likes road trips, and we'd been stuck in our apartment in San Diego for too long. We left early on a Saturday morning. Got to the area around 10. The temperature was already pushing 90 degrees. If you've never been to the Salton Sea, it's really hard to explain how desolate it feels. This massive lake has been slowly dying for decades, surrounded by abandoned buildings and empty lots where towns used to be. The whole place smells like dead fish and sulfur. We spent most of the day exploring Bombay Beach. There's this one street where half the houses have been swallowed by the sand, and the other half are covered in graffiti and folk art. I got some good shots. Sarah mostly stayed in the car with the AC running because the heat was very brutal, and she's quite heat sensitive. Around 4 in the afternoon, we drove out to this area east of the lake, where someone had set up an art installation. I'd seen photos of it online. Dozens of mirrors arranged in patterns in the desert, all different sizes and shapes. Some stand upright, some are laid flat on the ground, and some lean at different angles. The whole thing stretches out for maybe a half an acre. We parked on the side of the road, and we walked out to it. There was nobody else around. Just us and the mirrors, and the desert going on forever in every direction. The mirrors were weird up close. Most of them looked like they'd been out there for a while, obviously. Covered in dust and sand, frames rusted or broken. But some of them were pristine, like someone had just cleaned them that morning. Sarah started taking selfies. I walked around looking for interesting compositions. The way the mirrors reflected each other and the landscape created these infinite regression effects that were visually striking, but also kind of disorienting. That's when I noticed the mirror that didn't match. It was standing by itself about 50 yards from the main cluster. A full-length mirror, maybe 6 feet tall, in an ornate wooden frame. Victorian-looking, completely out of place with the other mirrors, which were mostly just cheap frameless ones or broken pieces. I walked over to it. The glass was spotless, not a speck of dust on it, even though everything else out there was covered in grit. I stood in front of it and looked at my reflection. Everything looked normal. Then I noticed the background in the reflection was wrong. Behind me in the mirror, I could see Sarah standing near the car. But when I turned around to look at the actual scene, she wasn't there. She was still over by the main cluster of mirrors at least 100 yards away. I looked back at the mirror, and there she was, clear as day, standing right behind me, close enough that I should be able to hear her breathing. I turned around again. Nothing. Sarah called out asking if I was okay. Her voice came from the direction of the car, right where she actually was, but in the mirror, she was right behind me. And as I watched, the reflection of her raised its hand and waved at me. I stepped back from the mirror and looked at real-life Sarah. She was not waving. She was drinking water and looking at her phone. I walked back to the car pretty quickly. I told Sarah that we should get going. She wanted to stay longer, but I made up something about the light being wrong, and we got in the car and left. We drove back towards San Diego. We stopped for dinner in El Centro, and neither of us talked about the mirrors. I figured I'd just been dehydrated and seeing things, heat exhaustion or whatever. We got home around 10 that night, unloaded the car, went upstairs to our apartment, and got ready for bed. Normal routine. Sarah went to brush her teeth, and I was in the bedroom checking my camera to see how the photos had turned out. That's when I heard her call my name from the bathroom. She didn't sound scared necessarily, just a little urgent, like she really wanted me to come and look at something. I walked in and she was standing in front of the mirror over the sink, staring at her reflection. She asked if I noticed anything strange. I looked at her in the mirror, looked normal to me. I asked what she meant. She pointed at the reflection and said, "Look at my eyes." I looked closer. In the mirror, her eyes were completely black. I mean like Borg Queen black. Solid from edge to edge. I looked at her actual face. Her eyes were normal. Back to the mirror, solid black. She asked if I was seeing it too, and I said yes. We stood there for maybe 30 seconds, just looking at this impossible thing. Then she turned away from the mirror and said she was going to bed because she was too tired to deal with this crap. I couldn't blame her. I stayed in the bathroom after she left, though. I looked at myself in the mirror. I looked normal. I looked at the empty space where Sarah had been standing. Normal. I went to bed, but I couldn't sleep. Around 2 a.m, I got up to get some water, and I passed by the bathroom. The light was off, but I could see something moving in the mirror. I turned on the light and looked. My reflection was standing in the mirror, but it wasn't copying my movements. It just stood there, looking at me. I raised my hand, but my reflection didn't move. I stepped closer, but my reflection stepped back. I got out of the bathroom and closed the door. The next morning, I told Sarah what I had seen. She said her eyes had been normal when she woke up and looked in the mirror. She said maybe we'd both been more dehydrated than we thought. But that night, I covered the bathroom mirror with a towel. And the next day, I covered every mirror in the apartment. The one in the bedroom, the decorative one in the hall, the full-length one on the back of the closet door. Sarah asked why I was doing it. I made a lame joke and said I needed a break from seeing my own face. She thought I was being weird, but I guess she's used to that because she didn't argue. It's been 3 weeks. The mirrors are still covered, and every few days I lift off one of the towels just to check. Most of the time, everything looks normal, but sometimes my reflection is doing something that I'm not, standing when I'm sitting, facing a different direction. Once I saw it smile, when my face was completely neutral. Sarah's reflection has been normal every time she's checked. She thinks I'm having some kind of mental breakdown. She's probably right. But here's the thing that made me want to write all this down. Last night, I went back through the photos I took at the Salton Sea. I was looking at the shots of the mirror installation, and I found one that I don't remember taking. It's a photo of that Victorian mirror. And in the reflection, you can see me taking the picture. But behind me in the reflection, there are people, maybe a dozen of them, all standing in a group, all facing the mirror. Some of them are wearing modern clothes. Some of them are dressed like they're from different time periods. One woman is wearing what looks like a dress from the 1800s. I zoomed in on their faces. Every single one of them has solid black eyes. And in the very back of the group, barely visible, is Sarah. The Sarah who waved at me in the mirror. I showed the photo to Sarah, and she looked at it for a long time. Then she told me to delete it and said she didn't want that image in our apartment. I told her I would, but I didn't. I backed it up to 3 different drives because I need proof that something happened out there. I've been looking into the history of that area, trying to find information about the installation and who put it there, how long it's been there, stuff like that. But I can't find anything. There are no artist statements or news articles. There's no mention on social media, beyond a few other photographers who shot there. I found one blog post from 2019 or something, where someone described seeing strange reflections in the mirror. They didn't go into detail. They just said the mirrors show you things that aren't there and that you shouldn't look too long. The bathroom mirrors are staying covered. I don't care if Sarah thinks I'm losing it. I know what I saw, and I know what's in that photo. And I know that whatever followed me back from the Salton Sea is still here. The ranger's last call. I've worked as a seasonal park ranger for most of my adult life. It isn't fancy, and it sure as hell isn't lucrative, but I love the job. Being out in the Smoky Mountains, walking trails that most people never even hear about, helping lost hikers find their way back. That kind of thing makes me feel like I'm doing something useful. I've dealt with my share of weirdness over the years. People go missing. You hear stories about staircases in the woods and lights in the sky, and things that sound like tall tales until you've spent enough time alone out there. But there's one experience that pushed me to finally quit the service for good. This isn't a story I tell lightly, because it cost me a lot of sleep. And when I think back on it, I still don't know if the part that scared me the most was what I heard, or the fact that it sounded exactly like me. This happened in late spring, right after a stretch of heavy rain. The trails had washed out, trees were down across roads, and a few campsites had been shut up until things dried up. I was assigned to check a section of backcountry trail that cut along the side of a ridge, about 12 miles from the nearest ranger station. I carried the usual gear: radio, first aid kit, topo map, GPS, and a sidearm. The hike in was uneventful. Muddy, sure, but quiet. The kind of day where the trees drip for hours after the rain ends. I was 3 miles in when my radio crackled. That's not unusual. Static, interference, even random voices bleeding over from other frequencies. What made me stop was that the voice I heard was mine. Unit 12, checking in. Location East Ridge, about 3 miles in. That was me, word for word. Problem was, I hadn't said a thing. I grabbed the radio, thinking maybe it had replayed an old transmission somehow, but I hadn't even used it yet that day. It repeated. Unit 12, checking in. Location East Ridge, about 3 miles in. I stood there in the dripping trees, holding my breath, listening to myself talk from a device I hadn't touched. I tried calling it in. Dispatch, this is Unit 12, confirm last transmission. Nothing. Just static. I kept moving, half convincing myself that it was some kind of technical glitch. But an hour later, it happened again. This time, the voice said, Unit 12 requesting backup. Location West Ridge near mile marker 7. Immediate assistance needed. I froze. West Ridge was nowhere near me. Whoever or whatever was using my voice had just sent a distress call to the wrong side of the park. I tried again. Dispatch, Unit 12, I did not make that call. Repeat, that was not me. The radio hissed and spat static, and then nothing. I checked my GPS, double-checked my map. I was exactly where I thought I was. But if someone sent a rescue crew to the West Ridge, they'd waste hours getting to the wrong location. By mid-afternoon, I reached a section of trail where hikers had reported strange noises. My notes just said possible coyotes and investigate disturbances. Pretty standard. That's when I noticed claw marks on a tree, about 7 feet up. Too high for a black bear cub. Too narrow for an adult. The bark was stripped in long, even lines, like something had dragged its fingers down the trunk. I found a torn strap from a backpack tangled in the brush nearby. It looked fresh, not weather-faded. My stomach tightened. I raised the radio. Dispatch, Unit 12, found evidence of missing hiker. Sending coordinates now. But before I could read them off, my own voice cut in, overlapping mine. Dispatch, Unit 12, situation under control, returning to base. I swear I almost dropped the radio. Negative, I shouted into the mic. Do not disregard, that transmission was not me. Static. Then my voice again. Calm, professional, even. Copy that. No further assistance required. And then the line went dead. I pushed deeper into the woods, following broken branches and scraps of gear. A sense of dread sat heavy in my chest, like I was walking toward something I shouldn't see. At the base of a ridge, I found a clearing where leaves and mud had been disturbed. In the center lay a ranger's pack, torn open, contents scattered. The name tag on the flap was still legible. It belonged to a colleague of mine, a guy who'd gone missing the year before. Official reports said he probably slipped, maybe drowned in a river during patrol, but his body was never found. I crouched, looking at the shredded straps, the claw marks and the dirt around it. My radio hissed. Dispatch, this is Unit 12. Found the pack, coordinates. It was my voice, but shaky, scared. Not what I had just said in my head. It was speaking as if I was narrating my discovery in real time. The worst part? The voice was coming from my radio even though I hadn't pressed the button. I yanked the battery out and shoved it in my pocket. The device went silent, but the woods didn't. Somewhere upslope, my voice called out, without a radio. just raw and human. "Help! I'm down here!" It wasn't broadcast anymore. It was just echoing through the trees. I should have turned back. Every instinct told me to get out. But part of me felt responsible. If another ranger had died out here, if hikers were in danger, I couldn't just leave. So I climbed. At the top of the ridge, I found another clearing, smaller, ringed by pines. The ground was torn, like something heavy had been dragged through the soil. In the center was my voice recorder, my personal one, the little handheld I use for field notes. I hadn't lost it. It had been clipped to my vest that morning. But there it was, lying in the dirt, red light blinking. I picked it up with shaking hands and pressed play. My own voice filled the clearing. "Dispatch, this is Unit 12, requesting backup. Location East Ridge, mile marker 6. Something's wrong. I don't think I'm alone out here." And then static. I dropped the recorder like it had burned me. From the tree line behind me, the same words repeated, my own voice perfectly matched, but spoken fresh. "Dispatch, this is Unit 12, requesting backup. Location East Ridge, mile marker 6. Something's wrong. I don't think I'm alone out here." The final words hung in the air like they'd been waiting for me. I don't think I'm alone out here. The echo didn't fade. It held like something standing just out of sight was still moving its lips. I don't remember running back to the trail. I don't remember half the hike out. By the time I reached my truck at the service road, the sun was low and my legs were jelly. My radio was still dead, but when I drove back to the station, dispatch said they'd gotten multiple transmissions from me that day. Some calm, some panicked, all contradictory. They asked me if I had been drinking or taking something. I told them the truth, but the truth sounded insane. The official record just says, "Equipment malfunction, unverified audio anomalies." The pack I found was tagged and stored, and nobody ever mentioned it again. I turned in my resignation at the end of that season. Sometimes I think about that missing ranger, the one whose pack I found. I wonder if he heard his own voice out there before he disappeared. I wonder if that's what the forest does. Studies us, learns us, calls us until we follow. I haven't set foot on that trail again. But every now and then, late at night, my phone buzzes with a voicemail notification. There's never a number or any kind of caller ID, just static. And sometimes, buried under that static, I swear I can hear myself. I don't think I'm alone out here. The Empty Gift. The Christmas I turned 9 was the year I started noticing things other people didn't. My mother liked to say I had an overactive imagination, which was her gentle way of telling me to stop asking questions she didn't want to answer. My father, practical to his bones, said that ghosts were for stories and the telly, and that was the end of that. But that winter felt different from the start. Snow had fallen early that year, thick and heavy, muffling our neighborhood until even footsteps sounded distant. Our house sat at the end of a quiet street, a simple 2-story place with drafty windows, low ceilings, and a roof that groaned under the weight of each new snowfall. My parents loved it. I didn't mind it. But sometimes, at night, I swore I heard someone walking in the hallway upstairs when everyone else was asleep. Christmas Eve was warm inside, lights glowing softly on the tree, tinsel catching the flicker of the fireplace. My mother wrapped presents while humming tunelessly, my father pretending not to eat the sugar cookies cooling on the counter. We drank cocoa, watched an old movie, and tried to pretend we weren't all exhausted from the year we had just had. By 10 o'clock, my parents had gone to bed. I was meant to be sleeping too, but the house felt unusually still, the way outside does right before a storm. I lay awake listening to the tick of the hallway clock and the faint creaks of the settling walls. And then I heard a soft rustle from downstairs. It wasn't furniture shifting or the heat kicking on. It was more like paper, wrapping paper. Curiosity beat caution, as it often does when you're 9. I slipped out of bed, tiptoed across the cold floorboards, and crept to the staircase. The garland along the banister glowed green in the dark, and each step groaned under my weight as though the house were listening. The living room was dim, lit only by the tree and the faint orange wash from the dying fire. At first glance, nothing looked different. The presents sat where they had been earlier, neatly arranged, familiar shapes under bright paper and ribbon. But one box hadn't been there before. It was small, about the size of a shoebox, and wrapped in thick cream-colored paper with a satin bow tied carefully around it. There were no creases or fingerprints or any sign that anyone hurried through the job. A tag hung from the ribbon. It said, "For the one who sees." I stared at it, breath caught somewhere between excitement and fear. It wasn't from my parents. They wrote in quick loops and slanted lines. This was printed in old-fashioned handwriting. Elegant strokes, the kind you only see in antique books. I knelt beside the tree. The present felt heavier than it looked. Cold, too, as if it had been left outside for hours before being carried in. For a long moment, I debated waking my parents, but something held me still. I tugged the ribbon loose. The paper fell away in clean, perfect folds, revealing a plain, faded cardboard box. It looked older than the house itself. Dust lingered in the creases. My fingers trembled a little as I lifted the lid. Inside was a photograph. Black and white, matte texture. The kind you'd find in an attic trunk or a box of old family matters no one talks about. It showed our house, exactly as it looked now, right down to the sagging gutter and the chipped paint along the front porch. Except the trees were shorter, the sidewalk was missing, and there was no snow on the ground. It must have been taken decades ago. At first, I thought that was all, but then I looked closer. In the upstairs window, the second window on the right, my bedroom, something pale stood behind the glass. Not quite a face, but not quite a silhouette either. More like an impression of a person, a suggestion of shoulders, a blurred outline of a head tilted slightly, watching something just outside the frame. Watching me, I realized, with a chill. My heart hammered. The room felt colder. The fireplace crackled, but it didn't warm me. I turned the photo over. The back was blank. I looked again at the window in the picture. The pale figure was still there. I snapped the lid back onto the box and rushed upstairs, taking the steps 2 at a time. My breath came out in short puffs. The house felt wrong now. Too wide, too empty. Every shadow stretched longer than it should have been. I burst into my room, flicked on the light, and stared at the window. Nothing. Just my own reflection and the thick, drifting snow outside. I didn't sleep much that night. I kept the photograph under my pillow, box and all, because leaving it anywhere else felt dangerous for reasons I couldn't explain. When morning came, I carried it straight to the kitchen, where my parents were already at the table with coffee steaming between them. "Look," I said, placing the box on the table. My mother raised an eyebrow. Where did you find that? Under the tree. It wasn't from you, right? My father frowned. No, we didn't put that there. Just look, I insisted. I pulled the photograph out and handed it to them carefully, like it was evidence. They both leaned in. Then my mother gave a half laugh, the kind adults use when they're trying not to show worry. Well, it's blank, sweetheart. It's not blank, I said, louder than I meant to. Look again. My father turned it over, squinting. Nothing on either side. He passed it back. Maybe you dreamed the rest. I clenched the photo so tightly it bent slightly. But when I looked down, it was blank. There was no house or window. There was no pale figure. It was just an empty, slightly yellowed rectangle of old photo paper. But it was there, I whispered. My parents exchanged a look. One of those quiet, condescending parental glances that carries a dozen private conversations between it. My mother reached out and squeezed my arm gently. You probably saw an old shadow in the firelight, she said softly. Christmas Eve plays tricks with tired eyes. I wanted to argue, but something in the room changed then. A shift in the air. A faint draft across my neck. The sense of someone standing just behind my shoulder. I spun around, but there was no one there. But for a split second, just before I fully faced the hallway, I thought I saw something reflected in the microwave door across the room. Something pale, standing at the top of the stairs, watching. I blinked, and it was gone. My heart thudded once, hard enough to shake something loose inside me. I didn't show them the box again. I didn't ask who left it or why. I tucked it away in the back of my closet where the shadows felt familiar and the house felt less likely to notice it. Years have passed since then, and I haven't seen another photograph. Not like that. Not in a gift or from something that knew exactly what window to stand in. But every Christmas, just before dawn, I find a faint imprint in the snow beneath my bedroom window. It's not quite a footprint. It's more like a single pale shape pressed into the drift, as if something was standing there, waiting for the one who sees. The New Mexico Incident by Suspicious Koala 92. It was a week-long road trip across the Southwest, just me and my dog Rufus. I had this thing for long drives with no real destination, no clear plans, just me, the open road, and whatever I could find along the way. I started in Arizona, making my way up to New Mexico, hitting up places like Albuquerque and Santa Fe. The wide skies, the desert, there's something about that empty space that feels like it just opens your mind up, you know? Anyway, I ended up outside of Roswell, on a 2-lane road, somewhere far from the main highway at dusk. I had been driving for hours, just chasing the fading sun, the sky turning purple and then dark blue, when I saw the lights. Not headlights from a car, not the glow of a city in the distance, but something else. Bright white lights that seemed to pulse, almost like they were breathing. At first, I thought it was just a farmhouse or a construction site, but there was nothing around for miles, just sand and scrub. It was too quiet. I pulled over, thinking it was some odd sort of setup. Maybe a hidden area for solar panels or something. But as I got out, Rufus, who's usually pretty chill with everything, started growling. Not a bark or anything, just this low, rumbling growl from deep in his chest. It was protective. His hair was standing on end, and he was staring out into the desert like he was watching something move. It was unsettling, to say the least. I had no idea what I was dealing with, but curiosity is a hell of a thing, so I started walking toward the lights. The closer I got, the stranger it became. The lights didn't look like they were coming from any sort of structure. They were just suspended in the air, at least 20 feet off the ground, hovering, almost like they were anchored to nothing. There wasn't any kind of vehicle or anything to explain it, and no wind, no sound. Just the lights. The closer I got, the more my head seemed to ache, like a pressure building behind my eyes. I must have been closer than I realized, because that's when the change hit. I started hearing something in my mind. It wasn't a voice per se, more like a thought that wasn't mine but was still familiar, like someone was standing right next to me, whispering into my ear but not actually speaking. It wasn't English, and yet somehow it was crystal clear to me, like the feeling of being understood but without words. It was calm, but also wrong. It made my skin crawl. The thought I got was simple, like a download. Stay calm. We're not here to harm. I stopped dead in my tracks. My pulse was thundering in my ears. I wanted to run, but I couldn't. Somehow, I knew that wasn't an option. It was like I couldn't pull my feet off the ground. Rufus was behind me now, whining, but when I turned to look at him, he was frozen, staring up at the lights like he was in a trance. And that's when I saw it. At first, I thought it was just some weird trick of the lights. But then, it stepped out of the shadows. I couldn't see its face at first. It was too dark, too shadowed. But I could see the outline. It was tall and thin with these super long limbs and an almost liquid way of moving. The way it glided made my stomach turn. It didn't seem to touch the ground, not in the way that a human or animal does. It just shifted. And then I heard it again. That thought. We are not what you think we are. It was stronger this time, clearer. The message felt like it was inside my head, like the edges of my thoughts were being erased and rewritten. I don't know how long I stood there, watching it. The thing didn't move, it just was there, existing. It didn't seem to have eyes, at least not in the way that I understood eyes, but I could feel its focus on me, on us, me and Rufus. At that point, I tried to turn back. Something in my gut told me I needed to get out of there, but when I tried to move, I couldn't. It was like something was holding me in place. I remember struggling to take a step, but it was like my legs were superglued to the ground. The air seemed really thick, too, like it was pressing down on my chest. Panic set in, but then, just like that, the pressure lifted, and my body moved again, but this time it was like the opposite, almost like it was against my will that I was moving. I wasn't walking, not really. Sure, I was moving, but I wasn't controlling it. I was being drawn closer to it, closer to that thing in the desert. My thoughts went blank. I tried to scream for help, but nothing came out. Not a sound. It was like my voice was just being swallowed by the night. And who was around to hear it anyway? The next thing I remember is sitting in my truck with the headlights on. I was gripping the wheel so hard my knuckles were white. It took me a minute to realize what had happened. The lights were gone. The presence was gone. I glanced at the clock on my dashboard, and that's when it hit me. Nearly 2 hours had passed since I first spotted the lights. But I hadn't gone anywhere. The truck hadn't moved an inch from where I'd parked it. I couldn't remember how I'd gotten back to it. The only thing that was clear was the sensation of lost time, like someone had hit the reset button on those 2 hours. I checked my phone. Nothing. No messages, no notifications. Just that eerie quiet that somehow seemed really off. My stomach churned, and that feeling of being watched didn't go away. I drove for a while after that. I didn't stop until I hit a small diner in town, where I just sat there for a good half hour, staring at the mug of coffee they gave me. The waitress kept looking at me like I was out of my mind. Hell, maybe I was. But I'll tell you what, every night since then, the lights keep appearing, usually just before the sky gets fully dark. Sometimes in the distance, other times right up close, just out of the corner of my eye. They blink and pulse and flicker in and out like they're waiting for something. I've tried to tell myself it's just headlights from a passing car or some military test. But deep down, I know better. I tried to go back, once, but I couldn't. Something stopped me. I can't explain it. It's like that spot in the desert has become untouchable, like it's forbidden. Rufus slept for much of the time after that incident, but he's okay. But he still gets nervous whenever we drive that way. He refuses to look out the window when we pass the area, even though passing the area means pretty far away from it, but near it. Like I said, I can't really go there. And if I make a wrong turn that leads us even a little bit toward that place, he starts shaking and howling, no matter how calm I try to be. Sometimes I wonder if I was just losing my mind out there. But then I remember the look in Rufus's eyes, how terrified he was, how he seemed to know something was off before I did. I can still feel that cold pressure in my chest when I think about it, like something's still waiting, just beyond the horizon. I'm not sure what happened to us out there, but I do know one thing. I'll never forget that night. The lights, the thing that wasn't human. And maybe I'll just stay away from New Mexico for a while. You know, just in case.
So, I've never been the kind of person to believe in ghosts. I'm a non-religious guy. But I've seen some odd things in my 26 years. Nothing to convince me 100% that the paranormal is legit. However, I have one interesting experience that tends to get interest every time I tell it, and honestly, has made me question my stance on the paranormal ever since. About 6 years ago, I was a 20-year-old student living in London. My latest flat contract had run out, and I needed a place to live ASAP. I had very little money and felt guilty needing my parents to be a guarantor, so, as any broke Londoner would do, I Googled the cheapest place possible, somewhere I could move into that day or the next. That's how last minute this was. I was fortunate, or in actual fact misfortunate, to find a place available to move in that day. Contract signed, I had a place to live. I moved into this detached house with all my stuff the following day. It was a dirty house, but the flat occupants were all 20 to 30-year-olds, 4 of them, and very friendly. The area was quiet, and I felt reasonably comfortable. The house was always damp and cold. It was autumn, so it's not surprising, but it was always an unpleasant atmosphere. The garden was overgrown and creepy. The windows that faced it were scratched, cracked, and looked very dirty. The hallway lights didn't work, So the entire interior of the living room and hallways connecting to the rooms were pitch black at night. The bathroom was just something else. On my first night after speaking to one of my new flatmates, I was told that they have all experienced weird noises, especially scratching on the blackened window in the bathroom. I laughed this off as utter nonsense. Probably just a tree brushing it when it gets windy outside, I thought. So after a couple of weeks, I finally started noticing weird occurrences in the building. My room's window faced the driveway, and I liked to keep my curtains closed, just because it was west-facing, and I didn't like the sunlight pouring in and blinding me every morning. So I would close the curtains in the morning, head to class, come home, and find the curtains opened more than halfway. This wasn't a one-time occurrence. This happened every day. In fact, I could come home from class, close them again, go out to work or see friends, and come home to open curtains. Yet when I was in the room for hours on end, they never moved. Bit weird, but whatever. My windows were closed and locked, and so was the bedroom door when I wasn't there, and I was the only one with the key, I hope. Above me was an attic. Nobody lived up there. It was a locked storage room. But at night, I could hear what sounded like feet stomping, 2 people walking around, kids running, and sometimes whispers. Bit freaky, but I thought maybe someone in the house had access to this room and was using it at night, for who knows what. But no one was up there. The room was locked. I would sometimes go up at night and go to the door and try to get a sense of who the hell was in there, but no luck. I never saw anything, but I could always hear these footsteps. One of my flatmates was a very religious man. I could hear him praying at least 5 times a day, and he was always very friendly and open to talk about his faith, and to listen to me stress out about the awful state of the house. But he himself didn't hear or notice anything weird, other than the unhygienic state of the place. He decided at one point to head home to Algeria for a few months, with his room locked. After 6 to 7 weeks of living there, one of the other occupants moved out, and a room was available there. I told a friend of mine that was as desperate as I had been weeks prior, and he moved in within a few days. Things were great. We worked and went to the same uni, so it was cool hanging out with a friend. I told him the stories. Due to his religious beliefs, he wasn't a believer in ghosts. And like me, he wasn't fazed by the stories. But he began to notice oddities too. The same stomping noises upstairs, the scratching windows, my curtains opening on their own. He felt like he was being watched all the time. He noticed the shed in the garden had a broken panel, and could easily imagine someone being inside, sometimes watching us in the kitchen when we made food. Routine pest control opened the shed during a visit one day, and found 6 dead rats and a pile of hollowed-out bees in there. Creepy, but no monsters, right? My friend and I were eating dinner after work in the kitchen one night. I was facing him and the door to the hallway, while Steve was facing myself and the sliding glass door that gave access to the overgrown jungle garden behind. I remember him turning pale, jumping to his feet, and asking me in a very frightened tone, "Can you come to my room?" I laughed and asked why. He said, "Seriously, can you please just come to my fucking room? It's not a joke." Then he bolted to his room like he was running away from something. I finished my sandwich with the last bite, didn't even think to turn around to see what he was so spooked about. Got to his room, and he locked the door, sat on its bed, and turned on his PlayStation. After a few minutes, he calmed down, and as he started playing, he told me that he saw something in the garden. A woman in a white dress. She walked across the garden 1/2 meter from the glass, almost floated past, he said, and then she vanished. He kept repeating, "We have to leave, we have to leave." And that the noises were one thing, but that when you see something, everything changes. My room scarred him and everyone else the most. Another flatmate told us they thought they'd seen me in my room peering at them on the driveway through a 20-centimeter gap in my curtains one night. They said they saw the shape of a person's head. The only thing was, I wasn't there that night, or on any of those occasions mentioned, and I certainly don't peer at people through my window. After that, things got worse. 2 nights after the kitchen incident, I'm woken up at around 3 or 4 in the morning. My friend is banging on my door in the pitch blackness of the hallway. I open it, and he comes in shaking with fear, saying his bed was vibrating and moving, and that he can't stay here any longer. The next day, he speaks to a friend. He has a place to stay, so he packs up most of his stuff, and he's gone. Within a few days, another person left, a little creeped out, but mostly annoyed with the poor state of the house. At this point, the remaining occupants and I are all looking for alternative living arrangements. Remember the religious guy that went back to Algeria? Well, he's been gone for months now and hasn't returned. The landlord makes a visit once a day, and he has a spare key, so he decides to inspect the room to make sure all is okay. So he opens it up and we go in. His room was amazing. It was warm, cozy, not damp or cold. It was honestly like a different house altogether. It was really nice, and I really don't know how to explain that. Finally, I had decided to move in with my partner, who had avoided this house the entire time I'd lived there, maybe visiting once or twice. She hated it, hated being there, and always felt uncomfortable. On my last night, I again heard weird noises, but this time in the hall. I was aware that I was home alone that night, as the only other flatmate left was on holiday. It was, as it always was, very dark when I opened the door. Nobody was there. I walked into the living room, and the window at the back that faced the side of the house was making weird scratching noises. I needed to use the bathroom, and as a necessity, I had to carry a flashlight to do the job during these hours. I walked into the bathroom, did my business, and as I'm zipping up my pants, my flashlight briefly shines over the window. For some reason, I looked, almost as if I was expecting to see something. I didn't. I walked out of the room, and I don't know why, but I decided to look at that window once more without the light. I saw the shape of a large man. I went back to my room and locked the door. All night, I heard feet stomping upstairs in the attic. I couldn't sleep, so I moved all my things into a pile in the middle of the room, sat on the bed, and waited for sunrise. I got a taxi first thing in the morning, and finally got the hell out of there. And whether I believe in anything paranormal still or not, you couldn't pay me to go back. I was an assistant librarian in a Hawaiian middle school. As usual, I was asked to print copies and fix a machine as one of my many tasks. Every machine I walked next to, in more than one room, made a loud electronic hum when I was near, or a beep, which was odd but not unsettling. It only made me slightly curious. The broken machine worked just fine, and people would look at me strangely when I said that. The music in the library was always on the AM station. That's right, only classical music was allowed in there. I was cleaning the glass door, and the music went from classical to static for a bit, and then to full-on hip-hop. The librarian screamed at me, saying, "Why did you change the radio station?" I was fed up with her always yelling at me, so I finally spoke up for myself and yelled back, "You're closer to the radio. You're right next to it. I'm cleaning the glass door. There's no way I could have changed it." We stared at each other with anger like an old Western showdown for a long minute or two. Then the hip-hop music went to static and back to classical. We stopped staring at each other then and carried on with our daily duties.
The radio didn't malfunction after that. The day continued, and school teachers entered the library asking me how my day was going. Cheerfully and kind of joking, standing with my hands on my hips like a superhero, I said, I'm an electric girl, because all the machines were coming to life with noise when I walked by them, that there was a broken machine that only worked for me, and that weird things happened with the radio station. So today, I must have electrical powers, so I am Electric Girl. A little later, the librarian screamed for me, saying that I had a phone call. My sister called me to tell me that her dad had died that day at 12 p.m. We were half-sisters, and she just wanted to let me know. When I got off the phone, the librarian yelled at me not to have people call me at work. Mind you, this was the first time that it ever happened. I told her what my sister said, and told her maybe that's why the radio station was being weird. She said she didn't care what the reason was, nobody should ever call me there, and that there must have been rain somewhere to mess up the station. It was a sunny and peaceful day all over the island that day. I worked there for 3 years, and the radio station never did that before. When I arrived at my apartment complex, the elevator acted weird for me too. I stretched my hand out to the button, and it made a weird noise right before I touched it. Then, when I was in the elevator going up, it fell a floor or so and bounced back. I said out loud, "Okay, this is enough. Now you're scaring me. You need to stop." The elevator then started to move properly back up to my floor, the 4th floor. Nothing weird happened after that. I think I might have scared my sister's dad's ghost away. I told my half-sister and her siblings what happened that day, and they said it sounded like something that their dad would do because he was a prankster. I know my half-sister sounded mad. She asked me, why would her dad visit me? I said, I don't know. I thought it was weird too. Why would my sister's dad's ghost visit me? I wasn't even blood related. I wasn't raised by him or with him or near him. I knew I visited him on holidays and just the last week before he died, with lots of people, knowing that he might die soon, hence the visit. He was losing his mind a bit toward the end. My half-sister told me that her father told her I had visited, but he told her this days after I had actually visited, because he'd only just then figured out who I was. It's also strange that this spirit visited me quickly after his death, if not exactly at the time that he died, and stuck around for hours after. So after writing my personal experience down, I thought, hey, maybe I should see if this ghost reached out to his family. So I messaged his family members individually on Facebook to see if they had had any paranormal experiences too. Her dad had a shit ton of kids by different ladies. I guess he was one of the first to ask in ancient times for friends with benefits. I guess they were still living their hippy-dippy days with free love, even though babies with diapers does not sound free to me. My mom would say, he must be doing something right. Yuck. Then she went on to tell me that she couldn't share a man, so she left. However, she still dragged me to all these shindigs that they would go to. I guess I was a human shield for my mom to feel brave, who knows. Let's just say the holiday gatherings felt a little weird, with all these women and kids there, and the only man there was my half-sister's dad. I sensed some jealousy with these fake-ass smiles coming from thirsty women. Thirsty for one dude, regardless of the obstacles. They always talked shit about each other to me. Then they told me not to say anything like they thought my mom was a prostitute. So there's no confusion. Whenever I use the word his, I am probably referring to the dead guy, so just keep that in mind. We'll start with his grumpy daughter, my half-sister, who worked 2 jobs, 16 hours a day. I'm not sure if she was just sleep-deprived when she experienced this, but she would never admit it. She said the night before her dad died, she saw his face in her bedroom curtain. He was alive in Pukalani when this happened, and she was on the other side of the island in Napoli, in her house. Now I introduce to you his widow, a long-term groupie. I only say that because I saw her at all the holiday gatherings and never understood the connection until 20-plus years later when she finally married him. He never had kids with her, so I thought maybe just friends? All my sister's dad's groupies passed away from old age, except for one. He snagged the last one alive and put a ring on it when he had 1 foot in the grave. It's like marrying your caretaker but with benefits. Anyway,
She said the night he passed, she had a clear dream of him being with others, happy and joyful. 3 days after he died, she could feel the weight of someone sitting on her bed. When she thought of him, a song on the radio about magic came on. He was a magician. And she found a painted rock with an angel on it and thought that it must have been from him. His youngest kids both said that occasionally they had very vivid, almost lucid dreams where their dad was talking to them, giving them advice, telling them how much he loves them, and so on. The youngest daughter is a badass skater chick. I only say that with mad respect because she won a lot of competitions. She said whenever she was trying to make very hard decisions about her life, her dad always tried to protect her by pointing her in the right direction, in her very vivid, almost lucid dreams. Her dad's ghost once told her in a dream to take the offer. He was referring to a plane ticket that her sister had offered her to get away from an abusive ex. Later, the ex told her he was going to get counseling and that he had changed. At the time, she was very torn and wanted to go back to him, believing that he was sorry and that he would go to counseling. Her dad warned her again in a dream and she didn't listen. She left the safety of the women's shelter to see him and got kidnapped. He strangled and beat her almost to death in front of their baby. He put bruises on the baby too. The ex is sitting in prison now, and she said basically nothing good has ever come from ignoring her dad dreams. And now I finally bring you to his youngest son, little bro, who I will always remember as the naked kid running around the house while everyone screamed for him to put clothes on and he giggled. He's grown up now. I shared my experience with him. He said his dad used to have a radio show when he was young and always seemed to be interested in the way that electronics worked, so he became an electrician. So it's kind of ironic what happened to me. He went on to share his story that an old light in his garage where his dad used to hang out turned on and off a lot after he died. He said that he really wanted to dream about his dad, and years later he finally did. In his first dream, his dad was sitting in a chair next to his wife in a room. He asked his dad, "What are you doing here?" His dad's response, "I've always been here." 3 or 4 months later, he had a very vivid dream in full color with him in a magic prop studio. He used to be a magician too. He was able to have a full-on hour-long conversation where he could ask his dad questions, and he gave back answers. He asked his dad, "Does everyone want to be happy?" The dad said, "No." His dad would always say inspirational stuff to him like, "Do what you want to do, not what other people say you have to do." But mostly they talked about magic. Before you know it, his son was getting constantly booked for magic shows. He said that his dreams really helped give him the confidence he needed to become the magician he is today. He said that he feels he channels his dad's spirit at all of his shows. He's still getting advice from his dad in his dreams to this very day. After he messaged me all this info, he went to go pick up his friend, and his car smelled like his dad: weed, cigarettes, beer, and incense. He said that he got kind of teary-eyed after that. And now to his sweet vegan daughter. She said she didn't have anything paranormal happen to her. That sucks, I guess, but it happens sometimes. I have had a lot of ghost experiences in my life, but I was super bummed when I didn't have one when I really wanted to, when one of my best friends hanged himself over a heartbreak. I begged his spirit to show me a sign, but I never got one. I don't understand why sometimes paranormal things happen and sometimes they don't. I don't always understand why spirits choose to show themselves to some people and not others. Maybe there was a sign, but it never looked paranormal to me, so I didn't notice it.
This happened in mine and my husband's first house, several months after our oldest son was born. We had lived in the house for almost 4 years before he was born, but had never experienced anything like this before. It's actually the only time I've ever experienced something that I would consider to be paranormal. My husband claims his grandma's home was haunted growing up. Either way, this experience shook the both of us in a whole new way. We had finally decided to move our son into his nursery. For the first 6 to 7 months, he had slept in our room in his own bassinet. but we decided it was time to get him adjusted to his crib and his room. So we gathered the strength and made it happen. We had dug out the baby monitor that my mom had gotten us months prior to set up security, if you will. Granted, this was 1997, so they weren't anything fancy, but enough to help us feel better about our choice to move our son into his room. In addition to the baby monitors, we had put up one of those moving night lights in his room, the ones where the lampshade would project the pictures onto the wall, moving ever so slowly. This one was made up of friendly sea creatures, and our son loved it. The first night that we actually slept separately from our son, we both woke up at the same time. My husband looked at me, and I looked at him, and then we listened to the monitor for a minute, but it was quiet. It didn't appear that our son had woken us up. So, what had happened? I almost just went back to sleep, calling it jitters. But my husband sort of grabbed my arm, not hard, but firm, and he whispered, "What the hell?" while looking straight ahead. Following his gaze, I could see that each of the 4 drawers to our dresser were pulled open. I turned on the light and we both hopped out of bed. It was around 2 a.m., and we weren't sure what was going on, so we didn't speak with our mouths, just with our eyes. My husband grabbed his military knife and motioned for me to follow him. I did, and he handed me another smaller knife, which I held tightly, continuing to follow him, me against the wall, him in front of me, walking toward the baby's room, and leaving no blind spots as we did. When we got to the room, my husband opened the door swiftly and with force, but quietly. It was just our son, fast asleep. No one else. My husband tells me to stay with the baby while he checks the house. I ask him to please call 911, and he tells me that he will as soon as he gets downstairs. He tells me he's going to shut the door, so when he does, I set the knife down, pick up my son, and sit. I was just rocking him, back and forth, staring off at the fun sea creatures dancing all over the walls. It was comforting. After sitting or rocking for a while, I started to feel a bit warmer. Not like a fever, but best described as how it feels when somebody sits really close to you. You can feel their body heat. While feeling this, I'm looking down at my son, debating if he looks or feels warm, but he looks comfortable, still sleeping ever so soundly. Suddenly, a mitten on my son's left hand flies off in a way that it might if someone had ripped it off of him hastily. He wasn't moving his hands, and this hadn't woken him up, but it certainly got me up. I was now standing, breathing a bit heavier, and wondering where the heck my husband was. Moments later, my husband opens the door. It scared me at first. I just really wanted the sound of footsteps approaching to be his footsteps. When they were indeed, I was so relieved, and I hugged him, and I told him rapidly that we had to get out of this room. He wasn't whispering any longer, telling me, "Okay, let's go back to our room, or even downstairs." He started to shuffle us out, saying the police were going to send someone by. He said he checked everywhere in the house. No one could possibly be inside. He seemed to feel better, but I was still afraid. We made our way to the family room, which was on the first floor, center of the house, really. You could see the whole area from the top of the stairs, and from 2 of the bedroom doorways, our room and the baby's room. From where I was sitting, I could see the nightlight reflecting off my son's walls, so I watched them again. This time, I was wary of the room, though. I couldn't help but wonder what the heck I had actually experienced up there. But I just tried to keep my cool while waiting for the police. My husband asked me what I was staring at. I said, "Our son's room." Then I told him what I had felt in there. At first he sort of smiled, but then in all sincerity he said, "Maybe it's a ghost." I said, "Excuse me?" He didn't elaborate. Probably because of the loud knock on the front door. The police were here now, waiting for one of us to let them in. Long story short, there was no guy, no person, no nothing. At least not in our house. and not the surrounding area the officers had checked. It was a quiet night in our town. I wasn't having it, though, at least not that night. I told my husband we should go get a hotel, have our parents and such search the place again tomorrow. He said he would stay at the house, but that he would send my son and I to his mom's house. By the next night, maybe it was even 2 nights that had passed, my husband had convinced me to come home. We were on the phone, and he told me that the home was fine. He had decided that we had just overreacted. For a bit, I guess I agreed with him. When he picked us up from his mom's house later that day, I asked him what he thought about the mitten incident, the one that flew off our son's hand. He just smiled again, and I asked what he was smiling about. He just thought I had nothing to worry about. He said, "Think of it like a guardian angel or something. No harm has come of this thing, right?" I told him he couldn't be serious, that if he thought our house was haunted, we should go, now, back to his mom's. Then we somehow just sort of found a way to laugh it all off. By the time we pulled into our driveway, I was very excited to sleep in our bed, happy to be home, and I actually felt sort of silly for making such a fuss. My husband put our son down in his room, and then joined me on the couch with the baby monitor. I remember laying there sort of nodding off as we watched some late-night TV. Above the TV are the 2 bedroom doors. My peripherals are on my son's bedroom doorway, but I'm only keeping it there in the event something about it changes. I was nodding in and out for a bit, before I'm wide awake, sitting straight up. My husband says something like, "Whoa, what's wrong?" But I just turn his head to the upstairs, and he sees the same thing that I am. The fun sea creature light is spinning, rapidly, or at least it's projecting as though it is. I tell my husband to go turn it off. Just as I do, we hear the sound of something falling. We know it came from our son's room, because we heard it externally, but also through the baby monitor. He hopped up and ran upstairs. He heads into the room and he's gone for a minute. When he comes back out, the baby is in his arms and also the diaper bag. He calmly asks me to grab our bags, which were still by the door, and to follow him to the car. We get settled, and he tells me that he's running in just to grab some of his overnight stuff and to lock the doors. Then he's gone. So I do. I lock the doors and turn the headlights on, just wanting to illuminate all of that darkness. My husband dashes outside. He's got a handful of stuff, and without a word, he buckles in and starts to back out of the driveway. We start heading back toward his mom's house. I hadn't even asked what had happened up to this point, but about 5 minutes in, I had to know. He was checking to see if the baby was asleep, as though he could actually understand what we were about to talk about. It was sweet, but also a little unsettling, because he, my not scared of anything husband, was terrified. He said, "We're gonna stay with Mom for a minute, and then figure the rest out. Maybe sell the damn place, it's too small anyway." Sell the house? He just looked uncomfortable, trying to get more out of him, but having a hard time with it. He finally said, "It opened up his drawers. When I went up there, the light was going nuts, and his drawers, they were wide open. We can't stay there." And so we didn't. Sure, we got our stuff, but we never stayed there, and we didn't bring our son there anymore. In the end, we had the place blessed, handed over the keys, and haven't really looked back, other than to talk about remember when, which isn't exactly frequent. Basically, I don't miss that house. Not even a little bit.
The Deep Fork River Witch by Travis B. I've lived in eastern Oklahoma my whole life. I grew up hearing stories from my Creek and Seminole buddies about things you aren't supposed to mess with in the woods. I always respected the culture, but I never really believed that a bird could steal your heart or that a dog could walk on 2 legs.
I treated the woods with respect because of snakes and meth cooks, not magic. That changed 2 years ago. I was bank fishing on the Deep Fork River, a few miles west of Okmulgee. It's thick country out there. The river bottoms are full of hardwoods, tangled vines, and mud that will suck the boot right off your foot. It was late July. The air was heavy enough to wear, saturated with humidity and the sound of cicadas. I had hiked in about a mile from where I parked my truck. I like this one specific bend in the river, where the water slows down and gets deep. It's prime territory for flathead catfish. I set up my lantern, baited my lines with sunfish, and settled in for the night. Around 1 a.m., the woods went dead silent. If you spend time outdoors, you know that silence is louder than noise. The frogs stopped. The cicadas cut out. Even the wind seemed to die down. The only sound was the water lapping against the mud bank. I felt a sudden, intense pressure in my chest. It wasn't pain exactly. It felt like the air pressure had dropped 50 points in a second. I stood up to stretch and shine my light around. I got this feeling that I was being watched. I scanned the tree line. Nothing. Just shadows and oak trunks. I decided to walk a little ways down the bank to relieve myself, getting away from my gear and the lantern light. I walked maybe 50 yards into the brush. The smell hit me first. It smelled like a slaughterhouse floor in the middle of summer. It was the heavy metallic scent of fresh blood mixed with bile and something rotting. I gagged. I pulled my shirt up over my nose and aimed my flashlight at the source. There was a huge, flat stump about 10 feet to my left. Sitting on top of it was a pile of meat. I stepped closer, thinking a poacher had gutted a deer and left the offal, but the shape was all wrong. It wasn't a chaotic pile of intestines. It was organized. There was a heart, lungs, and what looked like a stomach, all glistening wet and steaming in the night air. They were pulsing. The heart was beating. I could see the valves contracting. The lungs were inflating and deflating with a shallow, ragged rhythm. My brain couldn't process it. I stood there staring at this biological impossibility, trying to rationalize how a pile of organs could be alive outside of a body. I thought maybe I was hallucinating from heat exhaustion or fumes. I reached out with the barrel of my flashlight, thinking to poke it. A scream tore through the canopy above me. It wasn't a bobcat. It wasn't a mountain lion. It sounded like an old woman screaming while drowning. It was gurgling and high-pitched, a shriek that vibrated in my teeth. I whipped the light upward. Perched on a limb, about 20 feet up, was a great horned owl. But it was too big. It had to be 4 feet tall. Its feathers were matted and greasy. It looked down at me. The eyes weren't yellow avian eyes. They were human. They were brown with white sclera, and they were wide with panic and rage. The bird didn't fly. It fell from the branch. It dropped like a stone, spreading its wings at the last second to break its fall, landing heavily on the dead leaves between me and the stump. It stood up on 2 legs. The legs were feathered, but the knees were thick and knobby, like human knees covered in down. It hissed at me. The sound came from a beak that was hooked and sharp, but inside the beak, I saw a human tongue. I backed up. I didn't turn my back on it. I knew instinctively that if I turned, I was dead. The creature spread its wings out wide, trying to make itself look bigger, blocking the path to the stump. It snapped its beak, making a loud clack-clack noise. I remember a story my friend's grandfather told us when we were kids. He talked about the sticky knee. He said they were witches who vomited up their insides to turn into owls and fly around looking for hearts to eat. He said they had to hide their organs, and if anything happened to the organs, they couldn't turn back. This thing was protecting the pile on the stump. I stumbled backward over a root and fell hard on my ass. The creature lunged. It didn't fly, it hopped aggressively, closing the distance with terrifying speed. It looked clumsy but powerful, like a turkey vulture fighting over a carcass. I scrambled backward, kicking dirt at it. My hand landed on a heavy piece of driftwood. I swung it blindly. The wood connected with the bird's shoulder. It didn't feel like hitting a hollow-boned bird, though. It felt like hitting a solid bag of cement. The creature shrieked again, that same drowning woman scream, and recoiled. It flapped its wings, kicking up a cloud of dust and leaves, blinding me for just a second. I scrambled to my feet and ran. I didn't go back for my rods or my lantern or anything. I just sprinted toward the truck. I could hear it crashing through the brush behind me. It was running. I could hear heavy footfalls and the sound of feathers brushing against the scrub oak. It sounded like a man running in a winter coat. I vaulted a fallen log and nearly twisted my ankle, but I didn't slow down. The adrenaline was the only thing keeping me moving. I reached the clearing where my truck was parked, fumbled for my keys, and had to get down to find them. I heard a swooping sound. I looked up and saw the silhouette of the owl against the stars. It was gliding over the truck, silent now. It landed on the hood of my pickup, right after I got inside. It stared at me through the windshield as I jammed the key into the ignition. Up close, in the dim light of the cab, I saw its face clearly. The feathers around the eyes were arranged in a pattern that looked like wrinkles. It looked ancient. It tapped on the glass with its beak. I cranked the engine and threw it into reverse. The bird held on for a second, its talons screeching against the metal of the hood, before it launched itself into the air. I drove back to Okmulgee doing 90. I didn't go home, though. I went to a 24-hour diner and sat in a booth near the back until the sun came up. I just didn't want to be alone. I was shaking so badly I couldn't hold a cup of coffee. I went back the next day in the daylight with 2 buddies and a shotgun. We went to the spot where I had been fishing. My gear was gone. My rods, my tackle box, my lantern, all of it. The mud bank was churned up and covered in weird 3-toed tracks that were too deep for a bird. We found the stump in the woods. The organs were gone, but the stump was stained dark with dried blood, and the wood was scorched, like someone had poured gasoline on it and lit a match. There was a smell hanging in the air that I can't describe. It smelled like burnt hair and ozone. It's safe to say I will never go back to that part of the woods. The shadow in the window. I was in Rome, staying in this older hotel near Via Giulia. Not one of the fancy places. More like historic, but not intentionally. Uneven tile floors and doors that don't quite latch. A lobby that smells vaguely like lemon cleaner and old marble. That kind of place. The building was tall and narrow, maybe 5 stories. My room was on the 4th, facing a tiny side street that barely got any foot traffic after dark. Honestly, it should have been the quietest room in the place. And for a couple of nights, it was. Then came the shadow. It started on a Tuesday. I'd gotten back late after dinner with a coworker, and I was just laying in bed scrolling through photos that I had taken. The statue of Marcus Aurelius, some random alley cat, a very bad attempt at gelato holding selfies. The bedside lamp was on, dim and warm, barely enough to read by. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed something move on the far wall. It was a flicker, like when someone walks past a window outside and momentarily blocks the streetlight. Except there were no people walking outside, and my window looked directly onto a dead-end lane that was empty except for a parked scooter. I glanced over at the window. Nothing. The curtain was half pulled, swaying just a little from the draft that the old frame let in. There was nothing outside but the pale glow of a distant lamp and the faint outline of shuttered windows across the way. I convinced myself it was just headlights reflecting strangely. I closed the curtain fully and went to sleep. But the next night, the same thing happened. A shadow slid across the wall, long and tall, like the silhouette of someone walking past the window. I went to the window again. Everything was completely empty and still. I pushed the curtain aside and actually leaned out just a little bit. Cold air hit my face. There was no one out there. No lights moved, no shifting shapes, just the old stone walls and the dull gold of the street lamp, like always. I stepped back, and the shadow moved again. This time it crossed slowly, like whatever it was had stopped walking and just stood near the window, shifting its weight. The shape was kind of hard to describe. Humanoid, maybe, but blurry, kind of like somebody standing behind frosted glass, even though the curtain was open and the window was unobstructed. I wasn't thrilled. One thing about travel, you kind of learn to ignore a lot of weirdness. People yelling in the street, plumbing sounds that resemble death cries, the occasional questionable stains in stairwells. But shadows that move on walls without a source? That one's a little bit harder to brush off. I checked behind the furniture. I checked the hallway. I even turned off the lamp to see if something in the room was casting it. The shadow kept moving. Not uniformly either. It paced back and forth. Like someone wandering just outside the window. Every time it crossed, it stretched a little too long, like the proportions weren't quite right. After about 15 minutes of silently spiraling, I decided to go downstairs and ask the night clerk if there was any chance someone could be outside the window. A maintenance worker or late guest smoking, whatever. The clerk on duty was tired, uninterested, a man who looked like he'd been working nights for 20 years. I asked if anyone ever went on to the little back street when they shouldn't. He shook his head immediately. "That street is private," he said. "Only deliveries in the morning. No one's there at night." Could someone stand outside the windows, like between the buildings? He frowned, like I had asked if guests often sleep on the roof. "No, there is nowhere to stand. The wall goes straight down." Straight down. When I went back upstairs, I looked again. Yeah, he was right. From my window, straight down was nothing but a vertical drop, maybe 20 or 30 feet, to the cobblestone street below. There was no ledge or balcony or little nook where a person could stand. Whatever was making that shadow was not standing outside my window. Back in the room, the shadow was gone. The wall was just a wall, I turned on every light that I could find and watched TV until sunrise, and convinced myself exhaustion had played tricks on me. Travel fatigue is real. Shadows can be deceptive. Old buildings can draft around and make curtains move strangely. That's what I told myself, and it worked. For one night. The next evening, I returned around 11 after wandering Trastevere and feeling pleasantly tired and full of pasta. I wasn't really thinking about the shadow anymore. But when I entered the room, I felt something wrong immediately. The curtains were drawn. I hadn't left them that way. I figured it was housekeeping maybe and pulled them open slowly. The window pane reflected the room behind me. And in the reflection behind me, something passed by. A shadow taller than me by a head. I spun around so fast I nearly tripped. Of course, I saw nothing. I checked the closet, the bathroom, behind the armchair, anywhere a person could theoretically hide in a tiny hotel room. But there was no one. But the second I stopped moving, I heard something. A soft scrape, like a fingertip brushing across glass. I froze and turned toward the window. Another scrape. Slow. Higher this time, like something dragging its hand, or whatever it had, across the outside of the glass. There shouldn't have been anything there. I was 4 stories up, facing a narrow street with no access. But the sound continued, faint and rhythmic, drawn-out strokes across the window. I grabbed the curtain and threw it open, but of course nothing was there. But on the wall behind me, the shadow moved again. This time it lingered, like it had stopped right behind me and was leaning in. I didn't sleep at all that night. The next morning, I asked to switch rooms. The woman at the desk gave me a polite but confused look and asked if something was wrong with the plumbing or the noise. I lied and said the radiator wouldn't stop clicking. She moved me to a room on the 2nd floor, facing the main street. Lots of traffic, no dead-end alley, no way for anything to lurk outside the windows discreetly. That night I slept better, until I woke up at about 2 o'clock in the morning with a strange feeling, like someone had walked past my bed. I forced myself to stay still, breathing slowly. The room was dim. On the far wall, just above the desk, a shadow passed. No one outside could have cast it. The angle was wrong and the silhouette didn't match anything in the room. I watched it glide across the wall and then back again, like it had found me. Even in a new room, even on a different floor. It paused near the window, just stayed there like it was waiting for me to get up and look. I didn't. Not that night, and not the next night either. On the final night, I checked out early, way before dawn, and rolled my suitcase down the empty street, and I didn't look back. I got an overpriced room near the airport just to feel like I was somewhere too modern and too exposed and too busy for shadows to follow. Back home, a few weeks later, I was on a call with a coworker who'd stayed at the same hotel the year before. He asked how I liked it. I hesitated and then asked if he'd ever had anything weird happen there. He waited a beat, and then he said, "Did you see it in the window too?" I didn't even ask what he meant, because I already knew. The House on the Edge of the Howor by Tanvir M. I was working a short-term contract for an NGO back in 2022, based in the Sun Gange district. If you don't know the geography of northeastern Bangladesh, it's mostly haors. These are massive seasonal wetlands that look like inland seas during the monsoon. We were staying in a concrete guest house built on a raised mound of earth that became an island every time the water rose. The house was isolated, as you can imagine. To get to the nearest town, you had to take a flat-bottomed wooden boat for about 40 minutes. There were 4 of us on the team, but for one weekend in August, the others went back to Sylhet to visit family. I stayed behind to finish some data entry on the nutrition surveys we'd been running. The locals in the village across the water were always warning us about being out on the island after dark. They talked about the Nishi, the night spirit that calls your name in the voice of someone you know. I'm an engineer by trade. I don't believe in spirits or bad air. I just figured that they wanted us to hire more local guards for the night. Silly me. It was a Tuesday night, maybe 11:30 p.m. The monsoon rain had stopped, leaving the air incredibly heavy and thick. The only sound was the water lapping against the mud embankment and the distant hum of a small portable generator that we used for the laptops. I was sitting in the main room when I heard a splash. It wasn't a fish jumping. It sounded like something heavy, maybe the size of a person, stepping into the shallow water at the base of the mound. I looked out the window. The moon was out, but the shadows under the hijal trees were pitch black. I saw a figure standing at the edge of the water. From that distance, it looked like a woman wearing a white sari. She was just standing there, totally still, looking out toward the horizon. I figured it was somebody from the village whose boat had gotten stuck, or someone looking for a lost cow or something. I opened the door and walked out onto the veranda. I called out to her, asking if she needed help. But she didn't turn around. Instead, she just raised a hand and pointed toward the middle of the haor. I stepped down from the porch. The grass was soaking wet. As I got closer, I realized something was wrong with the way she was standing. Her posture was way too rigid. It looked like she was being held up by a pole. I stopped about 20 feet away and shone my flashlight on her. The light hit her, but it didn't reflect off her clothes the way it should have. It was like the beam was being absorbed by a sponge. She wasn't wearing a sari. Her skin was just that white, a pale, translucent gray that looked like the belly of a dead fish. She was tall, maybe a head taller than me, and her arms were unusually long. She turned her head. Not her body, though, just the head, rotating at almost 180 degrees. Her face was a blur. Not like it was out of focus, but the features looked like they'd been rubbed away. Like if you went up to an oil painting that hadn't cured and just wiped the face off. There were shallow indentations where eyes should be, but nothing else. But then she spoke. But she didn't use just any voice. The sound actually came from the water behind her. It sounded like my mother's voice. My mother was in Dhaka, 300 kilometers away. "Tanvir, come see what I found in the water," the voice said. It was perfect. The inflection, the slight rasp she gets when she's tired, everything was identical. I froze. My brain was screaming that this was impossible, but my legs wanted to move toward the sound. It was like a physical pull, like I had a hook in my chest that was pulling me forward. I took one step. The woman thing stepped back into the deeper water. She didn't swim, she just walked backward, sinking only until her head was visible. the voice came again, louder this time, originating from the empty air right next to my ear. "It's cold, Tanvir. Help me out." I snapped out of it when my foot hit the mud at the waterline. I realized I was knee-deep in the Howor. I scrambled back up the bank, my heart hammering. I didn't look back until I was inside the house, with the heavy wooden bolt slid into place. I sat in the darkness because I didn't want to be a target near the window. About an hour later, something started tapping on the corrugated iron roof. Tink, tink, tink. It sounded like someone was dropping small pebbles. Then the scratching started. It wasn't on the walls. It was coming from under the floorboards. The house was on a raised concrete foundation, but there were crawl spaces for the pipes. I heard a wet, dragging sound moving directly beneath where I was sitting. Then the voice started again. This time, it wasn't my mother. It was my boss, the NGO director. "Tanvir, open the door. I forgot my keys." I knew for a fact he was in Sylhet. I could hear his car's engine idling in the background of the voice. A specific rattling sound his old Jeep made. The mimicry was terrifyingly detailed. It wasn't just the voice, it was a whole soundscape associated with the person. I stayed in the center of the room, clutching a kitchen knife. Not sure it would do me any good. I didn't answer. I remembered then what the villagers had said. The Nishi can take you only if you answer its call. If you stay quiet, it eventually loses interest. The director started pounding on the door. "Tanvir, it's raining. Open up." It wasn't raining. The sky was clear through the window. The spirit, though, was projecting the sound of a downpour to make the lie more convincing. I could hear the rain hitting the porch, but when I looked out, the wood was dry. This went on for 3 hours. The voice changed 4 different times. It called me as my brother, the local boatman, and finally as a crying child. When it was the child, the scratching under the floor became frantic, like something was trying to dig through the concrete. Just before dawn, the sounds stopped. The rain vanished, the invisible, non-existent rain I could only hear, and the scratching ceased. I waited until the sun was high enough to turn the water gold before I even thought about opening the door. When I finally went outside, I found something on the veranda. A pile of water hyacinths, the floating weeds that clog the Howors. They were arranged in a perfect circle right in front of my door. In the center of the circle was a single large fish scale, about the size of a coin, but it was black and smelled like rot. I didn't even wait for my team to come back. I hiked it back to the village, hired a boat, and left my stuff at the guest house. I told my boss that I had a family emergency, and I quit the next day. I still live in Dhaka, but sometimes, when it rains really hard at night, and the city noise dies down, I hear a faint tapping on my window. It's always those 3 taps. Tink, tink, tink. I never look out, though. I always just turn up the volume on the TV and wait for it to go away. The NGO sent another guy to finish the survey. He told me later that they found the guest house door standing wide open a week after I left. Nothing was stolen, but all the laptops were submerged in the water storage tank. They never found the local guard who was supposed to take over my shift that Monday. The villagers say he went to India for work, but they won't look you in the eye when they say it. The Blue Shift by Marcus L. I worked in the Navy for 6 years. Most of that time was routine. People imagine drama at sea, but naval duty is repetition. Watches, drills, metal corridors, constant noise. The ocean isn't really that scary, until it stops behaving how you expect it to. This happened in June of 2017. I was crew on a destroyer patrolling an area west of Midway, 3 days out of Pearl Harbor. The night was standard operations. Low speed, equipment checks, everything logged. I had just taken over the midnight to 4 a.m. watch. The ship ran under black conditions, so no external lights, only the faint red of our instruments. The sea that night was calm, right down to the texture, like brushed aluminum. I had seen calm seas before, but I had never experienced silence like that. The radar screen hummed emptiness. There were no contacts or birds or surface clutter. Just our own echo pulsing clean in the center. I started my standard checks, heading steady, engine output nominal, and glanced out through the bridge window. Even under starlight, I could see our wake trailing behind, phosphorescent foam, faint but steady. And then I noticed something off. Our wake wasn't dispersing. The glow stayed, like we were dragging lines of light through glass rather than water. I noted it down, thinking fatigue was catching me. A few minutes later, the radar emitted a short, sharp tone, one that means a contact flickered on and then vanished. It happens sometimes when there's atmospheric interference. I called down to CIC just to confirm their set read the same. They came back confused. No contact registered on their feed, but the rangefinder started cycling automatically like it had latched onto something. At around 12:47 in the morning, the whole radar sweep blinked once, froze, and then melted back to normal. But I swear, for those 2 seconds before it returned, every console on the bridge glowed faint blue, not red or white like normal. When radar stabilized, the screen showed a return roughly 6 miles off the bow. A large surface echo, stationary. I relayed it to the officer of the deck, Lieutenant Harper, let's say, who appeared immediately, calm but tense. He peered through binoculars. Nothing on the visible horizon. And then the sound changed. Naval ships constantly hum. Vibrations, engines, the beat of turbines. Suddenly, all that dropped out of range, leaving only low vibrations below perception. Every metal panel underfoot seemed to resonate at the same subsonic tone. The ship slowed without order. You could hear the difference in prop rhythm. Harper contacted engineering and they swore the throttle was steady, yet the pitch dropped 10%. Someone from sonar called up. Surface reflection under us. Shallow water return, but we're 3,000 fathoms deep. I checked our depth chart. No seamounts in 200 nautical miles. We were above the abyssal plain. A few seconds later, all at once the water's color shifted. Even without the moonlight, the change was clear. The usual dark slate became bright cobalt, like looking down into glowing ink. It wasn't reflection. The light came from beneath. Harper said, "Whatever that is, we're moving clear." We started minor course correction. The vessel still lagged, as if drag had increased. The luminous patch spread outward around us, rippling like heat distortion. The light wasn't continuous either. It pulsed in a rhythm. Long, short, long, repeated across a 10-second cycle. One of the lookouts said that it was moving with us, and he was right. The beam pattern elongated beneath the hull, matching our speed perfectly. And then all of our communications went dead. Short-range radios first. Then external channels, replaced by a soft, widening hiss that filled every speaker. It wasn't static, though. It sounded more like breath against glass. CIC reported total system freeze, and then full blackout. Emergency lighting kicked to yellow. The deck under our boots began to vibrate, slow enough that you could count it between breaths. At 1:08, Harper ordered a full engine reverse. When the crew in the propulsion room looked at their gauges, it said gear was already in reverse, though we were still moving forward at 5 knots. Then came a sound I will never forget. Metal flexing inward. Not like an impact, more like the hull expanding and contracting, as though pressure outside changed every few seconds. No pattern, no sense. Men started covering their ears even though there really wasn't a loud source. The frequency just crawled into you. The blue glow brightened until everything washed in that color, surface and air blending. It didn't look like light moving through water. It looked like the water became the source, and we were inside it. The bridge instruments stopped flickering. They simply froze in that pale hue. Someone screamed below deck. I didn't find out why until later. One of the lower engine operators said he saw shadows swimming inside the bulkhead. His words exactly. Not outside the portholes, inside the metal. He said they looked human but stretched, like silhouettes brushed across thin foil. I can't confirm that. I didn't see them. What I did see, through the port glass, was something rising toward us. Slow, vertical, broader than any whale. The light intensified as it rose until the surface broke in absolute silence. There was no spray, not a single noise, just displacement. The mass under us pressed upward in a slow wave motion that rocked the destroyer like a leaf in syrup. Every sound paused again. And then came the voice on the radio. It was not a call sign. It wasn't a broadcast frequency any of us used. It was plain speech in a male voice, calm and clipped, a mid-range English accent. Area maintained, relay complete. That was it, and then static. The light faded. Radar flicked back online, blank except for our own return. Power stabilized and engines regained normal pitch. Harper stood frozen for several seconds, and then ordered us to log system-wide reset, possible electronic warfare anomaly. It sounded absurd even as he said it. When dawn broke, sea surface temperature read 5 degrees higher than average for that sector. The blue residue, whatever caused the glow, clung to parts of our hull like dusted paint for about a day, until it finally washed off. The sample filters in our seawater intakes all registered magnetic particle overload. The official maintenance log lists temporary magnetospheric phenomena. They never mentioned the transmission. Here's the part that still bugs me, though. 3 years later, long after I left the service, a buddy who still serves on another destroyer messaged me. He said his ship's comtech caught a repeating transmission while crossing west of Midway that month. Same coordinates within half a nautical mile. Message contained only 2 phrases, alternating. Relay incomplete and area maintained. The timestamp on that signal repeated hourly for exactly 11 hours and then vanished mid-cycle. He didn't know my story. I had never told him the details. It's a little bit taboo to talk about stuff like that. Until then, I kept it boxed up as an anomaly, something electromagnetic or atmospheric that scrambled sensory perception. But that phrase still sounds like an instruction, not an accident. The ocean runs on laws so old they shrug at ours. Maybe it logs things on its own scale. Relay protocols or mechanical echoes we mistake for currents, I don't know. But I know the night it glowed beneath us. The water was not reflecting stars. It was imitating them. And whatever handles those relays did not expect us drifting through its signal. The House Still Has My Voice by Rachel G. My parents sold my childhood home last year after my dad retired and they moved to Florida. I didn't think much about it at the time. I'd been living in Boston for 8 years and I maybe visited once a year for holidays. To me, the house was just a house. Then my mom called me in November and asked if I had ever recorded myself as a kid, like audio recordings, home videos with sound, anything like that. I told her, yeah, probably. I mean, we had a camcorder in the 90s, but I don't remember what I would have done specifically. Why? She got quiet for a second. Then she said the new owners had contacted her. They wanted to know if we had left any electronic devices in the house, specifically, anything that could play back recordings. I asked what was going on. She said the family had been hearing a child's voice in the house, a girl maybe 8 or 9 years old. Always the same phrases. "Mom, where are you?" And "I'm in my room." And "Can you come here?" The voice was coming from upstairs, from what used to be my bedroom. I told my mom it was probably their kid. I mean, they had kids, right? She said yes, but their daughter was 12 and their son was 15, and the voice didn't match either of them. Plus, it only happened when the kids were at school or otherwise out of the house. The new owners had searched the whole house multiple times. They checked the attic, the basement, every closet, looking for old baby monitors or voice recorders, anything electronic we may have accidentally left behind. They didn't find anything, but they kept hearing the voice. My mom wanted to know if I remembered ever recording myself saying those specific phrases, maybe for a school project or just playing around. I told her I didn't remember. I asked why she was taking this so seriously. She said that she had heard it too. She'd gone back to the house the previous week to pick up some mail that had been forwarded there by mistake. The new owners had let her in, and while she was standing in the kitchen, she heard it clear as day. My voice as a little girl, coming from upstairs, calling, "Mom, where are you?" She said it sounded exactly like me when I was 8. I drove up to Brattleboro the next weekend. I told my mom I was coming, but I didn't tell her why. I wanted to see the house. The new family's name was Peterson. I looked them up on Facebook and sent a message explaining who I was and asking if I could stop by. I said I'd left something there and wanted to check if it was still in the house. Obviously, I've changed their name for the sake of this story. Mrs. Peterson responded within an hour, said they'd love to meet me and I could come by any time. I got there on a Saturday morning. The house looked different. They'd painted the exterior a light blue instead of the yellow that it had been. There was a new mailbox and different shrubs in the front, but it was still recognizable. Mrs. Peterson answered the door. She seemed relieved to see me. She invited me in and immediately started explaining about the voice. She said it had started about 2 months after they moved in, just occasionally at first, once every few weeks, but it had gotten more frequent, and now it happened almost daily. It was always between 10 in the morning and 3 in the afternoon, always from upstairs, and always the same phrases in the same order. "Mom, where are you? I'm in my room. Can you come here?" She said they'd had an electrician check all the wiring, They had someone come look for carbon monoxide or anything else that might cause auditory hallucinations. The mom heard it the most, and Mrs. Peterson said she even got a brain scan to see if maybe she had a tumor or something, but everything checked out fine. Her husband thought she was imagining it, until finally he heard it himself. Tale as old as time, am I right? And then their son heard it. Their daughter refuses to go upstairs alone anymore. I asked if I could see my old room. We went upstairs. The room was completely different now. They'd painted it green, and it was set up as a guest room. Nothing from my childhood remained. Not that I expected it to be there. We stood there for maybe 10 minutes. Mrs. Peterson kept apologizing, said the voice usually happened earlier in the day and maybe we missed it. And then finally I heard it. "Mom, where are you?" It came from right next to me, like somebody was standing at my shoulder. A child's voice. And Mrs. Peterson was right. My mom was right. It sounded like me. Not my voice now, but my voice when I was little. "I'm in my room." The same spot. Same volume, like the speaker hadn't moved. "Can you come here?" Then silence. Mrs. Peterson looked at me and asked if I had heard it. I said yes. She asked if that was my voice from when I was a kid. I didn't want to say yes. I wanted to tell her that it was some coincidence or a weird acoustic effect or something, but I couldn't lie. I told her it did sound like me when I was little. She asked if I remembered saying those things. I said, well, yeah, I'm sure I said those things at some point, but I don't know. But here's the part that's been bothering me for months. I do remember. Not clearly, but enough. So when I was 8, I used to play this game by myself. I'd go up to my room and pretend I was calling for my mom, just practicing different ways of getting her attention, seeing how my voice sounded when I projected it versus when I spoke normally. I was a weird kid, okay? I spent a lot of time alone. I specifically remembered practicing those exact phrases, standing in the middle of my room and saying them over and over. "Mom, where are you? I'm in my room. Can you come here?" I have no idea why I practiced those specific words. It seemed important at the time for reasons I can't remember now. I told Mrs. Peterson this. She asked when I used to do this. I said, probably 1998, 1999. I would have been like 8 or 9. She went very pale and asked if I did it often. I said, yeah, maybe once or twice a week for a few months. It was just some weird thing I did. We stood there in that room, and I felt something I can't quite describe. Like I was standing next to my past self. Like some echo of those afternoons had gotten stuck in that space and was still playing out 25 years later. Mrs. Peterson asked if there was any way to make it stop. I told her I didn't know. I had no idea how any of this worked. I wasn't a physicist or a paranormal investigator or whatever kind of expert you would need for this situation. She asked if I wanted to stay and see if it happened again. I said no. I needed to leave. I haven't been back. Mrs. Peterson emails me occasionally with updates. The voice is still there and it still says the same things. And it's the same voice. She's asked me a few times if I would be willing to come back and to try talking to it. Like maybe if I acknowledged my past self, it would stop. I understand why she wants this. I keep telling her I'll think about it. But if I'm being honest, I won't. I just can't go back there and listen to child me calling for my mother in an empty room. I don't know what's happening in that house. I don't know if it's some kind of residual haunting, even though, to the best of my knowledge, I'm not dead. Or if something about how often I repeated it created some kind of an imprint that won't fade. I've heard if there's a lot of quartz in the area, sometimes things you do over and over again can get recorded I don't really know how that works or if it's true, but I did ask her to check that out. Maybe it'll help. I don't really know. But there's a version of me that's still in that room, still practicing those phrases and waiting for someone to answer. I don't know how to make her stop. And honestly, I don't know if I even want to. I kind of just want to forget the whole thing and move on with my life. But it's really, really bugging me. I don't know why past me is still there, if that's what it is. I don't know if it's some glitch in the Matrix or what, but it just makes me feel really uneasy. The Echo in the Boreen by Siobhan O. I grew up on a sheep farm in County Kerry, right on the edge of the Yvra Peninsula. It's a place where the mountains are made of old, bruised-looking stone, and the Atlantic wind is always trying to push you inland. My father used to say that the land there has a long memory, and that some of those memories don't like being disturbed. I used to think he was just trying to keep me from wandering into the bogs after dark, but I don't think that anymore. This happened last September. I had moved back home for a few months to help my mother after my father passed away. The farm is isolated, tucked into the valley that the locals call a coombe. The only way in or out is a narrow, winding boreen, a dirt track with high stone walls and hawthorn edges that close in like a tunnel. It was a Tuesday, right around the time the light turns that strange watery gold before the mist rolls in from the sea. I was out in the top pasture, checking the fencing near a stand of ancient stunted oaks. The sheep were restless. They weren't grazing. They were huddled together in the center of the field, all of them facing the same direction, the deep woods that border our land. I heard a whistle. It was the specific, sharp, two-note whistle my father used to use to call the sheepdogs. It was unmistakable. He had a way of curling his lip that gave the sound a hollow, metallic ring at the end. I froze. My father had been buried in the churchyard at Cahersiveen for 6 months. I stood there, the damp grass soaking into my boots, listening. The wind died down completely, and then I heard it again. "Siobhan, bring the shears." The voice came from just inside the tree line. It was his voice, the low, gravelly rasp of a man who had smoked a pipe for 50 years. It had the exact lilt of his West Kerry accent, but the cadence was off. The words were spaced out too perfectly, like a child learning to read. It didn't move. I knew better than to answer a voice in the woods, especially one that belonged to a dead man. I started backing away toward the gate, keeping my eyes on the dark gaps between the oaks. That's when I saw the glitch. A figure stepped out from behind a tree. It looked like my father. It was wearing his heavy waxed jacket, his flat cap, and his muddy green wellies. But as it walked toward the fence, its body didn't move in a straight line. Every 3 steps, the figure would snap back to where it had started. It would walk forward, 1, 2, 3, and then in a blink, it was back by the tree, repeating the same 3 steps. It looked like a video loop on a broken screen. The grass underneath its boots didn't bend. The brambles it walked through didn't snag on the waxed jacket. It was like a projection that was failing to sync with the physical world. The thing stopped at the fence line. It wasn't my father. The face was wrong. It looked like somebody had taken a photograph of him and stretched it over a frame that was too narrow. The eyes were just flat, matte black circles, and the mouth didn't have lips. Just a dark, horizontal line that opened and closed without moving the jaw. "Siobhan," it said again. This time, the voice didn't come from the mouth. The sound came from the air about 2 feet to the left of the figure. "Siobhan, bring the shears." I reached the gate and fumbled with the iron latch. The figure on the other side of the fence began to distort. It didn't melt or change shape gradually. It tiled. The image of my father broke apart into dozens of small square fragments, and for a second, I could see what was behind them. There was something tall and pale standing in the gap. It looked like a peeled willow branch, long and thin with too many joints in its limbs. It didn't have a face at all, just a smooth, white surface. It was holding a piece of my father's old twine in one of its long, spindly hands. The tiles snapped back together, and it was the image of my father again, only now the loop was getting faster. It was walking toward the fence, snapping back, walking, snapping, over and over in a blur of motion. The sound of his whistle began to repeat too, becoming a constant, high-pitched scream, like a teapot left too long, that made my ears bleed. I turned and ran down the boreen. I didn't look back. I could hear the thump, snap of the thing repeating its movements behind me. Somehow getting closer, even though it was stuck in a loop. It was as if the loop itself was moving through the world like a wave. I reached the farmhouse and slammed the door, bolting it shut and shoving the heavy oak dresser across the frame. My mother was in the kitchen, staring out the window at the mist. "Did you see him then?" she asked. Her voice was flat, devoid of any surprise or alarm. "Mom, there's something in the top field. It looks like Dad, but it's not Dad. It's broken." My mother didn't turn around. She just kept staring at the white wall of fog pressing against the glass. "It's been trying to get the lilt right for weeks," she whispered. "It starts with the whistle, and then it tries the names. It's just the land trying to fill a hole that was left behind. It doesn't know how to be a person. It only knows how to repeat what it heard." Somehow, this did not comfort me. I stayed in the kitchen with her all night. We heard the whistle outside the window 3 times. We heard the sound of my father's boots on the gravel, repeating the same 3 steps, over and over until the sun came up. The next morning, I went out to the top field. I didn't go near the trees, but I looked at the fence from a distance. The top wire was snapped, but the ends of the wire weren't twisted or broken. They were perfectly flat, as if the atoms had just stopped existing in that space. On the ground, right where the figure had stood, I found a pile of wood. It was from one of our sheep, but it hadn't been sheared, it had been unmade. The fibers were straight, white, and organized into a perfect geometric cube about 6 inches wide. It looked like a 3D printed object made of biological material. We sold the sheep and moved to Killarney a month later. My mother doesn't talk about the farm, and I don't ask. I think about that white, jointed thing in the woods sometimes. I think about how it was practicing his voice. It wasn't a ghost, and I don't think it was a demon necessarily. It was a mimic that had found a flaw in the way our world was put together, and it was using my father's memory to wedge the gap open. I don't go back to Kerry. I stay in the towns where the buildings are new and the ground is covered in concrete. I don't like places with long memories. I don't like the way the mist looks when it rolls off the mountains, because I know that if I listen closely enough to the wind in the hedges, I might hear my own voice coming back to me, waiting for its turn to be real. The farm is still sitting there, I suppose. The boreen is probably overgrown by now, but I wonder if the thing in the woods has finished the loop. I wonder if it finally managed to walk all the way to the house without snapping back. Night shift at the pumping station. So this happened about 3 months ago, and I'm still not sure what to make of it. I work maintenance for the city of Des Moines, and my shift runs midnight to 8 a.m. Mostly it's just checking equipment, making sure the water treatment plants are running smoothly, that kind of thing. It's pretty boring work, but the pay is decent, and I don't have to deal with people. The route takes me all over the city, but there's this one spot I have to check every night at about 3 a.m. It's down by the Raccoon River, near where it splits off from the Des Moines River. There's a pumping station there that feeds into the storm drain system. The whole area is kind of weird. You've got the river on one side, then this strip of woods maybe 50 yards wide, and then you hit the industrial district. During the day, it's busy with truck traffic, but at night, it's dead quiet, except for the water and whatever's living in those trees. I'd been doing this route for about 2 years when things started to get a little strange. First, it was just sounds. You know how rivers sound at night, that constant white noise of water moving over rocks and debris. But sometimes I'd hear something else mixed in, like breathing. Deep, steady breathing that didn't match the rhythm of the water. I figured it was just my imagination, or maybe some homeless guy had set up camp in the woods. Wouldn't be the first time. Then I started finding tracks. The pumping station sits on this concrete pad maybe 20 feet from the tree line. There's gravel around it, then grass, then the woods start. One morning, I was doing my usual inspection when I noticed these impressions in the grass. At first, I thought they were dog prints, but they were huge, like bigger than my hand huge. And the spacing was all wrong. Whatever made them was walking upright. I took some pictures with my phone, but they came out blurry. The lighting down there is terrible. Just one security light on a pole, and it's half burned out. I meant to report it to get it fixed, but honestly I kept forgetting. The pictures just looked like shadows anyway. The tracks kept showing up, always in the same area, always leading from the woods toward the pumping station and then back again. Sometimes there'd be 4 or 5 sets, like whatever it was had been pacing back and forth. I started bringing a better flashlight and checking the tree line more carefully, but I never saw anything. Just those damn tracks in the morning. My supervisor, Dave, asked if I had seen any evidence of vandalism down there, because apparently someone had called in a complaint about unusual activity near the river. I told him about the tracks, and he just shrugged it off. Said it was probably just deer, or maybe someone's dog got loose. But I know what deer tracks look like, and these were not deer or dog tracks. The smell started about a week later. You know that smell when you drive past roadkill that's been sitting in the sun for a few days? It was like that, but worse. Rotten meat mixed with something else that I couldn't identify. Kind of musky like a wet dog, but sharper. It would hit me as soon as I got out of the truck. Some nights it was so bad I had to breathe through my mouth while I did the inspection. I started rushing through that stop. Get in, check the gauges, get out. But the company has GPS tracking on all vehicles, so I couldn't just skip it entirely. Plus, Dave would ask questions if my times were off. The night I saw it was a Tuesday. I remember because I'd been listening to this podcast about the Iowa caucuses, and they always update on Tuesdays. It was late October, cold enough that my breath was fogging up. The trees had mostly lost their leaves, so I could see deeper into the woods than usual. I pulled up to the pumping station like always. The smell hit me immediately, but I was getting used to it by then. I grabbed my flashlight and clipboard and walked over to the concrete pad. The equipment was humming normally. All the readings looked good. I was just filling out the inspection sheet when I heard something move in the woods. Not like a raccoon or possum scurrying around. Something big shifting its weight. Branches creaking. I looked up from my clipboard and swept the flashlight beam along the tree line. That's when I saw the eyes. They were maybe 30 feet back in the woods, about 8 feet off the ground. Yellow-green and reflecting the light like an animal's eyes, but too big and too far apart. I kept the beam on them, and they didn't move. They never blinked. They just stared back at me. I should have gotten back in the truck right then, but I was curious, and maybe a little stubborn. I'd been dealing with this weirdness for weeks, and I wanted to know what the hell was going on. So I took a step toward the woods. The eyes moved, not side to side, but up and down, like whatever they belonged to had stood up straighter. And I could hear that breathing again, the deep, steady rhythm I'd been hearing for weeks, but much louder now. I raised the flashlight higher, trying to get a better look at what I was dealing with. For just a second, the beam caught something else. Dark fur or hair covering what looked like very broad shoulders, way broader than any person, and way too tall. Whatever this thing was, it had to be at least 7 feet, maybe 8. And then it moved toward me. I mean, it didn't charge me or anything dramatic, it just took one step forward, then another, slow and deliberate, like it was thinking about whether or not I was worth the trouble. The breathing got louder, and I could smell that rotten meat smell getting stronger. That's when my nerve broke. I backed toward the truck, keeping the flashlight pointed at those eyes. They followed my movement, but the thing itself stayed put. When I reached the driver's door, I fumbled for the handle, dropped my clipboard, said screw it, and got in. My hands were shaking as I started the engine. I looked back toward the woods through the windshield, and the eyes were still there, just watching. I put the truck in reverse and got out of Dodge. I didn't write up the inspection that night. Told Dave the next day that there'd been some kind of electrical issue with the equipment and I couldn't get accurate readings. He didn't seem to care much. I've been back to that station maybe 20 times since then. Different times, different nights. I even went during the day once when I was off shift. There was nothing there. No tracks or smells or eyes in the woods. Whatever was there, it had just disappeared. But I know what I saw. I know it wasn't a bear or a homeless guy or any of the other stupid explanations people keep throwing at me when I mention it. Bears don't stand 8 feet tall and stare at you for 5 minutes without moving, and they sure as hell don't have eyes that big. I've been doing some more research online, and there are other reports from around Iowa. Not many, but they're out there. People seeing large bipedal figures near rivers and streams, always at night, always alone. Some folks think it's related to Bigfoot sightings, but Iowa isn't exactly known for being a Bigfoot hotspot. I don't know what it was. Maybe some kind of animal nobody's ever documented. Maybe something else entirely. All I know is I do my inspections down there a lot faster now, and I always keep the truck running.
I have had several paranormal experiences. Many of them took place in a townhouse that I lived in with my mother, brother, and her roommates shortly before going into foster care. There are so many things that took place at this house, but I'll try to summarize some of them here. I can't ask you to believe me. I know that everything I say here probably sounds like a load of crap. It's too unreal. I probably wouldn't believe it either. But it did happen to me. It took a long time to convince my parents that this was happening. But then it started happening to them. And now we all know what's really there. I swear on my life that every single word of this is exactly the truth as I remember it. I will never forget this house and our time in it, as it was a very pivotal time period in my life. Everything that I had thought life would be like came there to die. This would be the house where my parents would split up. My mother would pick up a meth addiction, which would later be the reason that we were given to foster care, and where I would develop insomnia due to the multiple paranormal events that would soon begin to take place. I had just turned 10 years old when we moved into this house. It was November of 2003. I remember there being a frost on the ground, but no snow yet. It was dark by the time we finished moving, and our parents told my brother and I to go upstairs and start unpacking our rooms, and that they would order pizza. My brother and I went upstairs to see our rooms, and I could see that my parents had given me the bigger room, and with Travis being the younger one, he got the smaller room. I remember going to my room to unpack, and I don't exactly remember what made me decide to do this, but something must have shook me, because I remember deciding that night that I didn't want the bigger room. I told my parents I wanted the smaller room, and although they were confused, they agreed to let us switch. So I went upstairs and we moved our stuff to the opposite rooms. A little while later, my brother and I went downstairs for dinner, and we explored the rest of the house. In this house, there were 3 levels. The main floor, which had a kitchen, dining room, living room, half bath, and pantry, as well as a deck. Upstairs, which had 3 rooms, an office, a linen closet, and a full bathroom. And a basement, which had 3 open rooms and a utility closet. Despite sounding like a pretty big house, it was actually pretty small, outdated, and not in very good condition. We even had a mouse infestation at one point. Anyway, the basement is where we explored after dinner. Our dad went down first, saying that he wanted to show us something creepy. So we followed, and we went down these really creaky old wooden steps. The kind that are open so you can see behind them, if you know what I mean. When we got downstairs, my dad turned on the light in the first room, and we saw that it was mostly concrete, except for the ceiling, which was wood, as the main floor was above us. There were 2 rooms off of this room. If you were standing on the stairs looking into this first main room, you would see a second room north of it, and a third room east of it. In the first room, however, there was a rope hanging from the ceiling, hung over one of the beams, and there was some questionable staining on the floor that also splattered up the side of the west wall. My dad told us someone died down here, and so we should never come down there, otherwise we would see a ghost. My brother and I laughed because our dad was the type that would use things like the boogeyman and woozies to keep us from getting out of bed at night. So I think we both figured he was just trying to scare us from going into the basement. In all honesty, to this day, I still have no explanation as to whether or not the claim that someone died down there was true, or what that mysterious stain was. But after you learn about everything that happened in Unit 53, you can decide for yourself. Fast forward a bit, because I have no recollection of the time between then and this next segment. It was Easter of 2004. My grandma had driven into our town for a yearly visit that she would do every Easter. During her stay, I had asked her to sleep in my room. She slept one night in my room and one night with my brothers. I remember her saying that I should have taken the bigger room because I had much more stuff than my brother, and thus making my smaller room seem more uncomfortable for sleepovers. I figured she had a good point, and obviously whatever creepy feelings I got on the first night didn't mean anything. After all, it had been months and everything was fine. So I can't recall how soon after she left, but I did end up moving into that bigger room. And that's when things really kicked in. So by this time, after living in this townhouse complex for a while, my brother had made some friends. I, being the antisocial child, stayed inside doing my own thing most of the time. So one afternoon, my brother was playing outside with his friends, my mother was sleeping in her room, and I was doing a paint-by-number of a cat. At this point, my dad had already left us and my mom was on drugs, so she was most likely sleeping after a long night of partying. I really loved doing paint-by-numbers, so it was kind of a relaxing afternoon for me. As I was doing my thing, the closet door behind me made a quick, loud bang noise. This wasn't new for me. It happened frequently at night and would wake me from a sound sleep. When I would tell my mother about it, she would tell me it was just the house settling. So this time when the closet banged, I thought nothing of it and continued painting. A moment or two passed, maybe less than a minute, and it happened again. But this time, I heard the closet door also slowly slide open. Remembering it now gives me chills. I can still feel the air catch in my lungs as I reminisce of hearing the metal door slide against the metal frame. At this point, I was really reluctant to turn around. I remember trying to convince myself that I was just hearing things, but I turned around anyway, and lo and behold, my closet door was slid open about 5 inches. I stared at it for a few seconds and forcefully decided that it was nothing. It was probably already open. I'm probably just hearing things. You ever swear you see something move and you find every logical explanation to write it off? I turned back around and picked up my brush to paint again. At that point, I kid you not, a child's voice spoke to me and said, "Do you want to play a trick?" I remember every hair on my body standing up and feeling completely paralyzed. I didn't scream like you see in the movies, I just simply sat there like I'd been petrified. Finally, I got the courage to stand, and I ran right into my mother's room. She was sleeping, and I was trembling, tears streaming down my face trying to wake her up. I don't know if you've ever tried to wake someone up who's sleeping off a drug hangover, but it's really difficult. Finally, she woke up enough to ask me what was going on. And I remember saying to her, "Mom, there's a kid in my room. Please wake up. It's asking me to play tricks." She mumbled that it was just my brother. I pleaded with her, "No, Mom, he's outside playing with his friends." But she wasn't listening. And by the time I finished my sentence, she'd passed out again. I was crying so hard. I had never been this scared in my entire life. I peeked out of my mom's door frame and looked down the hallway into my room, and I couldn't see anything. I don't know how long I stood there before I booked it down the hall, down the stairs, and ran outside. I ran into the backyard and found my brother. I was crying while telling him what had just happened. He told me that he didn't believe me, that I was just trying to scare him. But then he told me he had a surprise for me. This surprise was a girl my age. Her name was Sarah, and we ended up being the very best of friends. She came over and asked me why I was crying, but I was too embarrassed to tell her because I didn't want another person to tell me I was crazy. So I shook it off and spent the rest of the afternoon playing with her. Sarah and her brothers would end up finding out that my house was haunted, though. Later on, after a particularly scary event in my basement, they would refuse to ever come over to my house anymore. When Sarah and her brother were called to go in for dinner, my brother and I made our way back to our house too, and I started to feel really afraid again. I really didn't want to go into the house. My brother, feeling brave, probably because he didn't believe me at the time, told me to wait outside and he would go in and look around. I waited, and eventually he came back out and told me that he'd checked everywhere and that everything was fine. Little did he know that everything would not be fine, and little did I know that all of this was just the beginning.
Something in Devil's Lake changed my mind about monsters. Look, I've always been the skeptical type. You know, those people who roll their eyes at ghost stories and think Bigfoot is just a guy in a suit. That was me. Still kind of is, honestly. But whatever happened to Devil's Lake 3 summers ago, I don't know what to make of it. I was up there for work. I'm a water quality technician for the state, so I spend a lot of time at random lakes, taking samples and checking on things. Devil's Lake is this massive body of water in northeastern North Dakota, and it's been rising for decades. Like, seriously rising. It's swallowed up farmland, roads, even some buildings. The whole thing is kind of surreal when you think about it. Anyway, I'd been monitoring the lake for about 2 years by then, so I knew it pretty well. It's not your typical pristine mountain lake or whatever. The water's got this brownish tint to it, high in minerals and salt. Not exactly swimming pool clear, you know? And it's huge. Like 200,000 acres huge when it's at high levels. You can't even see across it in some spots. This particular trip was late August. I was out there alone, which was not unusual. Most of my sampling runs are solo affairs. Just me, my boat, and a bunch of testing equipment. The lake was pretty calm that morning, maybe a light breeze rippling the surface. Perfect conditions for what I needed to do. I'd started early, at about 6 a.m., hitting my usual sampling points. The routine was always the same. Motor out to a GPS coordinate, drop anchor, take water samples at different depths, record temperature and pH, that kind of thing. It was pretty mundane stuff, honestly. I mean, I'd done it hundreds of times. By around 10 a.m., I was working on my 4th or 5th site, somewhere in the deeper part of the lake. The water there is maybe 30 feet deep, which is pretty deep for that area. I was lowering my sampling device when I noticed something weird with my fish finder. Now, I'm not a fisherman, but the boat came with this sonar setup, and I'd gotten used to reading it over the years. Usually you see the bottom, maybe some fish showing up as little arcs or dots. But this time, there was this long, continuous shape showing up on the screen, and it was moving. At first, I thought it was probably a school of fish, but the shape was too defined and solid. It almost looked like a snake or something, but way too big. The sonar was showing it at maybe 15 feet down, and the thing had to be at least 20 feet long, probably longer. I sat there staring at the screen for a minute, trying to make sense of what I was looking at. The shape was kind of undulating, like it was swimming. It wasn't erratic like a bunch of fish would be, but smooth and purposeful. And it was coming toward my boat. And that's when I looked up and saw the wake. There was no wind to speak of, and the lake surface was mostly flat. But maybe 50 yards out, I could see this V-shaped wake cutting through the water, heading straight for me. There was no boat in sight, nothing that should be making that kind of disturbance. I'm not gonna lie, I was getting a little nervous at this point. But I mean, what do you do in that situation? I grabbed my phone to take a video, but of course the battery was almost dead. Technology, right? The wake got closer, maybe 30 yards out now. I could see something just under the surface, dark and substantial. It wasn't like a beaver or a muskrat. This thing was huge. The water was murky enough that I couldn't make out the details, but I could see this dark mass moving underneath. And then it stopped. The wake just disappeared. Whatever was making it had either gone under or changed direction. My sonar was still picking up that long shape, but now it was deeper, maybe 20 feet down, just sitting there, like it was watching me. I've got to admit, I was pretty spooked at this point. I mean, I spend a lot of time alone on lakes, and you just develop this sense of when something is not right. And something was definitely not right. The hair on my arms was standing up, and I had this weird feeling, like I was being more than watched, but observed, studied, I guess. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was a really big fish, a sturgeon or something. Devil's Lake has some decent-sized fish in it. Or maybe debris from all the flooding over the years. Maybe it was an old tree trunk that had broken loose and was drifting around. But the movement was so deliberate and controlled, and that size. I've seen sturgeon before, but this was way bigger than anything that should be living in that lake. I decided to move to my next sampling site, which was about a quarter-mile away. I started up the motor and I headed out, keeping an eye on the sonar. The shape followed me for a while, staying deep, but maintaining roughly the same distance. And then it just vanished from the screen altogether. The rest of the morning was blessedly uneventful. I finished my sampling, packed up my gear, and headed back to shore. But I just couldn't shake the feeling that something had been watching me out there. It's hard to explain, but you know that sensation when you're walking alone at night, and all of a sudden you feel like someone's behind you? It was like that, but on the water. I didn't mention it to anyone at first. I mean, what was I gonna say? Hey, I think I saw a lake monster. That's not exactly the kind of thing you put in an official report. But it bugged me for weeks. A few months later, I was talking to Tom, this old-timer I know who's been fishing Devil's Lake for like 40 years. We were just shooting the breeze at a coffee shop in Devil's Lake City, and somehow the conversation turned to weird things that people had seen on the water. Tom got this look on his face and asked if I'd ever seen anything unusual out there. At first, I wasn't going to say anything, but I figured since he was asking, maybe I could get some answers. I told him about my experience, kind of downplaying it. Part of me expected him to laugh or tell me I was seeing things. But instead, he nodded with this kind of reverence, like he knew exactly what I was talking about. Turns out he'd had his own encounter about 10 years earlier. Similar thing. Something big moving under the water, tracking his boat. He said he'd heard stories from other fishermen too, but nobody talked about it much because they figured people would think they were crazy. He mentioned that the Native Americans in the area, the Turtle Mountain Chippewa and others, had stories about something living in the lake. They called it different names, but the basic idea was the same. Some kind of water spirit or creature that was best left alone. I started doing some research after that conversation. Turns out there are quite a few reports of unusual sightings at Devil's Lake over the years. Nothing that ever made it into the mainstream, but enough local stories that it made me think twice about what I'd experienced. The thing is, Devil's Lake is a weird place geologically. It's part of this ancient lake system that used to be much larger. The water chemistry is unusual. The ecosystem is constantly changing because of the rising water levels. If something was going to be living in a lake in North Dakota, I completely believe that Devil's Lake would probably be the place. I've been back to that lake maybe 20 times since then for work. I've never seen anything like that again. But I do pay a lot more attention to my sonar now. And I'll be honest, I don't linger as long at the deeper sites. There's just something about that place that feels different now. Do I think there's actually some kind of lake monster living in Devil's Lake? I don't know. Part of me thinks it was probably just a big fish, or some kind of debris that my brain turned into something more dramatic. But another part of me remembers that feeling of being watched, the deliberate way that shape moved on the sonar, the controlled motion of the wake. I'm still a skeptic about most paranormal stuff, but I'm a little less certain about what might be living in our lakes and rivers, especially the ones we don't fully understand yet. Devil's Lake is still rising, by the way, still swallowing up more land every year. Makes you wonder what else might be down there in all of that new underwater real estate. The Faint Cry by Jeremy L. So this happened about 3 weeks ago, and I'm still trying to wrap my head around it. I've been hiking solo for years, mostly in Pennsylvania since I live in Pittsburgh, and I thought that I had seen everything the Allegheny National Forest had to throw at me. Turns out I was dead wrong. I'd planned a 4-day backpacking trip through some of the more remote sections near Tionesta Creek area. Nothing too crazy, just wanted to get away from people and clear my head after a particularly brutal work quarter. The weather forecast looked pretty decent for mid-October, and I figured the fall colors would be worth the drive up from the city. The first 2 days went pretty much exactly as I had planned it. Perfect hiking weather, decent campsites, barely saw another soul, except for one group of hunters heading out on day 2. I followed this trail that wasn't even officially marked. It was just some old logging road that connected to some game trails deeper in the forest. The kind of place where your phone has 0 bars and you can actually hear ringing in your ears because it's so quiet. I loved it. I was on my 3rd day out, maybe 8 miles from the nearest parking area, when I first heard this weird sound. It was just this faint sound kind of drifting through the trees ahead of me. At first, I thought it was a hawk or maybe an owl making some weird call I wasn't familiar with. The sound was thin and reedy, almost like a whistle, but not quite. It lasted maybe 3 or 4 seconds, and then stopped. I kept walking. The trail was getting rougher, and I was more focused on not twisting an ankle on the loose rocks than I was about whatever this thing was. About 10 minutes later, though, I heard it again. It was the same sound, but this time it was like it was coming from my left, where before it had been straight ahead. That got my attention, because wind doesn't usually change the direction of bird calls that dramatically. I stopped walking and listened. The forest was doing that thing, where everything goes quiet at once. Even the wind had died down. After about 30 seconds of nothing but this really uncomfortable stillness, I started to move again. The 3rd time I heard it, I actually stopped and pulled out my water bottle, just to have an excuse to stand still and listen. This time, the sound came again, and this time there was something different about it. It was still faint and distant, but there was a quality to it, something that made the hair on my arms stand up. It wasn't quite animal anymore. There was something almost, desperate about it. I'm not the type to spook easily. I've spent more than enough time alone in the woods to know that your brain can start playing some tricks on you when you've been alone for too long. Every stick breaking becomes a bear. Every shadow becomes something watching you. I know that, but this didn't feel like that. The sound had a pattern to it. 3 short bursts, then silence, then 3 more. I kept hiking and just told myself that it was probably some animal I wasn't familiar with. Pennsylvania has plenty of wildlife that I don't regularly encounter living in the city, even for all my experience out here. It could be a fisher cat or a bobcat. They make some pretty unsettling noises. But the calls just kept following me. Not constantly. Sometimes I could go 20 or 30 minutes and never hear a thing. And then out of nowhere, it would start up again. It always seemed to come from a different direction. And every time, it sounded less like an animal and more like, well, like someone calling for help. By late afternoon, I was starting to get genuinely unsettled by the whole thing. The calls were coming more frequently, and they were definitely getting closer. What really bothered me was how they seemed to track my movement. When I stopped, they stopped. When I changed direction, they would start up again from whatever direction I was heading. I found a decent spot to set up camp earlier than usual. A small clearing next to what looked like an old foundation, probably from a cabin that had been torn down decades ago. The sun was still up, but I really wanted to get my tent set up and a fire going long before dark. Something about those calls made me not want to be fumbling around with my gear after sunset. As I was setting up my tent, the calls started again. But this time they were way closer, maybe 50 yards away through the trees. And there was no mistaking it now. Whatever was making that sound was definitely trying to mimic human speech. The 3-burst pattern had turned into something that almost sounded like "help me," but stretched out and distorted. I dropped my tent stakes and just stood there, listening. Then the calls came again. They were even clearer than before. It really did sound like someone in distress. But there was something off about the cadence. It was like somebody had heard human speech before, but they didn't really understand the mechanics of replicating it the right way. My first instinct was to grab my flashlight and go investigate. If somebody was actually hurt out there, I needed to help. We take care of each other out there. But something just held me back. Maybe it was the way the calls had been following me all day. Or maybe there was something primitive and some survival instinct kicked in. Either way, I decided to just wait and see what happened. I got my fire going, and I sat down on a log to eat dinner. The calls continued sporadically as the sun set, always from just inside the tree line around my clearing. It was close enough that I should have been able to see somebody if they were really there, but far enough away that the shadows made it impossible to make out any details. I kept telling myself that if somebody really did need help, and they could obviously move since this thing had been tracking me, they could just walk into the clearing and ask me. They were that close. Around 9 p.m., though, the calls stopped completely. Something about that sudden silence was almost worse than the sound had been. I kept my fire burning bright, and my flashlight was within easy reach. But I didn't hear anything else for the rest of the night, except normal forest sounds. Owls, the occasional branch falling, wind in the trees, stuff like that. I barely slept, though. Every little noise had me sitting up in my sleeping bag, straining to listen. But whatever had been out there seemed to have moved on. The next morning, I packed up early and I started hiking back toward my car. I was maybe 2 miles from the parking area when I heard the calls one last time. But now, they were behind me, back in the direction I'd come from, and they sounded different, like frustrated. Like whatever was making them was upset that I was leaving and hadn't fallen for it. I'm happy to say that, obviously, I made it back to my car without any other incidents. But the whole drive home, I just could not shake that feeling that something had been watching me and tracking me that entire last day. But more than that, it felt like, I don't know, like something was studying me. Like it was trying to figure out how to better mimic what it had heard. I've been hiking in those woods for 15 years, and I've never experienced anything like that before or since. I've looked up every animal call I could find, and nothing matches what I heard. The closest thing is recordings of fox vocalizations, but even those don't have that weird artificial quality that these sounds had. Part of me wants to go back and investigate further, but a bigger part of me thinks that maybe some things are just better left alone. Whatever was out there in the Allegheny that day, I really don't want to meet it face to face, and I'm probably going to stick to the more popular trails for a very long time. The Thing in the Woods. It was supposed to be a weekend of peace and quiet. Just me and a few friends camping out in the backwoods of Pennsylvania. We weren't far from the Allegheny National Forest, but far enough that we weren't any nearby towns or even a good cell signal. Just dense woods, the smell of pine, and nothing else. It was supposed to be the kind of trip where you could just unwind and escape the stress of work. I should have known better. We'd been hiking for a couple of hours, setting up camp, when we got to a secluded spot near the edge of the forest. The ground was soft but dry, and the trees here were thicker, older. It wasn't the kind of place that I would have picked on my own, but one of my buddies, Brad, had read about it online and convinced the group that it would be perfect. It was a little remote, but harmless. After all, it's just the woods, right? That night, after a few beers and some stories around the campfire, I went to bed in my tent, thinking that maybe I'd get a good night's sleep. But I didn't. I woke up sometime after midnight, everything eerily still. I couldn't explain why, but something felt wrong. Like I was being watched. Like something was out there just waiting for me. I tried to shake it off. I told myself that it was just the usual anxiety that comes with being in the woods at night. I mean, we're all pretty much on edge when we're out in the middle of nowhere, right? The wind picked up a little, rustling the branches above me, and I thought I'd just fall asleep again. But that's when I heard it. It wasn't loud at first. It was soft, almost like a whisper. But I could hear my own voice. Well, not exactly my voice, but really close. It was like somebody was standing just outside my tent, mimicking me. "Hey, you okay?" the voice said, in my voice. I froze. It was exactly what I had said to Brad earlier when he had slipped on the trail. But I hadn't said it out loud since then, and definitely not at that moment. I wasn't talking. I hadn't moved. For a second, I convinced myself it was one of the guys playing a prank on me. Maybe Brad or one of the others was messing around, trying to get a rise out of me, you know? But then I heard it again, clearer this time, and it was coming from the completely opposite direction. "Come on, man, get up." It was still my voice from the same scene earlier, but it wasn't me. I recognized the inflection, the way that I would speak, but it felt uncanny. Very uncanny valley, like a bad echo. At this point, my heart was pounding. I couldn't move, I could barely breathe. My thoughts were all over the place. Was it one of the guys? Could they mimic me that closely? Was it a trick of the wind? But it wasn't just that. There was something else in the tone that was really freaking me out. Something that was menacing. Also, how did it move that fast? I didn't hear any footsteps. The voice started to change, pulling at my mind. It started to repeat things I'd said earlier in the day, almost mocking my tone and my words, twisting them like it was trying to be me, but doing it wrong. Each time it spoke, the words sounded slightly off, like they were getting closer and closer to being wrong enough that I could sense it. "Come on, man, let's go. Get up, I'm waiting," the voice continued, now sounding almost urgent. I thought about calling out to my friends, but part of me knew that I couldn't. Something in me knew that whatever this thing was, I was not to acknowledge it. The air around me felt thick and charged. It was like we were building up to some kind of crescendo, and I really didn't want to know what it was. I listened harder, though, straining to make sense of it. The voice began to shift into my laugh, then the sound of me humming a tune. It was mimicking everything, even the little tics and habits that I didn't know I had. It was as if it had been observing me, learning how to replicate me bit by bit. It just started to get closer, and then the sound of footsteps crunching through the leaves just outside my tent. It was circling me. The voice was echoing from every direction, like it was surrounding me, and it didn't always come from where the footsteps did. "Just get up, man. Stop messing around." By now, I could feel my pulse in my throat. It wasn't right. It wasn't my voice anymore. It was something else. My first instinct was to grab my phone and call for help, but we were in the middle of the woods, so I knew it wouldn't do any good. I knew that whatever this thing was, it didn't care about cell signals, and it didn't care about the things I tried to convince myself were normal. I was alone, but not in the way that I expected. I stayed there, frozen, my chest tight, just praying that whatever this thing was would leave us alone. And then, for just a second, everything went totally still. The voice stopped, the footsteps stopped. It was so quiet I could hear my heartbeat in my ears. I didn't dare breathe. I didn't dare move. I don't know how long I stayed like that, but eventually I heard something else. Another voice, but this time it was different. It wasn't mocking, it was demanding. "Get up now." This time it was the kind of voice you don't ignore. It wasn't one I recognized. It wasn't anyone from the group. It was deep, like it came from something that didn't belong to this world. Something that had no business being out here. Or maybe I was the one that had no business being out here. I couldn't tell where it was coming from anymore. I was hearing it in my head as much as I was from the outside. The forest was alive with this pressure that was building around me. That's when I snapped. I grabbed my flashlight and I unzipped the tent, shining it into the woods. But nothing was there. Just trees and shadows and dark, thick woods. I looked around for what felt like hours, trying to find the source of the voice, but it was gone, like nothing had ever been there at all. But I could not shake the feeling that something had been there. Something had been watching, mimicking, learning. The pressure didn't let up. The feeling of being not alone stuck with me, gnawing at me from the inside. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. I just sat there in the darkness, the flashlight shaking in my hand, listening for any sound. The voice didn't come back, but the eerie feeling of being followed never left. Every creak of the trees, every snap of a twig, felt like it was that thing. It felt like I was waiting for something, but I didn't really know what. The next morning, when the sun finally came up, I could not get out of that tent fast enough. I grabbed my gear, not even caring if anyone else was awake, and started packing up. But as I was pulling everything together, one of my friends, Brad of course, asked me what was wrong. "You look like you've seen a ghost, man." I didn't tell him anything. I didn't tell anyone. I mean, how could I? Who would believe me? The voices had stopped, the footsteps were gone, there was nothing to show for anything. We finished the weekend without incident, but by the time we packed up for the last time and drove out of the woods, I was done. I didn't feel the same anymore. Somehow, I don't think any of us did. The strange thing was that none of them even noticed how different it felt. None of them said a word about it, but I could tell that something in me had snapped. And whatever it was, whatever I heard and whatever mimicked me out there never really left. The guys acted just slightly off, too. I don't know if they're aware of it, but they just sort of collectively decided without words to ignore it. But all of us feel different. And nothing has really left me. I moved out of Pennsylvania shortly after that. I tried to put it behind me, but you know how these things go. I still hear it sometimes. My voice calling out from the other room, or from outside. I don't know. I never answer. I've learned better than that. But I know that whatever was in those woods, it followed me. And I don't know if it'll ever go away. My Glitch in the Matrix Experience in Mississippi by Maggie L. Alright, so I need to tell you all about this experience I had in Mississippi a few years ago. Honestly, I've been sitting on this for a while because, well, who's going to believe me? I barely believe it myself, but I swear on everything that happened. I can't make sense of it, and I haven't been able to stop thinking about it since. I guess I thought telling my story might help. I was down in Mississippi visiting some family. Nothing crazy, just a quiet weekend away, getting out of town, you know. I don't know why, but something about the place always made me feel off. It wasn't anything specific, but it had this weight in the air, like you were always being watched no matter what, even when nobody was around. But I'm a city gal, and I just chalked it up to being in a rural area. I wasn't about to let a little unease mess with my plans and get in the way of family time. I was staying with my cousin Rachel. She lives on a small property just outside of Vicksburg, and it's a nice old house. Creaky floors, porch swings, that kind of thing. Real south. The area around the house was just countryside and trees. Nothing but open space and a few other houses scattered around. But it's the kind of place where everyone knows everything about everyone, and things feel a little slower, if that makes sense. So one afternoon, after a bit of a late lunch, I decided to take a walk. I'd been cooped up in the house for a while, and the weather was perfect. Hot, but not unbearable, with just enough of a breeze to make it worthwhile. I started off down the road in front of Rachel's house, a dirt path that wound along the edge of the property before branching off into the woods. I've walked that path before. It's not long, and I'm familiar with it. There's not really much to see unless you're really into plants and bugs, but it's peaceful. This time, though, something just felt a little off. Maybe it was just me. I was thinking too much. Maybe the heat was getting to me. But I felt like it was different, like I'd never been there before, even though I definitely had. I walked a little farther than usual, just kind of lost in my thoughts. And that's when I started to notice something truly weird. The road ahead of me didn't look right. It wasn't like a major change or anything, but it felt like the landscape had subtly shifted. Like a set change I didn't notice. At first, I thought I was just seeing things. And maybe the shadows were playing tricks on me. Maybe I'd walked too far in the heat and was starting to get lightheaded, disoriented. But no, there was something definitely different. It was like I was looking at the same stretch of road I was used to, but it wasn't the same. The trees on the left looked a little fuller, and the ones on the right, well, I could swear they weren't even there a minute ago. I could see the road curving in a way it never had, like it was stretching out farther than I remembered. I stopped dead in my tracks. My heart rate picked up, but I thought, okay, get a grip, you're just imagining things. But the more I looked at it, the more it felt like the road had reset itself. Like I was staring at the same patch of dirt and trees, sure, but it had somehow gone back in time or something. I know this sounds insane, but just stay with me here. I turned around thinking maybe I had somehow missed a turn or looped back without realizing it. But no, Rachel's house was still behind me, right where it was supposed to be. I could see the front porch swing, the yard, everything. I was still on the same road, so I decided to turn around and just keep walking. Maybe it was just a weird moment. Maybe a shift in my perspective. I mean, things happen, right? But when I kept walking, that same patch of road looked exactly the same. The trees were in different places. The ground looked subtly different. Everything was still very off. I don't know what it was, but I just couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't in the same place anymore. Like I was on some kind of invisible boundary. I'm talking about everything, from the vibe of the air to the way the sun hit the ground. It was like I had stepped into a version of the road that wasn't quite the one I had just been walking on. But here's where it gets even crazier. I walked a little bit more, now fully aware that I was starting to panic. I started questioning whether I was just losing my mind. I don't really have panic attacks, but maybe I was having one. But then something happened that made me absolutely freak out. Up ahead, maybe 50 feet or so, I saw a figure. It was a person, but they were standing still in the middle of the road. Just standing there, not moving. At first, I thought it might have been someone that I knew from the area, but no. This person looked out of place. They were dressed in clothes that I hadn't seen in years. Old, kind of worn-out clothes that looked like they came from the late 90s. Like, not even in a retro, cool way, just outdated. It wasn't the clothing that threw me off, though. It was the fact that they were just standing there, not moving, not even blinking. And I swear when I tried to focus on them, I couldn't make out any details. I mean, I could see the person, but the closer I looked, the more their features blurred. It was like their face wouldn't come into focus, no matter how hard I tried. I don't know how long I stood there, staring at them, but I do know this. They didn't belong on that road, not in the version of reality I was in. The more I stared, the more the air around them seemed to shift and change, like there was static in the atmosphere. You know when you look at the pavement on a really hot day and everything kind of shimmers? It was like that. And that's when it hit me. I wasn't in the same time anymore. Somehow I had stepped into a different version of the road. A version of the road that didn't fit. A version that felt older. I can't explain it, not in a way that would make you understand, but it wasn't like I was in the past. Nothing looked outright vintage, but it felt wrong. Like I'd slipped through some invisible crack in time. I turned around to run back to Rachel's house, and that's when the glitch happened. I looked behind me, and the house was gone. It was just not there anymore. The space where it should have been was empty, like it was never there, like no one had ever developed it or built anything. But when I looked back at the road, I could still see the figure standing in the distance, watching me. The feeling of being watched became overwhelming. Every instinct in me screamed that I had to get out of there. And I did what any rational person would do, I think. I ran. I didn't stop until somehow I was back in the house. I don't remember how long it took me to get back there. I didn't look at the road, I didn't look at anything except my feet, but somehow I found the house again. I threw open the door and slammed it shut and locked every window and door. I shuttered every blind and I just collapsed. I couldn't sleep that night. I kept staring out the window, waiting for something to shift again, for that person to reappear, and I really didn't go back outside for the rest of the trip. The weird thing is, the next day when I tried to bring it up to Rachel, she didn't remember anything being different about the road. She didn't know who I was talking about when I mentioned the person I saw. It was like the whole thing didn't happen at all. And that, I think, is what's messing with me the most. It's like the whole encounter was erased, or maybe I was the only one who remembered it. Maybe it didn't happen in this timeline at all.
Large Predator Behavior by Biogal74. I never thought I'd be telling a story like this. Me, of all people. I'm a scientist, for crying out loud. I deal in facts, data, and peer-reviewed studies. But after what happened last month in the Cascade Mountains, I don't know where else to turn. I need to get this off my chest. And maybe someone out there has experienced something similar, can help me make sense of it all. For context, I'm a wildlife biologist specializing in large predator behavior. I've been working in the field for over a decade, and I thought I'd seen it all. Bears, wolves, mountain lions, you name it, I've probably tracked it, studied it, or at least seen signs of it. But what I encountered on my last research expedition has shaken me to my core, and has made me question everything I thought I knew about the natural world. It started as a routine expedition. My research assistant Jamie and I, along with our local guide Mike, were investigating reports of unusual predator activity in a remote area of the national forest. There had been an uptick in missing pets and livestock in nearby communities, along with hikers reporting strange animal calls. The Forest Service initially brushed it off, but as reports continued to pile up, they decided it might be worth looking into. We planned for a week-long expedition, setting up camera traps and collecting physical evidence. The first few days were uneventful, typical Pacific Northwest backcountry, lots of dense forest, some small streams, and the usual signs of the usual wildlife. It was on the fourth night that things took a turn for the strange. We were sitting around the campfire after dinner, discussing our findings, or lack thereof, when we heard it, a sound that I still struggle to describe. It was low and rumbling and metallic, but unmistakably biological. It wasn't a bear, it wasn't a cougar, it wasn't anything that I'd heard before in all my years in the field. Mike, our guide, went pale. "That's it," he said. "That's the sound people have been talking about." We quickly doused the fire and retreated to our tents. None of us slept much that night. The sound came again, closer this time, just before dawn. It was accompanied by the crash of breaking branches, as if something very large was moving through the forest. When morning came, we cautiously emerged to investigate. The forest was eerily quiet. No bird song, no scurrying of small animals. As we moved through the underbrush, I noticed signs of disturbance that set my scientific mind racing. Broken branches high up on mature trees, strange, viscous fluid on some of the leaves that didn't match any animal secretion I was familiar with. And then we found the tracks. I've seen plenty of large animal tracks in my career, but these were something else entirely. They were huge, easily twice the size of the largest grizzly print I've ever seen. But the shape was all wrong. It looked almost like a massive handprint, with odd protrusions that could have been claws or I don't even know what. I took photos and measurements, trying to maintain some semblance of scientific objectivity, even as my hands shook. As we followed the trail of destruction, Jamie suddenly grabbed my arm and pointed to a nearby tree. My breath caught in my throat. Embedded in the trunk, a good 10 feet off the ground, was a huge, curved claw. It was unlike anything I'd ever seen. Not quite a reptile's, not quite a mammal's. The tissue around the base was a mottled grayish-green color that I've never observed in any known species. I carefully removed the claw, my scientific curiosity overriding my growing sense of dread. Once I got back down to the ground, I looked closer. It was heavy, far denser than it should be. The tip was wickedly sharp, and the edge had microscopic serrations that I could feel but barely see. We continued to follow the trail, which seemed to be leading us toward a series of caves we had noted on our topographical maps. As we got closer, an overpowering stench hit us, a mix of rotting meat, ozone, and something else I couldn't identify. Mike gagged and had to turn back. Jamie and I pressed on, our scientific training battling with our instinct to flee or puke. The cave entrance was larger than it had appeared on our maps, as if it had been recently excavated. We switched on our headlamps and cautiously entered, every step echoing ominously. What we found inside, I'm still struggling to explain. The rock walls were covered in strange, symmetrical patterns, almost like circuitry, but organic somehow. They almost seemed to pulse with a faint bioluminescence. I've never seen anything like it in nature. But it was what we found deeper in the cave that truly defies explanation. In a shallow depression in the cave floor was... well, the closest I can come to describing it is a cross between an egg and a metallic pod, about the size of a small car. Its surface seemed to ripple and shift, as if alive. Surrounding it were bones, hundreds of bones. Some were clearly from local wildlife, deer, elk, maybe some smaller mammals, but others, and this is hard for me to even say, others looked human. We should have left. We should have run and never looked back and said we didn't find anything, but we were scientists, and our need to understand overpowered our fear. We started to document everything, taking photos, samples, measurements, and that's when we heard the same sound from the night before, but so loud it shook dust from the cave ceiling. It was coming from deeper in the cave system, and it was getting closer. What happened next is a complete blur in my memory. I remember running, branches whipping at my face as we tore through the forest. I remember a glimpse of something massive moving through the trees, a flash of what looked like metallic skin and glowing eyes. I remember the ground shaking with each of its steps. Somehow we made it back to our camp. We did find Mike along the way. We had no time to explain it to him just then. We just told him to run, and he did. When we got back to camp, we grabbed what we could and headed for the trailhead, hiking through the night in our desperation to get out of there. We didn't stop until we reached the ranger station, wild-eyed and babbling. Probably didn't sound very scientific at all. And, for poor Mike, that was the first time he got an explanation. That was all a month ago. Since then, I've been trying to make sense of what we experienced. I've tried going over all of our photos, but most of them, and I know this sounds cliché, were deleted. Not by me, not by anyone else, just not there. The samples we took were left behind, unfortunately, so all I have are scribblings that probably sound like they're from a mad scientist. I've reached out to colleagues, but most think I'm either pulling their leg or had some kind of stress-induced hallucination. The fragment of the claw that I managed to keep, I've been analyzing that in secret. And what I have found defies everything I thought I knew about biology. The cellular structure is like nothing I've ever seen. It seems to be able to alter its molecular structure at will. And it's still alive somehow, even separated from whatever it came from. I've been poring over historical records, folklore, even fringe theories, anything that might give me a clue about what we're dealing with. I have found scattered reports throughout history of similar encounters, but nothing conclusive. I'm writing this because I don't know what else to do. My rational, scientific mind is battling with what I know I saw, with what I know we experienced, and I'm just hoping against hope that someone out there has encountered something similar, and has lived to tell about it. Any shred of information that can help me make sense of this would be great. To those who would dismiss this as a hoax or the ravings of a madwoman, I understand. I would have thought the same thing a month ago. I have no reason to make this up, and every reason to keep it to myself. But I can't. Not when there's something out there that defies everything we think we know about the natural world. Until I have more information, all I have for you is this. If you're planning to venture into the backcountry, be careful. Be vigilant. There are things out there that we don't understand. And until we do, probably after that too, we need to be cautious. Very cautious.
As I write this, I am a 41-year-old man, married, and I have 4 children. My story is from when I was 8 years old, but it was so vivid and real that I still feel like it was yesterday. This is my paranormal experience with something that I call the Demon Lady. This story really is about hearing if others have had a similar experience or insight. Here is some of the backstory of my life leading up to the Demon Lady. My parents got divorced when I was 8 years old. I originally went to go live with my mom, my older brother, and my mom's boyfriend at the time. Everything appeared to be normal in our house. While living in this new house that we all moved into, I remember finding a book about how to perform black magic. I was fairly certain that this was my mother's book, and truthfully, being 8 years old, I had no idea what I was looking at. It was soon after this time that I went to go and live with my dad. One weekend, when I was allowed to see my dad, my mom told me to pack up all my stuff and that I was going to go with my dad. I was under the impression that this was another weekend trip and nothing more. It turned out that my mom, brother, and my mom's boyfriend were moving to Colorado this weekend while I was at my dad's house. However, I didn't know any of this for 3 years. She didn't contact me for another 3 years about her whereabouts, but that's a story for another day. So now I'm living with my dad, and he's in a small apartment. He decides to move into a house to give us more room. We moved into a house on Sullivan Road in northwest Huntsville, Alabama. The moment we moved into this house, I only had one word to describe how I felt living there: dread. Everything about being in that house gave me this feeling. I was a latchkey kid growing up since my dad worked all day, and I remember walking home from school and just dreading going home. I also remember as I was about to put the house key in the lock that I always checked the door. By checking the door, I mean that I was checking for scratch marks, as if something was trying to claw its way in, or I would check to see if the door was broken into. I always had this feeling that something was waiting for me on the other side. Once inside, I would run into every room except one and turn on all the lights. The one room light that I did not turn on was my own. I lived in this house for 6 months, and not once did I ever sleep in my room. I had, up until that point, never had a problem sleeping by myself. I always slept in my dad's room. As a matter of fact, I was so scared to go into my room that I made my dad go in and pick out my clothes for me. Even thinking about going into that room, a total feeling of dread came over me. Actually, there was another place that I never went to as well, and that was my backyard. I hated it in the backyard. I don't know what it was, but it always felt off, darker. One day after school, I came home and did what I normally do. I made a snack, watched some TV, and waited until my dad came home. Today was different, though. I'm not sure why, but I decided that I wanted to go into my room and jump on my bed. I don't recall what I was feeling before entering the room, but I remember being in there and jumping on my bed. Everything was fine until I looked out of my bedroom door through an open hallway and into another room. That was the first time that I ever saw the demon lady. She was floating in the open doorway of the other room. I'll describe her as I remember her. Like I said, she was floating off the ground. Her skin, from head to fingertips, was completely pale in color, almost gray. Her hair was long and looked like it had never been combed. I remember her hands because they seemed tense, like when you're trying to palm a basketball but there was no ball there. I also remember that her fingernails were black. Her eyes were black too, but it felt like I knew she was staring at me. Her mouth was just there, on her face. There was no menacing smile or anything like that. I was just staring at her, and she was staring at me. I was terrified, beyond terrified. I ran out of the room as fast as I could, right past the demon lady and onto my front porch. I sat out on the porch for the next few hours, waiting for my dad to get home. Surprisingly, I never told my dad what I saw. I'm not sure why I didn't. Maybe because I didn't know what I saw. After seeing the demon lady, things got worse for me at that house. I ended up not sleeping well. I missed over 20 days of school for half a semester because I was so terrified to be away from my dad. I was getting to be too much for my dad to handle. He decided to send me to my grandparents in Arkansas to live for a while. I'm sure he thought I was just a kid struggling with a parent's divorce and my mother leaving me. So I was packed up and moved to Arkansas. But before I left, I did see the demon lady one last time. I was in our garage hanging out doing whatever kids do. There were 2 doors to the garage, one from the kitchen into the garage and one door to the backyard. I remember being in the garage and that feeling of dread coming over me. I turned toward the door from the kitchen, and there she stood, the same as before. Same hair, gray skin, and most notably, her piercing black eyes. I ran to the backyard as fast as I could, but I hated the backyard and I couldn't get out of there fast enough. So again, I waited on my front porch for my dad. That was the last time that I would see her in that house. I moved to Arkansas, and I never once saw her while I was there. It was like she'd never been a part of my life. Everything seemed to go back to normal. I slept in my own room, my grades improved, I played baseball, and girls liked me. Even more awesome was that my dad moved from Alabama to Arkansas with me. Things were going great for us, but my dad ended up getting a job in Alabama again, so we were going to move back. Still, at this point, I never told him about what I saw in the house. Everything started out normal, but eventually, I started seeing this demon lady in my dreams. I would wake up completely terrified, and I would expect to see her standing at the door. On another occasion, I remember experiencing a form of sleep paralysis twice with the demon lady being present. In these instances, I was on my stomach, my head laying on its side. Above me was the demon lady hovering. She was so close that her hair was gently grazing my face. This was the most terrified I have ever been in my life. I couldn't move, and I felt trapped. All I remember is that eventually it was over. What eventually happened was that I started going to church when I was 11 and would mention the demon lady to a youth pastor from time to time. I don't think he knew it was such a serious thing for me in my life at the time. Who really would, though? One time he joked that the demon lady was standing behind me, and my first reaction was to cower in terror. It was at that moment that he knew that this was serious. He ended up praying for me and that this demon would leave me alone. And truthfully, it worked. I never had another issue with it since that time. Now, did the prayers really work? Maybe. Or maybe I just grew out of it over time. I do know and feel that the times I saw her outside of my dreams, she was as real as another human standing in another room. And the terror, that was real too. I did end up telling my dad about her when I was 18, and surprisingly, he seemed to listen well. I'm not sure if anybody has a similar story or insight as to what this could have been. Part of me thinks that this is somehow connected to the black magic book my mother had. I never lived with my mom again and saw her from time to time from my young age until now, but there are some other stories that I have heard from her that make me think she had something to do with it. There was a 20-year gap where we never spoke to one another. When we did connect later in life, she mentioned that she and my brother used to perform seances together when he was older. She even admitted one time that they did this with my brother and a friend of his. Apparently, the friend had gotten possessed and ran out of the house. They didn't see him for 2 days, until he was found at the bottom of a cliff, dead. She also mentioned the reason she left me and never contacted me was to protect me from my brother. She said that she was afraid he was going to kill me. She also mentioned that she was visited by, in her words, a witch at her front door. All the witch said to her was that her family was going to die. Her husband ran the woman off, and she was never seen again. I still don't know what to make of all of this, and any feedback or experiences would be appreciated. The Current That Followed Us by Darren K. I've spent most of my life working on small boats, mostly fishing and dive trips near Cairns in Queensland. After a while, the sea becomes routine. You know it's powerful, but you don't think much about it. Then, in 2021, something happened that seemed wrong. It wasn't scary, just like something simple wasn't working the way that it should. We took a 3-day trip with 6 passengers and 3 crew, heading to a dive spot far out in the Coral Sea. Our boat, the bungalow, is about 60 feet long. It's nothing fancy, but it does the job. The weather was good all week, with no storms. On the last night, we anchored about 20 kilometers from Osprey Reef. The sky was clear and full of stars. We planned to sleep, do a quick dive in the morning, and then head home. Around 2 a.m., I woke up to silence. Not the usual quiet, but the kind you notice when a machine stops running. The generator had cut out. Even half asleep, you get used to the background noise of a boat. When it disappears, you feel it right away. I jumped out of my bunk, expecting an engine fault light. But all the power was still reading normally. The noise had just stopped. Outside, the water looked oddly still under the moonlight. No shimmer. That's weird because even in no wind, the coral sea always breathes some ripple or drift. I went topside. The ocean was glass flat, not smooth in the natural sense, mirror flat, like buffed steel reflecting clouds. The boat lay dead center in it. The air was heavy and dry, almost static. The motion underfoot was off too. Lighter, like the Molonglo sat higher on the surface than normal displacement allows. Then I noticed our compass was slowly turning. There were no waves or interference, just a steady rotation. 5 degrees, then 10, then 15. North continued drifting, as if it couldn't decide where to point. When I spoke, my voice reflected with a slight delay. It was strange to actually hear myself answer myself. Mick came up from below, squinting and half-dressed. "The generator's fine," he said. Then he looked at the sea and his tone changed. "That's not the tide." We did a full systems check. Navigation, engine, temp, all of it. Everything was nominal. But the GPS position wasn't updating. It locked at the same coordinates for 20 minutes straight. Even when we tried marking new waypoints, they just stacked on each other like we hadn't moved. At 3:04 a.m., the horizon flashed once. Not lightning, more like bioluminescence on overload. It ran in a perfect rim across the horizon line, a single circular pulse. We thought maybe a meteor trace or satellite reflection. And then the water moved. The water didn't rise or churn. It slanted. The mirror-like surface leaned upward about 5 degrees toward the starboard, then settled flat again, smooth as glass. That shouldn't be possible. You can't tilt the ocean without wind or gravity changing. Still, we almost lost our balance. The passengers slept through nearly all of it. Only the crew noticed anything strange. Then a low vibration ran through the hull. At first you couldn't hear it. It was something you felt, like a far-off train under your feet. It lasted for a full minute, humming through every beam. I watched the stars reflected in the water shiver a little, even though the surface didn't move. We dropped a weighted line for depth reading. The line went slack after 40 meters, then snapped tight again, like it passed through open space before hitting resistance. The depth meter on sonar flickered between 63 meters and 410 multiple times before freezing on 0. The machine just quit after that. No error code. Mick decided to start both engines, but the starter wouldn't respond at first. On the second try, both engines turned over at the same time, which never happens, and the sound came in with a half-second delay, almost like an echo. That kind of two-step resonance just makes your hair stand on end. Once we started moving, or at least thought we were, there was no wake behind us. The Molonglo cut through the water, but the reflection stayed unbroken. I checked the stern lights, but there wasn't even a shimmer in their glow. We kept the throttle low for about half an hour, with everything else completely quiet. The compass needle stopped moving. Mick used the stars to steer us roughly west, but the stars kept shifting, as if the sky was rotating around us instead of above us. And then out of nowhere, the depth finder read 11 meters, which made no sense since we were way far out to sea. Before we could react, something huge appeared next to us, like a ridge, but smooth and without any waves. The moonlight hit it as the clouds parted. It was water, but frozen in place. A wave had curled up, 5 or 6 meters high, translucent and still, with air bubbles trapped inside. We floated past it. You could see small fish suspended inside, their tails trailing behind their bodies like a paused video frame. Nobody talked for a while. We all just stared while the engines hummed over what looked like a solid glass sea. At 3:47 on the dot, everything started working again. The depth readings were normal, the compass found north, and the wake returned. Suddenly, we could smell the sea again. That salt and algae smell that had been missing before. The vibration stopped. The air thinned. The water moved naturally again. We looked at each other, waiting for things to get strange again, but nothing happened. The stars returned to normal and the GPS finally updated. But instead of drifting west, we were suddenly 14 kilometers south, almost halfway to Holmes Reef. We anchored again at dawn and checked everything. There was no damage, and all of the electronics were working. But the timestamps on every digital log, navigation, sonar, even the galley's fridge monitor, showed the same gap, exactly 1 hour and 11 minutes missing. It was like the system just refused to record that time. It was with the harbor office out of Cairns when we got back. They chalked it up to temporary magnetic interference. But interference doesn't make seawater pause mid-tide. Here's what really convinced me that something strange happened. 2 weeks later, I was cleaning gear at the marina when Hallie, one of the passengers from that night, found me. She had finally checked her GoPro footage from a dive earlier that day. The camera had been left on overnight in her bunk, still recording because she had forgotten to lock it. At exactly 3:04, the same minute as the flash, her video jolts from black to a bright image of our cabin interior. Nobody inside, no audio. For 13 seconds, she caught a static blue light shining through the portal, as if the whole world outside glowed white. Then the feed cut dead. When she rebooted the camera afterward, the file was still there, but locked with the metadata tag, environment frame overflow. Neither of us knew what that meant. We sent it to GoPro support, and they said that the code isn't public.
The boyfriend and I moved out. Eventually, my father got a new girlfriend who moved in. She has 2 kids. One is my father's and one by another man. They were young at this time, the girl being around 5 and the boy being about 2. After a while, the girlfriend started talking to me and saying that there was something off with the house. She did know the story about the previous owner. Her daughter stayed in my old room. You know, the one with the posters. Also the one with the closet. Her daughter started talking about an old man named Zabu that lived in the closet. She described him as an old man with a long beard and said that he glowed green. She said that she'd seen him a few times and that she didn't like him or the closet. One time the boy was sitting on the living room floor, looking up at the ceiling, and just randomly out of nowhere he says, "I don't want to talk to you right now." Nobody was speaking with him, or even close to him. I'm sure there was more involving them, but I can't remember all of it right now. Weird things kept happening, though. At the time, I'd even asked a paranormal investigation team if they would be interested in looking at the house. Of course, they were all for it, but we first had to get permission from the owner of the house, which would be my dad. When my dad's girlfriend brought it up to him, he declined, saying that there's no such thing as ghosts and he didn't want a bunch of strangers staying in the house. So, regretfully, I had to inform the team of this decision. Flash forward to a few years later. She and my father broke up and she moved out. He got a new job where he was rarely home. I have 2 children by now, so I decided, you know what, I'll rent the house while he's gone. My boyfriend and I and our 2 kids moved in. The first thing that happened was later one night. I was in the basement. The lights were quite dim down there, and I heard something rustling around in one of the 2 bedrooms. I opened the door, and the light wouldn't come on. Nothing strange, just a blown light bulb. But as I was looking around the room for possible rodents, I looked up at the ceiling, and there was a flashing green and reddish-orange light. Then I realized that they were everywhere. The closest thing I can compare it to is the flashing light you might see on a smoke alarm. There were hundreds of these lights all over the ceiling. So I backed right out and closed the door as quickly as I could and vacated the basement altogether. Those lights started to randomly appear on the ceiling in the main part of the basement, too. My sister and her boyfriend came to visit. Once again, we were in the basement. We smoked down there instead of upstairs. It was getting late. Her boyfriend went and opened the car bay door from inside the house. He was going to go outside to use the bathroom, as it was much easier for him, and he didn't want to go upstairs and wake my kids unnecessarily. So as he's heading through the car bay, we hear, "What the?" He turned around and hightailed it back out of there, slamming the door. Obviously panicked, he then proceeded to tell us that he had just seen a little girl running across the room from one end to the other. We opened up the door and checked things out, but nothing was there. One night after dark, I was in a bedroom upstairs, not my old room. Nobody was staying in that one. In my daughter's room, the one adjacent to my old room, I was putting some laundry away, when out of the blue, my daughter, who was about 3 or 4 at the time, pointed at the window. She said, "Mom, who's the man standing outside?" I looked at the window, she still pointing and looking at it. Trying my best not to panic, I said, "Babe, there's no man out there." I didn't see anything. No man. It was completely dark. There also wasn't a man inside the room, nor in the reflection of the inside of the room on the darkened window. But if she could see it, I sure couldn't. As calmly as I could, with a racing heart and clammy hands, I picked her up and left the laundry. I brought her out to the living room, where I then asked her about the man she saw. She said he was really tall and had a beard. Remember Zabu? Yeah, I couldn't believe it. I made sure to have the curtains closed and her bedroom door opened at all times after that. Another day, I was in the living room, playing Guitar Hero, sitting in a chair not too far from the television. It was night and my kids were in bed. So while I was into the game and focused on all the colors and playing, I saw a little girl out of the corner of my eye, standing a few feet away from me. I assumed it was my daughter who had gotten out of bed to use the bathroom. So I then proceeded to talk to her and ask her why she was up. I asked her if she could go back to bed, or if she was thirsty or hungry, but I got no replies. My song was over and I could still see this girl out of the corner of my eye. So I looked directly at her, and there was nobody there. The daughter I thought I'd been carrying on a one-sided conversation with was still in her bed, completely sound asleep. I was in shock. There was no way. But alas, apparently now we have a Zabu and a little girl hanging around. One morning, it was early. I was in the basement doing laundry. My children's dad at the time was sitting on the couch with our daughter. The couch was in front of a built-in bar area, 70s style. There was fluorescent lighting all over it, but it didn't work, so we had a small table lamp on top of the bar for lighting. The plug was behind the bar area. I had forgotten some laundry upstairs, and I ran up to grab it. On my way back down the stairs, I yelled to the kid's father, "Watch out, get up." The lamp that was on the bar was literally sliding across the bar and was about to fall off the edge right onto the heads of the 2 people sitting under it, which happened to be my family. As soon as they got up, it stopped moving and stayed where it was, hovering at the edge of the bar. My father also had an old phone that was screwed into the wall in the basement. It was very old, probably put in when the house was originally built. He just never bothered to take it out.
It had a rotary dial, too. For all the young ones, that's a phone where you actually have to turn the dial to the number you want. No touch numbers here. We didn't have a landline hooked up, as 7 to 8 years ago, cell phones were much more convenient. When we would be upstairs, that phone would randomly start ringing. Of course, it's been years since there was a landline hooked to the house, and it would only ring a couple of times before stopping, and never while anybody was downstairs. We would randomly hear scratching on the carport door, almost like a cat. This would happen when we were downstairs. It was on the inside door heading to the carport, but on the car bay side. And of course, upon investigation, there was never anything there, and nothing was ever disturbed. We stayed there maybe 6 to 7 months, and moved. I'd had enough. I told my father what had been happening, and once again he said I was foolish, that there's no such thing as ghosts. Fine, to each their own. He can believe whatever he wants to, or not. A few months after I moved out, I got a phone call from my father. He was kind of frantic, which was unusual. He said, "I believe you now." I said, "What are you talking about? I mean, it's kind of a weird way to start a phone call." He said, "About the ghosts. There's something in that house." I said, "Really? Finally, you believe me. What happened?" He said that he was laying on the couch at night. He's the only one living there now, and he said that the cupboard doors one night started opening and slamming shut on their own. Another night, a mug had fallen out of the cupboard on its own. The taps would turn on and off on their own. He swears he saw somebody walking around outside at night, but when he turned the outside lights on and went to investigate, there was never anybody there. As a total non-believer, he shook off everything that has happened over the years as a coincidence or the product of an active imagination, right up until he saw and heard those cupboards with his own eyes and ears. He was quite shaken up. He left again for work, and he did rent the house out to a few different people. He even warned them about the house, and there was only one of the renters out of the two who admitted to him that they too had heard and seen some pretty weird stuff. He never elaborated on what happened with the renters, but after the second one, he put the house up for sale. This was about 5 years ago, and I've always wondered what has happened in the house since. I also wonder about the stories the current owners could share. I don't know who they are, and I'm not about to drive up and tell them my story and ask them if anything has ever happened to them, no matter how curious I am. Although I have to admit, it's mighty tempting.
The Forest Holds Secrets We Can't Explain by Maple Wanderer 87. I've always been drawn to the wilderness. Growing up in northern Ontario, I spent countless weekends camping and hiking with my family. But nothing could have prepared me for what I encountered last month during a solo backpacking trip in the remote forests near the Quebec border. It started innocently enough. I'd taken a week off work, eager to clear my head and reconnect with nature. The area I chose was a lesser-known provincial park, beautiful, rugged, and blissfully isolated, perfect for getting away from it all. The first 2 days were uneventful. I hiked deep into the forest, set up camp each evening, and relished the solitude. Tall pines towered above me, their branches creaking in the wind. At night, a chorus of loons echoed across hidden lakes. It was exactly the escape I'd been craving. But the third day would change all that. I'd been following a faint trail that wound through a particularly dense section of forest. The canopy was so thick that very little sunlight filtered through, casting everything in a perpetual twilight. As I pushed through a tangle of undergrowth, I stumbled into a small clearing and froze. There, in the center of the clearing,
stood a perfect circle of white birch trees. And I mean perfect. Each tree was exactly the same height and width, spaced at precise intervals. It looked like something out of a fairy tale. Now, I'm no botanist, but I know enough about nature to know that this was not natural. Trees don't grow in perfect geometric patterns. I approached cautiously, half expecting to find evidence of human intervention. But as I examined the trees up close, I couldn't find any signs of pruning or manipulation at all. They appeared to have grown this way naturally. I spent a good hour circling the formation, taking photos and what measurements I could. The precision was uncanny. Each tree stood exactly 12 feet tall and 8 inches in diameter. The spacing between them was exactly 3 feet. No variations whatsoever. As the day wore on, I reluctantly left the clearing to make camp for the night, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I had stumbled upon something extraordinary. Little did I know, that was only the beginning. The next morning, I woke early, determined to further investigate the strange tree circle. But as I hiked back to the clearing, I realized that something was off. The forest felt different. The birds had gone quiet. The air seemed heavier, almost oppressive. When I reached the clearing, my jaw dropped. The circle of birch trees was gone. In its place stood a ring of massive boulders, each one easily 15 feet tall. They were arranged in the exact same pattern as the trees had been just the day before. I blinked hard, convinced I must be seeing things. But the boulders remained stubbornly real. I approached and ran my hand along the nearest one. It was cool and rough to the touch, covered in a layer of lichen that suggested it had been there for centuries. My mind raced, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. Had I somehow gotten turned around and stumbled upon a different, perfect clearing? But no. I recognized the surrounding trees and undergrowth. This was the same spot. I spent the rest of the day in a haze, circling the boulders and searching for any clue that might explain their sudden appearance. But I found nothing. No drag marks, no disturbed earth, no sign of how these massive rocks could have been moved into place overnight. As the sun began to set, a chill settled in my spine. The forest suddenly felt sinister, unwelcoming. I hurried back to my campsite, my thoughts a jumbled mess. That night, I barely slept. Every single noise I heard had me on edge. I kept expecting to look out of my tent and see something, I wasn't sure what. But the night passed uneventfully, and as dawn broke, I made a decision. I needed to see that clearing one more time before hiking out and reporting my findings to the park rangers. I still didn't know what exactly I would report. With my heart pounding, I made my way back to the now familiar spot. I pushed through the last bit of undergrowth and stepped into the clearing. It was empty. No trees, no boulders, just a perfectly circular patch of bare earth, ringed by undisturbed forest. I sank to my knees, overwhelmed by a mix of relief and profound confusion. What the hell was going on in this forest? As I knelt there, trying to gather my thoughts, something caught my eye. A glint of metal half buried in the soft soil, in the very center of the clearing. I crawled over and carefully brushed away the dirt. It was a small metal disc about the size of a quarter. One side was perfectly smooth. The other was etched with intricate symbols I didn't recognize, loops and swirls that seemed to shift and change the longer I looked at them. With trembling hands, I pocketed the disc and stumbled out of the clearing. I knew I needed to leave. Now. The hike back to my car was a blur. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see that same something that I couldn't quite nail down. But the forest remained stubbornly, almost mockingly normal. As soon as I had cell service, I called the park rangers and tried to explain what I'd seen. I really should have formulated my thoughts ahead of time because I think I just babbled. They were skeptical, to say the least, but they said they would send out a team to investigate. I've spent the week since trying to make sense of my experience. I've pored over maps of the area, researched local legends. I even reached out to a few experts in various fields, but I'm no closer to understanding what happened in that clearing. The metal disc is the only tangible evidence I have, and even that raises more questions than it answers. I've shown it to a metallurgist friend, and he says the composition doesn't match any known alloy. The symbols remain indecipherable. I can't stop thinking about what I saw. The perfect circle of trees, the towering boulders, the empty clearing. Each image is burned into my mind. I'm planning to go back next month, this time with a small group of friends. We'll be better prepared, with cameras and scientific equipment to document whatever we find. Part of me is terrified at the thought of returning, but a larger part needs answers. And a small part of me wonders if the forest will actually let us get them. I know this all sounds crazy. If I hadn't experienced it myself, I wouldn't believe it, so I don't blame you if you don't. But I'm hoping that by sharing my story, I might connect with others who've had similar encounters. Because I'm certain of one thing. Whatever is happening in that forest, it's beyond anything we currently understand. Has anyone else experienced something like this? Shifting realities, perfect geometric clearings? Any theories on what could explain these phenomena? At this point, I am open to any and all ideas. In the meantime, I'll be here, staring at this strange metal disc, and wondering what secrets it holds, and counting down the days until I can return to that clearing, and hopefully uncover the truth. My colleague saw her own funeral in Cappadocia, by Elif D. I work for an international development NGO based in Ankara, and about 18 months ago, our team did a site visit to one of our partner organizations in Cappadocia. If you're not familiar, Cappadocia is this region in central Turkey, famous for the fairy chimneys and cave dwellings carved into the volcanic rock there. It's stunning, but also deeply strange. The landscape looks alien. There were 4 of us on this trip. My boss, Mehmet, 2 other project coordinators named Eileen and Serkan, and me. We were there to review a women's cooperative program and do some preliminary assessments for expansion. Standard work trip, 3 days of meetings and site tours. We stayed in Göreme, which is the main tourist town. Our hotel was one of those cave hotels that Cappadocia is known for, rooms literally carved into rock formations. I had stayed in one before on a personal trip years ago, and I thought they were very charming. Eileen had never been to the region and was very excited about it. The meetings went fine the first day. We visited the cooperative, talked to the women running it, and reviewed their books. That evening, we had dinner at the hotel restaurant and went to bed early because we had an early start the next morning. My room was on the 2nd level, connected to the main structure by these narrow stone corridors that had been carved out centuries ago. Around 2 a.m, I woke up to someone knocking on my door. Persistent knocking. I figured it was Mehmet or one of the others with some kind of emergency. I got up and opened the door. Eileen was standing there in her pajamas, looking completely wrong. Her face was blank. Her eyes weren't focusing on anything. She asked me if I had seen the procession. I asked her what she was talking about. She said there was a funeral procession in the valley, and she needed to go and join it. She started walking down the corridor toward the stairs. I followed her because she was clearly sleepwalking or something, and I didn't want her to get hurt. I called her name a few times, and she didn't respond. She just kept walking, with this strange, smooth gait, like she was gliding. I managed to get in front of her at the top of the stairs and physically stopped her. I was trying to wake her up gently, saying her name and touching her arm. She blinked a few times, and then she actually looked at me. She seemed confused about why we were in the hallway. I explained that she had knocked on my door and said something about a funeral, but she had no memory of it. We went back to her room, and I made sure she was okay before I left. She seemed embarrassed more than anything. She said she occasionally sleepwalked when she was stressed, but it hadn't happened in years. I told her not to worry about it and went back to bed. The next morning at breakfast, Eileen looked exhausted. She said that she had had the worst dreams after going back to sleep. Dreams about being in one of the old underground cities in the area, the ones that go down 8 or 9 levels into the rock. In the dream, she was trying to find her way out, but the passages kept changing. She'd turn a corner and end up somewhere she'd already been. Eventually, she found a room full of people dressed in old-style clothing, maybe Ottoman era. They were sitting in a circle around something she couldn't quite see. When she got closer, she realized that it was a body laid out for burial. Then, she saw the face of the person they were burying, and it was her own face. She laughed it off while telling us, said it was probably just anxiety about the trip, combined with sleeping in a weird cave room. But I noticed that she was wearing a scarf she hadn't worn the day before, wrapped around her neck even though it wasn't cold. During our morning meeting with the cooperative, she seemed off, distracted. She kept looking out the window at the rock formations. At one point, she excused herself and went outside. I followed after a few minutes to check on her. She was standing in the small courtyard, staring up at the cliffs. I asked her if she was all right, and she said something weird. She said the rocks were remembering. I didn't really know what to say to that. She turned to look at me, and her expression was really hard to read. She asked me if I believed that places could hold on to things, events, emotions, the echo of people who had been there before. I said I didn't really know. She nodded and said she thought maybe they could, that maybe some places held on to things better than others. We finished the site visit and drove back to Guermay. That evening, Mehmet suggested we visit one of the underground cities, since Eileen had been talking about wanting to see one. Specifically, Derinkuyu, which is the deepest one. I could see Eileen did not want to go, but she agreed, because saying no would have required explaining why. Derinkuyu goes down about 85 meters. It was built as a hiding place, a whole city underground where people could live for months during invasions. Thousands of people lived down there at various points in history. The tunnels are narrow. The air is cool and slightly stale, even with modern ventilation. There are rooms for everything: storage, living quarters, churches, even area for livestock, believe it or not. We went down with a guide, following the marked tourist route. Eileen stayed close to me the whole time. I could feel her getting more tense the deeper we went. When we reached the 4th level, she stopped walking. The guide was ahead, explaining something about the rolling stones they used to block passages during sieges. Eileen grabbed my arm hard enough that it hurt. She was staring down a side passage that wasn't part of the tour. There was a chain across it with a sign in Turkish and English saying no entry. She told me she recognized it, that she had seen that exact passage in her dream and she knew where it went. There would be a larger chamber, about 30 meters down, then a sharp left turn, and then a room with alcoves carved into the walls. The guide noticed that we had stopped and came back to move us along. I asked him what was down that blocked passage. He said it led to sections that were not safe for tourists, that parts of the city were still being excavated and studied. Eileen asked him specifically about a chamber with alcoves. He looked surprised and said, yes, actually, there was a burial chamber down there. It had been used in the Byzantine period. Then he asked how she knew about it. She didn't answer. She just turned around and started walking back up toward the surface. I followed her. Mehmet and Serkan caught up with us outside. Eileen said she wasn't feeling well, that the close air had gotten to her. We went back to the hotel. She checked out the next morning and took a bus back to Ankara instead of staying for our last day of meetings. She said she had a family emergency, but I knew she was lying. When I got back to Ankara 2 days later, I tried calling her, but she didn't answer. I sent messages and she didn't reply to those either. She stopped coming to work the following week. Eventually, Mehmet told us that she had resigned, that she had cited personal reasons and wouldn't be coming back. I tried reaching out one more time, and she finally responded. She said she was fine, but that she couldn't explain what had happened in Cappadocia. She said she had seen something there that she wasn't supposed to see, and that she needed to stay away from that region. And then she asked me not to contact her again, like I'd done something. Whatever. I haven't heard from her since. I still work at the same NGO. Sometimes I wonder if I should have pushed harder to understand what she experienced, but mostly I try not to think about the way she looked at that blocked passage, like she was staring at something that only she could see. Moonspeak. I've always been a bit of a loner, which is why I love solo camping trips. There's something about being alone in the wilderness that recharges my batteries like nothing else. But after what happened on my last trip to the Ozarks, I'm not sure I'll ever feel the same about being alone in the woods again. It was early October and the weather was perfect for camping, crisp and cool, with just enough bite in the air to make a campfire feel heavenly. I had hiked deep into the Mark Twain National Forest, far from any established campgrounds. As the sun began to set, I found a small clearing near a babbling creek and set up my tent. The first couple of days were blissful. I spent my time hiking, reading, and simply soaking in the solitude. The forest was alive with autumn colors, maples flaming red, oaks in burnished gold, and the occasional flash of a cardinal winging through the canopy. At night, I'd sit by my small fire, listening to the whisper of the wind through the leaves and the gentle hooting of owls. But on the third night, things took a turn that I still can't fully explain. I may never be able to. I had just finished my dinner of dehydrated stroganoff when I noticed how bright it was getting. Peering through the canopy of oak and hickory trees, I saw the full moon rising, so luminous it was almost like daylight. I doused my campfire, grabbed a thermos of tea, and decided to do a bit of stargazing before turning in. As I settled onto a fallen log, the forest seemed to hold its breath. The usual nighttime chorus of crickets and frogs fell silent, and even the creek seemed to quiet its burbling. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and I had the distinct feeling of being watched. That's when I heard it, a wolf's howl, low and mournful, echoing through the trees. Now, I knew there were wolves in Missouri, but they're incredibly rare, and usually stay far from humans. This one sounded close. Too close. I was about to retreat to my tent when the howl came again, and this time I froze in place, because mixed in with that animal sound, I could have sworn I heard words. Help me. My heart began to race. It had been my imagination, right? Maybe the wind was playing tricks, or my mind was trying to make sense of an unfamiliar sound. I strained my ears, waiting. The third howl removed all doubt. It was definitely a wolf's cry, but layered within it, as clear as day, was a human voice. Please, help. I stood up, my legs shaking. Hello? I called out, my voice sounding thin and reedy in the vast darkness. Is someone there? Silence fell again, heavy and oppressive. Then came a rustling from the underbrush about 50 yards away. I fumbled for my flashlight, clicking it on just in time to catch a glimpse of something large moving through the shadows. It was roughly the size and shape of a wolf, but something was off. Its movements were jerky, unnatural, as if it wasn't quite used to its own body. As my light fell upon it, the creature turned its head toward me. For as long as I live, I will never forget those eyes. They were unmistakably human, filled with intelligence, and, most disturbingly, a profound sadness. They locked onto mine for just a moment before the creature darted away. I couldn't catch my breath for a few seconds, and I was shaking like a leaf. I knew I had just encountered something, but what? For the rest of the night, I huddled in my tent, jumping at every snapping twig and rustling leaf. The howls continued, sometimes near, sometimes far, always with that haunting undercurrent of human speech. I caught words and phrases. Trapped. Save us. Each one sending a fresh wave of goosebumps across my skin. As the first rays of dawn broke through the trees, the howls finally ceased. I broke camp in record time, my hands shaking so badly I could barely roll up my sleeping bag. As I hurried down the trail, my mind raced with questions. What had I seen? What had I heard? Was it some elaborate prank, or had I stumbled upon something truly supernatural? The hike back to my car was a blur. Every shadow seemed to hide watching eyes, and every breeze through the leaves sounded like whispered words. When I finally reached the trailhead, I nearly wept with relief at the sight of my old beat-up Subaru. I've spent countless hours since then, researching local legends and myths. I have found whispers of tales, stories of shamans who could take the form of wolves, of cursed individuals trapped between human and animal. The Ozarks are steeped in folklore, with tales of shapeshifters and spirit animals passed down through generations of native tribes and settlers alike. One story in particular keeps coming back to me. An old Cherokee legend speaks of a clan of warriors who could take on the form of wolves to protect their people. But the legend warns that those who stay too long in wolf form risk losing their humanity, becoming trapped between worlds. Could that be what I encountered? A being caught between human and wolf crying out for help? Or was it something else entirely? Something beyond my comprehension? I've thought about reporting it to the authorities or to some paranormal research group, but I'm not sure even they would believe me. Most days, I'm not even sure I believe myself. But then night falls, and I hear a distant howl, and I find myself straining to hear words in its cry. That trip changed me in ways I'm still trying to understand. I used to seek out solitude embracing the peace of wild places. Now I find myself wondering about the thin veil between our world and others we can't comprehend. What other secrets do the forests hold? What other voices might be crying out, just beyond the edge of our understanding? I still camp occasionally, but never alone, and never during a full moon. And whenever I hear a wolf's howl echoing in the distance, a part of me always listens for words, for that plea for help that I was unable or unwilling to answer on that fateful night. Sometimes in my dreams, I'm back in those woods. But in the dreams, I'm braver. I follow the howls, pushing through the underbrush until I come face to face with the wolf that isn't quite a wolf. In these dreams, I reach out, trying to help, to understand, but just as my fingers brush its fur, I always wake up, heart pounding, sheets tangled around me. I've tried to convince myself that it was all just a hallucination, a trick of the light and the loneliness playing on an overactive imagination. But deep down, I know what I saw, what I heard, and I can't help but wonder, if I had stayed, if I had been braver, could I have helped? Could I have solved the mystery of the moon's beak? There are nights when the moon is full and bright, and I find myself drawn to the window, staring out at the tree line. And sometimes, just sometimes, I think I see a pair of all too human eyes staring back at me from the shadows. In those moments, I feel the pull of the forest, the weight of an unanswered call for help. I don't know if I'll ever fully understand what happened that night in the Ozarks. Honestly, that might be for the best. All I know for sure is that, for me, everything has changed. My Encounter with a Wraith in Mississippi by Olivia L. So, I never really believed in ghosts or spirits or anything like that. I mean, I know everybody says that, but really, I was always the type to roll my eyes when someone told me about their weird paranormal experiences. I just figured it was people's imaginations running wild. Maybe they watched too many scary movies. But after what happened to me last year in Mississippi, I'm not so sure anymore. I really can't explain what I saw or what came after, but I know that it wasn't a trick of the light or my mind playing games. It all started when I was visiting my aunt down in Mississippi. She lives in a pretty remote part of the state, close to the Mississippi River, the kind of place where the woods feel like they've been there forever, and the air is always thick with humidity. The house is an old, creaky, plantation-style place, and to be honest, it had always given me the creeps. I had spent a lot of time there growing up, but I had never stayed the night alone. Something about it always made me feel like I wasn't quite welcome, like something was watching me, just wanting me to leave. I came down to visit her because, well, I needed a break. Life had been kicking me around a bit, you know how it goes, and I figured getting out of the city would do me some good, and being around family would do even more. I didn't expect anything weird to happen. It was just supposed to be a nice, quiet few days away. My aunt was out for the day, so I decided to take a walk through the woods behind her house. It was something I had done a million times before. There's a trail back there that loops around a small creek. Nothing fancy, but peaceful. So I threw on my boots and headed out, trying to shake off the weird feeling that had been bugging me ever since I got there. The weather was overcast, which didn't help. The sky had that oppressive gray look, that made everything feel heavier. The trees loomed over me, their branches twisted like skeletal hands. I walked for about an hour, just listening to the rustle of leaves and the occasional call of birds in the distance. Honestly, I was enjoying the solitude. But then I heard the sound of footsteps behind me. At first, I thought it was just another hiker. It wasn't too unusual to see people out in those woods. But then the footsteps stopped. I kept walking, thinking maybe someone was just resting or something. But I couldn't shake the feeling that someone or something was still there. I stopped in my tracks and turned around. There was no one. The path was empty. Just me and the trees. I shook my head, trying to convince myself that I was just being paranoid. But that feeling, that deep sense of being watched, it wouldn't go away. I figured maybe I'd get back to the house, grab some lunch, and call it a day. As I turned back toward the trail, something caught my eye. In the distance, near the edge of the trees, I saw a figure. It was hard to make out at first, like a shadow among shadows. But as I looked closer, I realized it was a person, standing perfectly still, staring right at me. Now, you might think that I had walked toward the figure or called out to them, but I didn't. Something about it made my skin crawl. Some primal instinct telling me that this was not normal. I couldn't see the person's face, just the vague outline of them, like a silhouette. They were tall, unnaturally tall, with long, thin limbs that didn't look quite right. I don't really know how to articulate it, but it looked like the shape of a person, but with the features all wrong. Too thin, too tall, like it wasn't meant to be human. I froze. I couldn't move. My brain was screaming at me to run, but my legs wouldn't cooperate. The figure didn't move, didn't make a sound. It just stood there, watching me. The air around me seemed to thicken, and I could feel my heart pounding in my chest. And that's when I saw it, the thing that had always bothered me that I hadn't quite figured out how to perceive or something. The thing's face, or what should have been a face, was just black emptiness. No eyes, no mouth, no nose. Just a smooth, empty void where a face should have been. And then, as if the wind had suddenly shifted, the trees around me seemed to lean in closer, like even they were trying to get a better look at what was going on. I didn't know what to do. I wanted to turn and run, but I felt paralyzed by something outside of me. I was locked into place. And then the air grew colder, colder than it ever should have been for a humid Mississippi afternoon. The figure took a step forward, its movements slow and deliberate. This was not a person. This wasn't anything I had ever seen before. That's when I heard a voice, but not in the way you expect. It wasn't like someone speaking out loud. It was in my head, like The Shining or something. A whisper, cold and hollow, and yet it felt like it was being spoken right into my ear. "You shouldn't have come here." The voice didn't sound human. It wasn't even male or female, it was just wrong. Like it was coming from somewhere deep, somewhere dark and ancient. I don't know how long I stood there, but the longer I stared at that thing, the more it seemed to stretch and warp, like it was growing taller and darker, and its limbs were bending at angles that shouldn't have been possible. And then, as suddenly as it had appeared, it vanished. 1 second it was there, and the next, It was gone, just like that. The air snapped back to normal. The trees stopped eavesdropping. The coldness faded. And I was left standing in the middle of the path, shaking with no idea of what had just happened to me. I ran back to the house. I didn't care about the woods or the fact that I was probably overreacting. I needed to get inside, lock the doors, and try to make sense of what the hell I'd just seen. When I got back, I didn't mention anything to my aunt. She wouldn't believe me anyway. I don't know why I didn't tell her, though. I guess a part of me was afraid she would think I was losing it. But later that night, after she'd gone to bed, I was sitting out on the porch trying to process what I had seen. And that's when I noticed something weird. The trees near the edge of the property were moving. They shouldn't have been. It was still as still could be, no wind. But the branches were swaying, twisting in strange ways. And there, at the edge of the woods, standing just outside the shadows, I saw it again. The same figure, taller than before, its limbs even more stretched out. It was just standing there, watching the house, watching me. I didn't stick around to see if it would move. I bolted inside, slammed the door, and locked every window. I didn't sleep that night. Every creak of the house, every rustle of the wind had me on edge. I couldn't get the image of that thing out of my head. The face, or lack of one. The voice. And the way it seemed to exist somewhere outside of time. Somewhere dark. I left the next morning. I didn't tell my aunt what happened. I just couldn't. I just told her I wasn't feeling well and I needed to go back home early. I didn't even stay for breakfast. Back in the early 1990s, I was a kid, around 13 at the time of this incident. And I used to stay at my grandparents' house a lot, out in a very rural area in southeastern Arkansas. When I say very rural, I mean it was a series of networked dirt roads to get out to their house. The closest neighbors besides my aunt and uncle, who lived about a quarter of a mile up the road, was over a mile and a half away. This was very backwoods and isolated from most civilization. The closest town was a 10-mile trip. It's in the middle of farmland and mostly woods. They had lived in this house since my mother was a child, and had both grown up just a ways down the road. Anyway, there was a general store roughly 3 to 4 miles down the network of dirt roads. This was your typical country general store run by an old lady and her husband. And its only customers really consisted of the people who lived out there in BFE. One day my grandmother asked me if I wanted to walk to the general store and get her some milk, eggs, and a few other miscellaneous items, and I told her I would. She gave me some money and I headed on my way. It was fairly early in the day and I had plenty of time to get back before dark, which I always made sure to do when I was out roaming about. Things can get mighty creepy out in the backwoods of Arkansas after nightfall. It's a darkness unlike most people who have lived primarily in cities or towns have ever experienced. Me being a 13-year-old, I had poor time management skills. I stopped at the bottom of a hill next to this small wooden bridge you have to cross, and messed around at the creek catching crawdads and such, and I kinda just messed around the whole way to the store. By the time I left the store, I realized it was quickly approaching dark. This was fall, and darkness set upon the land pretty early in the day. I didn't want to be walking those lonely, secluded roads through the woods alone in the dark, so I hurried as fast as I could, running and sprinting as much as possible, but it wasn't enough. By the time I had made it back to the bottom of the hill near the bridge, it was almost completely dark, and there was an eerie sort of glow brought about by a very bright, nearly full moon that was rising. At the top of the hill, the road was perfectly straight and flat. with woods on the left side and a large field on the right. About a half-mile up from the top of the hill is my grandparents' house, and you can see it from there. As I top the hill, I can see the faint glow of the lights at their house, and I feel a sense of relief because I was kind of freaking out a little bit. But knowing that I was so close and could see the house offered me a little bit of comfort. The field on the right was somewhat illuminated by the glow of the moon, and my eyes had adjusted to the darkness rather well at this point. As I walked up the road, I heard something from the left, behind me on the wooded side of the road. It sounded like leaves being rustled. I turned to look, and I see nothing at first. But then as my eyes begin to focus, I see something in the ditch. A black, shadowy shape, slowly moving toward me. At first I thought it was a dog, but then I realized it was much too large to be a dog. And then I realized it wasn't actually walking on 4 legs. It was crawling, like a person would. I stared for a moment, out of sheer confusion, trying to figure out what I was seeing. And then a jolt of fear shot through me as it dawned on me that whatever this thing was, it had been trying to sneak up on me. At that exact moment, this thing stood upright out of the ditch on 2 legs, like a person. It had the shape of a human, long arms, legs, and was proportioned as such. It stood roughly 7 to 8 feet in height and was completely covered in black or maybe dark brown hair. Its face was dark in color, and I can't recall seeing much in the way of features due to it being night. It was no bear, that's for certain, or any other kind of animal that I had ever seen for that matter. I immediately dropped the bag of stuff I had been carrying and bolted as fast as my legs could take me toward my grandparents' house. I heard a heavy breathing, guttural growling kind of sound behind me, and I heard this thing's footsteps running up behind me on the gravel as it gave chase. I didn't turn around. I was certain that it would grab me at any moment. Then I heard it crash off into the woods and let out an earth-shattering, ungodly scream unlike anything I have ever heard before or since. I'm positive this thing could have easily caught me had it wanted to, but for some reason, it let me go. By the time I reached my grandparents', my heart felt as if it would explode from the combination of the adrenaline rush I had from being scared beyond any type of fear I had ever felt before or since, and from full-on sprinting as hard and as fast as possible for about a half-mile straight. I flew into the house and, in an incoherent mess of hyperactive gibberish, tried to explain to my grandparents what had just happened. My grandmother didn't really seem to believe me, but did believe that something had scared me and acted rather weird about the whole thing. She tried to convince me that it was just a dog or some other animal. The next morning I woke up and found my grandpa sitting outside whittling wood underneath the shade tree in the front yard, as he often liked to do. I went and sat down beside him in one of the old metal lawn chairs. He was a very rational man, down to earth, and had grown up in and hunted that area his entire life. He knew every square inch of it, mapped into his mind. He knew every type of critter and creature that lived in those woods, what noise they made, where to find them, how to catch them. I had only been hunting with him for a couple of years, but had been going out into those woods with him since a pretty young age, on walks and things like that. He had passed a lot of his knowledge down to me during those adventures. I spoke to him about what had happened to me the night before, and told him that I knew what I saw. It wasn't my overactive imagination. I wasn't making it up, and it definitely wasn't a dog. He knew that I wasn't just some dumb 13-year-old kid, and he knew that I knew the things he taught me. He stopped whittling, looked me right in the eyes, and said, "I know what you saw. I've seen it before, too. There's things out in them woods that people don't understand and that a person ought not go fooling with." I remember those words clearly to this day, because it gave me affirmation, but at the same time made me realize that whatever I had seen was very real in existence and beyond my understanding. My grandpa then went on to tell me that far back in the woods there are some cliffs, and at the bottom of one of those cliffs is a cave. He told me that the cave is where the creature lived. He had once stumbled upon it a long time ago when he was hunting. He said he was standing on the top of the cliff looking at it when a creature fitting the same description as mine emerged and began screaming wildly at him and throwing rocks. He said he took a shot at it, missed, and then this thing gave chase. But my grandpa was on top of the cliff, so in order to get to him, this thing had to go around a pretty good distance and then up, which he said it quickly began to do, so he hightailed it out of there in a hurry. He said the whole way back home he felt as if he were being watched, and he kept hearing twigs snap behind him. He was certain that this thing was following him, stalking him. He made it home, and as he reached his front porch, he turned and looked back at the woods from where he'd come, and he saw it peeking out at him from behind a tree. Later that night, he said that he and my grandmother awoke in the early morning hours to large rocks being thrown at the house and ungodly howling noises from outside, and this thing trying to get into the house. He said he could hear it walking around the front porch, rattling the doorknobs, banging on windows, and it sounded like it was muttering to itself in a low, deep, garbled voice, but it didn't sound like a language, just a bunch of gibberish. After a while, the thing went back to throwing some more rocks and howling. So, my grandpa grabbed his shotgun and fired it out the front door a few times into the darkness and into the direction of the howling. He said he heard it run back into the woods. He didn't know if he'd hit it or not. He said that was the last he'd ever seen or heard from it, but over the years, an occasional farmer's cow would be mutilated, or someone's hunting dog would go inexplicably missing, or someone would have a story about some strange creature they'd seen. He also said it scared my grandmother beyond words, and she has absolutely refused to ever talk about it or even acknowledge that it happened, which explains her odd behavior when I told her what happened to me. I know it's a pretty far-fetched story, and you can believe it or not. It makes no difference to me. I know what I saw, and my grandpa knew what he saw, and neither of us have ever felt the need to convince anyone else of it. In fact, until today, I've never actually spoken of it to anyone, other than my grandpa, and he passed away roughly 10 years ago. The Eerie Laugh. I spent a semester in Rome a few years back when I thought studying abroad would fix all of my personality flaws. It didn't, obviously, but I did end up with one experience I've never been able to shake. I don't talk about it much, because it kind of sounds like what you would say if you were exaggerating after a few drinks. But I'm totally sober, and this happened exactly the way I remember it. There's a place in the southern part of the city called Via dei Quintili, one of those sprawling ruin sites that sits just far enough outside the center that tourists don't crowd it. Not the way they do the Forum, anyway. Part of it was an emperor's estate, and part of it later became a weird little command post, and then it was just left there. Open fields and broken stone walls and bits of mosaic hidden under dirt. During the day, it's calm and beautiful. At night, it's another story. I wasn't supposed to be there at night. You're technically not allowed, but students bend rules when they're lonely and bored and have too much free time. It was late October, warmish day, cool night. Rome has this dry chill that settles in after sundown. I'd gone out to clear my head after a lousy day, some roommate drama, a bad grade, whatever. I took the bus most of the way, and then walked. The moon was bright enough that the ruins looked almost silver. You'd think that would make it less creepy, but it actually makes everything look more exposed, like you're being watched from all angles. I climbed over a low section of fencing and stepped onto one of the old stone paths. The grass on either side was tall and dry, brushing against my jeans as I walked. The air had that dusty smell I still associate with Italy. Stone and old earth, warm days fading into cold nights. I walked between two crumbling walls, more like outlines of buildings than actual structures. I kept hearing the faint buzz of traffic from the Appian Way behind me, but it softened the farther I went, until all I could hear was my own footsteps. I wasn't scared. Not yet. It was just peaceful. I reached this large open area, one of the old courtyards, and stopped to sit on a flat stone slab. I remember thinking how surreal it was to be sitting where emperors hosted parties centuries ago. I didn't take any pictures, I just sat there, breathing and listening. And that's when I heard the laugh. It wasn't loud or theatrical or cartoonish. It was this sharp, sudden little huff of a laugh, like someone stifling it behind a hand. A real human laugh, male, and way too close. It came from directly behind me. I whipped around so fast I almost fell off the stone. But nothing. Just open space, ruins, grass, and moonlight. My first thought was that someone else had snuck in, maybe another student, maybe somebody messing with me, although I hadn't seen a soul the entire walk in. I waited and listened hard. The ruins amplify sound kind of weirdly. A bird can sound like it's right behind you when it's actually 50 feet away. I tried to tell myself that's what happened. But the laugh didn't echo. It didn't really bounce off of anything. It sounded like someone standing inches away from the back of my neck and had realized they'd been caught. I stood up and scanned the entire courtyard. The moon was bright enough that I could see the grass ripple when the wind hit. No one was around. I walked to the edge of the courtyard and looked down the narrow path I'd come from. Empty. The tall grass did not look disturbed. The whole place felt still. I turned back toward the stone slab. Another laugh. The same voice and same tone. This time it came from the right side, somewhere near the broken columns. A quick, breathy exhale, like someone amused but trying not to show it. There was still nothing there when I spun around. At this point, I was getting pretty anxious. There's this specific moment when your brain starts realizing that you're not dealing with a normal situation, and your body goes into this panic, where everything is too loud and too quiet all at the same time. I backed away from the courtyard toward the path. Every few steps I kept turning, checking behind me, and then ahead and then behind again. Halfway down the path, I heard it again. But this time, it was above me. I stopped dead. It wasn't on the ruins. There was nothing tall enough nearby. It sounded like someone laughing directly over my head, maybe 10 or 12 feet up, like a person leaning out of a window or sitting on a ledge, but there was no window or ledge. I was standing in the wide open. I didn't look up. Something in me just refused. My body felt locked and my hands got cold. I just remember thinking compulsively, if I look up and see something, I'm done. If I look up and see nothing, I'm also done. The laugh faded slowly. It was like somebody walking away in the sky. I forced myself to move. I didn't run because running felt like the worst possible choice, but I walked fast enough that my breath turned into short, cold bursts. The path curved and the ruins blocked my view of the courtyard, which should have made me feel better but actually made my skin crawl. I don't know why. It felt like turning your back on a predator. When I got close to the fence line, I heard something else. It wasn't the laugh. It was like a tired exhale, or more like something entertained, like a satisfied sigh, somebody who'd gotten exactly the reaction they wanted. I didn't look back. I climbed the fence badly, tore my shirt and scraped my leg, and jogged until I reached the road. The traffic noise never sounded so good. I didn't stop moving until I was at the bus stop, surrounded by real people, real lights, and real noise. I didn't sleep much that night or the next. A week later, in one of my classes, the professor was talking about Roman villas and how certain ruins have reputations even locals don't like to acknowledge. She mentioned Via dei Quintili as one of those places known for odd acoustics and strange occurrences, mostly whispers and disembodied laughter. I must have reacted, because after class she pulled me aside and said, "I can tell you've been there. Don't go there after dark." That's all she said, and honestly, that's all I needed. Well, the experience itself was all I needed, but that kind of put my final nail in the coffin. I never went back even in the daylight. It's easy to pretend something was just an acoustic trick, or nerves, or whatever. But that laugh that was right above me was not something my brain made up. It came from a direction that no person could have stood. I've had other weird experiences in between that and now, but nothing has ever gotten to me quite like that night in the ruins. Experiences with Japanese Ghosts by Zolcher, posted to r/paranormal. It's Obon season in Japan, a week in which the spirits of the departed are believed to return to families and loved ones. As such, I'm curious to hear if anyone has experienced any encounters with spirits, either here in Japan or in Asia at large. Here are some of what myself as well as my family and friends have experienced over the years. My husband is a hard atheist and refuses to believe in the paranormal. He does have one story, though, that made him a bit spooked. He grew up in a mountainous area with little tunnels running through the area so cars could access the more remote places. In many areas, there's a newer lit-up and cleanly paved tunnel running directly beside an older and less frequently used tunnel from decades ago. According to him, one day he and his friends were playing down by a river and chose to head back home through an older tunnel. He went in ahead on his bike and saw a woman and her little girl walking the opposite direction toward the middle of the tunnel. He passed them by without looking too closely. He turned back to see where his friends were, and the woman and the girl were nowhere to be found. The tunnel in question would take a solid few minutes to pass through on a bike, let alone on foot. I have personally walked through the tunnel, and though I didn't come across anything, the air gets very cold and heavy toward the middle, to be sure. At school. So I have a coworker that works at an elementary school about 30 minutes in the mountains. It's an older school, about 100 years or so, but it's warm and inviting, and I've always felt pleasant when I visit. There's a little nook with couches in the staff room, and it opens to a huge 2-story hall, with a hallway leading down to the lunchroom and kitchen areas. My coworker has recently been seeing a lot of activity in the hall. More than once, he's walked out of the staff room and seen a man hunched over a table in the hall, as if reading something. When he walks toward the man, he passes by a pillar, and suddenly the man is gone. He's also seen movement in the nook in the staff room, and lunch ladies often report a presence of a little child in the kitchen who asks them where the lunchroom is. This school has 6 teachers and 25 students, so everyone knows everyone.
The man and the child are reportedly no one that anyone knows. My personal story. I'm not apt to seeing ghosts, but I liked to jokingly say I was sensitive due to a lot of strange goings-on in my childhood home over the years. This came back to bite me when I got a little overly cocky during some ghost stories in the town over, and something followed me home. I used to live in Kagoshima, Japan, as an English teacher back in 2018. My home was in Kanoya City, in a bright and warm 2-bedroom apartment that was 2 floors above any other teacher's. My best friend lived in Shibushi, in a 2-towered apartment complex, and below another teacher, Todd, so I would often visit the area to stay over and hang out. Once my best friend returned to the US, a new teacher, Ashley, moved in. But since my friend's apartment was being renovated, Ashley stayed in the apartment next door for a few months. That October, I took my little black car down and went to a barbecue dinner in Shibushi, where Ashley, Todd, and some other friends were telling ghost stories. Ashley was visibly upset when it came time for her story, which was apparently true and happening currently, she said. She would hear walking around from Todd's apartment at late hours, and Todd had told her every time that he was out visiting his girlfriend at the time, so it wasn't him. She also mentioned having horrible dreams about being stuck in her bed while her room filled with water, as a ghost with long black hair stood outside of her window, as if demonstrating, "This is what I can do to you." Todd was backing up these claims, confirming the calls from Ashley, and that he indeed was never around when they came. His brother, who is like a kind of medicine man or shaman in their Hmong community, apparently reached out to him out of the blue, saying he had a dream that compelled him to draw a picture of what he saw. Todd pulls out the text of the picture his brother drew, and Ashley and I myself also began freaking out at its sight. It was a picture of a white ghost with long black hair, crouched, as if crawling, on the outside balcony of an apartment. Ashley says that's exactly what has been appearing in her dreams, and all of us confirm unequivocally that the backdrop of this drawing is the exact building where Todd and Ashley live, the one where I had visited my best friend dozens of times. Everyone is freaked out, but excited for some reason. Like, ooh boy, a real ghost situation. How fun for us. How naive of us, we came to realize. We decided to go back to Todd's place once we finished eating. I felt a heaviness when I walked in. I told him immediately and seemed intrigued, but brushed it off as it's his apartment and he's got to be able to fall asleep there tonight. I noticed that the same area I felt heaviness was completely fine as I left to go home, but the entire solo drive back to my apartment was incredibly fear-filled and tense. I was afraid to look behind me, as if I was going to see something in the back seat. I brushed it off as my imagination, as I, too, had to be able to fall asleep that night, and proceeded to try to do so when I got home. At 2:30 in the morning, I woke up drenched in sweat, with my arms and fists clenched so tightly around my head that I had lost feeling in them. There was a deep and dark heaviness all around me, and I just felt this overwhelming fear, like, don't open your eyes. I'd never been one to have nightmares or sleep paralysis, and I was completely awake as I remember being unable to fall back asleep. I just kept thinking, crap, I have work tomorrow. Why the heck can't I sleep? The next morning, I texted Ashley what happened, and she freaked out, saying that she didn't tell anybody this, but the exact same thing happened to her when she had the nightmares. She also asked if I had heard any wooden tapping coming from inside my house. I said yes. I noticed something coming from the corner when I got home, and I just chalked it up to the support beam settling. She gets even more worked up, saying she didn't say anything about the corners, but that's where she heard the tapping as well. She and I messaged Todd immediately, asking if there was something his brother could do in this case,
since apparently he had a dream about all of this happening too. Basically, he sent us over some symbols on paper and told us to burn them in the apartment to purify the space, and to leave one unburned to repel whatever it was. It took a few days, during which I begged the teacher below me to let me stay with her, as my previously warm and welcoming home felt suffocatingly heavy and dark in ways that I cannot explain. It took about 3 days to arrive, and until then the tapping continued in corners of my room. In the meantime, I discovered what appeared to be handprints on the inside of my car's rear window after that drive home, which normally wouldn't be possible, as I drove a Daihatsu Move at the time, and it was far too small for anyone to fit in the back. A disconnected phone line also rang at 8:15 p.m., which my then-boyfriend was there to witness. Once the papers with written symbols arrived, we burned them, as told, and the heavy atmosphere did clear up immediately. There's no more interesting ending to the story other than it hasn't bothered us since. But to this day, I have one of the symbols laminated as protection, so it stays far, far away. I've also stopped going to places said to be hosting frightening spirits because I've wisened up with time and experience. My students drew the same thing after the lights over Roswell, by Patricia H. I taught 3rd grade at Mesa Elementary in Roswell, New Mexico for 16 years before retiring last spring. Yes, that Roswell. You get used to the alien tourism, the UFO museum, all that stuff. It's background noise. Most of us who live here don't think that much about it. What happened in my classroom in November of 2023 changed how I feel about that. I'm retired now, so I don't have to worry about sounding unprofessional or having parents question my judgment, so I'm just going to tell you what I saw. Obviously, I have changed the name of the school and some details to protect privacy. It started on a Tuesday night. There were lights over the northern part of the city. Lots of people saw them. Bright white lights moved in formation, completely silent, according to reports. They were visible for about 21 minutes before disappearing. The local news covered it. Kirtland Air Force Base out of Albuquerque put out a statement saying they had no aircraft in the area. The usual explanations got thrown around. Drones, satellites, and atmospheric phenomena. I didn't see the lights myself. I was home grading papers, and I didn't hear about it until the next morning when it was all over social media. I figured it would be a distraction in class, and I was right. Half my students were talking about it when they came in. Several said they had seen the lights from their houses. Wednesday went normally, otherwise. We did our regular lessons. The kids were excited, but not unusually so. Roswell kids grow up with UFO stuff everywhere. They're pretty desensitized to it. Thursday morning was when things got strange. I always start the day with free drawing time, while I take attendance and handle morning administrative stuff. The kids can draw whatever they want. It's usually a mix of things like cartoon characters, their pets, their families, random designs. Usually they can sit in different places too in the room, so it's not like they all sit next to each other. That Thursday, every single student in my class drew the same thing. I'm not exaggerating. All 22 of them. They drew tall, thin figures with large heads and big dark eyes. The classic gray alien shape. Some drawings were more detailed than others, depending on the kid's skill, but they were all fundamentally the same. Same proportions, same basic features. I noticed it as I walked around the room. At first, I thought a few of them had influenced each other. that maybe one kid started drawing an alien and other people copied it. But they were all very focused on their own papers. Nobody was looking at anyone else's work. They were drawing independently and producing identical images. I stopped the drawing time early and asked what they were making. Almost all of them said the same thing. They looked as shocked as I was, by the way, that they had all drawn the same figures. They had dreamed about these figures the night before, they said. They described dreams where they were in their bedrooms with these beings standing near their beds watching them. The beings didn't do anything threatening, they just stood there. The kids said that they couldn't move in the dreams or call out. They could only watch the figures watching them. 11 of the 22 students reported essentially the same dream. The other 11 had drawn the figures, but said they just felt like drawing them and didn't know why. I collected all the drawings. I still have them. I told the kids we would talk more about it later and moved on with the day's lessons. During lunch, I went to the teacher's lounge and mentioned it to a few other teachers. One of them, call her Sandra, taught 4th grade. She got a weird look on her face and pulled out her phone. She showed me photos that she had taken of her students' morning drawings. Same thing. Thin figures with large heads and very dark eyes. She'd had 14 students draw variations of the same image, and most of them reported dreams very similar to what my students had said. Sandra and I went to the principal during our planning period. We showed him the drawings and explained what the students had been saying. Perhaps I could have written this all off if it was just in my classroom. Maybe they did happen to see each other's papers or something when I wasn't looking. But 2 independent classrooms full of kids drawing the same thing? He looked uncomfortable. He said that he had heard from several parents that morning, across grades, who were concerned because their children had been talking about nightmares. He hadn't connected it to anything specific until we showed him the pattern. He made some calls. By the end of the day, we learned that teachers at 2 other completely different elementary schools in the district had reported similar situations. Large numbers of students were drawing the same figures and reporting the same types of dreams. This was now happening across multiple schools, with kids who had no contact with one another. The principal sent out a letter to parents that afternoon, very carefully worded, as you can imagine. It acknowledged that some students had experienced unsettling dreams following recent reports of unusual lights in the area. It suggested that media coverage and community discussion of the lights might have influenced susceptible children. It is recommended to limit exposure to news and social media about the incident. That kind of crap. That was the official explanation. Mass suggestion, heightened anxiety after seeing something unusual in the sky. Kids influence each other at school or through social media. Totally reasonable explanation. Except that my students drew those figures before school started on Thursday morning. Before they'd had a chance to really talk to each other about their dreams. Before they'd seen each other's drawings. And most didn't even have access to social media. Several of the younger ones didn't even know the lights had been in the news. I talked to a few parents individually over the following days, off-the-record conversations. One mother told me her daughter had woken up at around 3 in the morning on Wednesday, crying. She'd gone to the girls' room and found her sitting up in bed, staring at the corner. The girl said that there were people there. The mother couldn't see anything. She calmed her daughter down and stayed with her until she fell back asleep. Another parent said that his son had asked at breakfast Thursday morning whether the tall man with the big eyes was real or just a dream. The father had no idea what he was talking about. The dreams stopped after that weekend. The kids went back to normal. By the following week, most had completely forgotten about it. When I asked a few about the drawings casually, they looked at the pictures like they barely remembered making them. I taught until the end of the school year, and then I retired as planned. I didn't leave because of this incident, I had already made that decision, but it definitely reinforced my feeling that I was ready to be done. I don't know what to make of what happened. The rational explanations don't quite fit. The timing was too precise. The consistency was too exact. 22 children who spent the night in different houses across the city all dreamed about the same beings, and then independently drew them before they could have really influenced each other? And then multiple classrooms, multiple schools? I've lived in Roswell my whole life. I've rolled my eyes at the alien conspiracy theories more times than I can count. But I saw those drawings and I talked to those kids and parents. Something happened to them that week. I don't know what it was. I just know that the official explanation doesn't cover it. I heard La Sayona calling my name on the Llanos. By Carlos R. I'm going to tell you what happened to me on the Apure Highway 3 years ago. I've told this story to maybe 5 people total, because most either think I'm making it up or they get this look on their face, like they know exactly what I'm talking about and don't want to hear more. If you're a Venezuelan, especially if you're from the Llanos, the plains, you already know where this is going. I was driving from Barinas back to San Fernando de Apure after visiting my sister. It was late June, middle of the rainy season. I had stayed longer than I meant to and didn't leave until almost 8 at night. Stupid decision. The highway between those cities is long and empty. It cuts right through cattle country, with nothing but flat grassland on both sides. During the day, you see the occasional farm, some zebu cattle, maybe a few horses. At night, there's nothing except your headlights and darkness. I had driven that route dozens of times. I grew up in Apure State. My family has been working cattle on the Llanos for 3 generations. I am not someone who spooks easy. I've spent nights out on the plains during roundup, slept in hammocks strung between fence posts, dealt with snakes and caimans and all the regular danger. The story about La Sayona were things my grandmother had told us when we were kids. I believed them the same way I believed in Santa Claus, something for children. The rain started about 40 minutes into the drive. Heavy, tropical rain that hammers down so hard you can barely see past your hood. I slowed down because the highway floods in spots during rainy seasons, and I didn't want to hit standing water going too fast. The wipers were going full speed. There were no other cars on the road. I was maybe 20 kilometers outside Achaguas when I saw someone standing on the side of the highway. A woman in a white dress, her arm out like she was trying to flag me down. My first thought was that she'd been broken down or in an accident. I started to slow down even though something felt very wrong about it. Nobody walks on that highway at night. There's nowhere to walk to. As I got closer, I could see her more clearly in my headlights. Long, dark hair hanging wet down her back. White dress soaked through from the rain. She was barefoot. Her arm was still out, but she wasn't looking at me. She was facing away, looking out at the dark plains. I stopped the truck about 10 meters from her. I left the engine running. Everything my grandmother had ever told me about La Sayona was suddenly very present in my mind. The woman who appears on lonely roads, the vengeful spirit who targets unfaithful men, the stories about drivers who picked her up and never made it home. but I couldn't just drive past someone who might actually need help. I rolled down my window halfway and called out, asking if she was okay, if she needed a ride. The rain was loud. She didn't turn around, didn't acknowledge me at all. I called out again. Nothing. I was about to put the truck in gear and leave when she turned her head. Not her whole body, just her head, rotating slowly to look at me over her shoulder. I couldn't see her face clearly because of the rain and the angle, but I could see enough. Her eyes were wrong. Too dark. Too large. Then she said my name. My full name. Carlos Ramon. She said it in this voice that sounded like it was coming from somewhere far away, even though she was standing right there. She said it again. Carlos Ramon, come here. I hit the gas. The truck lurched forward, and I didn't look back until I'd put at least a kilometer between me and that spot. When I finally checked the rearview mirror, there was nothing. Just empty highway and rain. My hands were shaking. I was sweating despite the air conditioning. I told myself it was just a coincidence, that maybe she had heard me introduce myself to someone earlier and my mind was playing tricks, that the stress of the drive and the rain had made me see things that weren't there. Except I knew I hadn't introduced myself to anyone. I'd barely spoken to anyone all day except my sister. I kept driving. The rain didn't let up. About 15 minutes later, my phone rang. I looked at the screen, and it was my wife calling. I answered and immediately knew something was wrong with the connection. There was this static underneath her voice, this crackling that got louder every few seconds. She was asking where I'd been, saying she'd been worried. I told her I was on the highway and that I'd be home in maybe an hour. The static got worse, and her voice cut out, and then I heard something else under the static. Singing. A woman singing very softly in Spanish. Some old song I half recognized from childhood. My wife's voice came back, and she was asking why there was music playing. I told her I didn't have any music on. She said she could clearly hear it, a woman singing. I opened my mouth to protest, but the call dropped. I tried calling back, and it went straight to voicemail. I tried 3 more times. Same thing. The singing didn't stop. It was coming from my phone, even though the call had ended. I could hear it through the speakers. That same soft singing, getting gradually louder. I turned the phone off completely. The singing continued for another few seconds, before it finally cut out. I drove the rest of the way home with my phone off and my high beams on. I passed through Achaguas without stopping. I didn't slow down until I hit the outskirts of San Fernando. When I got home, my wife was waiting up. She said my call had scared her, that the connection was so bad, and then I'd just disappeared. She asked about the singing. I told her I didn't know what it was, that maybe the phone was acting up because of the rain. I didn't tell her what I'd seen on the highway. I didn't tell anyone for almost a year. But I stopped driving that route at night. I plan my trips now so I'm always home before dark. If something comes up and I have to stay late in Barinas, I get a hotel room and drive back in the morning. My cousin laughed when I finally told him. He said everyone in Apure has a Sayona story. His own father claimed to have seen her on the road to Monte Cal back in the 80s. His grandfather swore she had appeared to him on horseback when he was young. The stories are always slightly different, but the core is the same. A woman in white, a lonely road, your name spoken by something that shouldn't know it. I don't know if what I saw was really La Sayona. I don't know if I believe in that kind of thing even now. But what I do know is that someone called my name on an empty highway in the middle of a rainstorm. And when I looked at her face, something fundamental in me understood that I needed to leave immediately. That instinct probably saved my life, and I have no interest in testing it again. Something came down in our wheat field, and the cattle won't go near it. By Jennifer S. I'm writing this because I need to get it down somewhere, and I can't exactly call the cops or the news. My husband thinks I'm crazy, our farmhand won't talk about it at all, but I know what I saw, and I know our animals are acting wrong, and something needs to be said, even if it's just to strangers on the internet. So we run a cattle and wheat operation outside of Arco, Idaho. If you're not sure where that is, I'm not super surprised. It's high desert country in the eastern part of the state, not far from Craters of the Moon National Monument. The population of Arco is maybe 1,000 people. Our nearest neighbor is 4 miles away. When I say middle of nowhere, I mean it. We've got about 1,200 acres, half of it in wheat and the other half grazing land for cattle. It's my husband's family place. We've been running it together for 11 years. This happened 3 weeks ago. September 23rd. I'm being specific about the date because I've been keeping a log since then, and I just want to be clear about the timeline. I woke up around 2 in the morning because the cattle were making noise. We'd got about 200 head, and they're usually quiet at night unless something's bothering them. This wasn't the sound they make when there's a coyote around or when the wind spooks them. This was like real fear, distress. You know, the kind of animal sounds that kind of send a chill up your spine and make you sick to your stomach. I could hear it through the bedroom window, even though the main pasture is a good 1/4 mile from the house. I got up and looked out. The pasture lights were on, which they shouldn't have been. Those lights are on a timer, and they shut off at midnight. My husband was already awake, pulling on his boots. He told me to stay inside, and he said he would check it out. I didn't argue. I grabbed my phone, and I watched from the window. He took the truck down toward the pasture. I could see his headlights cutting across the field. He was gone maybe 5 minutes before he came back, driving faster than he needed to. When he came inside, his face was all kinds of strange. He told me to look at the west field, the one we had harvested just the previous week. I went out onto the porch. The west field is visible from there about 300 yards away. There was a light in it, a bright white light, circular, sitting right in the middle of the stubble. It was just there, maybe 6 feet off the ground, and I could hear the hum when I went out on the porch. It was low frequency. I felt it in my chest more than I heard it. My husband said the cattle were pressed up against the far fence, as far from that light as they could get. He'd driven toward it to see what it was and got within maybe 50 yards before his truck started acting up. The engine cut out, the headlights dimmed, and his phone went dead. He had to coast backward down the slope before everything came back on. We stood on the porch and watched that light for probably 20 minutes. It didn't change or move. It just sat there humming. Then, at about 2:45, it started rising. Slow at first and then faster. It went straight up and it was gone. There was no sound after the humming stopped. There was no trail. Everything just was gone. We went out there at first light. My husband, our farmhand Luis, and me. The spot where the light had been was obvious. The stubble was flattened in a perfect circle, maybe 30 feet or so across. But it wasn't just flattened. It was bent in this spiral pattern, all the stalks curving the same direction. The ground inside the circle was hard and compressed, like something very heavy had been sitting there. Luis wouldn't get close to it. He stayed back by the truck, and when we asked him what he thought, he just shook his head and said we should leave it alone. He's worked for us for 6 years, and I have never seen him rattled before. The cattle still won't go near that field. We moved them to the east pasture, and they're fine there, but if we try to drive them anywhere near the west side of the property, they bulk and scatter. Cows have long memories, but this is different. They are genuinely afraid. The circle is still there. We haven't touched it. I walked the edge of it a few days after, and I could feel a sort of pressure. My husband felt it too, but won't admit it out loud, but I could see it on his face. Stranger things have happened since. Equipment failures that don't make sense. The tractor battery drained completely overnight, even though it was fine the day before. Our well pump kicked off for no reason, and we had to reset the breaker 3 times before it finally stayed on. The Wi-Fi router keeps disconnecting. Small things, but all of them started after that night, and altogether they are very annoying. I've also been having dreams. I don't usually remember my dreams, but these stick with me when I wake up. I'm standing in the wheat field, and there are figures around me. I can't see them clearly, but I know they're there. They're doing something, working on something, and I'm supposed to understand what it is, but I can't. The dreams always end the same way. One of the figures turns toward me, and I get this overwhelming sense that I'm being evaluated, and then I wake up. My husband hasn't said anything about dreams, but he's been sleeping worse than usual. I can hear him getting up in the night, going to the window and looking out at the fields. Luis quit 2 days ago. Just came up to the house in the morning and said he was done. That he had family in Pocatello, and he was going to work for his cousin. He wouldn't look at either of us when he said it. We paid him what we owed him, and he left that afternoon. He didn't even finish out the week. We haven't planted winter wheat yet. We should have already started. My husband keeps saying we'll get to it, but we haven't. I think we're both avoiding the west field. For some reason, he keeps saying that I'm making too much of this, that I'm just kind of losing my mind about it. I think it's a way of deflecting. I mean, we saw the same thing, we've been experiencing the same things, and he's obviously freaked out. It's kind of annoying that he wants to shut it down. I've been reading about cattle mutilations and UFO sightings in Idaho. There are more than I expected. A lot around Idaho Falls and up near the Montana border. Some down near Twin Falls. I found one report from 1977 about lights in fields near American Falls, which isn't that far from us. The details were vague, but familiar. I don't know what to do with any of this. We can't sell the place with the way things are. We can't exactly tell potential buyers that something came down in our field and now the livestock won't go near it and the ground is wrong and the electronics suck. We're stuck here with whatever this is. The circle is still there. I check it every few days and it hasn't changed. The compressed ground and spiral pattern in the stubble, everything is there. I don't know why my husband is trying to shut me out. I don't know why he keeps saying I'm just making a big deal out of nothing, but then won't go plant the wheat. I mean, I know why. But I don't know. Whatever that thing was, it kind of feels like it was the beginning of things falling apart. And I just don't really know what to do next. Anyway, thanks for letting me vent into the ether. Hopefully you at least found this interesting. My uncle stopped hunting after what followed him out of the Amazonas. by Rodrigo M. My Uncle Tito stopped going into the jungle in 2019. He'd been a hunter his whole life. Grew up in Puerto Ayacucho in Amazonas state. He knew the rainforest better than anyone I've ever met. He could track anything, read signs in the mud and broken vegetation that I couldn't even see. The man was completely at home in places where most people would be lost in 10 minutes or less. When he quit hunting, he sold all his equipment. His rifles, his machetes, his camping gear, everything. He moved to Ciudad Bolivar to live with my aunt, and he won't talk about why. He won't even talk about the jungle anymore. If you bring it up at all, he changes the subject or leaves the room. I only know what happened because I was there for part of it. I was with him on what turned out to be his last trip into the Amazonas interior. This was October 2019. I was 23, working odd jobs, and Tito had invited me to come along on a hunting trip. He had a contract to provide game meat to a few restaurants in Puerto Ayacucho, and he needed help hauling it out. The plan was to go in for 5 days, hunt peccary and maybe some capybara, smoke the meat at a temporary camp, and bring it back out. We went in by boat first, up the Orinoco, and then up a smaller tributary. After about 4 hours, we beached the boat and started hiking inland. Tito knew where he was going. He'd hunted this area for years. The jungle there is dense, triple canopy, understory so thick you're cutting through it with a machete half the time. Hot, humid, loud with insects and birds. We set up base camp near a small stream on the second day. Tito had used this spot before. There was a clearing where someone had built a basic lean-to years ago, mostly rotted now, but the frame was still good. We strung tarps and hammocks, got our smoking rack set up. That afternoon, Tito went out to scout, and I stayed back to organize our supplies. He came back just before dark, looking thoughtful. He said he'd found peccary sign about 2 kilometers east, but something felt weird about the area. The forest was too quiet. He'd been walking for over an hour, and hadn't seen any monkeys, hadn't heard any howlers, barely saw any birds. In the Amazon, that's strange. The place is normally crawling with life. I asked him if he thought we should move camp. He said no, that we would see how it looked in the morning. We ate, talked for a while about nothing in particular, and went to sleep. The jungle at night is never truly quiet, but you get used to the background noise. The insects, the occasional bird call, something moving through the canopy. It all becomes white noise after a while. I woke up sometime around 3 a.m. because the noise had completely stopped. I lay in my hammock, listening to nothing. Not a single insect or frog or anything. I whispered to Tito asking if he was awake. He whispered back that he was, that he had been for about 10 minutes. He noticed it too. We stayed really quiet, listening to the nothing. After maybe 5 minutes, we heard something walking near the edge of our camp. Bipedal, steady footsteps in the leaf litter. Tito had his flashlight. He turned it on and swept it across the clearing, but there was nothing there. The footsteps stopped. We waited. After another minute or so, they started up again, moving in kind of a half-moon shape around the camp. It was still just outside the range of our flashlight. This went on for maybe 20 minutes. The thing would walk, Tito would shine the light, and it would stop. We never saw what it was. Eventually, the footsteps moved away, and the jungle sounds gradually came back. The insects, and then some frogs, and then finally a howler monkey in the distance. We didn't sleep the rest of the night. When it got light, Tito went to look at the perimeter of the camp. He found tracks, and so I went with him to see them. They were in a patch of soft mud near where we had heard the footsteps. The tracks were humanoid, but not human. The foot was too long, maybe 16 inches. The toes were elongated and spread wide. The depth of the print suggested something very heavy. Tito stared at them for a long time. I asked him what he thought it was. He said he didn't know, but he'd heard stories from the Piaroa and Yanomami people who lived deeper in the jungle. Stories about something they called different names depending on the tribe. Tall things that walked like men but were not men. Things that followed hunters. He said we were packing up and leaving, and I didn't argue. We broke camp within an hour and started hiking back toward where we'd left the boat. Tito was moving faster than I'd ever seen him move in the jungle. He kept checking behind us. He wasn't saying much, but I could tell he was rattled. We'd been hiking maybe 2 hours when I heard something moving parallel to us through the forest. Something big, keeping pace with us, but staying back in the heavier vegetation. I couldn't see it, just heard the occasional crack of branches, the sound of something pushing through the understory. Tito heard it too. He stopped, and we listened. Whatever it was stopped when we did. We started walking again, and it started moving again, matching our speed exactly. Tito told me to keep walking and not look back. He said it in this tone that made it very clear that he was serious. We walked for another 3 hours straight without stopping. The thing followed us the entire time, sometimes close enough that I could hear it breathing. Deep, rough breaths that didn't sound quite right. When we finally reached the boat, it was late afternoon. We all but threw our gear in and pushed off immediately. Tito started the motor, and we headed downriver. I looked back at the shoreline as we pulled away. There was something standing in the trees at the edge of the water, tall, covered in dark hair. I only saw it for a few seconds, before the river bent, and we lost sight of it. Tito saw it too. I know he did, because his hands were shaking on the motor handle. We didn't talk about it during the ride back. We didn't talk about it when we got there. He paid me for my time and told me to go home. I tried asking him about it a week later. He told me to forget what we'd seen. That was the last conversation we ever had about it. 2 months later, he moved to Ciudad Bolivar. I've done some research since then. The indigenous people in the Amazonas have stories about forest giants, beings that protect certain areas and don't particularly like humans coming too close. The Piaroa call them Chirihida. The descriptions vary, but there are common elements. Tall, hair-covered, bipedal. They don't attack directly, but they follow people. They watch. They make their presence known. I don't know if that's what we encountered. Tito clearly believes it was something he didn't want to meet again. He gave up hunting, gave up the jungle, gave up a way of life he'd had for 40 years. That tells me everything I need to know about how seriously he took whatever was out there. I haven't been back to the Amazonas since. I don't plan to go back. Some parts of the jungle belong to things that were there long before us, and I'm content to let them keep it.
Church in the Woods by user Outworlder39, posted to r/backwoodscreepy. I've recently found myself snowed in and bored, so I figured I would finally share my own story. This really happened, and this is how it went down. It's not fiction, and I'll warn you in advance, it's a little long. I grew up in Ohio in the 70s, and my childhood friend Joe and I were outside all the time that we could manage it. Joe lived on a farm that bordered a pretty big forest, and my parents would drop me off in the morning, and we would stay in the woods all weekend. We would only come out for school. We loved pretending that we were frontiersmen. We'd build shelters, tarps, traps, practice making fire with sticks, the whole 9 yards. When we got to be in high school, we got this notion to pull a Stand By Me. This was based on the movie of the same name that had just come out. The idea was that we would walk the railroad tracks out in the country, but instead of looking for a dead body, we would find cool bridges to fish from and camp a little ways off the tracks. Of course, we knew this was dangerous, and we would very likely be trespassing, but we were kids. We had a lot of fun. We did find beautiful rivers, we discovered bridges that nobody went to, we fished, we hid from trains. At night, we camped in the woods just near the tracks and made small hidden fires. Nothing bad ever happened. It was idyllic. In fact, it was so fun we did it multiple times. We never had a problem. After high school, Joe and I went our own ways. We both left home, but always stayed in touch and always tried to coordinate visits so that we would see each other occasionally. Well, one summer in the mid-90s, it worked out that we were both in town for about a week. We would do stuff with the family in the day, and at night we would either catch drinks at a bar or sit outside Joe's house around a fire and talk about the good old days. One night, Joe and I got to talking about our Stand By Me trips. Well, nostalgia and beer are a hell of a mix. Soon we decided to take a day, walk the rails, camp one night, and walk home. The day came. We started out early in the morning. We had my wife drop us off in our old spot where we used to start, right outside our hometown. She thought this was absolutely crazy and made sure to mention it. When she pulled away, Joe suggested that instead of walking the usual route, we would take the opposite direction, just to be adventurous. We knew the land well, we had a map, so I gave a what the hell and off we set. The day went fine. It was fun, and a little sad, but in a good way. We found a bridge and sat on the edge, smoked and moved on. We had no fishing gear, but we brought some canned food and other stuff. Before night started to set in, we picked a spot to camp. It was a thick forested area, trees on every side of the train tracks, so you felt like you were in a tunnel. We had brought small hammocks to sleep on, but before we set them up, we decided to do a little scouting of the perimeter. Now this is what we used to do in the old days too. We would walk the area a little bit just to make sure that some dude's house wasn't just over a hill, and we were actually camping in their yard. We walked maybe 100 feet or so into the woods and up a small incline. We figured if we didn't see anything from on top of this short hill, we'd be fine. But when we got to the top, we saw an old building down at the bottom, about 100 yards into the woods. It was barely visible. We pondered over what to do. We both assumed it was a sugar shack or something because there didn't appear to be a clear road into it. From where we were, there didn't look to be anyone in it either. All was quiet, no movement could be seen, no lights. We decided to walk a little closer, just to make sure. We came down the hill very slowly, and as we neared the building, we saw that it wasn't a sugar shack at all. It was an old church. It looked like it had been abandoned for years. It was a squat, sagging building whose wooden planks were almost black from years of moss and rot. A cross still stood on the top of the place, also weathered black. None of the windows had glass, and there were no doors, just open doorways. We got close enough to see inside. There were rows of pews, and a built-up section in front for a preacher to stand on. We didn't go all the way in. We didn't want to. Beyond all that, there was no sign of anyone else. No footprints, no paths, no roads. It was an abandoned church. We left immediately and went back up the hill to our spot that we had picked to camp. Having a hill between us and the church made us feel a little better, but we were still a bit uneasy. We chalked it up to the natural creepiness of seeing a church in the middle of the woods, and besides, at this point it was dusk, so we just decided to rig up our hammocks, go to sleep, and move on in the early morning. Night set in, and as we lay in our hammocks and shot the breeze, we began to hear something in the direction of the church. I was like, "Do you hear that?" Joe was like, "What is that?" Said, "It sounds like people singing." And it did sound just like singing. We both slid right out of our hammocks and hunkered down, straining to hear more. We listened for a minute or two, and the singing continued, but it wasn't getting louder. Finally, we decided to creep back up the hill and see if we could spy where the sound was coming from. We could still move very quietly in the woods from the old days. It was second nature to us. The moon was barely out, but it provided enough light so you wouldn't walk right into a tree, but it was near pitch black. We didn't use flashlights as we crept slowly up the hill, and we didn't talk. When we got to the top, we saw light in the distance. It was coming from the church, and the singing was coming from inside. Joe and I put our heads close together and had a hushed conversation that boiled down to, "Can you believe this?" The light looked to be candlelight from the way it flickered, and though we tried, we couldn't make out what was being sung. It sounded like church music, but in another language. We sat and watched for a while, trying to see who was in there, but we only saw occasional shadows. We had no intention of getting closer either. We had about a football field length between us, and we aimed to keep it that way. The singing continued for a bit, and then it stopped. After that, a booming male voice began to chant. I was already freaked out, but this voice thoroughly scared the crap out of me. It sounded like some Old Testament preacher you see in the movies, but again, it was like he was speaking in a different language, because we couldn't understand a single word. Eventually it got to where the single male voice would say something, and then a bunch of other voices would answer in song. This lasted for a while, and then they all broke into this long, sustained wail that just kept getting louder. It got so loud and so disturbing that I covered my ears. And then it all just stopped. At this point, I was getting ready to say, "Let's get out of here," when Joe put a hand on my shoulder and hissed, "They're coming out." We were far enough away that we couldn't make them out really well. But what we could see was a line of figures walking out the open doorway, all holding hands in single file. We could see that some of them had flashlights. They began to sing again, and the light from the flashlights began to move toward us and the hill. We booked it back down to our campsite, grabbed our stuff, and ran to the tracks. Once there, we ran down those tracks in the direction we'd come from. After a few minutes, we stopped and looked back. We saw lights coming down the hill. They were moving erratically, like whoever was holding them was shaking them. We continued to run in spurts and walk as fast as we could. We eventually stopped seeing the lights and came to a road. By our map, we knew a small town was about 15 minutes down it, and we walked there, got to a 24-hour gas station, and called my wife to come get us. My wife and other friends all thought it was just kids messing around, but I heard those voices, and they sure as hell didn't sound like kids to me. I'm not sure who those people were, but it was definitely the creepiest thing that happened to me out in the woods.
It called my name. I live alone in a little house outside of Ellijay, Georgia, up toward the foothills of the Appalachians. It's about as rural as you can get without being totally off-grid. Closest neighbors about half a mile down the road, and it's mostly forest between us. Old hardwood, some pine, all thick and wild. I've got a gravel drive that winds up through the trees, and at night, it's just me, the woods, and whatever's out there. I moved out here about 3 years ago after a messy divorce. I wanted quiet, and I got it. Too much of it, maybe. Anyway, this happened in late September. Still warm in the daytime, but cooling off fast at night. That's when everything gets louder in the woods. Crickets, tree frogs, owls, and I don't know what else. You get used to the sounds eventually. Most of them, at least. I had just finished up feeding my chickens and locking up the coop for the night. It was around 8:30, already dark, and the moon was barely a sliver. No porch lights out here. I use a flashlight, but I'd left it inside like an idiot. So I'm walking back to the house using my phone flashlight, and I stop at the edge of the yard because something caught my eye in the tree line. There was movement. Not fast, not frantic, just enough to notice. Probably a deer, I figured, or a raccoon. Happens all the time. But something just didn't feel right. You ever get that gut feeling, like the environment around you just changes? That kicked in hard. The smell, too. It wasn't strong, but it hit me like wet dog mixed with metal. Coppery. Not blood, exactly. Just not right. I stood there, watching the darkness, and then I heard it. My name. Clear as day. But here's the part that still messes me up. It was my voice. Like if you took a recording of me and played it back through a speaker buried in mud. I didn't say anything. I didn't move. Again, it came, the same voice, same intonation. Like someone was trying to sound like me, but didn't quite understand how human rhythm works. Too slow and then suddenly too fast, like it was rehearsed poorly. I backed up a step, still staring into the dark. I couldn't see anything now. Whatever had moved was hidden again. I reached behind me for the screen door and got inside fast, locking it out of instinct. I didn't want to turn my back, though, so I just stood in my little kitchen, peering out through the glass. A minute passed, then another. Nothing moved. But the feeling stayed, that prickling down the back of my neck, like I was being watched. I shut off all the lights and waited. I should probably say that I don't scare easy. I grew up around here. I've hunted, camped, dealt with snakes and feral hogs, but this wasn't any of that. Eventually, I went to bed, though I didn't sleep. I kept the shotgun beside me, chambered and ready. My dog Bear had passed a year prior. Wish I still had him. He always knew when something wasn't right. The next day I tried to write it off. Maybe it was a wild animal. Maybe I imagined the voice. Stress, isolation, lack of sleep. People crack a little when they spend too much time alone. I was almost convinced of it too, until 3 days later. I had just come in from town with groceries and was unloading the truck when I saw something by the woodpile near the edge of the yard. At first I thought it was a person, tall, lanky, standing just outside the sunlight. But it wasn't right. It was too thin and still. Not I'm trying to be sneaky still, just unnaturally still. Like it wasn't breathing. I froze. My hand went to my hip. Concealed carry 38 in my belt. I didn't draw it. I just kept my hand there. and then it stepped back. Not turned, but just went straight back, like it was on rails, and then it was gone into the trees. I didn't go after it. I didn't even move. I stayed there until the cricket started up again, which is something you only notice when it stops. That night, I locked up early, every curtain drawn, lights off. I sat on the couch with the shotgun again and waited for anything. Around midnight, I dozed off, and then I heard the voice, but not from the trees this time, from right outside the window. My name. I swear to all things holy, it was my exact tone, like a voice memo I don't remember recording. I didn't move, didn't even breathe loud, just sat there and listened. Let me in. It wasn't a question. It wasn't pleading. It was like a command from something wearing my skin. I didn't respond, and eventually it stopped. I never heard it leave, though. Never saw anything. But something was out there. I know that with everything in me. I didn't call the cops. What would I even say? Hey, officer, something that sounds like me is trying to get into my house. No thanks. Next morning, I walked the perimeter of my house. I didn't find tracks, but the weird thing was, the chickens were all hiding in the corner of the run. Not dead or attacked, they were fine, just terrified. They wouldn't even come out when I dumped their feed. I've had coyotes come through before and spook them, but this was something else. That was 3 weeks ago. It hasn't come back, not that I have seen or heard, but I haven't really been the same since. I don't sleep well. I keep hearing noises from the woods, clicks and whistles, and sometimes something that sounds almost like talking, just out of range. I don't go out after dark anymore, and if I absolutely have to, the flashlight stays on me at all times, even in the house. I started looking up stuff online, cryptids, mimicry, folklore. There's things out there that aren't animals and aren't people. Some say skinwalkers, but those are more of a Southwest thing. Others mention wendigos, but that doesn't really fit either. And then I found something called a whistler, mentioned in some old Appalachia stories. It mimics voices to lure people into the woods. Sounds like a loved one, or yourself. Whatever it is, I think it knows I heard it, and I think it likes that I haven't left. A couple of nights ago, just before bed, I heard tapping on the glass. Not hard, just enough to get my attention. I didn't look. I know better. If I acknowledge it, maybe that's how it gets in. Maybe it needs permission. But it's getting bolder, and I don't know how much longer I can hold out without making a mistake. I don't need advice, and I don't want theories. I just needed to tell someone. Because if it ever uses my voice to talk to someone else, my friends, my family, I want someone to know it's not me. And if one day I do disappear from here, don't come looking. Just let the woods keep me. The elevator in Storm Lake. I used to work at this small regional medical supply distributor in Storm Lake, Iowa. The building was originally built in the 1940s, and it had been everything from a grain co-op office to some kind of local government archive building before it finally got bought and was retrofitted by the company I worked for. It still had that old government office feel, though. Drab walls, warped vinyl floors, and an elevator that rattled like a dying vent fan. It was a weird job. Basically, I packed and prepped medical equipment for delivery. Crutches, wheelchairs, home oxygen tanks. It was mostly boring, but it paid well for the area. The building was 3 stories, but we only used 2. The top floor, the 3rd, was sealed off. It wasn't boarded up or anything, it was just off limits. There was no lighting in the stairwell above the 2nd floor, and there were no workstations up there. Supposedly, it had been cleared out decades ago. You could see dust-coated filing cabinets and cracked desks if you peeked through the glass of the stairwell door. But here's where things started getting off. There were only about 7 of us in the building at any given time. 4 in packing, 1 driver, 1 admin, and a manager who was almost never actually around. I was usually on the early shift with one other guy, Pete. Our routine was show up at 6, pack till the driver rolled in around 8, help load, and then we had the place to ourselves until admin came in at about 9. Anyway, one Monday morning, I got in at 5:50 like usual. The building was quiet. I unlocked the front door and flicked on the lights. Everything was normal. Pete usually got there a few minutes after me, so I went to the break room, poured a coffee, and went to grab the first load sheet from the main office. When I walked past the elevator, the floor indicator light blinked. 3. I stopped. That wasn't possible. The elevator hadn't been to the 3rd floor in years, and it didn't even have a call button for floor 3, just 1 and 2. I thought maybe it was a glitch, just a dying bulb or something. I stared at it for a second, but then it dinged. Not the floor indicator, the actual elevator bell, the one that dings when it arrives at a floor. The doors opened. Empty. Just a metal box with scuffed floors and a faint chemical smell like always. Except that smell wasn't like always. It wasn't the usual cleaning solution or industrial polish. It smelled like something that was sterile and rotting at the same time, like bandages that had been left out too long. I didn't get in, obviously. I just walked away and chalked it up to weird Monday morning energy. Pete showed up, we did our shift, and nothing else happened. That day. But the next morning, same thing. I got there, lights off, silent. I walk past the elevator, and again, it's on floor 3. Then the ding, and the doors open. This time, I stood there a little bit longer. I stepped closer, it was still empty, still had that same weird smell. Like alcohol wipes with something underneath. Like rusted iron, but off. Then the doors started to close, and just before they shut, I swear to all things holy, I heard something inside the elevator whisper. I couldn't make out words. It was faint and thin, like someone murmuring from under a wet sheet. I told Pete about it later that day. He laughed at me. He said he never trusted that elevator anyway, but that it was probably just a wiring issue. Old-ass buildings do that, he said. That would have been the end of it, but that Thursday, the elevator did something different. Around 7:30, after the driver had left, Pete was in the loading bay, and I was in the hallway near the elevator, stacking some returns on a cart. The elevator doors opened again. No ding this time. Just opened like it had been called, but we hadn't pushed anything. Inside was a wheelchair. Now, we do store wheelchairs, but they don't get packed in the elevator randomly, and no one was upstairs. And this chair looked old, not ours, like a manual one from the 70s, with rubber grips and thick dust on the seat. Dust that looked like it hadn't been disturbed in years. It sat perfectly in the middle of the elevator. No packing tags, no barcode, no reason for it to be there. I backed away and called Pete over. He took one look and said, "Nope," then slammed the button for floor 1 and backed off. The doors stayed open. We waited. Eventually, the chair rolled forward just a couple of inches, and that's when Pete bailed. He literally turned and ran out of the building. Thanks for leaving me behind, I guess. I followed him outside, and we stood by the loading dock. Neither of us said anything for a bit. Eventually, the elevator dinged again from inside, and then nothing. We didn't go back in until admin showed up, told her the elevator was acting up and to call maintenance. They came later that day, a couple guys from Sioux City. I hung around while they checked the control panel and wiring. They said the elevator was in great shape for its age. No explanation for the third floor signal or the wheelchair. They claimed that it was a prank, but like I said, no one had been up there to prank us. Anyway, the next week we took the stairs. Every day. But here's the thing, every time we passed that third floor landing, I started to feel this pressure in my ears, like being in a plane just before descent. My head would throb for a second or two, and then clear when I passed it. It didn't stop with the elevator, though. One night, about 2 weeks after that first weird morning, I stayed late to finish some shipment logs. Pete had already gone home, and admin had clocked out. I was alone. I locked the doors behind me and sat down at one of the computers near the front. About 20 minutes in, I heard movement upstairs. Not footsteps exactly. More like dragging. Like furniture scraping over concrete. And then a thud. I froze. Another thud. Closer to the stairwell. I got up and moved toward the hallway. I didn't say anything. I just stood there and listened. Then something heavy hit the stairwell door from the inside. Just one bang. Nothing after. I didn't check. I grabbed my keys, left the computer on, and got in my car. I didn't even lock the front door. The next morning, the front door was locked again when I got there. No one else had been in. Pete and admin both say they hadn't touched it, and I believe them. Eventually, our manager brought in some out-of-town guy. Claimed he was a building flow consultant or something else that sounded equally made up. He wore a gray suit, didn't shake hands, and spent 2 hours just walking around with some kind of device, like a chunky TV remote with antennas. After he left, our manager told us not to worry, that some interference was causing the elevator issues. Then he locked the stairwell door to the third floor with a new key, and said no one was allowed up there anymore, not even for maintenance. Some kind of interference. 2 months later, I quit, and I got a better job in Des Moines, and I've never been back since. The thing in the silo. So this happened about 3 years ago when I was working at my uncle's farm outside Decorah, Iowa. I was 24 at the time, fresh out of college with a useless degree, and my uncle needed help with the harvest season. The pay was decent, and I figured some manual labor would be good for me after 4 years of sitting in lecture halls. The farm's been in our family since the 1920s. It's one of those operations that's just big enough to stay afloat, but not big enough to make anyone rich. Corn and soybeans mostly, with some cattle. The property sits about 15 miles outside town, surrounded by nothing but other farms and state forest. The kind of place where you can't see your neighbor's lights at night. My Uncle Jim had this old concrete silo that hadn't been used in probably 20 years. It stood about 60 feet tall, gray and weathered, with rust stains running down the sides like tears. The metal ladder rungs were corroded, and some were missing entirely. Jim always said he was going to tear it down, but every year something else took priority, so it just sat there, empty and forgotten. I'd been working the farm for about 6 weeks when the weirdness started. At first, it was just sounds coming from the direction of the silo at night. Not loud sounds, but persistent ones. A rhythmic tapping, like someone was inside, hitting the walls with a hammer. The first few times I heard it, I figured it was just the wind moving some loose metal or debris around inside. But then I started hearing it during the day, too. I'd be out in the fields and catch this faint tapping coming from the silo. Always the same rhythm. Tap, tap, tap. Pause. Tap, tap, tap. Pause. It would go on for maybe 10 minutes, then stop completely. When I mentioned it to Jim, he just shrugged and said old buildings make all kinds of noises. The tapping went on for about 2 weeks. I got used to it, mostly. Then one evening, I was walking back from the barn around sunset when I saw something that made me stop dead in my tracks. There was a light coming from inside the silo. Not very bright, just a soft glow visible through the few small windows near the top, like someone was up there with a camping lantern. I stood there for maybe 5 minutes, just watching. The light didn't move or flicker. It was steady, consistent. I couldn't figure out how anyone could have gotten up there. The bottom entrance to the silo was sealed with a heavy steel door that Jim had welded shut years ago. The only other way in would be through one of those little windows, and you would need a 60-foot ladder to reach them. I didn't tell Jim about the light. I was starting to think that maybe I was seeing things. Working long days in the sun can mess with your head sometimes. But the next night, same time, same light. And the night after that. And by the 4th night, I'd had enough. I grabbed a flashlight and walked over to the silo after dinner. The light was there again, steady and pale. I circled the entire base of the structure, looking for any way someone could have gotten inside. The welded door was solid, no holes in the concrete big enough for a person. The ladder rungs were too corroded and unstable to climb safely, and half of them were missing anyway. I stood at the base and called up, "Hey, anyone up there?" My voice echoed off the concrete walls. The light went out immediately, just like someone had flipped a switch. I waited for maybe 20 minutes, but it didn't come back on. The tapping stopped after that. No more sounds from the silo during the day or night. I thought maybe whatever had been going on was over. I was wrong. About a week later, I was checking out the corn in the field closest to the silo. It was around 3 in the afternoon, bright and sunny. I was walking between the rows when I heard footsteps. Not mine, someone else's. They were coming from the direction of the silo, moving through the corn toward me. I stopped and listened. The footsteps stopped too. I took a few steps forward. The footsteps resumed, matching my pace exactly. It was like somebody was following me, staying hidden in the corn rows. I called out, thinking maybe it was Jim or one of the seasonal workers. No answer. Just those stupid footsteps, always staying about the same distance away. This went on for maybe 10 minutes, me walking, stopping, calling out, the footsteps mimicking my movements perfectly. Then I got fed up and decided to confront whoever was messing with me. I absolutely believed it was a person. I pushed through the corn toward where the sounds were coming from, moving as fast as I could. I broke through into a small clearing and found nothing. No person, no tracks in the soft earth. Nothing disturbed. But I could still hear footsteps moving away from me, heading back toward the silo. I followed the sound, crashing through the corn like an idiot, but every time I thought I was getting close, the footsteps would seem to shift direction. Finally, I heard them stop. Dead silence, except for the wind moving through the corn stalks. I was maybe 30 yards from the silo, close enough to see it clearly through the gaps in the corn. And that's when I saw something that made my skin crawl. There was a figure standing at the base of the silo, tall, thin, wearing what looked like dark clothes. It was just standing there, perfectly still, facing the sealed entrance door. From that distance, I couldn't make out any details, but something about the way it stood seemed wrong. Too rigid, like a mannequin. I ducked down in the corn and watched. The figure didn't move for several minutes. Then, without any transition, it was gone. It didn't walk away. It didn't move to another position or anything like that. It was just gone, like it had never been there at all. I stayed crouched in that cornfield for about 20 or 30 minutes, watching the silo. Nothing else ever happened. When I finally worked up the courage to walk over and check, there were no footprints in the dirt around the base. The ground was undisturbed. That was the last time I saw or heard anything unusual from the silo. I finished out the harvest season, but I made sure to stay away from that part of the farm as much as possible. Jim never noticed anything strange, or if he did, he never mentioned it. I asked him once about the history of the silo, whether anyone had ever been hurt there, or if anything unusual had happened. He said as far as he knew, it was just a silo. Built in the 50s, used for storing feed corn until the 80s, when they upgraded to newer facilities. No accidents or deaths, nothing dramatic. I still don't know what I encountered out there. Maybe it was just stress and isolation playing tricks on my mind. Maybe old farm buildings really do make weird noises and cast strange shadows. But I've worked on other farms since then, and I've never experienced anything like what happened at that silo. I drive past the farm sometimes when I'm visiting family in the area. The silo's still there, still standing empty. Jim's getting older and talks more seriously about tearing it down now. Part of me thinks that it might be for the best, but another part of me wonders if whatever was in there would just find somewhere else to go. The Forest That Never Ends by Bella R. I've always been the kind of person who enjoys a good hike. The kind where you can lose yourself in nature, get some fresh air, maybe snap a few pictures and just clear your mind. So when I found myself with a free weekend, I decided to go out and do what I do best, spend some time in the woods. I drove about an hour outside of town, hoping to find a trail I hadn't been on before. I had a map with me, though I wasn't really planning on using it too much. I figured I would just follow the path, enjoy the scenery, and let my mind wander. That was the plan, anyway. The hike started off like any other. The air was crisp, the sun was out, and the forest was thick with trees, mostly pines and oaks. The trail was well marked, and everything felt pretty normal. I was feeling good, and I even came across a couple of other hikers, all friendly, nothing out of the ordinary. It was a peaceful day. But as I kept going, I started to notice something weird. The farther I went, the more it felt like the trees were closing in around me. At first, I thought I was just being dramatic. It wasn't like the trees were actually crowding me, right? But something about the way the light filtered through the leaves, the way everything just was, felt off. It's hard to explain. The shadows seemed darker, and the air had this heavy, almost suffocating quality to it. I brushed it off, though. Maybe I was just tired. I had been hiking for a few hours by that point. Around the 4-hour mark, I came across a fork in the trail. There was a small sign that didn't really offer any direction, but I figured I would explore it and see where the other path led. The thing is, when I turned down that path, something changed. I can't really put my finger on it or put it into words. Maybe it was the way the trees seemed to arch over the trail, or how the forest suddenly felt silent, like unnervingly silent. But I kept going, thinking maybe I was just being paranoid. The weirdness really kicked in after another hour or so. I'd been hiking for a while, but when I checked my watch, I realized that the time had passed a lot faster than it should have. I mean, I didn't stop for breaks or anything, but I'd been on the trail for well over 5 hours, and the sun was still high in the sky. It didn't make any sense. There was no way I'd been walking for that long without it getting at least a little darker. I stopped and took a few deep breaths. Okay, maybe I had lost track of time. It happens sometimes when you're just wandering, right? But as I looked around, I realized something else was off. I hadn't seen any other hikers in a while. Not that it's unusual to be alone in the woods, but it felt wrong somehow, like I had entered some kind of weird limbo, where the rest of the world just didn't exist. At that point, I figured I should probably turn back. I didn't know if I was going in circles or if I was just getting paranoid, but it seemed like a good idea to retrace my steps. I turned around and started back the way I'd come, hoping to find the original trail again. But no matter which direction I walked in, the forest kept stretching out in front of me like it never ended. There were no familiar landmarks, no sign of the fork I had passed earlier, and no clear path. It felt like I was walking in a straight line for ages. But the scenery just kept changing in ways that didn't make any sense. Every tree looked the same. Every rock, every bush, every trail marker. I could swear I'd passed the same spot 2 or 3 times. But when I looked at my watch, it didn't match up with how much time had passed. I'd been walking for 6, maybe 7 hours now, but the light didn't seem to be fading. It was like the sun was frozen in place at high noon or something. The whole thing was starting to feel too bizarre for comfort. I pulled out my phone to check the map, but there was no service. I wasn't even getting a GPS signal, just the little loading circle spinning endlessly on the screen. At this point, I was getting genuinely freaked out. I had no idea where I was anymore. After another hour of walking in circles, literally, I sat down on a large rock, trying to calm myself down. My head was starting to ache and my legs were sore, but the idea of just sitting there and doing nothing felt worse. So I stood up and started walking again, hoping that this time I'd find a way out. I'm not sure how long it was before I noticed something else strange. There were no birds, there were no insects buzzing, no rustling of leaves in the wind, just complete and utter silence. That's when I really started to panic. I don't know what came over me, but I had this overwhelming sense that something was wrong. Like something was watching me. I could feel it in my bones. I started walking faster, my breath coming in short gasps, but no matter how fast I walked, nothing changed. The trees were the same. The path was the same. The silence was still suffocating. And then, just as I was about to give up and collapse on the ground, I saw it. A small clearing. It was almost like a spotlight in the middle of the woods. It was the first break in the trees I'd seen in hours. I couldn't believe it. I sprinted toward it, my heart pounding in my chest, praying I wasn't imagining it. When I finally reached the clearing, I collapsed onto the soft grass and just laid there for a moment, catching my breath. But as I lay there, staring up at the sky, I realized something that made my blood run cold. I wasn't in the same clearing I'd seen earlier. In fact, I didn't recognize this place at all. It wasn't even remotely familiar. And worse, when I checked my watch again, I saw that somehow another hour had passed since I first entered the clearing. That's when I knew something was not right. The sun still hadn't moved. It was still stuck, like I was in some kind of time loop, trapped in a forest that never ended. I don't know how much longer I spent wandering around, looking for any sign of an exit. My mind was racing, and every thought seemed to lead me in a circle. Eventually, I just stopped trying to make sense of it all and sat down against a tree, hoping that whatever strange thing was happening would stop if I just gave it time. But it didn't. The forest just kept going on that way. Eventually, I found myself sitting there too exhausted to keep walking. I don't know how long I stayed there, but at some point, I must have fallen asleep. When I woke up, the light was finally starting to fade. I didn't know if it was morning or evening or if I was still stuck in some eternal loop. All I knew was that I had to get out. I don't know how long it took exactly, but eventually I stumbled upon a trail I did recognize. A few more hours of walking, and I found myself mercifully back at the parking lot, drenched in sweat and shaking. It was dark by the time I got to my car, and I didn't even care about how I looked. I just wanted to leave. My phone finally started working, and that's when things got even stranger. Apparently, I had been out there not on a day hike, but for 3 days. My phone was littered with messages from people asking if I was okay, saying they were going to send searchers out. 3 days. I just wanted to get out of there. To this day, I can't explain what happened. Was it a strange set of circumstances? Was it just exhaustion messing with my brain? Was it a time glitch or a time loop? Or was there something else in that forest? Something that played with time and space? I don't know, but I can tell you this. I haven't set foot in those woods again, and I don't plan on it.
This happened a few years ago. I still remember it pretty clearly because it's so strange, and I never really found an answer to what it was. It was during a visit to my grandmother in a small village in Mexico. To give some context, my parents and I visited for about a week, and during that week, my mother's cousin also passed. He was in a car crash, which I'll use the term loosely. The local government was deeply involved. Months later, it turned out that he was actually murdered by the local cartel there. That really is a whole other story in and of itself, but I decided to mention it because it did happen the same week that we were visiting. As you can probably tell overall, that entire week was tragic, and also extremely odd. Some background. It happened about a night before we got the news about the passing. My uncle lives on the same plot of land that my grandmother does, and he owns a farm of chickens and roosters. My grandma's sister, the mother of the guy who passed, is technically their next-door neighbor. They own a plot of land right next to my grandmother's. My grandmother's plot of land is actually adjacent to the local elementary school there.
So her house isn't in the middle of nowhere. However, she does have a good-sized plot of land that's surrounded by concrete walls for protection. The streets around her land only really get foot traffic when school is in session. Given the climate at the time, any kind of foot traffic stops by sunset. The village itself is pretty poor, and everyone is familiar with each other there. They have a few rich, but no middle class. Most houses are about equivalent to shacks. My grandmother owns a concrete house that is decently sized, but otherwise plain. It was during the summer when my parents and I visited. I was on summer break, and so were the schools there. My parents and I were the only people there visiting my grandmother at the time. Every night, time is taken to make sure that all the doors are completely locked before heading to bed. There are 3 doors that lead to the outside. All are made of metal, with also a mesh-framed door to keep the bugs out. That night, I distinctly remember asking my mom to help me lock the front door. It's a heavy metal door with a secured lock that I was having difficulties closing. We also checked to make sure the other doors were secured and locked. I'm going to mention the layout of my grandmother's house briefly since it is somewhat important. The first room you enter, which is the door I was having a hard time closing, is basically a room with a bunch of beds. To the right is what is referred to as the middle room, which is just another bedroom. It connects the first room to my grandmother's room. You can look into the middle room and also see the first room when both doors are left open. These 2 doors usually are left open because they're heavy and they scrape against the concrete floor very loudly. Before heading to bed, I plugged my phone in the middle room to charge, which is where my dad was going to sleep. My mom and I were sleeping in the same room with my grandmother. My mom and I shared a bed that was right next to the door that leads to that middle room. Right before falling asleep, I could see into the first room because the 2 doors were left open, like always. I had no recollection of any nightmares or dreams. I basically slept in pitch black until I woke up at an unknown time, completely terrified. My eyes basically shot open, and I had this indescribable sense of fear. The first thing that I noticed was that the door next to me was completely shut. I didn't want to move, even in the slightest. I didn't really know what to think. I felt too scared to even close my eyes. I just laid there, completely still, for an unknown amount of time. I came to the conclusion that I would rather wait for the sun to come up than to close my eyes again. I was that scared. Eventually, I heard the chickens starting to make noise, so I figured the sun was going to come up in the next couple of hours or so. However, I noticed that the chickens were actually going crazy. It almost sounded as if they were afraid of something. This deepened my fear, but I was still too afraid to move. At this point, I was wondering why it hadn't woken up my mother or my grandmother, who were both extremely light sleepers. I was the heaviest sleeper in the family, yet the chickens weren't waking either of them up. Eventually, they all settled down, and there was no sign of any sunlight. I occupied my time just listening to the air conditioner in the middle room. It's pretty old, the kind that you have to use a hose to water down. It makes a continuous noise, and then occasionally sputters, but its noises are almost a routine, so they're somewhat comforting. I could also hear the bed in the middle room creaking around, which I figured was my dad moving around in his bed. Again, I couldn't see into the middle room. I found it odd that the door was closed. I'm a heavy sleeper, so I figured that there was a possibility that I remained asleep when somebody closed them. I remained still for who knows how long. But then I heard a noise that I had never heard before. It was extremely loud, and it came from the middle room. The volume was just as loud as a large bird, but didn't sound anything like a bird. I was petrified and had no idea why it didn't wake anybody up. Again, I can't even really describe the noise. It's like nothing I've ever heard before or since. I still laid there, completely still, long enough to listen to this noise over and over. I wanted to think that it was the air conditioner, until that noise happened at the same time as this other one, and I knew it couldn't be. I wanted to think it was the creaking of the bed, but eventually those noises happened at the same time too. I didn't find it odd until later exactly how much the bed was creaking. Nobody moves around that much in their sleep. At this point, I felt like I was just going crazy. I still laid completely still, just stuck, listening to this noise. Eventually, a second noise started to emerge. It sounded about the same as the first noise. However, it was distinguishable, like when two people speak. It was as if they were conversing back and forth. I started to move my arm against my mom while whispering, "Mom, Mom," over and over, trying to wake her up. Like I said before, she's an extremely light sleeper, but it looked like she was in a deep sleep. It got to the point that I was basically shaking her and moving her around. Finally, her eyes shot open, and in that moment, she actually heard the last noise that came from the middle room. She looked petrified, looked at me, and the first thing she said was, "That noise isn't from this world." After that, the noises completely stopped. My mom got up and tried to open the door leading to the middle room as slowly as possible, but it still made a lot of noise. The door opening woke my grandmother up. When we got into the middle room, there was nothing in there, and my dad was still fast asleep. I checked the time on my phone, and it was around 3 a.m. Apparently, both doors in the middle room were completely shut. When we started checking around the house, we noticed that all the doors were left open. My grandmother said she opened them during the night, which explains that. It was extremely odd that she would do something like that, to say the least, but she's old and can sometimes be unreasonable. We looked around and checked out the outside, but aside from the doors, nothing was out of place. All we could really do was close them again and go back to bed. The next morning, I woke up to my mom talking about the event to my uncle and some other family friends who came over to have breakfast. She concluded on her own that it was a brujera, or witch. I don't really know what it was. I only ever bring it up when a close friend talks about odd occurrences or aliens. There have been a few more unexplained events, but this one was the last and strangest thing to happen to me. And otherwise, my life has been pretty normal. Good Brioche, Bad Coffee by Marco D. This all happened back in 2017. I was in Florence, Italy for a short work trip. It was supposed to be 3 nights, in and out, nothing special. The hotel my company had booked for me was this little one off Via dei Neri. It was close to the river on this winding street. It felt like absolutely everything was in reach, quite literally. I was within a pretty short walking distance of everything I needed, which was kind of a nice change from home. I got there at about 10 p.m., I checked in, and I was jet-lagged to all hell, but I still wanted to stretch my legs before I turned in for the night. Travel days are brutal when all you do is sit on planes and then run between terminals, and the last flight had been super long. I asked the desk clerk for recommendations, and she told me about this 24-hour bakery with, quote, good brioche and bad coffee. Good enough for me, I headed out. Without getting too into the weeds, I do feel like it's important to explain how this hotel was situated. So, it was at this weird intersection. There were 5 small lanes that all crossed in one place, and to me, it was a little bit disorienting. I had been there before, and I have been there since, but I could never quite figure out this little jumble of streets. So I turned where I thought the main street was, but after a few corners, I was pretty sure I was lost or had done something wrong. There was nothing down there. Nothing alarming, but nothing at all. Certainly no 24-hour bakery. There was something about it, though, that didn't look like normal Florence. The street lamps were taller, thinner, and farther apart than the ones by the hotel. I kept walking, and about 10 minutes or so later, I ended up at this little piazza I didn't recognize. There was one cafe with a sign that hummed above the door. Half of the letters were unlit, but I could still make out Bar del Norte. The weird thing was, there was not a single person or sound except the humming of the sign. I pulled out Google Maps on my phone, but there must have been some kind of glitch, because the little triangle or whatever that shows your location was spinning in circles. Nothing on the map made sense. The building outlines on the screen in satellite view didn't match what I was seeing at all. So I did what anyone would do and refreshed it. And when I did, it showed my location as literally standing in the middle of the river. I figured that would be a great time to turn around and just go back to the hotel, and I tried to retrace my steps. But it didn't take me too long to figure out that the street behind me wasn't the one I'd come from. Gone were the little narrow alleys with laundry lines. Instead, there was a wide road going uphill. I figured I must have looped around without realizing it. I mean, it happens to people all the time, and it happens even more here. So I followed the road up and just hoped that I would run into something familiar. Unfortunately for me, the farther I walked, the quieter and less familiar everything seemed to get. I saw not a single light in any window. There was no traffic on the bridge that I should have been close to. Even the light from the streetlights dimmed like they were about to burn out. At that point, I checked my phone. It still showed the local time at 12:43 a.m., which I was pretty sure was the time I left the hotel. But then I noticed that the time didn't move. I stood there and counted to 60, and the minute hand didn't move at all. So I got out the full clock app so I could see the seconds and all that. And the seconds weren't moving. That was probably when I started to freak out just a little bit. I had gone from annoyed and lost to pretty sure something weird was happening. After a while, I saw a hotel sign ahead that said Hotel Arno, which made me relax a little bit. It's pretty common for places out there to be named after the river, so I figured I was getting somewhat closer to where I should be. I dipped inside to a dim but welcoming lobby. A guy in a thin gray suit sat behind the desk, with an expression that I couldn't read. I asked if I was close to Via dei Neri. In Italian, he said, "Yes, but not now." That response really confused me, so I asked again more slowly, thinking maybe he hadn't understood me. He gave the same answer in the same tone. He hadn't blinked or moved once. There was a mirror behind him, and I noticed that my reflection lagged by just a split second when I moved. There are probably lots of reasons that could happen, but I wasn't interested in them at the moment, so I quickly thanked him and left. When I got outside, the street looked different again. Like, different than the different it had already been, if that makes any sense. Something I noticed right away was that the pavement was bone dry, which was weird because it had rained quite a lot earlier. Farther down, I saw a sign of a bakery that I had visited before on another trip, and I knew it to be close to my hotel. I jogged down there, but it was dark inside except for a single light in the back room. There was this guy standing there with huge, broad shoulders and a white apron that looked to be very stained. He faced out the door, but didn't look out, if you know what I mean. Like he had that 1,000-yard stare of someone who wasn't all there. His hands were at his side. The light in the back flicked off, then back on, and when it came back on, he was about a foot closer to the window. I left right away. No point in sticking around for that nonsense. At this point, I could feel panic rising like bile. Or maybe it was actual bile. Maybe it was both. But I was properly spiraling at this point. I turned down the first alley I could find, expecting it to dead end. But instead, it opened right into the piazza closest to my hotel. There were cars and people talking and normal-looking lights. I looked at my phone and the time had jumped to 1:17 a.m. I jogged to the hotel, and thankfully it was open and the lights were on and everything seemed back to normal. As I approached, the night clerk was outside smoking. She nodded and said, "You found the bakery?" I just said yes, in part because I didn't know what else to say, and in part because I was too tired to explain it. The next morning, when it was daylight, I tried to find the same path again. The alley that I had turned down wasn't there. The path to it was bricked off with an archway, and no road behind it. I asked the clerk about Bar del Norte and Hotel Arno. She said neither name sounded familiar, and that there weren't any places like that near the town we were in. What's even weirder is that a couple of months later, after I was home, I was looking through my phone data for something from that trip, and I ran across my step counter information. I noticed that between 12:43 and 1:17 a.m., the same exact time my clock froze and maps went blank, my step counter had recorded 4,671 steps. The distance matched almost exactly the loop that I would normally take in that part of town, a little walking route that I had developed while staying there. But the map data doesn't follow any real street grid. It drifts over rooftops and through buildings and overlaps itself 3 times, and finally ends at a marker near the hotel. But that's not even the weird part. The starting point was in the middle of the river. I've had many paranormal experiences, but I thought I'd share this one in particular. My mother-in-law died quite unexpectedly during Christmas in 2013. She was in a coma for about a week before she died. She lived in a senior living community in Southern California called Laguna Woods. While my mother-in-law was in the hospital and following her death, my husband, 1-year-old son, and I stayed at her place. At the time, we lived in Texas, but we're from Southern California, and all of our family are here too. One of my first experiences was in the middle of the night. I picked up my son out of his pack-and-play because he was crying. I held him as I walked to the living room to sit on the recliner and rock him. I didn't turn on any lights, as there was enough ambient light to see. Just as I was about to sit on the recliner, I was startled because it looked like someone was already sitting there. I immediately stood back up because of my natural reaction of thinking somebody was already there. It sure did give my heart a jump. From about then on, I felt a presence. It didn't scare me, but I was definitely aware of it. I don't believe it was my mother-in-law. I believe it may have been a previous owner. I felt that it was probably a woman, but sometimes it felt like a man. So my mother-in-law's death brought together some of my husband's family who had been estranged. My husband's uncle has an adult son with whom they had a falling out for several years. Word of my mother-in-law's passing got to the estranged son, which is a cousin of my husband, and he showed up at the memorial and surprised his family. They had a positive and emotional reunion. He only stayed for the memorial and then left for home. After the memorial, my husband's side of the family and I went back to my mother-in-law's house for an after-party visit sort of thing. They stayed for several hours and it was a great reunion. We ordered pizza and I called my sister, who lived in the neighborhood, to come over. She came and socialized and it was nice. Nothing remarkable happened until the next day.
So my sister calls me the next day to catch up and see how we're doing, and we talk about the previous day and night's events. She commented on how nice it was to see my husband's family, and how great it was that my husband's uncle reconciled with his son. She added that it was so nice that the son had come over to the house afterward. I said he didn't come over. He went home immediately after the memorial. My sister said, "Really? I could swear he was there." I explained that the only men present were my husband, his uncle, and an older cousin. My sister said she saw a man, maybe in his early to late 30s, wearing khaki pants and a sweater vest, standing between the living room and kitchen. She said she made eye contact with him a couple of times, and he smiled. She said he looked like he was listening and observing the conversations that were going on in the kitchen and living room, but he wasn't talking to anyone. She said her intention was to go and chat with him, thinking that it was the formerly estranged son, but was caught up in conversation with other relatives. She said that when she was finally free to go and chat, she couldn't find him anywhere. She didn't think anything of it at the time. She figured he just left. Since I already had an experience with the recliner-sitting person, this made my blood run cold and honestly gave me the chills. Eventually, my husband had to return to Texas to work. My son and I stayed in California for a few weeks to clean out my mother-in-law's house. It was during my stay that more weird things happened. One night, I was lying in bed reading when I felt someone watching me from the hallway. My body had its own reaction to the presence that I couldn't control. I felt anxious, but not scared. Just that I knew someone was in the house besides me and my son was an eerie feeling. I finally made a deal with the ghost or ghosts. I said, "Listen, I know you're here, and that's okay. Just don't scare or harm me or my son. Otherwise, you're welcome to stay." I can't recall the exact timeline, but one morning I found my 1-year-old son completely unclothed in his pack-and-play. He had never, ever removed his clothing before this, and he's never done it since. Even his diaper was missing. At the time, I thought it was some new phase with him taking off his clothes, but he never did it again, not even a sock. I truly believe some entity was responsible. It was just too out of his character to take off all of his clothes. Again, I reiterated our commands to the ghosts. "You're welcome here, just don't scare or harm me or my son." I had help from my family packing away items that we wanted to keep. During this time, another sister of mine came from the hallway and said that she smelled perfume strongly in the hallway, like Chanel No. 5. There were only 3 of us at the house that day, and all of us were working together in the kitchen. No one had been in the hallway, other than to pass through to get to the restroom. I smelled the perfume a couple of times too, on different occasions. My mother-in-law had all kinds of aversions, and I never knew her to wear perfume, so I didn't think it was her spirit. Also, during this packing day, I was packing up her china from the china cabinet, and I suddenly got an overwhelming scent of body odor. I even did a pit check of myself, and it wasn't me. I did a covert sniff of my sister and friend helping me that day, and they didn't smell like it either. I was hesitant to tell them, but then I just had them come over to the china cabinet area and ask if they smelled anything. They both said BO, and it wasn't any of us. I just chalked it up to another spirit encounter. Another time, I was getting ready to host the estate sale in the house. Everything was prepped and ready for a 7 a.m. start time the next day. As part of the setup, I had my mother-in-law's shoes neatly displayed on a shoe rack in the master bedroom just a few feet from the side of the bed that I was sleeping in. I got up that morning and showered. Nothing was amiss. When I came back into the room, the racked shoes were on the floor next to the bed that I had just woken up from. The rack was still in place properly. It's just that now all of the shoes were on the floor. I froze in place when I entered the room and saw the shoes. I was like, what the hell's going on here? There's no way they could have just fallen over by themselves and then been neatly placed there. They had been squarely placed on the rack the night before. I would have had to step over them to get out of bed. Additionally, some of the shoes were far from the rack. Even if they had fallen, there's no way they could have rolled that far. And it wasn't my son because I immediately checked on him and he was still sound asleep in his pack-and-play in a completely different room. Fast forward to later in the day of the estate sale. Another couple of friends came over to help me. After a busy morning, we had a lull in the afternoon. We tidied up a bit and put things back in place that had been handled by shoppers. We took a break and sat on the porch and chatted while we enjoyed the lull. I recounted to my friends about how I thought the house was haunted. One friend was really spooked when I told her about the perfume. She said that she too smelled it in the hallway earlier that morning. She said that she was walking behind a man in the hallway and she had an overwhelming scent of perfume. She thought it was odd that a man would be wearing such strong women's perfume. I said, "Well, you've met my ghost." Now for the really freaky stuff. So after I recounted all the incidents above to my friends during our break, I did a walk around of the house just to double check that things were in order for the next round of shoppers. I go into the master bedroom and the frigging shoes are on the floor again. I screamed this time. My friends came running to see what happened. They saw the shoes and they were like, "You're messing with us." I said, "I swear to God, I'm not messing with you. These shoes were not on the floor before. When we tidied up, I re-racked all of them. And the shoes were almost in the same exact position that they had been in that morning when I found them on the floor after my shower. Freaky, man. We eventually sold the house. I asked the realtor if there was a disclosure law for haunted houses. She said she's never heard of such a thing. I told her about how I thought the house was haunted, but she probably just thought I was crazy. Either way, I definitely experienced some paranormal activity there, and I would be so curious to find out if the new owners did as well.
The Song from the Lake by Jordan P. It was one of those rare, still evenings when everything in nature seemed to hold its breath, and the world felt almost unreal. The air was thick with the kind of humidity that weighed down on you, but at the same time, it felt like everything was just waiting for something to happen. The sun had already dipped below the horizon, leaving the sky in a deep shade of purple, but there was still a lingering light from the day. The trees along the edge of the lake stood, with their shadows stretching long across the water. I was staying at my uncle's cabin, which was perched right on the edge of a remote lake in the woods. It wasn't the first time I'd been there, but it had been a few years since I last visited. The place was quiet, peaceful, perfect for getting away from the noise of the world. My uncle had left for the day, heading into town for some supplies, so I had the place to myself. I'd been reading a book by the fire when I first heard it. At first, it was very faint, a soft sound carried by the wind. I thought it might be a trick of the breeze, or maybe the call of a distant bird. But as I listened, the sound grew clearer. It wasn't the usual rustling of trees or the croak of frogs you'd expect by a lake at night. This was different. It was a melody, a soft, haunting tune that seemed to float across the water like a whisper. I stood up from my chair and walked over to the window, peering out into the fading light. The water was still, the surface reflecting the dark outline of the trees, but there was no sign of movement. No ripple in the calmness. I strained my ears, trying to pinpoint the source of the sound, but it seemed to be coming from everywhere and nowhere. It was melodic, but strange, like an eerie lullaby, and I just couldn't place where it was coming from. I've spent a lot of time near lakes in my life. I know the acoustics can be crazy. I've heard many animal sounds, from the calls of loons to the croaking of bullfrogs, but this didn't sound like anything I knew. It wasn't the call of a bird. It wasn't the croak of any amphibian. This was something different. Almost human, but not quite. The sound was beautiful, but yet it unsettled me, as if it was pulling at something deep inside me that I couldn't quite identify. I stepped out onto the porch, the wooden planks creaking under my weight. The air smelled of damp earth and pine, and the sound of the melody seemed to swell, drawing me toward it. It was coming from the lake, from the far side near the cove, where the trees grew thicker. I glanced around. The cabin was isolated. The nearest neighbors were miles away. No one was around, just the night and the lake. Without even thinking about it, I grabbed a flashlight from the porch table and made my way down the path toward the shore. The song was louder now, more distinct, and it seemed to reach into my chest with a strange magnetic pull. I couldn't explain it, but I felt like I had to go closer. I had to find the source. The path to the lake was narrow and winding, bordered by overgrown brush and thick trees. As I walked, I kept my eyes on the ground, trying to keep my footing in the dark. The air had grown colder, though I hadn't noticed it at first. The light from the flashlight barely cut through the dark woods, and the sound of that melody seemed to be my only guide. When I reached the water's edge, the sound was even louder, almost deafening now. I stopped short, looking out across the dark water. The lake stretched out before me, smooth as glass, but there was no sign of what was making the noise. The melody seemed to be coming from somewhere just beyond the shore, like it was floating up from the depths of the water itself. I scanned the surface of the lake, feeling a sudden sense of something in my gut, the sense that it just wasn't right. The reflection of the trees rippled gently on the surface, but still there was no movement in the water, no sign of any animal or human. But still the melody continued, sweet but eerie, winding its way through the night air. It seemed to be getting closer, the notes rising and falling, but it wasn't soothing. It was a song sung by something ancient. I stepped closer to the edge of the water. My heart was beating faster now. The air was thick with tension. My mind was racing to try to make sense of what I was hearing. Was it a person? No, there was no one around for miles. Was it an animal? Some strange new species I'd never heard of? I didn't think so. The sound was too deliberate, too rhythmic. It was as if the melody was purposeful, as if it was trying to communicate something. I felt a strange chill wash over me, as though the very air around the lake had changed. The song had become more insistent now, its notes sharper, the rhythm faster. My skin prickled, and I just couldn't shake the feeling that something was very, very wrong. I turned to leave, but as I did, a ripple in the water caught my eye. Something dark moved just beneath the surface. It was way too large to be a fish. I froze, my breath caught in my throat. The water seemed like it was swirling, the surface undulating like something beneath it was stirring. Then, just as suddenly as it had started, the song stopped. The silence that followed was suffocating, pressing in on me from all sides. I just stood there rooted to the spot, my mind racing, but I didn't move. I couldn't. The quiet stretched on, and I suddenly felt very small, like I didn't belong in this place, like something was watching me. I glanced around, half expecting something to emerge from the water, but there was nothing. The lake was still. The trees stood silent against the night sky. The only sound was the faint rustling of the wind in the branches. And then, Another ripple, this time much closer, followed by the unmistakable glint of something moving just beneath the surface. A figure. Or at least it looked like a figure. It was dark, its outline indistinct. But for a moment, I could swear I saw something long and sinuous, something large and serpentine, moving slowly just beneath the water. The song started again, but it was different. This time it was more urgent, more like a warning than a lullaby. The notes were sharp, like a cry for help, or maybe a warning to stay away. I stumbled back, my feet slipped on the muddy bank, and then I turned and ran. I didn't look back, not until I reached the cabin. My breath was ragged as I slammed the door behind me, my mind racing. I stood there, with shaking hands, the sound of that melody still in my head. Something about it made my skin crawl. I couldn't help but feel like something had followed me back. I don't know what I heard or saw that night. At least, I don't think I do. It wasn't an animal. It wasn't a human. It was something else. Something ancient and unknowable. I've never been able to explain it. That melody still lingers in my head, even now, just always on the edge of hearing. Sometimes I feel like it's calling me back, but I won't go. I don't care what it was or why it called to me. I won't go back to that lake. And the next time I hear that melody, I won't answer it. I'm not sure what would happen if I did, but I'm not willing to find out. My mother went to Eastern Washington University and stayed in one of the houses the locals rented out to college students. I can't give the exact age of the house, but it was old enough to have a built-in button on the floor that would call up the servants to the attic, so the house was relatively old. During her studies there, she had 3 different roommates. My uncle was the first, who then was replaced by my mother's best friend, who was then replaced by my father. All 3 of them can confirm strange happenings in this house, and being woken up in the middle of the night with people whispering. The worst of it was in my mother's room in the attic. My mother hated that house, but she didn't have anywhere else to live, and the dorms were expensive, so she sucked it up and lived there until she graduated. She hated sleeping alone. The air in her room constantly felt thick and heavy. Her closet was constantly freezing cold, and at night, she would hear multiple people whispering incoherent words all at once. While living there, my mother had a cat named Puss, like Puss in Boots, who would constantly hide under the bed. One time, my mother caught the cat out from under her bed, sitting, watching, and growling at one of the corners of the room. My mom went over to the cat, confused at what she was looking at, until she saw a black figure in the corner slowly start to move upwards toward the ceiling. Puss started to become more aggressive, her hissing and growling getting louder before she freaked out and shot off back under the bed, still growling at the corner until the figure was gone. My mother had never seen the cat act like this, since she was usually a very loving and happy cat, but whatever that was clearly terrified her. Sometime later, my mother was talking with a friend who was excited to be touring 2 famous paranormal investigators around the college and town, showing them supposedly haunted places. My mother brought up the fact that she has always had weird things happen in her house and thinks it might be haunted. Her friend got all excited and begged her to let him bring them to her house. My mother refused, since she wasn't willing to stay up late for some people she doesn't even know. My mother didn't know at the time who these investigators were, since she never really kept up with paranormal stuff, believing that doing so can let evil into your life. She only knew that they were on quite a few popular talk shows at the time. It turns out that these two investigators were Ed and Lorraine Warren. Around midnight, my mother's best friend comes to her and tells her that there are people at the door who want to speak to her. Confused, my mother put on a robe and went to the front door. There she saw her tour guide friend with 12 other students behind Ed and Lorraine Warren. Lorraine asked my mother if they could come in, as their guide had told them that it was possible her house was haunted. My mother agreed and let them all in. Lorraine asked my mother where in the house the haunting was more active, and my mother told her that it was in the bedroom, that she would take Ed and Lorraine there, but everyone else had to wait. They agreed, and my mother took Ed and Lorraine to her room. When my mother entered the room, she sat on her bed and asked if they could feel it, how heavy the air was. Ed and Lorraine agreed that the air was heavy. Lorraine walked around the room to the closet and asked if she could hear voices here. My mother broke down crying and said she could hear them every night and that it kept her up at night. Lorraine told her it was possible that her closet was a doorway for people who had passed on, or a doorway to hell. My mother continued to cry before Lorraine came over to her and told her that the reason these things are happening is because of her mom's family, that the women have some connection with those beyond, and that it's possible that they are psychics, which makes the dead more attracted to her. My mother then told Lorraine about the black figure, which Lorraine told her wasn't from this house but was connected to her family, mainly on her dad's side, and that it was most likely something that went after her grandfather, her father, and now her. The figure wasn't a ghost or a demon, but just something that was pure evil and wanted her. Fearful, my mother asked them if they could bless her room, which they did, and after further investigation of the house, Ed and Lorraine told her that her house was the first place that actually showed activity and signs of a haunting in the whole area. After they finished blessing the house, Ed and Lorraine left. Time passed and my mom's best friend moved out and my dad moved in. The activity in the house still continued even after the blessing. At first, my father was skeptical of the house being haunted, until one night while sleeping in my mom's bed, he heard the whispering. He asked my mother what she said, and she told him she didn't say anything. After a few moments of silence between them, she asked if he could hear them. Confused, my father asked what she was talking about. She said, "The whispering." He then agreed that he heard the whispering and asked where it was coming from. She said that it was coming from the closet and that it happens every night. Sometime after, my father got curious about whether or not that servant's bell still worked. Originally, no one had ever been up to the attic. Both of my parents made their way up to the attic, but never reached the top. Since on their way there, both of my parents felt like they couldn't breathe, as the temperature dropped into the freezing ranges. My mother started to panic, and she felt like she was being choked. She quickly told my father to turn back around, because it felt as though they weren't wanted up there. Not wanting to upset my mother even more, my father agreed and turned back around, never to go up there again. Once my mother graduated from college, they moved out of the house, and strange events continued to happen no matter where they moved. Around the time that I was born, my parents lived in a rather small house with my two older brothers. Constantly, our cats would freak out, growling and hissing at the corners of the house. Not only that, but my mother would constantly see this black figure around the house. Later, my family had our new house constructed and we moved out of our old one. These strange events followed us and got worse. One day when I was around 5, I was walking outside my room to walk downstairs. The moment I walked to the balcony, I felt somebody grab my arm extremely roughly. I turned around and all I see is this black figure holding my arm. I scream for my mother. My mother comes running up the stairs and she sees the figure. She grabs my arm and tries to pull me away, but the figure will not let me go. She pulled as hard as she could and ripped me away from it. As she does this, the figure disappears, and a giant hand mark is left on my arm. My mother runs downstairs and screams at my father to get my brothers and that they were leaving the house until it was blessed. We later had a priest come to our house and bless it. Afterward, the activity stopped, but growing up, my second older brother and I would constantly have nightmares of this figure in our dreams, doing awful things to us. But in our dreams, it had bright red eyes and would chase us. Nothing else has happened since then, and I still live in the house. But every once in a while, I get this sudden fear from the staircase. I never go downstairs at night without the lights on, out of fear that this thing is possibly still here. I had spoken to my mother about the dreams and stuff that happened to her, but she tries to avoid talking about it, since she believes the more we talk about it, the more it will come back. She has told me, though, that she spoke with my grandfather about this figure. He refused to talk much about it, since the first time she brought it up, he went pale as a ghost. He said that figure used to torment him as a child, and his dad would tell him about the figure and how it would come for him, as it did with my grandfather. My mother didn't realize that it was Ed and Lorraine Warren until we were watching a documentary about them. She points to them and says, "Those are the ones that came to my house." I was speechless, and she was confused. I told her that they were the Ed and Lorraine Warren, the most famous paranormal investigators ever, pretty much. That they were the ones who started publicly doing paranormal investigations, and that there are famous horror movies that involve them. My mother freaks out and tells my father about it, and while my father was shocked, he didn't think much of it. I'm sorry if this story is a little all over the place, but it's the best attempt I have to explain my mother's story and my experience, since my mother doesn't like to talk about it much out of fear.
Experiences with Japanese Ghosts by Zolcher, posted to r/paranormal. It's Obon season in Japan, a week in which the spirits of the departed are believed to return to families and loved ones. As such, I'm curious to hear if anyone has experienced any encounters with spirits, either here in Japan or in Asia at large. Here are some of what myself, as well as my family and friends, have experienced over the years. My husband is a hard atheist and refuses to believe in the paranormal. He does have one story, though, that made him a bit spooked. He grew up in a mountainous area with little tunnels running through the area so cars could access the more remote places. In many areas, there's a newer, lit-up and cleanly paved tunnel running directly beside an older and less frequently used tunnel from decades ago. According to him, one day he and his friends were playing down by a river and chose to head back home through an older tunnel. He went in ahead on his bike and saw a woman and her little girl walking the opposite direction toward the middle of the tunnel. He passed them by without looking too closely. He turned back to see where his friends were, and the woman and the girl were nowhere to be found. The tunnel in question would take a solid few minutes to pass through on a bike, let alone on foot. I have personally walked through the tunnel, and though I didn't come across anything, the air gets very cold and heavy toward the middle, to be sure. At school. So I have a coworker that works at an elementary school about 30 minutes in the mountains. It's an older school, about 100 years or so, but it's warm and inviting, and I've always felt pleasant when I visit. There's a little nook with couches in the staff room, and it opens to a huge 2-story hall, with a hallway leading down to the lunchroom and kitchen areas. My coworker has recently been seeing a lot of activity in the hall. More than once, he's walked out of the staff room and seen a man hunched over a table in the hall, as if reading something. When he walks toward the man, he passes by a pillar, and suddenly the man is gone. He's also seen movement in the nook in the staff room, and lunch ladies often report a presence of a little child in the kitchen who asks them where the lunchroom is. This school has 6 teachers and 25 students, so everyone knows everyone. The man and the child are reportedly no one that anyone knows. My personal story.
I'm not apt to seeing ghosts, but I liked to jokingly say I was sensitive due to a lot of strange goings-on in my childhood home over the years. This came back to bite me when I got a little overly cocky during some ghost stories in the town over, and something followed me home. I used to live in Kagoshima, Japan, as an English teacher back in 2018. My home was in Kanoya City, in a bright and warm 2-bedroom apartment that was 2 floors above any other teacher's. My best friend lived in Shibushi, in a 2-towered apartment complex, and below another teacher, Todd, so I would often visit the area to stay over and hang out. Once my best friend returned to the US, a new teacher, Ashley, moved in. But since my friend's apartment was being renovated, Ashley stayed in the apartment next door for a few months. That October, I took my little black car down and went to a barbecue dinner in Shibushi, where Ashley, Todd, and some other friends were telling ghost stories. Ashley was visibly upset when it came time for her story, which was apparently true and happening currently, she said. She would hear walking around from Todd's apartment at late hours, and Todd had told her every time that he was out visiting his girlfriend at the time, so it wasn't him. She also mentioned having horrible dreams about being stuck in her bed while her room filled with water, as a ghost with long black hair stood outside of her window, as if demonstrating, "This is what I can do to you." Todd was backing up these claims, confirming the calls from Ashley, and that he indeed was never around when they came. His brother, who is like a kind of medicine man or shaman in their Hmong community, apparently reached out to him out of the blue, saying he had a dream that compelled him to draw a picture of what he saw. Todd pulls out the text of the picture his brother drew, and Ashley and I myself also began freaking out at its sight. It was a picture of a white ghost with long black hair, crouched, as if crawling, on the outside balcony of an apartment. Ashley says that's exactly what has been appearing in her dreams, and all of us confirm unequivocally that the backdrop of this drawing is the exact building where Todd and Ashley live, the one where I had visited my best friend dozens of times. Everyone is freaked out, but excited for some reason. Like, ooh boy, a real ghost situation. How fun for us. How naive of us, we came to realize. We decided to go back to Todd's place once we finished eating. I felt a heaviness when I walked in. I told him immediately and seemed intrigued, but brushed it off as it's his apartment and he's got to be able to fall asleep there tonight. I noticed that the same area I felt heaviness was completely fine as I left to go home, but the entire solo drive back to my apartment was incredibly fear-filled and tense. I was afraid to look behind me, as if I was going to see something in the back seat. I brushed it off as my imagination, as I, too, had to be able to fall asleep that night, and proceeded to try to do so when I got home. At 2:30 in the morning, I woke up drenched in sweat, with my arms and fists clenched so tightly around my head that I had lost feeling in them. There was a deep and dark heaviness all around me, and I just felt this overwhelming fear, like, don't open your eyes. I'd never been one to have nightmares or sleep paralysis, and I was completely awake as I remember being unable to fall back asleep. I just kept thinking, crap, I have work tomorrow. Why the heck can't I sleep? The next morning, I texted Ashley what happened, and she freaked out, saying that she didn't tell anybody this, but the exact same thing happened to her when she had the nightmares. She also asked if I had heard any wooden tapping coming from inside my house. I said yes. I noticed something coming from the corner when I got home, and I just chalked it up to the support beam settling. She gets even more worked up, saying she didn't say anything about the corners, but that's where she heard the tapping as well. She and I messaged Todd immediately, asking if there was something his brother could do in this case, since apparently he had a dream about all of this happening too. Basically, he sent us over some symbols on paper, and told us to burn them in the apartment to purify the space, and to leave one unburned to repel whatever it was. It took a few days, during which I begged the teacher below me to let me stay with her, as my previously warm and welcoming home felt suffocatingly heavy and dark in ways that I cannot explain. It took about 3 days to arrive, and until then the tapping continued in corners of my room. In the meantime, I discovered what appeared to be handprints on the inside of my car's rear window after that drive home, which normally wouldn't be possible, as I drove a Daihatsu Move at the time, and it was far too small for anyone to fit in the back. A disconnected phone line also rang at 8:15 p.m., which my then boyfriend was there to witness. Once the papers with written symbols arrived, we burned them, as told, and the heavy atmosphere did clear up immediately. There's no more interesting ending to the story other than it hasn't bothered us since. But to this day, I have one of the symbols laminated as protection, so it stays far, far away. I've also stopped going to places said to be hosting frightening spirits because I've wisened up with time and experience. A little bit of background about myself. I've worked my entire adult life in the Pacific Northwest woods, over 15 years in total, with about 7 years of that being for the Park Service at Olympic National Park. Many, many experiences over the years could warrant the title of creepy, but this one in particular has always stuck with me. While working for the Park Service, one of my jobs was that of a restoration carpenter. We would travel to old backcountry historical cabins, emergency shelters, homesteads, and chalets, tasked with repairing and restoring them to their original historically accurate states. This was a wonderful and demanding job. I'd spend 8 days at a time living off the beaten path, usually deep in the backcountry. Sometimes we'd be flown in supplies. Sometimes we'd use llamas or mules to pack our gear, all the while sleeping in thinly walled single tents, cooking over a fire or whisper light stove, using the same tools and techniques the original homesteaders had at their disposal in the late 1800s to construct and survive in this unforgiving environment. One late fall, I was assigned to work near Lake Ozette at an old homestead off the trail, near the constructed boardwalk. For those unfamiliar with the area, Lake Ozette is 8 miles long and 3 miles wide. It sits as the largest unaltered natural lake in Washington. Lake Ozette has a long and rich history of Native American culture. The Makah Tribal Center in Nia Bay houses discoveries found in the area dating back 2,000 years, along with a local village that was well preserved over 300 years ago by a mudslide that left most of the artifacts intact. The Ozette Loop Trail, which the homestead was directly adjacent to, is approximately 9.4 miles through and through. The man-made boardwalk takes you under giant cedar groves and meanders through huge patches of chest-high salal before delivering you to Alstrom's Prairie, about 2.5 miles from the trailhead. Alstrom's Prairie, a giant, soggy meadow, was once farmed by 2 Swedish immigrants. They constructed a small cabin and some outbuildings on the 150-acre bog. With cattle, sheep, vegetable gardens, and the help of a little Swedish ingenuity, they managed to etch out lives for themselves here over 50 years. Over time, the forest, as it always does, decided to take back what was once its own. The now decades-long abandoned farm was hardly recognizable. Our job was to beat back the encroaching forest, put new windows in the main cabin, pipe in a new stove, apply fresh paint, and fix up portions of the semi-dilapidated barn. The ultimate goal being to allow guided tours to take place sometime in the future. For about 3 weeks, we stayed at the OZ bunkhouse while working at Alstrom's. This was good duty for us. We weren't sleeping under the rain, our beds were warm, our hike was short, and the terrain was not difficult. We even had a TV. The bunkhouse was located near the highway and ranger station. We would hike the 5-mile loop every day, bringing with us boards, tools, paint, and everything else we needed on our backs. These were full 10-plus hour days, usually starting in the morning around 7 o'clock and beginning our evening return hike back to the bunkhouse around 5. At one point during the fall, there were 4 of us working this project, but at the time of this event, there were only 2 of us remaining. Most of the hard work had already been finished. We needed to hike a few last boards into the prairie to complete a portion of the woodshed before we called the job done. I volunteered to be the pack mule for the day, my only job being to carry as many boards as I could muster in each trip to the prairie before returning to the ranger station for the next load. It was late in the season for hikers at this point, and the weather had turned. We'd be lucky to see 2 to 3 people a day going the loop. After around my 4th or 5th trip, I was pretty wiped. It was getting late in the evening now, around 4 o'clock, and my coworker had called it a day. I thought I could get one more trip in before it got too dark, my rationale being that the more trips I did that day, the less I'd have to do the next. We passed on the trail, I told him my intentions, and I continued on. I delivered the last of the boards for the day, took a look around the prairie as the sun began to tuck behind the trees, and started my hour-long hike back to the ranger station. The lighting on the boardwalk was quite low at this point, the cedars blocking most of the ambient light left by the setting sun, and made visibility quite diminished. I'm not a nervous hiker, and I fail to spook easily, having solo hiked for weeks on end in the backcountry. I've been stalked by cougars, confronted by Kodiak bears in Alaska, and I've even ran into a few hillbillies over the years. Not the good kind. As I left the prairie that evening, the hair on my neck stood on end. Goosebumps erupted on my forearms. An uneasy feeling swept over me, and suddenly I wanted to walk faster, then jog, then sprint. I didn't. Instead, I convinced myself I'd been reading too many novels before bedtime. I walked another 5 minutes or so, before I started to hear something faint. Something that sounded like music. Impossible, I told myself. I'm the only one out here, and I'm still at least 2 miles from civilization, and that civilization in reality was the only other soul out there, my coworker. Sure enough, though, I heard music. More specifically, a piano. It started out so faintly that I had to stop moving and actually try to hear it, the steps on the wooden boardwalk being too loud. Every time I paused, it became unmistakable, and it got louder. I stood there, sun now fully hidden behind the horizon, in total silence other than this piano. I became aware that there were no longer the sounds of other life. No birds, no insects, no wind, no rustling of leaves or underbrush. Absolutely nothing other than the piano. As if everything was being weighted down by a fog of emptiness of some kind. I've encountered this dead time before in the woods. Certain places have it, but this was different somehow. Unique to this place. Unique to this moment in time. I tried to focus on the keys, but I couldn't recognize the composition. Unsurprising, as I mostly listened to Metallica and Korn at the time. It was playing with a purpose. It was controlled, in tune, thoughtful. It was a song, and somehow I felt that it was meant just for me in that moment. I started walking again, almost on cue. The music got louder. As my pace increased, so did the tempo of the keys, still in tune, never faltering. It reached a climax, the perfect combination of my haste, my dread, my heartbeat, and the tempo of this music. And then, as quickly as it had started,
The piano stopped, whooshed away in the fraction of a moment. It didn't trail off, it didn't fade into extinction. It was just gone. Suddenly, everything that was absent was swept away as if by a gust of wind. The stillness was gone. The gloom, the stagnation and weight of everything was lifted. My next step on the boardwalk was once again in reality. The evening was just as absent of light as before, but it felt like life somehow was once again injected back into the forest. The woods seemed normal again. I didn't hear the piano again that night, and I haven't since. I told my coworker every detail when I reached the bunkhouse, and he showed no sign of disbelief. We didn't talk about it again until years later, when something similar happened to another Park Service employee. When I told my grandfather about what happened, as he was a retired park ranger who had worked nearby at Mora, the next station over, without the least bit of hesitation, he asked, "Did you hear the bagpipes along with it, or was it just the piano this time?" It seems, as I've learned and experienced since then, that there is a lot more to that place, a lot more to the Olympics in general, than anyone really knows or is willing to admit. A little bit of background about myself. I've worked my entire adult life in the Pacific Northwest woods, over 15 years in total, with about 7 years of that being for the Park Service at Olympic National Park. Many experiences over the years could warrant the title of creepy. This one in particular has always stuck with me. While working for the Park Service, one of my jobs was that of a restoration carpenter. We would travel to old backcountry historical cabins, emergency shelters, homesteads, and things like that, tasked with repairing and restoring them to their original historically accurate states. This was a wonderful and demanding job. I'd spend 8 days at a time living off the beaten path, usually deep in the backcountry. Sometimes we'd be flown in supplies. Sometimes we would use llamas or mules to pack our gear. All the while, we would sleep in thinly walled single tents, cooking over a fire or whisper-light stove, using the same tools and techniques the original homesteaders had at their disposal in the late 1800s to construct and survive in this unforgiving environment. One late fall, I was assigned to work near Lake Ozette at an old homestead off the trail, near the constructed boardwalk. For those unfamiliar with the area, Lake Ozette is 8 miles long and 3 miles wide. It sits as the largest unaltered natural lake in Washington state. Lake Ozette has a long and rich history of Native American culture. The Macabre Tribal Center in Nia Bay houses discoveries found in the area dating back 2,000 years, along with a local village that was well preserved over 300 years ago by a mudslide that left most of the artifacts intact. The Ozette Loop Trail, which the homestead was directly adjacent to, is approximately 9.4 miles through and through. The man-made boardwalk takes you under giant cedar groves, meanders through huge patches of chest-high salal, before delivering you to Alstrom's Prairie, about 2.5 miles from the trailhead. Alstrom's Prairie, a giant, soggy meadow, was once farmed by 2 Swedish immigrants. They constructed a small cabin and some outbuildings on the 150-acre bog. With cattle, sheep, vegetable gardens, and the help of a little Swedish ingenuity, they managed to etch out lives for themselves here for over 50 years. Over time, the forest, as it always does, decided to take back what was once its own. The now decades-long abandoned farm was hardly recognizable. Our job was to beat back the encroaching forest, put new windows in the main cabin, pipe in a new stove,
apply fresh paint, and fix up portions of the semi-dilapidated barn. The ultimate goal was to allow guided tours to take place at some time in the future. For about 3 weeks, we stayed at the Ozette bunkhouse while working at Alstrom's. This was good duty for us. We weren't sleeping under the rain, our beds were warm, our hike was short, and the terrain wasn't difficult. We even had a TV. The bunkhouse was located near the highway and ranger station. We would hike the 5-mile loop every day, bringing with us boards, tools, paint, and everything else we would need on our backs. These were full 10-plus hour days. Usually we started our morning hike at around 7 a.m., and we began our evening return hike back to the bunkhouse at around 5. At one point during the fall, there were 4 of us working this project, but at the time of this event, there were only 2 of us remaining. Most of the hard work had already been finished. We needed to hike a few last boards into the prairie to complete a portion of the woodshed before we could call the job done. I volunteered to be the pack mule for the day, my only job being to carry as many boards as I could muster in each trip to the prairie before returning to the ranger station for the next load. It was late in the season for hikers at this point. The weather had turned, and we'd be lucky to see 2 to 3 people in an entire day doing the loop. After around my 4th or 5th trip, I was pretty wiped. It was getting late in the evening now, around 4 p.m., and my coworker had called it a day. I thought I could get one more trip in before it got too dark. My rationale being that the more trips I did today, the less I would have to do tomorrow. We passed on the trail, I told him my intentions, and I continued on. I delivered the last boards for the day, took a look around the prairie as the sun started to tuck behind the trees, and started my hour-long hike back to the ranger station. The lighting on the boardwalk was quite low at this point, the cedars blocking most of the ambient light left by the setting sun and making visibility quite diminished. I'm not a nervous hiker, and I fail to spook easily. Having solo hiked for weeks on end in the backcountry, I've been stalked by cougars, confronted by Kodiak bears in Alaska, and even ran into a few demented hillbillies over the years. As I left the prairie that evening, though, the hair on the back of my neck stood on end. Goosebumps erupted from my forearms. An uneasy feeling swept over me, and suddenly I found myself wanting to walk faster, to jog, and then to sprint. I didn't. Instead, I convinced myself that I had been reading far too many novels before bedtime. I walked another 5 minutes or so before I started to hear something faint, something that sounded like music. Impossible, I told myself. I'm the only one out here, and still at least 2 miles from civilization. That civilization, in reality, being likely the only other soul out there, my coworker. Sure enough, however, I heard music, more specifically, a piano. It started out so faint, I had to stop moving and actually try to hear it. The steps on the wooden boardwalk were too loud and covered it up. Every time I paused to hear it, it became unmistakable. It got louder. I stood there, sun now fully hidden behind the horizon, in total silence other than this piano. I became aware that there were no longer the noises of life, no birds, no insects, no wind, no rustling of leaves or underbrush, absolutely nothing other than the piano. It was as if everything was being weighted down by a fog of emptiness of some kind. I've encountered this dead time before in the woods. Certain places have it, but this was different somehow, unique to this location, unique to this moment in time. I tried to focus on the keys, but I couldn't quite recognize the composition. Unsurprising, since I mostly listened to Metallica and Korn at the time. It was playing with a purpose. It was controlled, in tune, thoughtful. It was a song, and somehow I felt that it was meant just for me in this moment. I started walking again. Almost on cue, the music got louder. As my pace increased, so did the tempo of the keys, still in tune, never faltering. It reached a climax, the perfect combination of my haste, my dread, my heartbeat, and the tempo of the music. And then, as quickly as it came, the piano stopped. Whooshed away in the fraction of a moment. It didn't trail off. It didn't fade into extinction. It was just gone. Suddenly, everything that was absent was swept away as if by a gust of wind. The stillness was gone. The gloom, the stagnation, and weight of everything was just lifted. My next step on the boardwalk was once again in reality. The evening was just as absent of light as before, but it felt like life, somehow, was once again injected back into the forest. The woods seemed normal again. I didn't hear the piano again that night, nor did I sense anything unusual. I told my coworker every detail when I reached the bunkhouse, and he showed no sign of disbelief. We didn't talk about it again until years later, when something similar happened to another Park Service employee. I told my grandfather about what happened. He was a retired park ranger who had worked at nearby Mora, just the next station over. Without the least bit of hesitation, he goes, "Did you hear the bagpipes along with it, or just the piano this time?"
First, a little background information that's important to fully understand the story. My mother's sister and her husband have a house in Colorado that has a finished basement. The basement has a fully furnished bedroom, bathroom, a sort of living room area with a couch and TV, and a little kitchenette as well. I grew up visiting my 3 cousins, aunts, uncle, and grandparents every summer from the time I was 5 up until 2 or 3 years ago. I'm 21 now. The basement became more or less the guest room, so that's where I would stay whenever I would visit, so that I could have a little space of my own. That and the fact that their cat rarely ever went down to the basement, and I am severely allergic to cats. This particular event occurred around the time that I was 17 or 18, and my younger cousin, I'll call her Megan, was around 16 or 15. The night started totally normal. We all had dinner, listened to music, watched something, and then at around midnight, we all headed off to bed. Because of a different experience I had down there a few years prior, I was really nervous about staying in the basement alone. So, my wonderful cousin Megan took one for the team and had been staying in the basement with me for the duration of my trip. We had been chilling in the living room of the basement for about 3 hours, drawing and just hanging out, when it all started. I was in the process of explaining the premise of a show I had started when we heard what sounded like an old man clearing his throat, coming from the bathroom. I knew it wasn't her, since I was maintaining eye contact with her the whole time, and her mouth hadn't opened at all, and she also knew it wasn't me since I was in the middle of speaking. And of course, neither of us are old men. We both paused and then confirmed that we had both heard the cough. Our minds immediately went to, there's a man hiding in the bathroom, since they had had some people in the past attempt to break in through the basement windows. I wanted to go upstairs and get one of her older siblings to check it out, but Megan insisted on checking it out ourselves. We went to the bathroom, turned on the lights, and saw that it was completely empty. There was, however, a linen closet which had the door closed. She opened the door and we saw what honestly looked like the shape of a man trying to hide under some blankets. Megan immediately reared her leg back and kicked the blanket with full force, only to discover that it was just some blankets spilling over the lower shelves that we had forgotten existed. As Megan tended to her now stubbed toes, we heard that same cough come from what sounded like the entrance to the basement. We slowly crept out of the bathroom, looked around the basement to no avail, and without a word, both started packing up all of our stuff, like our sketchbooks and my laptop. And, rather than leave the basement, we just went to the bedroom and locked the door. There was a giant floor-length mirror in the room which we used to bar the door. We did all of this in complete silence, some weird primal understanding going on between us that we had to be as quiet as humanly possible. As we tiptoed around the room, we heard what sounded like shuffling outside the door. At that point, I was still somewhat convinced that there was a living person in the basement with us, since the sounds were so clear and the feeling of there being someone else down there was so strong. Megan settled onto the bed while I sat against the wall next to the vanity, charging my phone. We were texting each other rather than speaking, since that pressure of being silent was still incredibly intense. We decided to each spam text her siblings, trying to wake them up to come down to our rescue, but there was no reply. Megan even texted her mom, but still, nobody woke up. I texted my mom, who did wake up, but all she said was to call the police if we were certain that somebody was down there with us. While we knew that there was something in the basement with us, we didn't know if it was actually someone who had broken in, and neither of us wanted to risk bothering the police for something dumb. After about an hour, Megan's phone started dying, so we decided to switch spots. For some reason neither of us really understood, we were so terrified of making any sort of noise that we made sure to walk on our tiptoes and take steps at the exact same time to minimize the amount of sound we made. At one point, Megan started smothering me with a pillow because I had an allergy attack and kept sneezing. With the both of us now situated, we tried to relax, still being kind of terrorized by the sounds of someone shuffling around outside the door and the occasional cough. At around 5, we heard what sounded like a small animal fall into the grate that also acted as a window for the basement bedroom and begin running around. The rocks at the bottom were moving and bouncing off the window, and then it went silent. About 10 minutes later, it sounded like another animal had fallen in, and the sound started up again. This cycle continued for pretty much that entire hour. The entire time that all of this was happening, Megan and I were terrified. It was like that feeling you get right before your car gets rear-ended, or right as you're about to go down a giant roller coaster hill. Just plain fear, anxiety, and the subtle feeling that something is just not right. It doesn't sound like much, but for some reason, Megan and I were just absolutely scared out of our minds. We both understood that we were not alone in that basement, and whatever was down there with us was actively trying to freak us out. We were saved at around 7. The sun started to rise, and we heard my uncle get up to take the dogs out. Neither Megan nor I had slept at all, and we suddenly felt exhausted as the adrenaline that had been fueling us the entire night seemed to die out. The sounds hadn't stopped, but they had significantly decreased as the hours passed. Now, hearing her dad up and about, we felt a little bit safer leaving the comfort of the bedroom. We quietly and quickly moved the mirror back to its space on the wall, and then, on the count of 3, unlocked the door and ran to the stairs. We didn't stop to look around or turn off any of the lights, even though by that point the basement was fully illuminated with the sunlight and the lights that we had left on when vacating the living room. We booked it up the stairs and came to a screeching halt in the kitchen,
where her dad was making coffee. We immediately told him everything and begged him to check out the basement, still not fully convinced that it wasn't a normal person. He checked, and sure enough, nothing had been tampered with, and the entire basement was empty. Megan made some ramen for breakfast since we were starving and just wanted something comfortable, and after eating, she went upstairs to tell her mom. I stayed downstairs, eating and trying to come to terms with what I had just experienced. Her mom didn't believe her at first, but when I told the same story and Megan almost started crying from not being believed, she changed her mind. My aunt was resistant to the idea that her house, specifically the basement, was haunted. But then, later that year, she experienced it for herself. The main thing I remember from this whole ordeal was the fear. It was so raw and intense, and there was just this weird knowledge that we weren't alone down there, and that whatever it was not good. Megan and my other cousin theorized that it was Theodore, the name they had given the resident ghost that stays down there. But I don't think so. Nothing like that has happened to anyone else ever again, and it's just not what we know to be Theodore's style. I don't know. I don't know what was down there with us, or who. I don't know why they were there or what they wanted, really. But there was something with us that night, and it scared me in a way that I have never, ever felt since.
Come Play With Me by Sheila J. I have lived in northern Michigan my whole life, surrounded by dense forests and the whispers of local legends. But nothing could have prepared me for what happened last night. I'm still shaking as I type this, my eyes burning from lack of sleep, and my ears straining for any sound that might indicate it's come back. It started at around 11 p.m. I was getting ready for bed, going through my usual routine of checking the doors and windows before turning in. That's when I heard it. A child's laughter, clear as day, coming from the woods behind my house. Now, I live alone, and my nearest neighbors are a good mile away. There shouldn't be any children out there, especially not at this hour. But those neighbors do have a daughter who's relatively young, so I kind of froze. My hand was still on the back door's deadbolt. I listened. For a moment, there was nothing but the usual nighttime sounds. Crickets, a distant owl, the rustle of leaves in the breeze. I thought maybe I was just hearing things. I almost turned around. And then I heard it again. A little girl's giggle, followed by what sounded like my name being called. Come play with me. It called me by name. My blood ran cold. How did it know my name? Every instinct told me to ignore this voice, to go to bed and pretend I hadn't heard anything. But there was something in that voice, something that tugged at my heart. What if there really was a lost child out there? Against my better judgment, I grabbed a flashlight and my phone and stepped out onto the back porch. The woods loomed before me, a wall of darkness barely penetrated by the porch light. I swept my flashlight across the tree line, its beam catching nothing but leaves and branches. Hello? I called out, my voice sounding small and afraid even to my own ears. Is someone there? The laughter came again, farther into the woods this time. It was joined by another sound, a soft, melodic humming that seemed to weave through the trees like a siren song. Before I knew what I was doing, I found myself stepping off the porch and into the shadows of the forest. The fallen leaves crunched under my feet as I made my way deeper into the woods. The humming grew louder, and I could swear I saw flashes of movement just at the edges of my flashlight's beam.
My heart was pounding in my chest, but I kept going, drawn forward by a mix of curiosity and an inexplicable need to find the source of that voice. After what felt like hours, but was probably just a few minutes, I emerged into a small clearing. The moonlight filtered through the canopy, casting everything in an eerie, silvery glow. And there, in the center of the clearing, was a figure. At first glance, it looked like a young girl in a white dress, her back turned to me. Relief flooded through me. I had found the child. But as I took a step forward, the figure turned, and that relief turned to icy horror. This was not a little girl. This wasn't human at all. The thing that faced me had the general shape of a girl, but that's where the resemblance ended. Its skin was pale and seemed to glow faintly in the moonlight. But it was wrong. Too smooth, almost like plastic. Its eyes were too large, pitch black, and reflected the light of my flashlight like a cat's. But worst of all was its mouth, a gaping maw filled with sharp teeth, etched into a grotesque parody of a smile. I screamed. I couldn't help it. The sound tore from my throat before I could stop it, echoing through the clearing. The creature's smile widened impossibly, and it took a step toward me. "What's wrong?" it asked in that little girl voice, but now I could hear the wrongness in it, the inhuman quality that I had somehow missed before. "Don't you want to play?" I turned and ran. Branches whipped at my face and arms as I crashed through the underbrush, my only thought to get away, to get back to the safety of my house that I never should have left. I could hear it behind me, moving through the woods with an unnatural grace, always just a few steps behind. I burst out of the tree line, my house looming before me like a beacon of safety. I sprinted across the yard, up the porch steps, and through the back door, slamming it shut behind me and throwing the deadbolt almost in a single motion. For a moment, all I could do was lean against the door, gasping for breath. Then, I heard it. A soft thump on the porch, followed by the sound of claws scraping against the wood. "Let me in," the voice called, no longer even trying to sound like a little girl. It was deeper now, guttural, with an animal-like growl underlying the words. "I just want to play." I ran through the house, locking every door and window, drawing every blind. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely manage the locks. All the while I could hear it moving around the house, testing each potential entry point seconds after I had locked it. When I was sure everything was secure, I grabbed my dad's old hunting rifle from the gun safe and retreated to the center of the house. I sat there all night, the rifle across my lap, listening to the creature as it circled my home. Sometimes it would scratch at the walls or the windows. Other times it would call out to me in that mocking voice, trying to lure me out. Once it even mimicked my mother's voice, begging me to open the door. But I stayed put, my finger near the trigger, ready to defend myself if it somehow got in. As the hours crawled by, my terror slowly gave way to numb, exhausted vigilance. I don't know if I dozed off at some point or if I just zoned out, but suddenly I realized that the sounds had stopped. I blinked, noticing for the first time that pale morning light was filtering through the cracks in the blinds. The house was silent. Had it given up? Or was this just another trick? I waited another hour, straining my ears for any sound, before I finally worked up the courage to look outside. With shaking hands, I approached the nearest window and slowly pulled back the blind. The yard looked normal in the early morning light. There was no sign of the creature, no evidence of the terror I had experienced last night. For a moment, I almost convinced myself that it had all been a nightmare. But then I saw the tracks. They encircled the entire house. Huge, canine-like paws pressed deep into the soft earth. But as they continued around the building, they changed. The paw prints gradually morphed into human footprints, as if whatever had made them had been transforming as it walked. The human footprints finally led away from the house and back into the woods. I followed their path with my eyes until they disappeared into the shadows beneath the trees. As I stared at that point where the tracks vanished, a chill ran down my spine, because there, just barely visible in the gloom, I saw movement, and for just a second, I could have sworn I saw a pair of large black eyes staring back at me. I slammed the blind shut and retreated to the center of the house again. I don't know what that thing was. Some kind of skinwalker, a wendigo, or something else entirely. All I know is that it's still out there, waiting in the woods. And somehow, I don't think this is over.
I have always been really interested and fascinated with Dogman, Bigfoot, anything paranormal. Thanks to losing my job recently due to current events, I've been spending a lot of time reading and researching this particular topic, never knowing that one of my friends actually saw two of them. So my friend, I'll call her Jess, was over late last night, and we'd been talking about paranormal experiences, and I brought up the subject of Dogman. She had never heard of Dogman, so I put on YouTube, and I showed her Scott Carpenter's videos. And then I remembered the video where an unknown creature was filmed digging in a cemetery. When she saw the creature in that video, she gasped and said, "Oh my gosh, I wonder if that's what I saw." I paused it and was like, "What? You've seen something like this and you never told me?" She said she basically saw two werewolves about 5 years ago on her property, and never brought it up because who would believe that? I asked her to tell me every detail, and I was careful to ask questions that did not lead her in any way. Since I've listened to every single Dogman Encounters episode, I'm familiar with what most witnesses see, and lo and behold, every answer she gave me matched what others have seen and reported. The location was in Leonard, Michigan, a pretty rural area with lots of woods and wildlife. She and her family have a few acres and raise chickens and ducks as a hobby. Her house is on a dirt road and is surrounded by wooded areas. This is the conversation we had as accurately as I can tell it. I also had her proofread this so she can say that everything is accurate from her end as well. This was about 5 years ago, she said, when my dog was a young puppy. My sister and I took her outside to go potty. It was dusk, getting dark, but still plenty of light to see. The pup noticed something and started to slowly walk toward it. We looked to see what she was seeing, and to our shock, there were two huge dogs or wolves on our property, about 100 feet away from where we were standing on the porch. Instinctively, I took a few steps forward and scooped up my puppy. My sister and I stared at them. They were on all fours, hunched over and eating something. They lifted their heads to look at us, but seemed unbothered, and went back to whatever they were eating. My first thought was that I was curious as to what the heck we were looking at, and I wanted to get a closer look. But that thought was replaced by the realization that it wasn't safe, so I slowly walked backwards, and so did my sister. We went back inside. We locked the doors and windows and asked each other what the hell those things were. We watched them from the window. They eventually left in no particular hurry. I've kind of put that experience out of my mind, and I almost forgot about it until just now. I asked her if she felt scared or threatened.
She said not necessarily. Because of their size and how wrong they looked, I felt like they could be dangerous. But they never snarled or showed their teeth or did anything aggressive to scare us. I said, "How is your puppy acting?" Jess said she was probably too young to realize that they could be dangerous. She just seemed curious. I asked her what they looked like, the color and the size. One was a dark color, maybe black. The other was a lighter color, like a light brown or tan. They were bigger than any dog we knew existed, bigger than a mastiff even, and if they were up on their hind feet, they would definitely be much taller than most people, probably about 7 feet or more. I asked what their fur looked like and whether it was long or short. She looked at my pit bull and said, "Definitely not short fur like him." She looked at my Icelandic sheepdog and said their fur was longer, like hers, like a wolf or a German shepherd. She said that they had thicker fur around their necks and a poofy small mane, and that their ears were up and pointy, like a wolf. At this point, I'm totally freaking out at how accurately she's describing what others have seen. I said, "Okay, so far you could just be describing really large wolves. But you said they looked wrong, so what about them made you think that they weren't just wolves? Did they ever stand or walk on 2 legs?" She said, "No, they were on all 4s, but their anatomy wasn't right. While they were hunched over eating, their shoulders were much higher than their rear ends. They didn't look like a normal dog or wolf would if they were bending forward. Like the front arms were way too long, much longer than their rear legs. And how they were eating was weird. They were using their front paws to help tear apart whatever they were eating, and they were bringing it to their mouths, almost like they had hands." She said that she couldn't really tell if they had hands or paws, but what kind of dog or wolf uses their paws to bring food to their mouth? The way they moved it was like they had hands. That's what really freaked her out, she said. She said that their hind legs looked like a dog's. But the weirdest thing is that she said they didn't have any tails. That's what really scared her, is that when they walked away, she remembered thinking, they don't have tails. Jess said that she didn't really conclude what they were. She was just freaked out and had no explanation. My best guess was some kind of genetically altered wolf, or a werewolf, she said. I asked her why she wasn't obsessed with finding answers, how she could just put it out of her mind. And she said she didn't really have any clue. Maybe because she couldn't come up with a logical explanation. It was just too weird or scary to think about. We continued talking, me telling her about dogman encounters and how she should really reach out to Vic. I told her how she didn't have to go on a show or anything. He would just talk to her, and that I recommended her contacting him. She definitely looked freaked out as all these memories came back to her. She asked me questions about what I knew of them, if they attack, and what they do. I told her that if she ever encounters one again, just remain calm and back away slowly, just like she did. She brought up firearms, since we're both gun owners, and I said that all the witnesses who had pulled a gun on these things got a negative response. I told her how they seem to know what a gun is, and that Vic recommends never using one on them unless you're absolutely sure they're about to attack you. She said she never had an impulse to draw her weapon, as they didn't seem threatening to her, her sister, or her dog, and that she had thought of knowing that her pistol wouldn't do much anyhow, other than pissing them off. On a side note, later that same week, her boyfriend happened to look out the window on the 2nd story and saw a huge white dog in the field near the house. He says he remembers thinking that it was a massive dog and that he'd never seen it before. Being in a very rural area, they know most of their neighbors' dogs, and strays are not common in that area. But he didn't give it too much thought. As we were discussing her sighting, though, he brought it up. I asked if they found any evidence of what it had been eating, or any tracks. The next day they did go out to where they'd seen the creature, and they did find one clear, large canine paw print. I asked if they had taken a photo, and she said she thinks they did, but she can't remember whose phone it was on. Whatever they'd been eating was either completely devoured, or they took the remains with them when they left. As she thought more about it, she remembered that her family had in fact had a few of their chickens and ducks go missing around that time, but given that their birds are free range and there are normal predators in the area, it was not overly shocking at the time. She left very late, planning to talk to her sister about it soon and to see what she remembers. I told her not to lead her on for answers and just to see if everything matched her experience. As of today, Jess has started a draft email to send to Vic. I'm really happy that she's taking this seriously. I asked her to look at the art collections on the Dogman Encounters website. She said the Canis Hominis collection was the closest thing to what she saw. She also did a Google search and found one image that closely resembles what she saw as well. However, the creature in the artwork had a tail, while what she saw did not. She did ask her sister about it this morning, and her sister said she didn't have the clearest recollection of them. When Jess brought up dogmen, her sister actually said she had heard of them online, and stopped and said, "Dude, maybe that's what we saw." One interesting thing that her sister did remember was that she thought they were eating the carcass of a duck or a chicken, but their conversation was brief. I'd love to talk to her sister sometime and ask her my own questions. Jess is an honest woman, very down-to-earth and genuine. She's never given me a single reason to doubt her. She doesn't use any substances. She's never been one to make up wild claims or make things up for attention. I believe her story wholeheartedly, and for me, there's no doubt in my mind now. The Dogman is in fact real.
This isn't about one creepy thing that happened. I didn't physically see an apparition, but promise me that you'll pretend to be in my shoes in each situation. I'm not telling this story to impress anyone. Rather, I just need to get these experiences off my chest. It's happened for years, ever since I can remember. The first thing I remember was me watching TV in the living room, probably in elementary school, and I had just finished my bowl of chips. I placed it in the sink and went back to sit on the couch, and it was completely silent. I then heard the bowl tapping against my metal sink, like it was unbalanced, so I went to adjust it. When I got to the kitchen, it stopped, so I went to sit back down, but the noise started again. I shrugged it off and told my mom about it, but she said it was a coincidence. Moving on. I'm in middle school now, and I've looked into the paranormal. I had to. I would hear footsteps on the stairs at night, but I chose to believe it was the house settling. It always had a creepy feeling of being watched, and I would hear random knocks or bangs. I'm doing my homework in my bed with the door closed. All of a sudden, the doorknob viciously began shaking, as if somebody was trying to open a locked door, but it wasn't locked. I jumped out of bed when it stopped and ran to my brother's room, which is right next door to mine, and swung his door open. I accused him of shaking my handle, but he was extremely confused and asked, "Why would I do something so stupid when I'm doing my homework?" Still freaked out, I just went to finish my homework, but I was distracted, glancing at the doorknob every so often. Some short points that didn't happen to me. My parents' closet is always closed, but one morning my dad found a small puddle of blood on a pair of new shoes that he never wears. But neither of them found cuts on themselves. My brother just saw the first Paranormal Activity movie, but my mom didn't because she hates that stuff. But a couple of nights later, she walks into his room and stands by his bed just staring at him. He freaks out and tells her to leave, but she stays there for 5 minutes and then walks back to her room. The next morning, she had no recollection. I know how fake this sounds, but trust me, I only wish I was making it up. After that, my mom was home alone and decided to take a shower. In the middle of her shower, the bathroom door flies open and hits the wall. She throws a robe on and runs out, thinking, of course, that there was an intruder, but nobody was found. I'm now a teenager, watching YouTube in my bedroom, when I hear a loud bang outside my door. I think my brother fell in the bathroom, which is next to his room. So I ran out into the hallway to laugh at him, but he's in his room, so I asked if he just fell, to which he replied no. Instead, he said, "I thought you fell." We search around for something that has fallen, but to no avail. A couple months later in December, we're going into our attic to get the Christmas decorations. Our attic has all of our boxes lined up along the perimeter. When we peeked up there was a box on its side, right in the middle. I think it's important to note that our attic is right above the bathroom. Nothing crazy has happened after that, except for me and my friend hearing a car start in our garage, but no car was running. We just thought we were crazy. But one day after school of senior year, I'm home alone and my boyfriend lives 10 houses down the street. So I planned on walking there soon. I'm sitting on my living room floor with our family dog and cat. I then hear the loudest, most distinct noise I've ever heard. Imagine having a 2-story house with a very tall living room and dining room ceiling. I heard someone stomping and running in my room. I'm telling you, I heard it. My cat runs away, my dog jumps up defensive. I ran outside to look on my roof, but nobody was there. I ran around the whole house looking up there, but there was just the roof. I ran back in the house, grabbed my phone and my keys, and then ran to my car. I cried to my boyfriend and his family about it for an hour, but I still don't know if they believe me. At this point, I'm 19 years old, and my parents have divorced. I'm living with my mom in a small apartment with a tiny washer and dryer. My dad left for town on a business trip, so I asked if I could wash my clothes at his house, and he agreed. I'm terrified of being there alone, so I brought my boyfriend and his older friend, Devonte. Devonte is 24. I told them the things that have happened, and Devonte says it's all in my head. I laughed and I said, "I hope something paranormal happens to you tonight so you'll believe me." The dryer says it'll take 74 minutes, so my boyfriend and I go to play a board game, and since it's 10 p.m., Devonte wants to take a nap. I told him he can go up to my brother's old room since my brother is moved out and nobody uses it, so he does. 10 minutes later, we hear a bang, and we thought he dropped his phone between the bed and the wall. The bed is pressed against the wall connected to the hallway, so it makes sense that it would be so loud. About 10 more minutes go by, and we hear Devonte saying something upstairs, but we figured he was talking on the phone. Then he gets louder. My boyfriend and I look at each other confused. Devonte yells, "Holly, come get your man." Now, more confused, I tell my boyfriend Anthony to run up there and see what's wrong. When he gets to the room, Devonte asks, "Wait, what?" He's staring at him wide-eyed. Devonte says, "No, did you just run up those stairs?" Devonte got up and exited the room and ran down to where I was waiting. He said, "Tell me you didn't just run up there when I called you." Anthony and I were super confused, and Devonte began freaking out and pacing. He said he heard somebody whispering, "Get out, get out, get out." And it slowly got louder until they were yelling at him to get out. He thought my boyfriend was just messing with him. That's why we heard Devonte talking. He was saying things like, "Anthony, F off," and "Anthony, stop it, I'm trying to sleep." Devonte was so freaked out that we left that night, not finishing the laundry. We had to pick it up the next day. I laugh at this because it's such a stereotypical thing to have a ghost say "get out" in movies and on YouTube videos, but I've never seen him teary-eyed and so genuinely terrified as he was that night. That's the end of it all, I think. My boyfriend and I and my mom moved halfway across the country for other reasons. I think all of my paranormal struggles are over. Well, maybe. In our new house, a bang was heard in the sunroom, which freaked both of our dogs out. The puppy wouldn't even re-enter the room. Just tonight, we got Chipotle and ate in our bedroom, and that's when I heard the foil with the tortillas in it being dragged on my nightstand table. Yes, the fans were going, but not strong enough to pull the heavy tortilla and foil with it. I'm spooked out and decided to write down all of my experiences to make myself feel better. Again, it's not a one-time story, and it's probably not as entertaining as other ghostly things that you'll read here, but I needed this off my chest. If any of you have experienced these things, please let me know. It would make me feel so much better to know that I'm not alone.
I was talking to an old friend about maybe going on an impromptu ghost hunt this month, and during the conversation, we reminisced about some of the creepy stuff that we had experienced over the years. We remembered a particular event that stuck out with us, and it's one of the creepiest things I've ever experienced. The story begins with my friend, who we'll call T, and myself searching a hidden attic-like space in his house for a supposed stash of money allegedly left there by a previous tenant. Truth be told, I think that was just a story his mom told us to get us off the Xbox for a while. It was the heyday of Halo, and she was probably just sick of us sitting in front of his TV. But whether or not the story she told us was true, we wound up in this small and low-ceilinged attic space, which could only be accessed by a tiny door, hidden in the wooden panels in the wall. We'd known about the door for a while, but had never bothered to go in, mostly because the door seemed like it had been sealed somehow, and we couldn't be bothered with actually using our brains and finding something to pry it open. But the prospect of finding free money in a dusty old room was too much, so we called a few friends to come help search the place. And after a few pries with a putty knife and a flathead screwdriver, we cracked the door open and began to explore. At first it didn't seem like much was in there. Some old clothes and papers scattered about, and a desk in the corner. But through the gloom and dust, we could see something against the far wall, which turned out to be a very old cot of some kind. It was either busted in half or was meant to fold in half, but either way it was folded over on itself, and we could see something covered in cloth and sandwiched between the two halves. Of course, we wouldn't be good treasure hunters if we didn't look at the covered thing, so we start making our way over to the folded cot. I take a few steps forward, and my foot goes right through the floor like it's made of wet paper. Luckily, though T was right behind me, he had very quick reflexes. His hand shot out and grabbed the back of my shirt to keep me from falling forward, and probably all the way through the floor. We took a second to laugh at the situation, and realized that we should probably stick to the sides of the room, as the center was most likely the weakest, and probably the most likely to collapse under our weight. So we tiptoe all the way around the wall of the room, until we get to the cot, where we start unfolding it to get to the covered thing. This is where things got strange. As soon as we touched the cot, the room got very cold, which was odd because we were in an attic in mid-July. At the time, we thought nothing of it. We were certain we had found the stash. We were moments away from being rich. So we unfold the cot, which took all of our combined strength from how rusted and decrepit the thing was. Honestly, I was surprised it didn't just crumble to dust at the first touch. Finally, we got it unfolded, and found that it was, in fact, a decently sized wall mirror that had been wrapped in a sheet or a thin blanket. As soon as we uncovered the mirror, the tiny door that we had come through slowly swung shut. Again, we didn't think anything about it. Must have been a gust of air or something. We were a little disheartened by the lack of money, but T's mom had sent us in there with her camera to take pictures of anything interesting, so she could see what was inside, since she wouldn't be going in herself. So we snap a couple of pictures of the mirror, the cot, and the random debris lying around. Now here it's important to note that the mirror's reflective surface was absolutely caked with dust. You could barely tell that the mirror was a mirror, the dust was so thick. Yet the base of the mirror, which looked and felt like it was made of some sort of ceramic, was practically pristine. When I say the base, I mean the part of the mirror in which the reflective surface was set, not the actual bottom of the mirror. I found that to be very odd, as the whole mirror had been covered by the sheet. So why would any of it be dusty at all, let alone just a specific part like that? So we snap the pictures and are about to call it quits, when we hear the dogs barking downstairs. That usually meant that somebody was at the door. So we carefully make our way along the walls and out of the room to head downstairs. It turned out to be our friend, who we'll call B, who had come to help us search for the supposed stash. After we told her about the attic room, she wanted to see it for herself. So naturally, we took her up and showed her the tiny door. Before we even set foot into the room, we told her about the crappy floor and to only walk along the walls. Of course, she either didn't take us seriously or she just didn't understand what we had said, because she takes a couple of steps toward the cot and falls almost all the way through the floor, practically right through the small hole that I had created earlier. So she's sitting there with her upper body still in the attic and her legs dangling down through the ceiling of the kitchen. It was at this moment that I heard one of the most hilarious sentences I've ever heard. Through the now large hole in the floor, we could hear T's mom on the phone with someone, when she said in a very flat and nonchalant tone, "I have to go now, there are children falling through my ceiling." So we get B out of the floor and have a good laugh about the situation, and once we're sure she was okay, we all agreed it was probably best to just leave the room alone, before we caused any more damage. We get out and all the way downstairs when T pipes up that he'd forgotten the camera and a flashlight in there. So I agreed to go back in with him to grab them. We thought it wouldn't take but a second, as he remembered setting them both down on the floor, close to the hole, when we were helping B get out. But when we got there, we were a little confused. We couldn't see the camera or the flashlight anywhere. We looked all over the floor, thinking maybe we'd kicked them around on our way out, or when we were helping B, but they weren't there. We were about to go check if he had maybe set them outside the door or something when we were shutting it behind us, when T stopped dead in his tracks and whispered my name. I looked over, and in an instant, I knew what had made him stop. The mirror was covered up with the sheet again, only this time the outline of the camera and flashlight could be seen under the cover. We stood there and stared at it for a good minute or two before T got brave enough and started making his way along the wall to get over to the cot. I followed on very shaky legs, and I watched as he pulled the cover off the mirror to reveal that his camera and flashlight were indeed hidden under the sheet, along with the words "Help me" scrawled in the dust beside them. It was like something out of a horror movie, and honestly, if I hadn't been there, I wouldn't believe it. The nope factor must have been too much for T, because he snatched up his stuff and made a beeline for the door, with me close behind. We slammed the door shut behind us and never went back in. T's mom thought we were making the whole thing up, until we went back and looked through the camera. We had pictures of the cot and the mirror, both before and after messing with them. One of the folded cot with the covered mirror still hidden, one of the open cot with the covered mirror revealed, and one of the uncovered mirror, which showed no writing in the dust. But there was one final picture, which convinced his mom that we were telling the truth, and that she should never open that door again. The last picture was taken seemingly from atop the cot, and clearly showed the giant hole where B had fallen through, which meant that after T had put the camera down so that we could get B out of the hole, someone else had picked it up from beside the hole after we left, carried it and a flashlight over to the mirror, and snapped a picture after setting it down. That had to have happened very quickly, because we were only out of the room for 3 minutes at most. T realized he'd forgotten his camera almost as soon as we'd gotten downstairs. The only ones that were there were T, his mom, myself, and B. His dad and older brother were at work, and even if they had come home, they would have had to pass us on the stairs to get up to the attic. There's just no way that I can logically explain the writing on the mirror, and to this day, I still think about what was in that attic with us. She walked into the water. I'm not really the type to believe in ghosts. Not properly. I used to say that a place feels haunted because your mind wants it to be, like it's looking for echoes. But something happened about 5 years ago that's never sat right with me, and the more time passes, the harder it is to explain it away. I was 28 when it happened, living in Manchester, working a dead-end job that made me feel like my soul was peeling off in layers. That summer, I took a week off and drove up to the Lake District, just to get away from it all. I needed to be somewhere that didn't buzz with fluorescent lights and pretend conversation. I ended up renting this tiny stone cottage near Buttermere. Not one of the tourist trap cottages. This place was more isolated. No telly, no Wi-Fi, barely any signal. It had a stove that ran on bottled gas and a clawfoot tub that looked like it hadn't seen a proper scrub since the 80s. But it was real quiet. You could hear the wind roll down the hills. That's what I wanted. The lake itself was maybe a 10-minute walk from the cottage. The path ran behind a sheep field, through a patch of woods, and then opened onto the water. Buttermere is long and narrow, with hills rising steeply around it, more like a glacial bowl than a regular lake. The whole place has this heaviness to it, like it's holding something under. The first 2 days were just long walks, hot tea, and reading paperbacks with damp corners. By the 3rd day, I'd gotten into this rhythm of going out at dusk and walking the edge of the lake just as the sun dipped behind the fells. I'd usually make it about halfway around before heading back, and I never saw anyone else out there. It was early September, so the tourist rush had calmed, and the evenings were already starting to bite. Anyway, it was the 4th night when things shifted. I'd made my way out just before 7, light fading fast behind the crags. I took the same path I'd taken the night before. The sky was clear but moonless, and that made the lake look like a black sheet. Still, no ripples. There was this odd hush in the air, like the birds had buggered off early for the night. I was standing at the stone wall that runs along the northern edge, just watching the light vanish, when I noticed her. She was standing in the water, about 20 feet out, ankle deep. I hadn't seen her walk in, and I hadn't heard a splash. She was just there, facing out toward the center of the lake. Pale dress, long sleeves, hair down her back, not moving. I remember thinking, that water is cold as hell. What is she doing? It wasn't the kind of thing you expect to see on a quiet evening. I called out just a sort of awkward, "Hello, you all right?" But she didn't react. Didn't turn or flinch. She just stood there. I took a few steps closer and stopped at the edge. And that's when I noticed something that made the hair on the back of my neck lift. Her dress wasn't wet. She was standing in the water up to her calves, and the fabric just hung, dry. There was no cling, no change in color. It was like the water wasn't touching her, and that, more than anything, is what made me stop cold. I looked down at the water, and then back up. She was gone. She didn't walk out. She didn't run off. She just disappeared. I stood there for a few minutes. My heart was pounding like I'd run a mile, trying to convince myself that I'd... What? Zoned out? Blinked too long? maybe she ducked or slipped away in the dark. I told myself whatever I needed to, just to get moving again, but I didn't buy any of it. I didn't sleep much that night. Every creak of the cottage made me jolt. I kept seeing that dry fabric in my head, the way she didn't move or shiver. The next morning, I asked the old man who ran the village shop if anyone had drowned in the lake recently. He gave me a funny look and said, "Not lately, but folks always say Buttermere's got its stories." Then he mentioned something about a water wraith, one of those old tales that gets folded into the hills like moss. Woman in white walks into the lake and never comes out, that sort of thing. I brushed it off, but something in the way he said it stuck. That evening, I didn't go for my walk. I sat on the cottage step with a mug of whiskey-laced tea and stared down toward the woods. I half expected to hear footsteps, but I didn't. Not then. It was the last night, my 6th, that things went properly sideways. I'd packed most of my things, had one final dinner of beans and toast, and figured I'd do one last loop of the lake. Sort of a goodbye to the place. It had started to feel personal somehow. I got down to the water just before full dark. The lake was mirror flat again, and the air was weirdly warm for the season. I walked slower than usual, and when I got to that same spot on the northern edge, I stopped. I looked out. Nothing. But then I heard a sound that sent chills down my spine. A drip. One single drip, like water falling off of a hand. Then another, closer. I turned, and there she was. Not in the water this time. She was standing on the path maybe 10 feet behind me. Same pale dress. Same long hair. Still facing away, looking toward the water. I didn't move. She lifted one arm, slowly, like she was reaching toward something, in the dark. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't make my feet work. And then she took a step, into the air. It was like she stepped downward, but there was no hill, no dip, just flat ground. She kept walking, each step lower than the last, as if the earth was sinking beneath her. Within a few strides, her shoulders had dipped below the grass line. Then her head, and then nothing. Just the sound of that one last drip. I ran. I don't care how ridiculous that sounds. I dropped my torch, nearly twisted my ankle, and ran all the way back to the cottage. I locked the door and shut the curtains, and I sat on the floor with a blanket wrapped around me and the lights on till dawn. I didn't sleep. I couldn't. I left the next morning without even tidying up, tossed my keys through the letterbox and drove straight home. I didn't stop till I was back in Manchester. I didn't tell anyone for a long time. What would I even say? I saw a ghost in the Lake District and she didn't follow the laws of physics. Sounds ridiculous. Even now I'm not sure what I believe. But here's what I keep coming back to. The way she didn't move like a person. The way the water didn't touch her. The fact that I never heard her come or go. She just appeared and disappeared, like she was slipping between layers. Sometimes I think maybe she's not a ghost in the usual sense. Maybe she's stuck, caught in some fold between places. Or maybe the lake wants something. Maybe it keeps things, takes them and makes them into stories that only show themselves when no one's really watching. I haven't been back, and sadly I don't think I will go back. But one thing's for sure. Whether I do or not, I will never, ever forget her. When my husband and I lived in Florida, we bought a cute little 3-bedroom, 2-bath ranch-style home as our first home. It wasn't huge, but it suited us just fine. We built a huge organic garden that took up about a fourth of the backyard. There was no indication of any presence in the house, at first. Over time, however, I started to notice little things that slowly turned into bigger things that I couldn't ignore. There were 2 smaller bedrooms on one side of the house, and those were our son's rooms. The front room was our younger son's room, and the back room was our older son's room. He was about 3 when we bought the house. That back bedroom always had a strange feeling about it. I wrote it off as me just being weird when we initially moved in. I distinctly remember having the thought that I was glad I didn't have to sleep in there, and that my son was so young that maybe he wouldn't be bothered by it. Wrong. When our son was about 4, he asked me if God wakes us up in the morning. I told him, not physically, but metaphorically, yes. Of course, I explained this in 4-year-old terms. He said that he wanted to know if God actually wakes us up in the morning. I said, "What do you mean by wakes us up?" My 4-year-old son said that somebody tickles his feet in the morning to wake him up. What? It was tough, but I tried not to react in front of him. I told him God doesn't usually do that, and I moved on. Thankfully, he didn't ask about it again. There were a lot of nights before my 3rd son was born when my oldest would come into our room saying that he was scared and couldn't sleep in his room. He would sometimes sneak into our room and use his pillow and blanket to sleep on the floor beside our bed without waking us. Generally speaking, he never really did like his room. There was even a time, out of a need for sleep, that I told him to sleep in our bed and I would try to sleep in his bed. I actually couldn't do it. It felt like somebody else was in the room with me the whole time, and I couldn't fall asleep. After that, I was much more lenient about him sleeping in our room. He was very relieved when we had our 3rd son and made that room the nursery. We put bunk beds in the front bedroom and put the 2 older boys in there. Now that the back bedroom was the nursery, that meant that I had to go in there several times throughout the night to nurse my infant son. I was not thrilled with that idea, but having my other sons in the front bedroom immediately put a stop to my son waking us up in the night because he was afraid. That was helpful since the new baby was already keeping me up with feedings. The feeling of never being alone and always feeling watched prevailed. It never seemed to affect the baby, though. He slept a typical infant schedule. However, I dreaded his nightly feedings. As soon as I stepped out of my bedroom, I felt that someone else was there. Once I entered the nursery, the air actually felt heavy. It was as if the atmosphere in that room was thicker. I couldn't really distinguish it. It felt like dark energy. It just felt different from the rest of the house. There were nights when I would constantly look around the room, half expecting to see someone looking back at me. The feeling of being watched was so tangible that it often gave me goosebumps. Then, it all came to a head during a typical feeding one night. My baby was probably about 4 months old or so and woke up at about 3 a.m. Pretty normal for him. As I sleepily stepped out of my bedroom, I saw a black figure in the shape of a man sitting on my couch. The features were definitely the build of a man, but perfectly jet black. I couldn't see any defining features like eyes or a mouth or hair, just the outline of a man that was solid black. As soon as I saw him, he stood up from the couch and disappeared. It was so fast. I stood in the doorway of my bedroom, trying to figure out if I'd really seen what I saw. I can still see it in my mind's eye to this day. It was definitely up there with some of the coolest paranormal experiences I've ever had. Of course, my immediate problem was that I had to walk right past my couch and into the nursery to nurse my son. I'm sure I don't have to tell you how much I didn't want to do that in that moment. But he was crying, and I suddenly wasn't sure if he wanted to be fed or if something had woken him up and messed with him. I rushed in to find him doing this typical hungry cry. He was such a cute little baby boy. He's almost 11 now. I miss those days. Anyway, I got sidetracked. I scooped him up and nursed him, all the while looking around the room and listening intently for anything that didn't sound normal. I felt creeped out and didn't feel alone, but we got through the feeding without further incident. The feelings of being watched and never feeling alone continued until he was sleeping through the night. Thankfully, he never seemed affected by it and stayed in that room until we moved when he was 3.5 years old. My feeling of unease while in that room remained throughout the entire decade that we lived there. The second time I saw a shadow figure in that house happened about 2.5 years after the first time. It was the middle of the night, and I guess my husband couldn't sleep. He'd gotten out of bed and gone to the living room to read. I woke and opened my eyes to see a male figure standing on the other side of my bedroom, facing me. He was mostly black, but I could see that he was wearing cloth pants, kind of like khakis, and a short-sleeved checkered-type shirt. My grandfather had just passed away a couple of months before this, so at first I thought it was him, because those are the typical types of clothes that he would wear. I mean, who knows, maybe it was. He has visited my dreams since then. I looked down to where my husband should have been laying and put my hand there in order to wake him, to tell him to look, only to realize that he wasn't there. As soon as I looked back up, the figure turned toward the little door to our back porch, took one step, and disappeared into the door. The whole thing was over in just a moment. After a minute of coming to terms with what I'd just seen, I went quickly into the living room and told my husband what had happened, still convinced that it was my grandpa. He, of course, said that it was a dream and told me to go back to bed. I find it interesting that the figure showed up the one night that my husband was not in the room with me. I do not think that that was a coincidence. There have been other strange things that have happened in the home, too. We had a dog that would bark at our closet in our bedroom for no apparent reason. I don't mean she would bark in a friendly way either. This was the danger, I don't recognize this person bark and growl. I was actually kind of thankful when we moved, although the house was perfect in every other way. I still miss our huge organic garden. We went back there a couple of years later and met the family that bought the place. I casually asked how they liked it and if anything strange had ever happened there. Anyone who has ever seen a scary movie would have asked a million questions at that point. They simply said nothing ever had and moved on in the conversation. I left them with my email address, but I've never heard from them since. I assume they're doing fine and are comfortable in the home. As I have said before, these energies tend to find me. It's possible that whatever was there when we moved out left. I didn't have any major experiences beyond a few whispers in our rental house before we bought the home we're in now. We've lived here for over 3 years and have started having some interesting things happen here now. I'm sure that means I'll have more stories to tell in the future. My wife and I have been having a lot of paranormal activity. After moving into a wooded area just outside of Pittsburgh, everything started. Our house is isolated from the neighborhood. That only makes the fear of something terrible happening even worse. I would like to point out that my wife and I are logical, rational thinkers who are educated to some degree. Since we can't explain these events, and we fear ruining people's perception of our family, we've turned to all of you. All of these experiences have happened while sober and within the past 2 years. There's a lot, so please give us a chance. and let us know what you might think it is. Incident 1. First things first, animals dying in the wild is common. Duh. But hearing the screams of struggle and pain, almost as if the animal is being tortured, I don't know if that's normal, but the sound sends chills down my back. This incident happens frequently. Incident 2. When we're walking in the woods, accompanied by my wife and kids, I stumble upon a small clearing in the trees. Under the leaves were children's shoes that were worn out, as if they'd been there for a very long time. Incident 3. This one is hard to believe, and trust me, I know. I was in denial and didn't tell my wife what I had seen for weeks, because it just sounded so fake, and I didn't want to catch any flack for seeing whatever it was. Smoking a cigarette out of the second-floor bathroom window last fall, while scrolling on my phone, I had that feeling as if someone is staring at you. I glanced away from my phone to look. I caught in my peripheral vision a humanoid-type being. I use peripheral because before I could really focus on it to see it, it bolted into the woods behind my house on the east side. I was completely caught off guard and terrified. I didn't even watch it run into the woods. I looked straight ahead and acted like I'd never seen it, like a deer in headlights. I acted like scared prey. This creature was not human, and that's why I was so deeply terrified. It was tall and had shoulders and a head, no hair, and a color of skin that I couldn't really make out, but it just wasn't normal, you know? It's weird because my brain didn't know what to do. I couldn't process it fast enough. I just stared completely ahead and stayed straight, completely frozen from fear. Hearing the strides this thing had was unexplainable, and the speed that it had, rilling through with such ease in the middle of the night in the woods, is beyond human. I don't know what it was. Months go by. I was in the same bathroom window where my wife and I tend to smoke when we don't want to go outside at night. We opened the window to smoke, but it sounded like it was pouring rain. Both of us were completely confused because no water was falling from the sky at all. I walked downstairs to go outside to try to understand what was happening. The garden hose was on and the handle was pushed into the dirt, shooting water into the trees above, making a surprisingly loud raining sound. We have no idea how that happened. Incident number 5. This is another ongoing incident. Basically, we always feel watched at night. In the daytime, the woods are normal and somewhat peaceful. But at night, it's totally different. You have that constant, eerie feeling that you're being watched. Incident 6. At this moment, we've become interested and are sitting by our window every night trying to find explanations as to what humanoid thing that was. We were in mid-conversation on a random subject when a loud crack came from the ground right below us. The noise was loud enough and close enough to make both of us jump. We were super scared and locked the window and decided to stop for the night. It sounded like a bat or an axe maybe hitting a tree really, really hard. From the humanoid creature to this loud sound, we've become so afraid that we actually have our children sleep in our room. Incident number 7. As we were laying in our bed, my wife woke me up at 2 a.m., freaking out, saying that she smelled burning plastic and thought that something was on fire. We have a 2-story house and had our bedroom window cracked. We looked outside where we thought the smell was coming from. That's when we saw a lit-up triangular-shaped thing in the back of the house, deep into our woods. It was orange lights and blue lights and orbs next to it. You could see shadows of people walking around this thing. We immediately thought of a cult. We were so scared we were about to call the cops. But doubt set in when we double-checked the window, so we never ended up telling anybody. Incident number 8. After all of this, we still have to stay active, so we went on a walk one evening with the children around the neighborhood. Noticing that the sun was setting, we headed home. Obviously, this place is weird, so who would want to be outside in the dark? We got to our gravel driveway, which is about 100 yards, tall trees on one side, and bushes and smaller trees on the other. As we're walking about 15 feet onto the driveway, we notice bats flying down left to right and right to left. We'd only ever seen up to this point maybe a couple in our yard, feeding off the bugs, I guess. I started to walk down the driveway. My wife stayed behind, opposing this idea. The farther down I got, the scarier it became. I had completely underestimated the amount of bats. I started running because my children became frightened. As I start running, bats, and I'm not kidding, began to line their flight path with my head. They would turn away probably 5 feet from my face, maybe closer. This was completely terrifying. As I'm trying to avoid these demons, I hear my wife screaming as she flies past me and beats me home. My daughter, on the verge of tears, was saying that she was so scared she thought she was going to pee her pants. Now, before everybody loses their mind, I know that bats are docile and pose absolutely no threat to humans despite rabies. These bats were not acting like normal docile bats, which is why this was so weird. I cannot explain why or how it happened, but it was as though something went off in their brains that just said, attack, or at least make us really afraid. They came in a line at us, and then veered off right at the last. I've certainly never heard of that happening, and I know that's not normal. So we didn't treat them like docile bats because they weren't acting like docile bats. Incident number 9. I didn't personally see this, but it was weird and doesn't add up, so I'll include it. One Sunday, my parents were over for dinner. When I came back down to talk to my wife, I said, "Yo, my mom said she saw some chubby girl with a black sundress come out of the woods, walk in the tree line, and then go further down." This lady came out of the north side of the house, like east-northeast. I know it's hard to picture if you don't know what the property looks like, but that's what happened. The odd part of this is that the northern tree line of the property is pretty rough terrain. Steep hills, torn bushes, loose soil. It would be hard to hike it, let alone in a sundress. Although about 1.5 miles north through the woods, you do pop out right outside of a small town. So I suppose it could be rational, but it still seemed really odd with everything happening. Most people wouldn't go hiking through that kind of terrain dressed like she was. The last incident, so far anyway, is that if either one of us goes to smoke at night at the window in our bathroom, we always hear this kind of bell. It kind of sounds like a cymbal. Being skeptical, we thought it was wind chimes. We've looked, though, and there are no wind chimes at my neighbor's house. It's the only neighbor we have, for about 200 feet in between each other on our south side. The bells are coming from the southeast side of the property, and this is something else that we cannot explain. We're pretty scared, and as you can tell, it's pretty unbelievable what's going on. We don't really know what to do. All these weird things just keep happening, and we're afraid that it could escalate or take a turn for the worse. It's already overwhelming. So overwhelming that it's the only thing we've been able to talk about for a long time now. Anyway, if any of you have any idea what could be going on, let us know.
In the summer of 2012, I took a job as an expedition canoe guide on the Boundary Waters. It was in northern Minnesota, southern Ontario. This is a massive wilderness area of lakes and land. I was working for the Boy Scouts, and we were based on Moose Lake, on the U.S. side. My job was to facilitate a fun and safe multi-day trip, anywhere from 7 to 12 days out. Most of that summer was typical, but one expedition in particular still haunts me as a result of what happened to us over the course of a few days. Here's the account in full. My crew was on the younger side. There were 9 of us in total, the maximum allowed in a group per our permit. There were 6 scouts, 2 adult advisors or scoutmasters, and myself. They had wanted to do a 200-miler, but didn't have the physical ability, so we had to amend our route. They were bummed out, so I decided to take them to a waterfall called Eddy Falls. It's pretty flat up there, so a waterfall is somewhat rare, but that decision would end up putting us in the path of something. We visited the falls and camped near to it. That evening, I had the boys working on camp setup, while the advisors worked on fire for dinner. I was collecting firewood in a big tangle of downed trees, brush, and bramble. I could faintly hear the falls off to my left, when out of nowhere, I hear the most unearthly scream or roar I've ever heard. It stopped me dead in my tracks, and I was frozen. The second scream was closer, and the third was closer still. I couldn't see anything due to the thickness of the brush, but whatever this was, it was coming directly at me. By the fourth scream, I could feel it in my chest. I got really nauseated, and involuntarily, I barked at it. I've never before or since heard that sound come out of my body. The fifth scream almost physically hurt, but it snapped me back to reality, and I ran back to camp. My crew had heard it too, but what was I supposed to tell them? I claimed that it was a boar. There are no boar up there, and the advisors knew that I was lying, but they didn't call my bluff. After dinner, they went to their tents, and I retired to my hammock, about 50 yards from camp. As a rule, I always set my hammock at head height, so about 6 feet up. I would use a tarp over my body and head to keep the morning dew off and the morning mosquitoes at bay. But the tarp wasn't strung up. That's important. It was just loosely over me. It must have been around 3 to 4 in the morning when I was awakened by what sounded to me like a woman sobbing. Not an outright cry, but a sob. At the same time, I'm hearing something walking through the thick brush down past my feet. So I listen, totally still and quiet, as it crosses into camp. I could hear the change from brush to granite rock, but could still hear its heavy footfalls as it walked right through camp, and on toward me. At this point, the tarp is still over my head, so I can't see a thing, and I don't know what to do. In no time, it was standing right next to me. I could hear the breathing, loud and congested sounding. I could smell the musk. I could feel its enormous presence only inches from my body, just standing there. Time to make a decision. I suddenly threw the tarp off my head, and as I did this, my left hand touched the thing in the chest. It was dark, but I could make out briefly a very large upright figure. The hair on it was long and coarse. The musculature was impressive. Bodybuilder status pectoral is what I touched. It all happened in a second, and as soon as my hand made contact, it bolted back into the brush with immense speed for such thick debris. By the time I got my headlamp on, it was gone. My crew had slept through it all, so I read until the sun came up and decided not to mention it. The next day, we moved on a few miles toward base camp and camped on a small island. Campsites on the U.S. side are designated by a fire pit and a grumper, which is a fiberglass toilet over a deep hole. We were just arriving, and it was evening. One of the adult advisors needed to visit the grumper, so he walked toward it. About 2 minutes later, we heard him yelling, and he came running back to camp, still pulling his pants up. He said that he had just seen a gorilla run right in front of him. I asked if maybe it was a bear, and he said absolutely not, that he'd hunted bear for years and it was no bear. It was a monkey, and it was about 9 feet tall. At this height estimate, I'm imagining being back in my hammock. If I touched the chest, and I was about 6 feet off the ground, that puts the head close to 9 feet up. Was it stalking us?
Was there more than one? The boys are now scared. Time to mitigate. I suggest a night paddle. No one's sleeping anymore anyway, so we pack back up and set out at around 8 p.m. and paddled by headlamp for several miles. My plan was to get back onto Moose Lake and camp very near to base, so we could be the first crew off water the following day. Moose Lake is connected to Newfound Lake by a small pinch and a channel of water that's not very deep or wide. There are dark woods on both sides. We were right in the middle of the pinch when a rock the size of a basketball came flying out of the woods on the right side and narrowly missed the bow of the canoe that I was steering. There's no cliff there. This thing was forcefully thrown at us from the tree line. At this, we paddled like hell. We paddled to the center of Moose Lake, tied all 3 canoes together, and sat out there all night. With the sunrise, we paddled to base camp and ended our expedition. They didn't want to talk about what happened, and I was okay with that. They left for Oklahoma the next day. After they left, I went to work a shift in the canoe yard helping crews offload. My buddy Justin got back that day from a trip in the same area that we'd been in, Bear Loop. And as I was helping him put a boat on the rack, I noticed he had a distant look, almost 1,000-yard stare. I asked how his trip went, and he said it was all good until they hit Knife Lake or Newfound Lake. He said that they were being messed with for 2 nights on Knife, and then had a rock thrown at them in the Newfound Pinch. Sure enough, for a solid 2 weeks after that, crews kept coming back from that area with very similar stories. One night, there was a crowd of us guides in the staff lodge swapping trail stories, and these encounters came up, one after another. Screams, rocks, sightings of apes. Then from the back corner of the room, I hear a chuckle. It's one of the old veteran guides who'd been there for over a decade. All he said was, "It's about time somebody else seen one." I asked how long he'd known they were there. He said he's been encountering them for 10 years. Then he said, "They talk to me." This shocked me. "Like a language?" I asked. "Nah, they communicate telepathically. The less you acknowledge them, the less they'll bother you, but they can read you. And they like it when you're afraid. It's a game to them." What happened out there is still a big question in my mind. I've always been open to the idea of Sasquatch. Their existence was never a huge stretch for me. But what really sticks with me is the way that veteran guide spoke of their intelligence and parapsychological abilities, that they can read human emotion as clear as pages in a book, that they know our species better than we know ourselves. This is a story that my mother and aunts told me when I was in high school. I'm 21 now, and it has never left me. I think about it constantly and ponder over what happened. My grandfather passed close to a year ago in June of 2020. He was 96 when he died, and it caused some issues in my family. They don't really pertain to the story, but there are some things about him that I have to share in order to explain the story in the best way. My grandfather, John, was a man who was extremely calloused and old-fashioned. He was bitter, abusive, and a complete macho man. My mother was raised never showing emotion or pain due to his abuse and lack of compassion for others. He had many secrets in my family that are now coming to light after his death. Everything that happened around him was brushed off and forgotten because he had more important things to do, like drinking or having affairs. Just an overall intense and very no-nonsense type of man. He was also not religious at all and found things like faith or hope stupid. This story takes place sometime in the 70s, most likely early to mid-70s. My mom was born in '65 and remembers this story clearly. My aunts, as well, remember this happening. But nobody knows exactly what year. One summer day, John decided to take his family on a small outing with the intent to have a picnic in the woods. My mother, her 3 sisters, and her mother and my grandmother were all there and very excited about this. Where we're from, my family is more accustomed to the woods and has lived in this area for generations. Going into the woods for a fun family activity was nothing out of the ordinary and seemed to be just another normal day. They made their way down a dirt backwoods road and stopped once they found a clearing large enough to accommodate them. As all the kids started jumping out of the car and messing around, as kids do after being stuck together, my grandmother began unloading their food and picnic supplies. John began surveying the area and deciding where to set up. As he was doing that, something in the woods past the clearing caught his eye. Before going to see what was out there, he yelled to the family and said he would be right back. The kids and my grandmother thought not much of this, since they're all used to the woods, and these woods in particular were very familiar to them. They continued unloading and setting up the stuff that they had brought. One of the girls pointed out something in the clearing that caused a sudden shift from a normal day to something worse. It was a dirt mound that looked like something was buried under it. This mound was about the size of a small person, maybe even child-sized. It was too big to simply be any animal in these woods. There were nothing but squirrels and raccoons in the area. Scattered amongst the mound were larger river rocks. There was no pattern, but they were definitely placed on the mound intentionally. Also, the dirt seemed to be fresh, as though just buried. It was loose and slightly darker than the area around it. The mood immediately shifted to something dark. My grandmother became concerned and told the girls to stay away from it. She was clearly upset and worried about it, but did her best to ignore it. The girls, all being children, didn't have the same amount of worry and continued playing while just avoiding the mound. They tried to return to their picnic, and the girls were already chasing each other in circles again. It was supposed to be a joyous, sunny day, and my grandmother wanted to keep it that way. Things seemed to return to normal for a beat. The trees around them created a wall of dense foliage, blocking their view from anything inside the forest. One of the girls again took notice of something strange. It was clear immediately what it was. Along one of the long branches of the tree hung a noose. It was tied with a rope and hung high above their heads. A lump of dirt can be explained away by nature, but someone had to have placed the noose there. My grandmother stopped dead in her tracks when she first saw it. Something was wrong. Very, very wrong. They couldn't just pack up and leave. John was still out in the woods. Even children can recognize a noose as a symbol of death. The children started to become very anxious. Whatever innocence was keeping them from worrying about the mound had completely vanished. My grandmother, the resilient woman that she is, soothed her children and told them that it was just left by deer hunters. But she knew in her heart that they needed to leave. No deer hunter would hang a deer and then bury it. At least, no sane deer hunter. It wasn't until they started hearing something in the woods that they really began to panic. My grandmother, as well as all the children, began hearing a rhythmic chanting from deep inside the woods. It sounded as though there was a group of people all singing in deep voices to the beat of a drum. It went in a quick bum-bum-bum pattern. 3 steady beats followed by a pause, and then it would repeat. It sounded far away, but immediately fear began to take hold of each of them. They each listened and gathered together. As the seconds passed, it began to increase in volume. It was getting not just louder, but closer. What started out as a distant echo soon began to engulf the entire clearing. My grandmother was terrified and wanted so desperately to leave, but John had yet to return. They waited, fear-ridden, as the sound began to fill their chests. It felt like they were at a concert as the deep bass began to vibrate within them. It was everywhere and constant. as though the sound was being made by the trees themselves, surrounding the family in every direction. Suddenly, the sound of yelling broke through the constant drone of chanting. John's voice was yelling out to them from the trees. "Go," he yelled. "Get in the car." He came running out of the woods, yelling that they needed to leave. They had never seen terror on this man as they had at that moment. He was a man afraid of nothing, unbothered by the world around him. This was in fact the most emotion any of them had ever seen from him. He saw something in those woods, something that shook his very being to the core. My grandmother began throwing everything back in the car as the kids got in as well. John and my grandmother picked up their things as quickly as possible and threw it all into the car. They had no care for the things that they were packing up due to their fear. Food was all over the trunk. Items were broken. After everything was tossed in, they both got in the car and drove away. This is where the main grunt of the story ends. But one fact from this story is what really has caused me to wonder all these years. My grandfather has refused to ever speak of what he saw. He never told any of the children, or even my grandmother. Every time this was brought up, he quickly rebuffed it and angrily told them never to ask again. He never went to the police or told someone outside of the family. My grandfather is the only person who knows what happened that day. When I first heard the story, I swore to myself that I would ask him one day. Now I can't, and I regret it greatly. By the time I was in high school, he had moved out of the state with other family members, and I mostly lost contact with him, outside of occasional happy birthday calls or letters. This story doesn't have an answer to go with it. When he died, the only thing I was sad about was never knowing what happened that day. We weren't close when I got older, and once I learned of all of the abuse he caused, I separated myself from him. His death looms over me, and this story still haunts me. My mother and aunts just look back on it as a spooky memory from their childhood. Nothing more than a story to spook the little ones at Thanksgiving with. I'm one of the only people in my family who is still curious about what happened. I've always been interested in mysteries, horror, and conspiracy theories. This story piqued my interest more than any others in my family. This isn't the only strange story from my family, but it is definitely the strangest. I wish I had answers, but I hope you all find this story as fascinating as I do.
My new home got broken into while I was home. By Pink and Pearl's Love, posted to r/Let's Not Meet. In June 2012, at the age of 26, I finally moved into my own place alone. I had never lived on my own before. I went from my parents' house to the dorms to the sorority house, and then back to my parents' house, when I bought a fixer-upper that took 2 years to be move-in friendly. The house I bought was in an extremely safe neighborhood. Our neighborhood even pays extra to have more police patrols, and it seems to pay off. Nothing ever happens here, yet I see the police pass my house several times a day. The house I bought was the smallest and definitely the least nice in the neighborhood, but I still loved it. My house is 1,000 square feet, but mostly surrounded by mansions. Despite the fact that I always felt safe there, I got an alarm system anyway. As a young woman living alone, it felt necessary, despite the fact that I never felt unsafe. I figured somebody would want to break into any other house on the street other than mine. I used my alarm during the night, but would usually turn it off at some point during the day, because my kitten, Penny Lane, loved to explore the garage and come in and out multiple times, and I had to unset it to open the door. Because it was daytime in a safe neighborhood, I never really thought about setting it again until it started to get dark out. I did, however, always keep all windows, doors, and fences locked at all times. About 2 months after I moved in, I woke up at around 9:30.
and let my excited kitten into the garage to explore. It was a normal day, and I watched TV, but I did hear some noises. They sounded kind of like hammering next door, so I just assumed they were working on something, and I didn't think twice. I heard the noises for a couple of hours, but then I heard a noise that sounded strange and seemed closer. I looked out front and around my house until I realized the noise seemed to be coming from my backyard. I walked into my back bedroom. At the exact time I did, I saw a figure pulling up my window and start to enter the room. Because he was still behind the blinds, he didn't see me. I froze. I couldn't even scream when I tried. I ran to my front door and closed it slowly behind me, not even thinking about the fact that I was locking myself out. I did think about my cat, but I decided he wouldn't be interested in searching my junky garage filled with nothing valuable just to hurt her. Looking back, I don't know why I took time to think that a random burglar might hurt my cat, which would have hidden from him anyway, yet didn't think of grabbing my purse, phone, or car keys, which I passed on my way out the door. And don't ask me why I didn't think to press the panic button on my alarm. My neighbor is a teacher, and luckily it was summer, so she was home. I ran to her house and told her that I thought my house was being broken into, and I needed to call the police. Like I said, it's a very safe neighborhood, so even I didn't completely believe it, despite the fact that I had seen it. I thought maybe it was just nerves from the first time living alone, and I was just being crazy, so I didn't explain it to her with complete confidence. We called the cops, but because I told her that maybe I was imagining things, and looking back I don't know how I could possibly think I was, she was unsure, and we decided to unlock the fence in the backyard and go around to look in my back bedroom window. We looked in, and the burglar saw us. I wouldn't have been able to recognize him, since I only saw a glimpse, but he looked like he was probably in his early 20s, and even though he was doing a horrible thing, he didn't look like a scary guy. He looked scared when he saw us, though. He hauled out of there. We left when we saw him, as we were going to go back to her house for safety. But by the time we had gotten around to the front yard, my front door was open, and he was nowhere to be found. That dude could run, and thankfully, he left my door open, so I didn't have to call a locksmith. We didn't enter my house until the police ensured us nobody was there. One of the cops was on the show Police Women of Dallas, so I actually recognized her. The burglar didn't take much, but he did take some things that meant a lot to me. Most unfortunately, literally the night before, I had decided to get my jewelry from the garage and put it in my jewelry box in the back bedroom. He got all of that, though the vast majority was cheap and fake. But luckily, I hadn't put any of my pearl necklaces, earrings, or my bracelet in there yet. He also skipped over my necklace holder, probably because we saw him before he got to it. He did, unfortunately, get my purse, which had some mildly sentimental items, but nothing that was expensive or that I couldn't replace, except for the purse itself. What was devastating to me was the loss of the 3 rings that I had put in there the night before. Only one was valuable, but they were all incredibly sentimental. One was a ring with a pink stone that my grandmother bought in Italy and was a gift from my graduating kindergarten. Obviously not valuable considering I got it when I was 6, but very meaningful and irreplaceable. The second was my high school class ring, which also didn't cost a lot, but meant so much to me. I didn't wear it anymore, but I was so involved in high school, and that was a tough loss. The third ring was my college ring, the only valuable thing I owned other than electronics. It luckily was replaceable, though, and while I haven't ever had the $500 to replace it yet, I will do so eventually. Why I had insisted on organizing my jewelry the night before, I will never know. All was well, though. Though those things meant a lot, they're just material items. I was safe, Penny was safe, and that's what really mattered. I did feel scared for a while after the break-in, and I had to shower at my parents' house because I was really afraid somebody would break in while I was showering. I did find out why I heard noises for 2 hours before he entered, though. My back fence had a chain lock, but he didn't bring anything that could cut through one. Instead, he brought tools to somehow remove the fence door from the fence. And I guess my dad somehow made my windows safer and harder to break into, so he also spent a massive amount of time and effort getting in there. And he didn't get much monetary payoff. Why he chose to break into the smallest house in the neighborhood, that even had a car in front of it, was something that confused both the cops and me. He could have broken into a nice house with nobody home much easier. Unlike what I read about a lot of cops on this subreddit, the ones that came to my house were amazing. The detective showed up about 30 minutes after the uniformed officers, who got there within 5 minutes, with a CSI team that took prints from everywhere. Even though the detective told me that it was doubtful they would ever find him, and even more unlikely that I would ever see my things again, he took a ton of notes. He even stayed for a couple of hours until my dad could show up. I know people have had a lot of problems with police not taking them seriously, so I guess I would just share that some cops really do take their job seriously, and really do their best to help people, even if it's not a heinous crime. Even after that, I started feeling safe again in my house about a month later, but I made some changes. Because even though I felt safe, I also felt a little scared and ill-prepared. The police had told me the guy was probably stealing to get money for substances and just wasn't expecting anybody to be home, so he was unlikely to be violent, and also probably pretty unlikely to come back, since it was obvious I had nothing of value. I guess there's a plus side to not having money. My dad made my windows even more difficult to break into, and now I keep my alarm set at all times. I also have a panic button, mace, a landline to call emergency services, and even a taser by my bed in case of emergency, but luckily I've never needed to use them. For the next few months, I would see the cops drive by my house even more often, and always around noon or so, which was when this happened. My neighbors told me that they also noticed that the cops had started driving down our alley, where he broke in my back fence from, which they hadn't been doing before. I learned that it doesn't matter if you don't have a nice house or anything that suggests you have flashy stuff. Anyone can be a target. So always be prepared, have a plan, and, maybe don't be an idiot, and dismiss noises for 2 hours. I hope this guy changed his ways and is living a better life now, and I hope I never encounter this problem again. The Thing on Mount Baker by PNW Hiker Girl 88. This happened last October during a backpacking trip in the Mount Baker Wilderness in Washington State. I'm an avid hiker, and I've done plenty of multi-day treks before, but nothing could have prepared me for what I encountered on that mountain. There were 3 of us on the trip. Me, Gemma, my boyfriend Elias, and our friend Sam. We'd been planning this particular route for months, aiming to do a 4-day loop hitting some of the most scenic spots in the area. The weather forecast looked decent for that time of year, so we figured that we would get one last adventure in before the snow hit. The first 2 days were incredible. Perfect, crisp fall weather, stunning autumn colors in the alpine meadows, and unreal views of Mount Baker looming above us. We made good time, and we were feeling great. Things started to get weird on the 3rd day. We woke up to a thick blanket of fog that had settled over our campsite during the night. It was so dense we could barely see 20 feet in front of us. We debated waiting it out, but the forecast had said that it would be clear, so we figured it would burn off as the day went. Big mistake. As we hiked that morning, the fog only seemed to get thicker. The temperature dropped, and an eerie silence fell over the forest. There were no bird calls, no rustling leaves, nothing. Just the sound of our own labored breathing as we climbed higher up the mountain. Around midday, we realized we must have gotten off the trail at some point. Nothing looked familiar, and our GPS was going haywire, probably due to the heavy cloud cover. We decided to backtrack to try to find where we'd gone wrong. That's when we started hearing it. At first, it was so faint I thought I was just imagining things. It was a low, rumbling sound, almost like distant thunder. But there was a rhythmic quality to it, almost like breathing. I pointed it out to Elias and Sam, and they heard it too. "Probably just the wind," Elias said, but he didn't sound convinced. We picked up our pace, eager to get back on the trail and to a more open area. The sound got louder and closer. It was definitely moving, and it was definitely following us. Suddenly, Sam stopped short. "Did you see that?" he whispered, pointing off into the mist. I squinted, trying to see what he was looking at. For a split second, I caught a glimpse of something massive moving through the trees about 50 yards away. It was hard to make out details in the fog, but the silhouette was unlike anything I had ever seen before. Vaguely humanoid, but huge, at least 9 or 10 feet tall. And the way it moved was all wrong, too fluid and quick for its size. "We need to get out of here, now." Elias's voice was tight with fear. We started running, no longer caring about finding the trail, just desperate to put distance between us and whatever that thing was. The sound of its breathing got louder, punctuated now by the crack of breaking branches as it crashed through the forest after us. I risked a glance over my shoulder. I wish I hadn't. It was closer now, and I could make out more details. Matted fur covered its enormous body. Its arms were impossibly long, knuckles practically dragging on the ground. But it was the face that would haunt my nightmares for months to come. A wide, lipless mouth filled with jagged teeth. And the eyes, glowing an unnatural yellow-green in the gloom, filled with a terrible intelligence that it shouldn't have possessed. I let out an involuntary scream. The thing roared in response, a sound so loud and inhuman that it made my bones vibrate. We ran for what felt like hours, stumbling over roots and rocks, lungs burning, fueled by pure adrenaline and terror. Eventually, we burst out of the tree line into a small clearing. The fog was thinner here, and we could see a steep rock face about 100 yards ahead. There, Sam pointed to a narrow crevice in the cliff face. We might be able to squeeze in there. It was our only chance. We sprinted for the opening, the creature's thunderous footsteps and rasping breath getting closer by the second. Elias reached the crevice first and helped pull Sam and me inside. It was a tight fit, but we managed to wedge ourselves several feet back into the narrow space. Not a moment too soon. A massive, hairy arm shot into the opening, clawed hand grasping wildly, trying to reach us. The stench that rolled off the creature was overwhelming, like rotting meat and wet dog and something alien that I couldn't even describe. Its roars of frustration were deafening in the confined space. We pressed ourselves as far back as we could, hardly daring to breathe. After what felt like an eternity, the arm withdrew. We heard snuffing sounds as it apparently tried to catch our scent. Then, silence. Minutes ticked by. We stayed frozen in place, straining to hear any sign of the creature. Finally, Elias whispered, "I think it's gone." Slowly, cautiously, we edged our way back to the entrance of the crevice. The clearing was empty, No sign of the monster. The fog was starting to lift too, though the light was fading. It would be dark soon. We briefly debated trying to make it back to our campsite, but quickly decided that it was way too risky. We had no idea where we were or which direction the thing had gone. Our best bet was to spend the night in the relative safety of the rock crevice and try to find our way out in the morning. It was a miserable, sleepless night. We huddled together for warmth, jumping at every little sound, convinced the creature would return at any moment. But somehow we made it to dawn. In the light of the day, with the fog completely gone now, we were able to get our bearings. We were several miles off course, but alive. We hightailed it out of there as fast as we could, not even stopping to try to retrieve our tent and other gear from the previous campsite. It took most of the day, but we finally made it back to the trailhead where we'd left our car. We drove straight home in shocked silence, each lost in our own thoughts. In the weeks that followed, we tried to make sense of what in the world had happened to us. Bigfoot was the closest thing we could come up with, but this had seemed far more aggressive and predatory than any Sasquatch stories I'd ever heard. We thought about reporting it to the authorities, but decided against it. I mean, who would believe us? We would sound crazy. And some weird part of me thought that if we told anyone, at least any authorities, it might somehow draw the creature to us again. So we've kept it to ourselves. Until now, I guess. Elias and Sam don't like to talk about it. I think they're trying to convince themselves it was just a bear, or the fog played tricks on our eyes. I don't know how they explain the arm reaching into the crevice, but that's for them to decide. But I know what I saw. I know what I heard, what I smelled. It was real, and it was not of this world. I know this all probably sounds completely unbelievable. If I hadn't lived through it, I wouldn't believe it either. But I swear on everything I hold dear that this is what happened to us on Mount Baker. So, I guess this is partly a warning. If you're hiking in the Pacific Northwest and the fog rolls in too thick, get out of there. Don't assume it's just weather. It might be hiding something far worse. I was a paranormal tour guide by user Valpal1237, posted to r/paranormal. The Trans-Allegheny Lunatic Asylum, formerly known as Weston State Hospital, is a Kirkbride building that housed the mentally ill from 1864 to 1994. In 2007, it was privately purchased and has become a museum and historic location and a ghost hunting spot. It has a most unpleasant and dark history that I've regaled to thousands of people, and it pains me to be an expert on the subject. In 2021, I retired from my position as a guide and ghost hunt event manager under severe burnout. After all that I experienced there, it solidified in my mind that paranormal things that defy rational explanation do indeed happen, and certain phenomenon are absolutely real, EVPs especially. It's almost October as I'm writing this, and I'm feeling a little spooky, so here are a couple of strange things that I experienced in my time there. One evening while training for the job, I was on the first floor with a couple coworkers, while everyone else was touring upstairs. We were just kind of killing time, quietly observing the area. Light from outside was coming in through the windows, casting on the inner hall's walls. In that light, I watched the perfect silhouette of a man, from head to hip, walk through the light from left to right. I said something about it, and the three of us watched as an arm and hand moved into the light from the right side. I immediately ran into the room and began looking out of that window for somebody outside. There was no one there. At the time, the realization that from the ground to the bottom of the window is 7 feet didn't even occur to me. I will never forget that crisp, clear silhouette shape for as long as I live. We would run experiments with a spirit box. It rapidly scans radio frequencies and are believed to be a communication device with the other side. One person would use one with noise-canceling earbuds. All they are able to hear is the radio static and blips of a few random stations. When they hear a word or a phrase, they are to say it out loud. One evening, my coworker and I ran one of these experiments in a notorious room where a murder took place in 1987. For 10 minutes, I sat and listened to nothing but radio static through the spirit box. No blips of radio, nothing except the static. I was starting to get bored, honestly, when I heard a woman's voice say, "evil," so I spoke up and repeated the word, "evil." Next thing I know, my coworker is shining her flashlight in my face to get my attention. I pull out the earbud, and she was frantically saying, "It's time to go, it's time to go." So we hauled out of the room, down the hall, down the next hall to the center section, before she would even start to tell me what happened. While I was hearing nothing but static, she said she kept hearing what sounded like someone shuffling their feet and walking around just outside of the door. She said she spoke up and asked, "Whoever is out in the hallway, are they nice?" That was when I spoke out and said, "evil." In the wee hours one night, we figured it would be cool to see what would happen if we shut all the doors of the ward. One of the doors, as I was closing it, the knob twisted in my hand, and I was not twisting it, and was forcibly pulled closed. I stood there for several moments, opening and closing the door, trying to replicate what happened, trying to explain it. Finally, the person with me was like, "What the hell are you doing?" It was so weird. I had never felt invisible forces like that before. I also had 3 people spend the night one night, and they had thermal imaging video. They set it up, pointing down the hall, where we could all watch on a tablet. We thought it would be interesting to leave a device at the far end of the hall that would alarm if the field around it was disturbed. As one of the dudes walked down the hall to put it there, we could see his form on thermal imaging, clearly human-shaped, in colors representing heat and warmth. When he walked by one of those doorways about a quarter of the way down the ward, the shape of a head, neck, shoulders, and upper body of a person, in colors indicating cooler temperatures, leaned and peeked out as he walked by, like somebody popped out of the room for a second, just to check out who was there. I've never seen anything like it, and I won't forget it. I wish we had copy of that footage. It happened a lot, a guest capturing something far out and never bothering to send us a copy. I'll end this long-winded post with something that absolutely changed me and that I still don't understand. I remember the exact night and time of these occurrences. That's how profound and somewhat unsettling they were. June 3rd and June 4th of 2017 at 3:40 in the morning. On June 3rd, after an hour or so of hearing a female's voice, one instance even sounded like she said my name, as well as banging around, footsteps, literal running sounds on that hardwood floor toward us, I sat quietly on the floor with a group. I started to feel dizzy, lightheaded, and just gross. I told myself it was my imagination and that I would be fine. A few minutes later, I started to feel this intense burning sensation on my lower back, just to the right of my spine. Again, I told myself that it was all in my head. The burning sensation kept amping up and getting worse and worse. I told myself that I didn't want to be that guy and say anything in front of these people, you know? Finally, it got to the point where I just had to say something. I asked my coworker with us if there was anything there, she was like, oh my gosh. There on my lower back, just to the right of my spine, was a mark that looked like a burn or an abrasion, about 3 to 4 inches long and about an inch wide. Now, I had seen other such claims made by visitors of scratch marks and the like, often writing them off, and the marks were always gone within an hour at most. I had visible markings on my back for almost a week. My nerves there, to this very day, often feel weird, sometimes chilled, sometimes like a skin soreness, especially whenever I think about the experience. June 4th, same part of the building, same time of night, because apparently I can't get enough. I noticed that my voice recorder had run out of memory, so I'm holding it in my right hand, using the flashlight in my left so I could see what I was doing. Suddenly, I feel a burning sensation on the underside of my right forearm. I shifted my flashlight to it. The person beside me and I watched as 3 welts began to appear down my arm. Needless to say, that blew my mind. It's one thing to see marks like that. It's a whole other to watch as it happens on your own skin. Like the majority of instances I've heard about, those marks were gone within about 10 to 15 minutes. No lasting effects. Scared would be the wrong word, but I have none to describe my mind frame around those events. I took a week off of work after it, just to try to process it all, and I was nervous being in that hallway for the rest of the summer. Like I said, I still don't know what to think or believe. I've got enough stories of experiences to fill a book, most likely, but I'll leave you with those for now. I will add a final note about how constantly poking around in the dark and talking about past true horrors of human experience day in and day out truly takes its toll, spiritually and emotionally. Since my resignation, my mental health and overall level of happiness has greatly improved. I used to tell people after a while that it honestly felt like I had gotten out of a toxic relationship with that place. The donation bin. I used to work at a thrift store when I was in college. Nothing glamorous, just sorting donations, stocking shelves, and trying not to breathe too deeply when a bag of clothes smelled like cigarettes and wet dog. Most nights it was boring. People donated junk, cracked lamps, VHS tapes, shoes with holes in the soles. But sometimes we would get strange things. The rule was simple. If it wasn't alive, leaking, or illegal, we kept it. That's how the doll ended up in the back room. It was a Saturday morning when a woman dropped off a black trash bag full of stuffed animals. My manager dumped it on the sorting table, and the doll rolled out on the top of the pile. She wasn't porcelain like the old-fashioned ones. She was plastic, probably from the late 80s or early 90s, with bright blue eyes that opened and shut. Her hair was a synthetic blonde mess, tangled beyond saving. What made her weird was her mouth. It wasn't painted on, but molded slightly open. One of the cashiers joked, "Looks like she's about to tell you your fortune." I laughed, but I didn't want to touch her. Something about the eyes. They weren't cloudy like most old dolls. They looked too clear, like she'd been waiting for someone to notice her. We stuck her on a shelf with the other toys. 2 hours later, a kid came running up to the register crying. His mom said he'd been playing with the doll when it bit him. And sure enough, there were little indentations on his finger, like tiny teeth marks. The manager brushed it off, probably scraped his finger on the plastic. But when I went to put the doll back on the shelf, her mouth was wider, open, like a creepy little smile. The next few weeks, she kept showing up where she didn't belong. I'd shelve her in toys and then find her sitting on the counter by the register. Another employee swore that they put her in the back bin, only to find her later in the fitting room. We joked about it being a prank, but no one admitted to moving her. And honestly, nobody that worked there was really the type to prank people. Then things got stranger. One night, I was closing alone. The store was quiet, fluorescent lights buzzing overhead. I went to sweep the aisles, and as I passed the toy section, I froze. The doll wasn't just sitting on the shelf. She was lying in the middle of the floor, arms stretched out, like she'd been dropped there. I picked her up and put her back and kept going. When I turned around, she was on the floor again. I thought I was losing it. I left her there, locked up, and told myself it was nothing. But when I came in the next morning, she was sitting on the front counter, right next to the register, like she'd been waiting for me. I was opening the store, and I had closed it the night before. There's absolutely nobody who goes in between, not even the owner. So, how'd she get there? It escalated fast after that. One of the volunteers refused to handle donations after he found her in a sealed box he swore had only books inside. Another employee said she heard someone whisper her name while she was pricing shoes, and when she turned, the doll was sitting on the shelf with her mouth wide open. We called her Mouthy, kind of as a joke. Management didn't care. As long as customers weren't complaining, they let her sit on the shelf, or wherever the hell she ended up being. But customers did complain. Kids would point at her and cry. Adults avoided the toy section. Once, a man picked her up, carried her to the counter, and asked how much she was. Before the cashier could answer, he dropped her like she'd burned him. Said he heard something hiss in his ear. He left without buying anything. We should have thrown her out. Honestly, we tried to, but every time someone tried, she came back. Literally. One employee tossed her in the dumpster out back. The next morning, she was sitting on the donation table. Another time, I drove her myself to the dump on the far edge of town. I watched her disappear into a mountain of garbage. The next night, she was sitting in the break room chair. But the breaking point for me was the security footage. Our manager was really tired of people moving stuff around without logging it. Not the doll, just other issues. So he set up cameras in the back room. I was working a late shift when he called me into the office to show me something. The video showed the donation table. It was empty. And then, without anyone in the frame, the doll slid into view, like she walked. Step by step, you could hear the faint scraping of plastic feet on concrete. I wanted to quit right then and there, but I didn't. College was expensive, and I needed the job. So I kept working and just tried not to notice her. One night, I was doing inventory, alone, of course. The store was closed, and the air just felt too still. I kept glancing at the toy section, half expecting to see her. Sure enough, she was not on the shelf where she should have been. I found her in the clothing aisle, propped up against a rack of winter coats. Her mouth was open wider than I'd ever seen, stretched unnaturally. I picked her up, planning to just shove her in the back. But then I heard a voice, faint, almost like static, coming from her. It wasn't really words. It was more like the sound of someone trying to talk while being submerged underwater. But it was coming from that stupid molded plastic mouth. I dropped her and ran. After that, I begged my manager to do something, anything. He just shrugged and said, "She sells eventually. They always do." She never did. People picked her up, carried her around, even brought her up to the register, but no one ever bought her. Every time they would stop cold like they'd just realized something, and then put her back. I started dreaming about her. Nightmares of waking up in the store, every shelf lined with her face, every mouth whispering. One dream, I woke up in the back room and she was sitting on my chest. Her mouth opened wider and wider until it wasn't even a mouth anymore. It was a black hole swallowing the room. I woke up sweating, my chest aching like something really had pressed down on me all night. The last night I worked there was the worst. I was closing alone again. Half the lights were off and the store was just that eerie kind of quiet. I was doing a final walkthrough when I heard tapping, like fingernails on glass. I followed the sound to the front window. The doll was sitting on the ledge inside the glass, her hand raised, tapping one finger against the pane. Just tap, tap, tap. I froze. She turned her head toward me. It wasn't like one of those sudden jerking motions you see in the movies. It was worse almost. It was really slow and deliberate, and her mouth opened. And this time I heard it clearly. My name. She whispered my name. I bolted. I didn't finish closing. I don't even think I set the alarm. I just ran to my car and drove, and I never went back. Last month, I was shopping at a completely different thrift store, 2 towns over. Just killing time, flipping through racks of clothes. When I wandered into the toy section, my stomach dropped. Sitting on the shelf, tangled hair and 2 clear eyes staring right at me, was the same doll.
This is a true story of events that have taken place in my home. My brother-in-law tragically took his life in the barn of our family farm. Without going into detail, his death has caused a lot of friction, anger, and sadness for the family he left behind, with a big point of contention being his widow. She decided to have him cremated, but never laid his ashes to rest or had any memorial for him. Needless to say, my husband, the decedent's brother, has had many sleepless nights over this loss, including disturbing waking dreams. This tragedy took place in early March of 2020, and by late March, I began hearing and seeing some strange things. One early evening, while watching TV in our first floor family room, while my husband was upstairs and my mother-in-law was next door in her in-law apartment, I heard something that sounded like 3 faint knocks on the glass door that leads to our mudroom. I got up to see who was there, because it's common for other family members, such as my sister-in-law and her kids who live farther down on our farm, to come by unannounced. There was no one there. I thought it was strange, and I went upstairs to tell my husband that somebody stopped by, but they must have left before I answered the door. I thought about it a few times while I sat back down to watch TV, but I just dismissed the knocks. A few weeks later, my husband woke me up in the middle of the night, not knowingly, but by talking in his sleep and knocking on our headboard 3 times really loudly. As time has passed and I'm trying to recall what he said, the exact words escape me, but he said something about his brother. It was almost as though he was talking to him. I lightly shook my husband to wake him up and to tell him what he had just done. He didn't believe me or remember doing or saying anything. As I tried to go back to sleep, the 3 knocks stood out to me because I had heard 3 knocks that one evening. Only a few nights later, I was feeling a little sick and I decided to sleep in our guest bedroom downstairs so I wouldn't get my husband sick. With the virus going on and everything, I didn't want to take a chance. I usually fall asleep early, so I was asleep by 9:30 or 10 p.m. Around 11:30, something woke me up, and when I opened my eyes, I noticed something shining on the wall, a reflection from somewhere. I kept trying to focus my eyes, because sometimes the light from outside comes into that guest bedroom, and I wanted to understand what was making the reflection. I got up and opened the bedroom door a bit more. It was ajar already, and I saw a flickering coming from the dining room. I was startled and I got a bit scared at first, but I decided to go into the dining room to check it out. 2 slim white candlesticks sit on our mantel on either side of the Picasso that hangs above the fireplace. One of those candles was on and flickering. This had never happened before, and I started to think that maybe this was a sign from my brother-in-law. My husband was still awake, so I went upstairs and told him what I had seen. He was interested to hear the story, thought about it for a second, but then just dismissed it. I did not go back to sleep downstairs that night. I slept in our own bed, sickness and all, because I was a little frightened. I told my mother-in-law the next day what had happened, and out of the blue, she recalled that a few days ago, she got a knock on her door around 3 a.m. She got up and opened the door because, as I said, it's not uncommon for one of the family members on our farm to do something like that, although 3 a.m. would have been uncommon, but still, no one was there. She didn't even think to tell anybody about it, but when I mentioned the knocking before, it gave her a bit of a chill. We talked for a bit about what the significance of 3 knocks could be. I said 3 brothers, my husband, his middle brother, and the oldest, who was the one that was deceased. My brother-in-law also had 3 children. Days and weeks passed and nothing happened. Until one evening, down that hallway to the guest bedroom, the overhead light turned on by itself. I saw it turn on from my seat in the family room. This time, I didn't bother to tell my husband right away because he hadn't seemed to care much about these strange things that were happening. I got up and I turned the light off. Because I was thinking that it was my brother-in-law, I was no longer scared, but frustrated a bit, because I didn't know why he would be doing these things for me to see, when I wasn't even really related to him or all that close to him, even though he lived right next door. The next night, I was getting ready for bed in the bathroom down that hallway, and I noticed out of the corner of my eye a flickering. It was about 11:30 p.m. That same candle was flickering again. I went upstairs and woke up my husband to tell him. I took a video of it when I saw it this time, and I showed him the video. He came downstairs to see for himself. He thought it was strange, but he didn't want to talk about it, and he went back to bed. Nothing happened again for a while, probably a month or 2. Then, one afternoon when my husband and I were watching TV together in the family room, he said, "Hun, the hallway light just turned on by itself." I said, "See, I told you this stuff was happening." After that day, my husband began to think that his brother could be trying to contact us. He called his other brother and told him all of the strange things that had been happening. That brother dismissed everything and tried to talk my husband out of believing that it was their brother. My husband still believed it despite what his middle brother had said. I saw the hallway light turn on again, by itself, a few evenings later. I saw the candle flickering a few more times, one night around 8:30 p.m. and the other times around 11 or midnight. Over the past year, my husband woke up 3 times having these strange waking dreams of talking to his brother loudly in his sleep. Once, my husband sounded like he was having a full conversation with his deceased brother about his nephew passing his driving test. I recall that he said, "He's going to fail?" And you know what? The next day, our nephew did surprisingly fail his driver's test. The last occasion I heard a knocking on was January of last year. It sounded like it was coming from the laundry room, which is near that glass door where it all started. But this time, it was only one knock. In February of last year, I started to think that having the ashes and doing something to honor my husband's brother was a must to stop my husband from crying most days and everyone feeling overall terrible about the situation. My husband, his mom, and his brother all needed closure, as did I. I spoke with the family member who had control over the ashes, and she was not agreeable to giving some to me to make a necklace with. You can make these necklaces with a tiny vessel for ashes. I wanted to do it for my husband's birthday. I was devastated. But, to our surprise and comfort, 2 days before my husband's birthday, he was presented with a beautiful engraved vessel on a chain containing a tiny amount of the ashes to wear as a necklace. It wasn't a gravestone or funeral service, but we were all really relieved and happy to honor him and put some of the hard feelings to rest. I still wondered why I was the one who saw or heard most of these things, but I do feel sometimes that I'm a bit of an empath. I react so strongly to my feelings of sympathy and empathy for living things to the point where I cry, get physically ill, or can't sleep, thinking about these things that bother me that I can't control, like people in pain or animals dying. I also thought about why most of these things were happening downstairs in that hallway and dining room. And then I remembered the dining room used to be their parents' bedroom. And there used to be a different way to enter the staircase to the boys' bedroom upstairs, which was in that hallway area years ago. I think my brother-in-law's spirit was in our house, and in his peaceful spirit naivete, found his energy in places that seemed familiar as a child. His parents' room, the door where he'd come in for milking the cows, or trying to make his way upstairs. I never thought there was any evil or scary intent. I believe my brother-in-law knew some things were left undone, unsaid, and that his family was suffering from the unfair loss of him, and was trying to put our minds at ease. Once we got the bit of his ashes, everything felt much more at peace, and our minds are now at ease. I don't think we'll see or hear anything else, except maybe a little reminder of him from time to time. The hallway light still flickers every now and then.
In this tale, Reddit user expert maybe 5106 tells an eclectic mix of tales that happened at their haunted house. Here are the stories. My house has been haunted all my life. It started in the apartment I lived in as a kid, but it followed me to where I'm currently living. In the past 10 years, I've experienced more paranormal activity than most people have in their lives. It started with an attachment I had from using a Ouija board at 11 years old. Since I have so many paranormal experiences to share, I'm going to limit this story to the things that have taken place in my current home, with a focus on the most significant things to take place here over the years. To preface this, I'd like to say that I'm a 21-year-old female, but when I moved into my current home, I was 13. I was living with both of my parents, 4 cats, and a dog. Now it's just myself, my dad, my girlfriend, 3 cats, and a dog living here. The history of the house isn't overly important. We bought it from a family. The woman that lived in the house had been moved to a hospice where she'd passed away, and her kids were selling her condo. Her name was Helen. That is as much significant history as there is to my current home. Outside of that, it seems that the entities in our home aren't necessarily attached to the location as much as they are attached to us. A little background on the spirits in my house. I know Helen is here. She has been heard by multiple people. She has a distinct old lady perfume smell and a calming feel that comes along with her. We also have an unknown number of spirits or entities in the basement. I have a hard time explaining them because I don't know if there are multiple male human spirits or one inhuman spirit making it seem like more than one. But whatever it is, It feels dark and masculine, if that makes sense. Helen mainly stays upstairs, and whatever is dark typically stays in the basement. The main floor is typically more poltergeist-type activity. That being said, on to some specific experiences. I'm going to start with the most asked about thing that has ever happened to me. Anyone who knows me or hears about this asks me about it. So, one day I was probably around 14. I was in my bed late at night, responding to Snapchat streaks, but being a teen laying in bed, makeup probably off, I didn't feel like sending pictures of my face or really putting any effort in. But I also didn't want to just send a black screen. So I was taking pictures of my bedroom door because our hall light was on. After snapping and sending a few photos, my camera started to struggle to focus. It wouldn't take the picture because it just kept trying to focus. Finally, the picture took, and a dark black figure was peering in at me in the photo. It was out of focus, of course, but I freaked out. I looked up and saw nothing, so I snapped another photo, and that one came out clear, and there was no figure. At that time, I'd say that was the beginning of things taking a turn for the worst. A few days passed, and I had gotten 3 scratches down my back in the shower. My aunt had heard about what I was experiencing, and had a friend who was a Wiccan priest or something come over. I will say, I wasn't necessarily open-minded to Wicca. It seemed like BS to me at first, but this man had told me that there are ways that we can open portals between our worlds and others. Sometimes intentionally, but not always. He told me that candles give off a pure white light, but when set in front of a mirror, that light doubles and turns impure or dark. It's hard to explain, but as I understood it, a candle alone equals good, and a candle in front of a mirror equals bad. He said if you have a candle in front of a mirror and look into that, it can open a portal to darker dimensions. Again, as he was first telling me this, I was thinking that it was BS. But then I remembered, just days before I had seen the figure in my bedroom, I had taken a photo sitting in front of my bedroom mirror, with a candle darn near in my lap. He told me to throw a sheet over the mirror without looking into it, and get rid of it or remove it, whatever I had to do. My dad did so, and the second the sheet covered the mirror, the power went out, only in my bedroom. The rest of the house was fine. That was when I started to take this Wicca stuff more seriously. A little while passed, and things seemed a little bit less dark or aggressive, but something was definitely still there. That's when the event occurred that caused us to call a priest to come bless our home and myself. I had been home alone one day, and had an experience that is hard for me to explain. Other people will simply say that I was possessed for a few hours, but for me, it's more confusing than that. I have a lapse in time, in memory, where people are telling me that I did things that I don't remember doing. I remember being on FaceTime with my best friend. I had walked into my upstairs bathroom, which is weirdly a hot spot for activity in the house, the same room that I got scratched in. After walking into the bathroom, I don't remember anything else until hours later. So what I'm telling you from here until I snapped out of it was told to me by witnesses. My best friend said that while on FaceTime, the lights began to flicker in the bathroom, and I just stopped talking, and it was like I was staring up ahead past my phone. My friend asked me what was wrong, and I responded with, "I can't leave. There's someone blocking the door." Right away she knew something wasn't right, and told me to just go out, but I guess I ended up hanging up the phone. We had another friend who lived like 2 blocks away from me, so my best friend called her and told her that she needed to go check on me. When she got to my house, she looked for me everywhere. Upstairs, main floor, basement, every room, but I was nowhere to be found.
just as she was coming down the stairs to leave. She saw me standing in the middle of the main floor. If you walked into my house, you couldn't have missed me. So she asked me where I'd come from, and that she'd been looking for me. She said I responded so calmly and eerily that it wasn't even like it was me talking. I had told her I had been in the bathroom, and she said, "No, you weren't. I just looked in there." Once she said that I completely changed, and she could tell that it, enraged me or something. I told her that she needed to leave, and apparently I even said, "You aren't welcome here." Being a 14-year-old girl talking to one of her best friends, that definitely wasn't like me. She tried to argue over leaving, but apparently the more she did, the more aggressive I got about telling her to get out. So out of fear, she left, and she and my friends just kept trying to call and text me to snap me out of it. 3 hours passed, and no one knows what I was up to. But I posted a picture on my Snapchat story of myself in the mirror that was covered. You know, the portal mirror, with the caption saying something about it being time to stop being scared, or stop running, or something super creepy. The next thing I remember is sitting on the couch, and the best way I can describe it is this. It felt like waking up from a nap, except that I didn't remember falling asleep, or even going to sit on the couch. After that, we did a little bit more research, and we talked with the Wiccan priest. I ended up finding out that I had an attachment that I created, like I said, with that Ouija board at 11, and then I just strengthened it with the mirror portal. I was blessed, and so was the house, and for a long time things were better. My house, though, is still extremely haunted, and I could share a lot more about it. Little things here and there, like hearing a deep guttural growl coming from the basement stairs, my dog not being willing to go in the basement, hearing voices, being touched, objects moving, stuff like that. But this story is about the craziest stuff that's happened to me.